So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
The following is a conversation with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. He is a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, and economist who campaigned with a chainsaw that symbolized his promise to slash the corrupt bureaucracy of the state. He stepped into the presidency 1 year ago, with the country on the brink of hyperinflation, deep in debt, and suffering from mass unemployment and poverty. He took this crisis head-on, transforming one of Latin America's largest economies through pure free market principles. In just a few months in office, he already achieved Argentina's first fiscal surplus in 16 years, and not just avoided hyperinflation, but brought inflation down to its lowest in 3 years. We discuss all of this in detail, both the successes and the challenges. His depth of knowledge of economic principles, metrics, and data was truly impressive and refreshing to hear from a world leader. But even bigger than the economic transformation of Argentina, Javier represents the universal fight against government corruption and the fight for freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. He has many critics, many of whom are part of the corrupt establishment he's seeking to dismantle. But many are simply Argentinian citizens, scared of the pain his radical policies may bring, at least in the short term. But whether one disagrees with his methods or not, no one can deny that his presidency marks one of the most ambitious attempts at economic transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force of nature, combining the rigor of an economist with the passion of a revolutionary in the fight for freedom of a nation he loves. Argentina is one of my favorite countries, so I sincerely hope he succeeds. This interview was conducted with the president speaking Spanish and me speaking English, with an interpreter simultaneously translating.
What's up? How
We
are
make
you?
the episode available, overdubbed and subtitled in both English and Spanish, thanks to our great friends at 11 Labs. If you're watching on YouTube, you can switch between English and Spanish by clicking the gear icon, selecting audio track, and then choosing the language. Same with the captions. If you're watching on X, I'll post both Spanish and English versions separately. If you're
Just
watching
adjusted
on
my
Spotify
computers.
or listening elsewhere, I'll probably only post the English version. This is a first time for me doing something like this in a foreign language. It was challenging, but illuminating.
I'm well.
I
How
hope
are
to
you?
continue talking to many world leaders for 2 to 3 hours in this way, including Volodymyr Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi, and
Very cool.
Xi Jinping. I want to explore who they are, how they think, and how they hope to help their country and humanity flourish. This is the Let's Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our
Downey's
sponsors in the
nice.
description.
Home of the
Now,
Apollo
dear
program.
friends, here's Javier Milei. When did you first understand
Downey's nice.
the
It's the
value
home of the
freedom,
Apollo program.
especially economic freedom?
Well, actually, I came to understand the idea.
Black holes curve space and time around them in the way that we've been describing. Things fall along the curves in space. If the black holes move around, the curves have to follow them, right? But they can't travel faster than the speed of light either. So what happens is as black holes, let's say, move around. Maybe I've got two black holes in orbit around each other. That can happen. It takes a while. A wave is created in the actual shape of space. And that wave follows the black holes as black holes are undulating. Eventually, those two black holes will merge. And as we were talking about, it doesn't take an infinite time, even though there's time dilation, because they're both so big. They're really deforming space-time a lot. I don't have a little tiny marble falling across an event horizon. I have 2 event horizons. And in the simulations, you can see it bobble. And they merge together.
I do
one
on
bigger
2
black
of them.
hole, and then it radiates in the gravitational waves. It radiates away all those imperfections, and it settles down to one quiescent, perfectly silent black hole that's spinning. Beautiful stuff. And it emits E equals mc squared energy. So the mass of the final black hole will be less than the sum of the 2 starter black holes. And that energy is radiated away in this ringing of space-time. It's really important to emphasize that it's not light. None of this has to do literally with light that we can detect with normal things that detect light.
Easy.
X-rays, form of light, gamma rays are a form of light, infrared, optical, all this whole electromagnetic spectrum. None of it is emitted as light. It's completely dark. It's only emitted in the rippling.
Why are you
of
going
the
to
shape
start
of space.
streaming using OBS?
A lot of times it's likened closer to sound. Technically, we've kind of argued, and we haven't done an anatomical calculation, but if you're near enough to two colliding black holes, they actually ring space-time in the human auditory range. The frequency is actually in the human auditory range, that the shape of space could squeeze and stretch your eardrum, even in vacuum.
Yeah,
and you could hear, literally hear these waves ringing.
The following is a conversation with Jana Levin, a theoretical physicist and cosmologist specializing in black holes, cosmology of extra dimensions,
Welcome,
topology of the universe, and gravitational waves in space-time. She has also written some incredible books, including How the Universe Got Its Spots, on the topic of the shape and the size of the universe, A Madman Dreams of Turing Machines, on the topic of genius, madness, and the limits of knowledge. Black
Go
Hole
do it. Be a
Blues,
big girl. You
and
know it'll
other
feel
songs
better.
from outer space, on the topic of LIGO and the detection of
Go do
gravitational
it.
waves,
I'll wait for you.
and Black Hole Survival Guide, all about black holes. This was a fun and fascinating conversation. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jana Levin.
Yes, you do.
I should say that you sent me a message about not starting early in the morning, and that made me feel like we're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
You wrote to me when the great physicist Sidney Coleman was asked to attend a 9 a.m. meeting. His reply was, "I can't stay up that late."
Yeah.
So,
Classic. Sidney was beloved.
I think all the best thoughts, honestly, maybe the worst thoughts too, are all come at night. There's something about the night. Maybe it's the silence. Maybe it's the peace all around. Maybe it's the darkness, and you could be with yourself, and you could dig deeply.
I feel like they're stolen hours in the middle of the night because it's not busy. Your gadgets aren't pinging. There's really no pressure to do anything, but I'm often awake in the middle of the night. And so it's sort of like these extra hours of the day. I think we were exchanging messages at 4 a.m.
Okay. So in that way, in many other ways, we're kindred spirits. So let's go. In one of the coolest objects in the universe, black holes, what are they? And maybe even a good way to start is to talk about how are they formed.
Yeah. In a way, people often confuse how they're formed with the concept of the black hole in the first place. So when black holes were first proposed, Einstein was very surprised that such a solution could be found so quickly, but really thought nature would protect us from their formation. And then nature thinks of a way. Nature thinks of a way to make these crazy objects, which is to kill off a few stars. But then I think that there's a confusion that dead stars, these very, very massive stars that die, are synonymous with the phenomenon of black hole. And it's really not the case. Black holes are more general and more fundamental than just the death state of a star. But even the history of how people realized that stars could form black holes is quite fascinating, because the entire idea really just started as a thought experiment. And if you think of, it's 1915, 1916, when Einstein fully describes relativity in a way that's the canonical formulation. It was a lot of changing back and forth before then. And it's World War I, and he gets a message from the Eastern Front from a friend of his, ROTHSCHILD, who solved Einstein's equations, between sitting in the trenches and like cannon fire. It was joked that he was calculating ballistic trajectories. He's also perusing the proceedings of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, as you do. And he was an astronomer who had enlisted in his 40s. And he finds this really remarkable solution to Einstein's equations. And it's the first exact solution. He doesn't call it a black hole. It's not called a black hole for decades. But what I love about what Schwarzschild did is it's a thought experiment. It's not about observations. It's not about making these things in nature. It's really just about the idea. He sets up this completely untenable situation. He says, imagine I crush all the mass of a star to a point. Don't ask how that's done, because that's really absurd. But let's just pretend, and let's just imagine that that's a scenario. And then he wants to decide what happens to space-time if I set up this confounding but somehow very simple scenario. And really what Einstein's equations were telling everybody at the time was that matter and energy curve space and time. And then curved space-time tells matter and energy how to fall once the space-time shape. So he finds this beautiful solution. And the most amazing thing about his solution is he finds this demarcation, which is the event horizon, which is the region beyond which not even light can escape. And if you were to ask me today, all these over 100 years later, I would say that is the black hole. The black hole is not the mass crushed to a point. The black hole is the event horizon. And the event horizon is really just a point in space-time or a region in space-time. It's actually, in this case, a surface in space-time. And it marks a separation in events, which is why it's called an event horizon. Everything outside is causally separated from the inside insofar as what's inside the event horizon can't affect events outside. What's outside can affect events inside. I can throw a probe into a black hole and cause something to happen on the inside. But the opposite isn't true. Somebody who fell in can't send a probe out. And this one-way aspect really is what's profound about the black hole. Sometimes we talk about the black holes being nothing because at the event horizon, there's really nothing there. Sometimes when we think about black holes, we want to imagine a really dense, dead star. But if you go up to the event horizon, it's an empty region of space-time. It's more of a place than it is a thing. And Einstein found this fascinating. He helped get the work published, but he really didn't think these would form in nature. I doubt Carl Schwarzschild did either. I think they thought they were solving theoretical, mathematical problems, but not describing this, what turned out to be the end state of gravitational collapse.
And maybe the purpose of the thought experiment was to find the limitations of the theory. So you find the most extreme versions in order to understand where it breaks down.
Yeah.
And it just so happens in this case that might actually predict these extreme kinds of objects.
It does both. So it also describes the sun from far away. So the same solution does a great job helping us understand the Earth's orbit around the sun. It's incredible. It does a great job. It's almost overkill. You don't really need to be that precise as relativity. And yes, it predicts the phenomenon of black holes, but doesn't really explain how nature would form them. But then it also, on top of that, does signal the breakdown of the theory. I mean, you're quite right about that. It actually says, oh man, but you go all the way towards the center, and yeah, this doesn't sound right anymore. Sometimes I liken it to, it's like a dying man marking in the dirt that something's gone wrong here. Right? It's signaling that there's some culprit, there's something wrong in the theory. And even Roger Penrose, who did this general work trying to understand the formation of black holes from gravitational collapse, he thought, oh yeah, there's a singularity that's inevitable. It's in there's no way around it once you form a black hole. But he said this is probably just a shortcoming of the fact that we've forgotten to include quantum mechanics. And that when we do, we'll understand this differently.
So according to him, the closer you get to the singularity, the more quantum mechanics comes into play, and therefore there's no singularity, there's something else.
I think everybody would say that. I think everybody would say the closer you get to the singularity, for sure you have to include quantum mechanics. You just can't consistently talk about magnifying such small scales, having such enormous ruptures and curvatures and energy scales, and not include quantum mechanics. That's just inconsistent with the world as we understand it.
So you've described the brain-breaking idea that a black hole is not so much a super dense matter, as it's sometimes described, but it's more akin to a region of space-time, but even more so just nothing.
Yeah.
It's nothing. That's the thing you seem to like to say.
I do like to say that black holes are no thing.
No
They're
thing.
nothing.
Okay, so what does that
and
mean?
that's what I mean. That's the more profound aspect of the black hole. So you asked originally, how do they form? And I think that even when you try to form them in messy astrophysical systems, there's still nothing at the end of the day left behind. And this was a very big surprise, even though Einstein accepted that this was a true prediction. He didn't think that they'd be made, and it was quite astounding that people like Oppenheimer, actually it's probably Oppenheimer's most important theoretical work, who were thinking about nuclear physics and quantum mechanics, but in the context of these kind of utopian questions. Why do stars shine? Why is the sun radiant and hot and this amazing source of light? And it was people like Oppenheimer who began to ask the question, well, could stars collapse to form black holes? Could they become so dense that eventually not even light would escape? And that's why I think people think that black holes are these dense objects. That's often how it's described. But actually what happens, these very massive stars, they're burning thermonuclear fuel. They're earthfuls of thermonuclear fuel they're burning.
Good strike.
And emitting energy in E equals mc squared energy. So it's fusing, it's a fusion bomb. It's a constantly going thermonuclear bomb.
Come on.
And eventually it's going to
run.
run out of fuel. It's going to run out of hydrogen, helium, stuff to fuse. It hits an iron core. Iron, to go past iron with fusion is actually energetically expensive. So it's no longer going to do that so easily. So suddenly it's run out of fuel. And if the star is very, very, very massive, much more massive than our sun, maybe 20, 30 times the mass of our sun,
Nice strike.
it'll collapse under its own weight. And that collapse is incredibly fast and dramatic, and it creates a shock wave. So that's the supernova explosion. So a lot of these, they rebound because once they crunch, they've reached a new critical capacity where they can reignite to higher elements, heavier elements, and that sets off a bomb, essentially. So the star explodes, helpfully, because that's why you and I are here. Because stars send their material back out into space, and you and I get to be made of carbon and oxygen and all this good stuff. We're not just hydrogen. So the suns do that for us. And then what's left sometimes ends at a neutron star, which is a very cool object, very fascinating object, super dense, but bigger than a black hole, meaning it's not compact enough to become a black hole. It's an actual thing. A neutron star is a real thing. It's like a giant neutron. Literally, electrons get jammed into the protons and make this giant nucleus and this superconducting matter. Very strange, amazing objects.
Wow,
but if it's heavier than that, the core, and that's heavier than twice the mass of the sun, it will become a black hole. And Oppenheimer wrote this beautiful paper in 1939 with his student saying that they believed that the end state of gravitational collapse is actually a black hole. This is stunning and really a visionary conclusion. Now, the paper is published the same day the Nazis advance on Poland. And so it does not get a lot of fanfare in the newspaper.
Well, you made this tough.
I think there's a lot of drama.
You made this tough, Ms. Aquarius.
You mentioned that.
Yeah.
Like, here's a guy who predicts how actually in nature would be the formation of this most radical of object that broke even Einstein's brain, while one of the most evil, if not the most evil humans in history is starting the first steps of a global war.
What I also love about that lesson is how agnostic science is.
Yeah.
Because he was asking these utopian questions, as were other people of the time, about the nuclear physics in stars. You might know this play, Copenhagen, by Michael Frayn. There's this line that he attributes to Bohr. Bohr was the great thinker of early foundations of quantum mechanics, Danish physicist, where Bohr says to his wife, nobody's thought of a way to kill people using quantum mechanics. Now, of course, then there's the nuclear bomb. And what I love about this was the pressure scientists were under to do something with this nuclear physics and to enter this race over a nuclear weapon. But really, at the same time, 1939, really, Oppenheimer's thinking about black holes. There's even a small line in Chris Nolan's film. It's very hard to catch. There's a reference to it in the film where they're sort of joking, well, I guess nobody's going to pay attention to your paper now, because of the Nazi advance on Poland.
That's the other remarkable thing about Oppenheimer is he's also a central figure in the construction of the bomb.
Right.
So it's theory and experiment clashing together with the geopolitics.
Exactly. So, of course, Oppenheimer, now known as the father of the atomic bomb, he talks about destroyers of worlds. But it's the same technology, and that's what I mean by science is agnostic, right? It's the same technology, overcoming a critical mass, igniting thermonuclear fusion. Eventually, there was a fission. The original bomb was a fission bomb, and fission was first shown by Lise Meitner, who showed that a certain uranium, when you bombarded it with protons, broke into smaller pieces that were less than the uranium, right? So some of that mass, that E equals mc squared energy, had escaped. And it was the first kind of concrete demonstration of this, Einstein's most famous equation. So all of this comes together. But the story of, they still weren't called black holes. This is 1939. And they had these very long-winded ways of describing the end state, the catastrophic end state of gravitational collapse. But what you have to imagine is as this star collapses, so what's the sun? The sun's 1.5 million kilometers across. So imagine a star much bigger than the sun, much bigger radius, and it's so heavy it collapses, it's supernovas. What's left is still maybe 10 times the mass of the sun, just what's left in that core. And it continues to collapse. And when that reaches about 60 kilometers across, just imagine 10 times the mass of the sun, city-sized. That is a really dense object. And now the black hole essentially has begun to form, meaning the curve in space-time is so tremendous that not even light can escape. The event horizon forms, but the event horizon is almost imprinted on the space-time because the star can't sit there in that dense state any more than it can race outward at the speed of light, because even light is forced to rain inwards. So the star continues to fall, and that's the magic part. The star leaves the event horizon behind.
What a spare!
And it continues to fall, and it falls into the interior of the black hole. Where it goes, nobody really knows, but it's gone from sight.
You got me.
It goes dark. There's
job.
this quote by John Wheeler,
You
who's
won
like
one, I
granddaddy
won
of
one.
American
Good.
relativity, and he has a line that's something to the effect, the star, like the Cheshire cat, fades from view. One leaves behind only its grin, the other only its gravitational attraction. And he was giving a lecture. It's actually above Tom's Restaurant, from Seinfeld near Columbia in New York.
Nice.
There was a place there still is a place there where people were giving lectures about astrophysics, and it's 1967. Wheeler is exhaustively saying this loaded term, the end state of catastrophic gravitational collapse. And rumor is that someone shouts from the back row, well, how about black hole?
Nice spare.
And apparently he then foists this term on the world. Wheeler had a way of doing that.
Well, I love terms like that. Big Bang, black hole.
Mm-hmm.
There's it's just pointing out the elephant in the room and calling it an elephant. It is a black hole.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty accurate and deep description. I just wanted to point out that just looking for the first time at the 1939 paper from Oppenheimer, it's like 2 pages, it's like 3 pages.
Oh, yeah, it's gorgeous.
The simplicity of some of these, that's so gangster. Just revolutionize all of physics with this. Einstein did that multiple times in a single year.
Mm-hmm.
When all thermonuclear sources of energy are exhausted, a sufficiently heavy star will collapse. That's an opener.
Mm-hmm.
Unless fission due to rotation, the radiation of mass, or the blowing off of mass by radiation reduce the star's mass to orders of that of the sun, this contraction will continue indefinitely. Mm-hmm. And it goes on that way.
Yeah, now I have to say that Wheeler, who actually coins the term black hole, gives Oppenheimer quite a terrible time about this. He thinks he's wrong. And they entered what has sometimes been described as kind of a bitter, I don't know if you would actually say feud, but they were bad feelings. And Wheeler actually spent decades saying Oppenheimer was wrong. And eventually, with his computer work, that early work that Wheeler was doing with computers when he was also trying to understand nuclear weapons, and in peacetime world found themselves returning again to these astrophysical questions,
There we go.
decided that actually Oppenheimer had been right. He thought it was too simplistic, too idealized a setup that they had used, and that if you you looked at something that was more realistic and more complicated, that it just would go away. And in fact, he draws the opposite conclusion. And there's a story that Oppenheimer was sitting outside of the auditorium when Wheeler was coming forth with his declaration that, in fact, black holes were the likely end state of gravitational collapse for very, very heavy stars. And when asked about it, Oppenheimer sort of said, well, I've moved on to other things.
Because you've written in many places about the human beings behind the science. I have to ask you about this, about nuclear weapons. Whereas the greatest of physicists coming together to create this most terrifying and powerful of technology. And now I get to talk to world leaders for whom this technology is part of the tools that is used, perhaps implicitly, on the chessboard of geopolitics. What can you say as a person who's a physicist and who has studied the physicists and written about the physicists, the humans behind this, about this moment in human history when physicists came together and created this weapon that's powerful enough to destroy all of human civilization?
I think it's an excruciating moment in the history of science. And people talk about Heisenberg, who stayed in Germany and worked for the Nazis in their own attempt to build the bomb. There was this kind of hopeful talk that maybe Heisenberg had intentionally derailed the nuclear weapons program, but I think that's been largely discredited, that he would have made the bomb, had he not made some really kind of simple errors in his original estimates about how much material would be required or how they would get over the energy barriers. And that's a terrifying thought. I don't know that any of us can really put ourselves in that position of imagining that we're faced with that quandary, having to take the initiative to participate in thinking of a way that quantum mechanics can kill people, and then making the bomb. I think overwhelmingly physicists today feel we should not continue in the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Very few theoretical physicists want to see this continue.
That moment in history, the Soviet Union had incredible scientists, Nazi Germany had incredible scientists, and the United States had incredible scientists. And it's very easy to imagine that one of those three would have created the bomb first, not the United States.
Yes.
And how different would the world be? The game theory of that, I think, say it's the probability is 33% that it was the United States. If the Soviet Union had the bomb, I think they would have used it in a much more terrifying way in the European theater and maybe turn on the United States. And obviously with Hitler, he would have used it. I think there's no question he would have used it to kill hundreds of millions of people.
In the game theory version, this was the least harmful outcome.
Yes.
But there is no outcome with no bomb that any game theorist would, I think, would play.
But I think if we just remove the geopolitics and the ideology and the evil dictators, all of those people are just scientists. I think they don't necessarily even think about the ideology, and it's a deep lesson about the connection between great science and the annoying, sometimes evil politicians that use that science for means that are either good or bad. And the scientists perhaps don't. Boy, do they even have control of how that science is used? It's hard.
They don't have control, right? Once it's made, it's no longer scientific reasoning that dictates the use or restraint. But I will say that I do believe that it wasn't a 1/3 down the line, because America was different. And I think that's something we have to think about right now in this particular climate. So many scientists fled here. They fled to here. Americans weren't fleeing to Nazi Germany. They came here and they were motivated by, it's more than a patriotism, it was it was a patriotism, obviously, but it was sort of more than that. It was really understanding the threat of Europe, what was going on in Europe, and what that life, how quickly it turned. How quickly this free-spirited Berlin culture, was suddenly in this repressive and terrifying regime. So I think that it was a much higher chance that it happened here in America.
Yeah, there's something about the American system. It's cliche to say, but the freedom, all the different individual freedoms that enable a very vibrant, at its best, a very vibrant scientific community. That's really exciting.
Absolutely.
To scientists, and it's very valuable to maintain that.
Right.
The vibrancy of the debate, of the funding those mechanisms.
Absolutely. The world flocked here, and that won't be the case if we no longer have intellectual freedom.
Yeah, there's something interesting to think about. The tension, the Cold War between China and the United States in the 21st century. Some of those same questions, some of those ideas will rise up again, and we want to make sure that there's a vibrant, free exchange of scientific ideas. And I believe most Nobel Prizes come from the United States, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't have the number, but
it's disproportionately so.
Disproportionately so. In fact, a lot of them from particle physics came from the Bronx. And they were European immigrants.
How do we explain this?
Fled Europe, precisely because of the geopolitics we're describing.
Yeah.
And so instead of being Nobel Prize winners from the Soviet Union or from the Eastern Bloc, they were from the Bronx.
And that's the thing you write about, and we'll return to time and time again, that, science is done by humans, and some of those humans are fascinating. There's tensions, there's battles, some are loners, some are great collaborators, some are tormented, some are easygoing, all this kind of stuff. And that's the beautiful thing about it. We forget sometimes is that it's humans. And humans are messy and complicated and beautiful and all of that.
Yeah.
So what were we talking about? Oh.
The stars collapsing.
Okay. So can we just return to the collapse of a star that forms a black hole? At which point does the super dense thing become nothing? If we can just linger on this concept.
Yeah. So if I were falling into a black hole and I tried really fast, right as I crossed this empty region, but this demarcation, I happened to know where it was. I calculated, because there's no line there. There's no sign that it's there. There's no signpost. I could emit a little light pulse and try to send it outward exactly at the event horizon. So it's racing outward at the speed of light. It can hover there because from my perspective, it's very strange. The space-time is like a waterfall raining in, and I'm being dragged in with that waterfall. I can't stop at the event horizon. It comes, it goes. It's behind me really quickly. That light beam can try to sit there because it's like a fish swimming against the Niagara, swimming against a waterfall.
It's like stuck there.
But it's like stuck there. And so that's one way you can have a little signpost. If you fly by, you think it's moving at the speed of light. It flies past you at the speed of light, but it's sitting right there at the event horizon.
So you're falling back, cross the event horizon, right at that point you shoot outwards a photon.
Yes.
And it's just stuck there.
It just gets stuck there. Now, it's very unstable. So the star can't sit there is the point. It just can't. So it rains inward with this waterfall. But from the outside, all we should ever really care about is the event horizon, because I can't know what happens to it. It could be pure matter and antimatter thrown together, which annihilates into photons on the inside and loses all its mass into the energy of light. It won't matter to me because I can't know anything about what happened on the inside.
Okay, can we just linger on this? So what models do we have about what happens on the inside of the black hole at that moment? So I guess that one of the intuitions, one of the big reminders that you're giving to us is hey, we know very little about what can happen on the inside of a black hole, and that's why we have to be careful about it's better to think about the black hole as an event horizon. Mm-hmm. But what can we know, and what do we know about the physics of space-time inside a black hole?
I don't mind being incautious about thinking about what the math tells us. So
okay.
I'm not such an observer. Right? I'm very theoretical in my work. It's really pen on paper a lot. These are thought experiments that I think we can perform and contemplate. Whether or not we'll ever know is another question. And so one of the most beautiful things that we suspect happens on the inside of a black hole is that space and time, in some sense, swap places. So while I'm on the outside of the black hole, let's say I'm in a nice, comfortable space station, this black hole is maybe 10 times the mass of the sun, 60 kilometers across. I could be 100 kilometers out. That's very, very close. Orbiting quite safely. no big deal, hanging out. I don't bug the black hole. Black hole doesn't bug me. It won't suck me up like a vacuum or anything crazy. But my astronaut friend jumps in. As they cross the event horizon, what I'm calling space, I'm looking on the outside at this spherical shadow of the black hole cast by maybe light around it. It's a shadow because everything gets too close, falls in. It's just this just contrast against a bright sky. I think, there's a center of a sphere. And in the center of the sphere is the singularity. It's a point in space from my perspective. But from the perspective of the astronaut who falls in, it's actually a point in time. So their notions of space and time have rotated so completely that what I'm calling a direction in space towards the center of the black hole, like the center of a physical sphere, they're going to tell me, well, they can't tell me, but they're going to come to the conclusion, oh no, that's not a location in space. That's a location in time. In other words, the singularity ends up in their future. And they can no more avoid the singularity than they can avoid time coming their way. So there's no shenanigans you can do once you're inside the black hole to try to skirt it, the singularity. You can't set yourself up in orbit around it. You can't try to fire rockets and stay away from it because it's in your future. And there's an inevitable moment when you will hit it. Usually for a stellar mass black hole, we think it's microseconds.
Microseconds to get from the event horizon to the
singularity.
To the singularity. Oh boy. So that's describing from your astronaut friend's perspective.
Yes, from their perspective,
I win, you win.
The
So
singularity is in their future.
But from your perspective, what do you see when your friend falls into the black hole and you're chilling outside and watching?
So one way to think about this is to think that as you're approaching the black hole, the astronaut's space-time is rotating relative to your space-time. So let's say right now, my left is your right. We're not shocked by the fact that there's this relativity in left and right. It's completely understood. And I can perform a spatial rotation to align my left with your left. Right now, I've completely rotated left out. Right. If I just want to draw a kind of compass diagram, not a compass diagram, but at the top of maps, there's a north, south, east, west. But now time is up, down, and one direction of space is, let's say, east, west. As you approach the black hole, it's as though you're rotating in space-time. There's one way of thinking about it. So what is the effect of that? The effect of that is as this astronaut gets closer and closer to the event horizon, part of their space is rotated into my time, and part of their time is rotated into my space. So in other words, their clocks seem to be less aligned with my time. And the overall effect is that their time seems to dilate. The spacing between ticks on the clock of their watch, let's say, on the face of their watch, is elongated, dilated, relative to mine. And it seems to me that their watches are running slowly, even though they were made in the same factory as mine. They were both synchronized beautifully. They're excellent Swiss watches. It seems as though time is elapsing more slowly for my companion. And likewise, for them, it seems like mine's going really fast. So years could elapse in my space station. My plants come and go. They die. I age faster. I've got gray hair. And they're falling in, and it's been minutes in their frame of reference. Flowers in their little rocket ship haven't rotted. They don't have gray hair. Their biological clocks have slowed down relative to ours. Eventually, at the event horizon, it's so extreme, it's so slow, it's as though their clocks have stopped altogether from my point of view. And that's to say that it's as though their time is completely rotated into my space. And this is connected with the idea that inside the black hole, space and time have switched places.
Good, she's got it.
So I might see them hover there for millennia.
Get this.
Other astronauts could be born on my space station. Generations could be populated there watching this poor astronaut never fall in.
So basically, the time almost comes to a standstill, but they do fall in,
Right. They do fall in eventually. Now that's because they have some mass of their own.
Boom.
So they're not a perfectly light particle.
You got me.
And so
You
they
destroyed me.
deform the
That's
event
right. Nice
horizon
job,
a little
Mr.
bit.
Ferris.
You'll
I hope
actually
your book
see the
feels
event
better.
horizon
I
bobble
hope you sleep well.
and absorb the astronaut. So in some finite time, the astronaut will actually fall in.
So it's like this weird space-time bubble that we have around us,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a
That I
very
don't
big
know.
space-time
I'll find out for you.
curvature
Though.
bubble thing
Hold
from the
on.
black hole,
I'll
and
find out from
there's a
AI.
nice swirly type
Yeah.
situation going on.
Yeah.
That's how you get sucked up.
Yeah.
So if
How
you're a
long
perfect,
should I
like,
keep
infinitely
ice
small
on a
particle,
bruised
you would just
foot?
be
Take longer and longer.
and probably just be stuck there or something. But no, there's quantum mechanics.
15 to 20
Eventually
minutes
you'll fall
every
in.
1 to 2
Any
hours
perturbation will
during
only
the
go
first
one way.
24 to
It's
48
unstable in
hours
one
after the
direction.
injury.
In one direction only. But it's really important to remember that from the point of view of the astronaut, not much time has passed at all. You just sail right across as
Sweet
far as you're
dreams, Miss
concerned.
Aquarius.
Nothing dramatic happens, or you might not even realize you've come to the event horizon. You might not even realize you've crossed the event horizon because there's nothing there, right? This is an empty region of space-time. There's no marker to tell you you've reached this very dangerous point of no return. You can fire your rockets like hell when you're on the outside and maybe even escape, right? But once you get to that point, there's no amount of energy. All the energy in the universe will not save you from this demise.
You know, there's different sized black holes.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe can we talk about the experience that you have falling into a black hole, depending on what the size of the black hole is?
Yeah.
Because as I understand, if the bigger it is, the less drastic the experience of falling into it.
Yeah, that might surprise people.
Yeah.
The bigger it is, the less noticeable it is that you've crossed the event horizon. One way to think about it is curvature is less noticeable the bigger it is. So if I'm standing on a basketball, I'm very aware I'm balancing on a curved surface. My 2 feet are in different locations, and I really notice. But on the Earth, you actually have to be kind of clever to deduce that the Earth is curved. The bigger the planet, the less you're going to notice the curvature, the global curvature. And it's the same thing with a black hole. A huge, huge black hole, it just kind of feels like just flat. You don't really notice.
I'm trying to figure out how the physics, because if you don't notice,
and there's nothing there.
But the physics is weird.
In your frame of reference.
No.
Well, so another cool thing. So I like to dispel myths.
Yeah.
Do you need a minute? You're holding your head.
There's a sense like you should be able to know when you're inside of a black hole, when you've crossed the event horizon. But no, from your frame of reference, you might not be able to know.
Yeah, at first, at least, you might not realize what's happened. There are some hints. For instance, black holes are dark from the outside, but they're not necessarily dark on the inside. So this is a kind of fascinating, that your experience could be that it's quite bright inside the black hole, because all the light from the galaxy can be shining in behind you, and it's focusing down because you're all approaching this really focused region in the interior. And so you actually see a bright white flash of light as you approach the singularity. I kind of I joke that it's like a near-death experience. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, so you would see millennia pass on Earth. You could see the evolution of the entire galaxy. One big bright flash of light. So it's like a near-death experience, but it's definitely a total death experience.
It goes pretty fast, but you looking out, everything's going super fast.
Yeah, the clocks on the Earth, on the space station, seem to be progressing very rapidly relative to yours. The light can catch up to you, and you get this bright beam of light as you see the evolution of the galaxy unfold. And it sort of depends on the size of the black hole and how long you have to hang around. The bigger the black hole, the longer it takes you to expire in the center.
Obviously, the human sensory system, we're not able to process that information correctly.
Right. It would be a microsecond, and that would be too fast.
Yeah, but it would be so cool to get that information.
But a big black hole, you could actually, hang around for some months.
So yeah, small black holes versus supermassive black holes formed? Just so people kind of load that in. Are they all? Is it always a star?
No. So this is also why it's important to think of black holes more abstractly. They are something very profound in the universe, and there are probably multiple ways to make black holes. Making them with stars is most plentiful. There could be hundreds of millions, maybe even a billion black holes in our Milky Way galaxy alone. That many stars. It's only about 1% of stars that will end their lives in a death state that is a black hole. But we now see, and this was really quite a surprise, that there are supermassive black holes. They're billions or even hundreds of billions of times the mass of the sun, and millions to tens of billions, maybe even hundreds of billions. So extremely massive. We don't think that the universe has had enough time to make them from stars that just merge. We know that two black holes can merge and make a bigger black hole, and then those can merge and make a bigger black hole. We don't think there's been enough time for that. So it's suspected that they're formed very early, maybe even a few hundred million years after the Big Bang, and that they're formed directly by collapsing out of primordial stuff. That there's a direct collapse right into the black hole.
So, like in the very early universe, these are primordial black holes from the stars. Not quite. Wait, how do you get from that soup black holes right away?
Right. So it's odd, but it's weirdly easier to make a big black hole out of something that's just the density of air, if it's really, really as big as what we're talking about. So in some sense, if they're just allowed to directly collapse very early in the universe's history, they can do that more easily. And it's so much so that we think that there's one of these supermassive black holes in the center of every galaxy. So they're not rare, and we know where they are. They're in the nuclei of galaxies. So they're bound to the very early formation of entire galaxies in a really surprising and deeply connected way.
I wonder if the chicken or the egg, is it like how critical, how essential are the supermassive black holes to the formation of galaxies?
Yeah, I mean, it's ongoing, right? It's ongoing. Which came first, the black hole or the galaxy? Probably big early stars, which were just made out of hydrogen and helium from the Big Bang. There wasn't anything else, not much of anything else. Those early stars were forming, and then maybe the black holes and kind of the galaxies were like these gassy clouds around them. But there's probably a deep relationship between the black hole powering jets, these jets blowing material out of the galaxy that shaped galaxies, maybe kind of curbed their growth. And so I think the mechanisms are still ongoing attempts to understand exactly the ordering of these things.
Can we get back to space-time? It's going back to the beginning of the 20th century. How do you imagine space-time? How do we, as human beings, supposed to visualize and think about space-time, where time is just another dimension in this 4D space that combines space and time? Because we've been talking about morphing in all kinds of different ways, the curvature of space-time. Like, how are we supposed to conceive of it? How do you think of it?
Yeah.
Time is just another dimension.
There are different ways we can think about it. We can imagine drawing a map of space and treating time as another direction in that map. But we're limited because as three-dimensional beings, we can't really draw 4 dimensions, which is what I'd require. 3 spatial, because I'm pretty sure there's at least 3. I think there's probably more, but I'm happy just talking about the large dimensions, the 3 we see. Up, down, right? East, west, north, south, three spatial dimensions. And time is the 4th. Nobody can really visualize it. But we know mathematically how to unpack it on paper. I can mathematically suppress one of the spatial dimensions, and then I can draw it pretty well. Now, the problem is that we'd call it a Euclidean spacetime. Euclidean spacetime is when all the dimensions are orthogonal and are treated equally. Time is not another Euclidean dimension. It's actually a Minkowskian spacetime. But it means that the space-time, we're misrepresenting it when we draw it, but we're misrepresenting it in a way that we deeply understand. I can give you an example. The Earth, I can project onto a flat sheet of paper. I am now misrepresenting a map of the Earth. And I know that, but I understand the rules for how to add distances on this misrepresentation, because the Earth is not a flat sheet of paper, it's a sphere. And as long as I understand the rules for how I get from the North Pole to the South Pole, that I'm moving along really a great arc, and I understand that the distance is not the distance I would measure on a flat sheet of paper, then I can do a really great job with a map and understanding the rules of addition, multiplication, and the geometries, not the geometry of a flat sheet of paper. I can do the same thing with space-time. I can draw it on a flat sheet of paper, but I know that it's not actually a flat Euclidean space. And so my rules for measuring distances are different than the rules I would use that, for instance, Cartesian rules of geometry. I would know to use the correct rules for Minkowski space-time, and that will allow me to calculate how long time has elapsed, which is now a kind of a length, a space-time length on my map, between two relative observers, and I will get the correct answer. But only if I use these different rules.
So then, what does, according to general relativity, does objects with mass do to this space-time?
Right, exactly. So Einstein struggled for this completely general theory, not a specific solution like a black hole or an expanding space-time or galaxies make lenses, or those are all solutions. That's why what he did was so enormous. It's an entire paradigm that says over here is matter and energy. I'm going to call that the right-hand side of the equation. Everything on the right-hand side of Einstein's equations is how matter and energy are distributed in space-time. On the left-hand side tells you how space and time deform in response to that matter and energy. And it can be impossible to solve some of those equations. What was so amazing about what Schwarzschild did is he found this very elegant, simple solution within like a month of reading this final formulation. But Einstein didn't go through and try to find all the solutions. He sort of gave it to us, right? He shared this, and then lots of people since have been scrambling to try to, I can predict the curvature of the space-time if I tell you how the matter and energy is laid out. If it's all compact in a spherical system like a sun or even a black hole, I can understand the curves in the space-time around it. I can solve for the shape of the space-time. I can also say, well, what if the universe is full of gas or light and it's all kind of uniform everywhere? And I'll find a different and equally surprising solution, which is that the universe would expand in response to that it's not static, that the distances between galaxies would grow. This was a huge surprise to Einstein. So all of these consequences of his theory, came with revelations that were not at all obvious when he first wrote down the general theory.
And he was afraid to take the consequences of that theory seriously, which is
Often.
The theory itself, in its scope and grandeur and power, is scary, so I can understand. Then there's, the edges of the theory where it falls apart, the consequences of the theory that are extreme. It's hard to take seriously. So you can sort of empathize.
Yeah, he very much resisted the expansion. So if you think about 1905, when he's writing these sequence of unbelievable papers as a 25-year-old who can't get a job, as a physicist, and he writes all of these remarkable papers on relativity and quantum mechanics. And then even in 1915-16, he does not know that there are other galaxies out there. This was not known. People had mused about it. There were these kind of smudges on the sky that people contemplated. What if there are other island universes? Going back to Kant, thought about this. But it wasn't until Hubble, it really wasn't until the late 20s, that it's confirmed that there are other galaxies.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he didn't, obviously, there's so much we think of now that he didn't think of. So there's no Big Bang.
Right.
Static universe.
But these are all connected.
Wow, yeah. So he's operating on very little information.
Very little information. That's absolutely true. Actually, one of the things I like to point out is the idea of relativity was foisted on people in this kind of cultural way. But there's many ways in which you could call it a theory of absolutism. And the way Einstein got there with so little information is by adhering to certain very strict absolutes, like the absolute limit of the speed of light and the absolute constancy of the speed of light, which was completely bizarre when it was first discovered. Really, that was observed. There were experiments trying to figure out what would the relative speed of light be. It's really only massless particles have this property, that they have an absolute speed. And if you think about it, it's incredibly strange.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Incredibly strange.
And then so from a theoretical perspective, he takes that seriously.
He takes it very seriously, and everyone else is trying to come up with models to make it go away, to make the speed of light be a little bit more reasonable, like everything else in the universe. If I run at a car, two cars coming at each other, they're coming at each other faster than if one of them stops. It's really a basic observation of reality, right? Here, this is saying that if I'm racing at a light beam and you're standing still relative to the source, we'll measure the same exact speed of light. Very strange. And he gets to relativity by saying, well, what's speed? Speed is distance, it's space over time. It's how far you travel. It's the space you travel in a certain duration of time. And he said, well, I bet something must be wrong then with space and time. So this is an enormous leap. He's willing to give up the absolute character of space and time in favor of keeping the speed of light constant.
How was he able to intuit a world of curved space-time? I think it's like one of the most special leaps in human history, right? Because
it's amazing.
It's very, very, very difficult to make that kind of leap.
I'll tell you, it took me, I think, a long time I can't say this is how he got there exactly. It's not as though I study the historical accounts or his description of his internal states. This is more, having learned the subject, how I try to tell people how to get there in a few short steps. One is to start with the equivalence principle, which he called the happiest thought of his life. And the equivalence principle comes pretty early on in his thinking. And it starts with something like this. Like right now, I think I'm feeling gravity because I'm sitting in this chair and I feel the pressure of the chair and it's stopping me from falling. And I lie down in a bed and I feel heavy on the bed, and I think of that as gravity. Einstein has a beautiful ability to remove all of these extraneous factors, including atoms. So let's imagine instead that you're in an elevator and you feel heavy on your feet because the floor of the elevator is resisting your fall. But I want to remove the elevator. What does the elevator have to do with fundamental properties of gravity? So I cut the cable. Now I'm falling, but the elevator is falling at the same rate as me. So now I'm floating in the elevator. And if this happened to me, if I woke up in this state of falling or floating in the elevator, I might not know if I was in empty space, just floating, or if I was falling around the earth. They're equivalent situations. I would not be able to tell the difference. Actually, when I get rid of the elevator in this way by cutting the cable, I'm actually experiencing weightlessness. And that weightlessness is the purest experience of gravity. And so this idea of falling is actually fundamental. It's how we talk about it all the time. The Earth is in a free fall around the sun. It's actually falling. It's not firing engines, right? It's just falling all the time, but it's just cruising so fast.
So actually, you just said so many profound things. So one of them is really one of the ways to experience space-time is to be falling.
To be falling. That is the purest experience of gravity. The experience of gravity, unfettered, uninterrupted by atoms, is weightlessness.
Yeah.
That observation, no, it has an unhappy ending, the elevator story, right? Because of atoms again. That's the fault of the atoms in your body interacting electromagnetically with the crust of the earth or the bottom of the building or whatever it is. But this period of free fall, so the first observation is that is the purest experience of gravity. Now I can convince you that things fall along curved paths, because I could take a pen, and if I throw it, we both know it's going to follow an arc. And it's going to follow an arc until atoms interfere again and it hits the ground. But while it's in free fall, experiencing gravity at its purest, what the Einsteinian description would say is it is following the natural curve in space-time inscribed by the Earth. So the Earth's mass and shape curves the paths in space, and then those curvatures tell you how to fall, the paths along which you should fall when you're falling freely. And so the Earth has found itself on a free fall that happens to be a closed circle. But it's actually falling. The International Space Station uses this principle all the time. They get the space station up there, and then they turn off the engines. Can you imagine how expensive it would be if they had to fuel that thing at all times, right? They turn off the engines. They're just falling.
Yeah, they're falling.
And they're not that far up. There are certainly people sometimes say, oh, they're so far away they don't feel gravity. Oh, absolutely. If you stopped the space station, it's going like 17,500 miles an hour, something like that. If you were to stop that, it would drop like a stone right to the Earth. So they're in a state of constant free fall. And they're falling along a curved path. And that curved path is a result of curving space-time.
And that particular curved path is calculated in such a way that it curves onto itself, so you're orbiting.
Right. So it has to be cruising at a certain speed. So once you get it at that cruising speed, you turn off the engines.
But yeah, to be able to visualize at the beginning of the 20th century, that free falling in curved space-time. Boy, the human mind is capable of things. I mean, some of that is constructing thought experiments that collide with our understanding of reality. Maybe in the collisions and the contradictions, you try to think of extreme thought experiments that exacerbate that contradiction and see, like, okay, is there another model that can incorporate this? To be able to do that, I mean, it's kind of inspiring, because there's certain theories where you're like, okay, I just explained like a big elephant in the room here that everybody just kind of didn't even think about.
Right.
Like, there could be, for stuff we know about in physics, there could be stuff like that for the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, yeah, okay. Everyone's like in polite company. It's like, yeah. Somehow it started.
Right.
Nobody knows.
I find it wild that that's so elusive.
Yeah, it's strange. In the lab,
It's
you can't
strange that
replicate.
it's so elusive.
I think it's a general relativity thing. There's going to be something. It's going to involve aliens and wormholes and dimensions that we don't quite understand, or some field that's bigger than, like, it's possible, maybe not. It's possible that it's a field that is different, that will feel fundamentally different from chemistry and biology. It'll be maybe through physics. Again, maybe the key to the origin of life is in physics. And the same there, it's like a weird neighbor is consciousness. It's like, all right.
A weird neighbor, yeah.
It's like, okay, so we all know that life started on Earth somehow. Nobody knows how. We all know that we're conscious. We have a subjective experience of things. Nobody understands.
Right.
So people have ideas and so on.
Right.
But it's such a dark sort of, we're entering a dark room where a bunch of people are whispering about, like, hey, what's in this room? But nobody has a effing clue. So, and then somebody comes along with a general relativity kind of conception where, like, it reconceives everything. And you're like,
It's like a watershed moment.
Yeah, it's there. And until
it's there,
we're living in a time until that theory comes along. It'll be obvious in retrospect, but right now we're...
Right. Well, it was obvious to no one that space-time was curved, but even Newton understood something wasn't right. So he knew there was something missing. And I think that's always fascinating when we're in a situation where we're pressure testing our own ideas. He did something remarkable, Newton did, with his theory of gravity, just understanding that the same phenomenon was at work with the Earth around the sun as the apple falling from the tree. That's insane. That's a huge leap. Understanding that mass, inertial mass, what makes something hard to push around, is the same thing that feels gravity, at least in the Newtonian picture, in that simple way. Unbelievable leap. Absolutely genius. But he didn't like that the apple fell from the tree even though the Earth wasn't touching it.
Yeah, the action distance thing.
The action at a distance there.
That is weird too.
Well, but
that is a really weird one.
It's really weird. But see, Einstein solves that. Relativity solves that. Because it says the Earth created the curve in space. The apple wants to fall freely along it. The problem is the tree's in the way. The tree's the problem. The tree's actually accelerating the apple. It's keeping it away from its natural state of weightlessness in a gravitational field. And as soon as the tree lets go of it, the apple will simply fall along the curve that exists.
I would love it if somebody went back to Newton's time
and told him all this.
Probably some hippie would be like, it's a gravity is just the curvature in space time, man. I wonder if he would be able to. I don't think there's every idea has its time. He might not even be able to load that in. I mean, sometimes even the greatest geniuses, you can't.
It's too out of context.
You need to be standing on the shoulders of giants and on the shoulders of those giants and so on.
I heard that Newton used that as an unkind remark to his competitor Hooke.
Oh, no. The people talk shit even back then.
Yeah, trash talking.
It's one of the hilarious things about humans in general, but scientists too, like these huge minds. There's these moments in history where you'll see this in universities, but everywhere else too. Like you have gigantic minds, obviously also coupled with everybody has an ego. And like sometimes it's just the same soap opera that played out amongst humans everywhere else. And so you're thinking about the biggest cosmological objects and forces and ideas, and you're still like jealous. And
right. I know.
Your office is bigger than my office.
I know.
This chair, or maybe you got married to this person that I was always in love with. The betrayal was something.
Right. The one woman in the department.
Yeah, the one woman in the department. Yeah. And it's just, but that is also the fuel of innovation, that jealousy, that tension.
Well, you know the expression, I'm sure, the battles are so bitter in academia because the stakes are so low.
That's a beautiful way to phrase it. But also, we shouldn't forget, I love seeing that even in academia because it's humanity. The silliness, there's a degree to academia where the reason you're able to think about some of these grand ideas is because you still allow yourself to be childlike.
Oh, yeah.
There's a childlike nature to be asked a big question.
Oh,
but children can also be like...
Children.
so like, you don't... I think when in a corporate context and maybe the world forces you to behave, you're supposed to be a certain kind of way. There's some aspects, and it's a really beautiful aspect to preserve and to celebrate in academia, is like you're just allowed to be childlike in your curiosity, in your exploration. You're just exploring, asking the biggest questions. So.
The best scientists I know often ask the simplest questions. They're really, first of all, there's probably some confidence there, but also they're never going to lie to themselves that they understand something that they don't understand. So even this idea that Newton didn't understand the apple falling from the tree, had he lived another couple hundred of years, he would have invented relativity because he never would have lied to himself that he understood it. He would have kept asking this very simple question. And I think that there is this childlike beauty to that, absolutely.
Yeah, just some of the topics. I don't know why I'm stuck to those two topics of origin of life and consciousness. But
I'll talk about this.
Some of the most brilliant people I know are stuck, just like with Newton. and Einstein, they're stuck on that. This doesn't make sense. I know a bunch of brilliant biologists, physicists, chemists that's thinking about the origin of life. They're like, this doesn't. I know how evolution works. I know how the biological systems work, how genetic information propagates, but like this part, the singularity at the beginning doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
We don't understand. We can't create it in a lab. They're bothered every single day. They're bothered by it, and that being bothered by that tension, by that gap in knowledge is, that's the catalyst. That's the fuel.
That's the catalyst
for the
discovery.
The discovery.
Yeah, absolutely. The discovery is going to come because somebody couldn't sleep at night and couldn't rest.
So in that way, I think black holes are a kind of portal into some of the biggest mysteries of our universe. So it's a good terrain on which to explore these ideas. So can you speak about some of the mysteries that the black holes present us with?
Yeah, I think it's important to separate the idea that there are these astrophysical states that become black holes from being synonymous with black holes, because black holes are kind of this larger idea, and they might have been made primordially when the Big Bang happened. And there's something flawless about black holes that makes them fundamental, unlike anything else. So they're flawless in the sense that you can completely understand a black hole by looking at just its charge, electric charge, its mass, and its spin. And every black hole with that charge, mass, and spin is identical to every other black hole. You can't be like, oh, that one's mine, I recognize it. It has this little feature, and that's how I know it's mine. They're featureless. You try to put Mount Everest on a black hole, and it will shake it off in these gravitational waves. It will radiate away this imperfection until it settles down to be a perfect black hole again. So there's something about them that is unlike, and another reason why I don't like to call them objects in a traditional sense, unlike anything else in the universe that's macroscopic. It's kind of a little bit more like a fundamental particle. So an electron is described by a certain short list of properties: charge, mass, spin, maybe some other quantum numbers. That's what it means to be an electron. There's no electron that's a little bit different. You can't recognize your electron. They're all identical in that sense. And so in some very abstract way, black holes share something in common with microscopic fundamental particles. And so what they tell us about the fundamental laws of physics can be very profound. And it's why even theoretical physicists, mathematical physicists, not just astronomers who use telescopes, they rely on the black hole as a terrain to perform their thought experiments. And it's because there's something fundamental about them.
Yeah, general relativity means quantum mechanics, means
And
singularity. And sadly, heartbreakingly so, it's out of reach for experiment at this moment, but it's within reach for theoretical.
It's in reach for thought experiments.
For thought experiments.
Which are quite beautiful.
Well, on that topic, I have to ask you about the paradox, the information paradox of black holes. What is it?
So this is what catapulted Hawking's fame. When he was a young researcher, he was thinking about black holes and wanted to just add a little smidge of quantum mechanics, just a little smidge. Wasn't going for full-blown quantum gravity, but kind of just asking, well, what if I allowed this nothing, this vacuum, this empty space around the event horizon? The star's gone, there's nothing there. What if I allowed it to possess sort of ordinary quantum properties, just a little tiny bit, nothing dramatic. Don't go crazy. And one of the properties of the vacuum that is intriguing is this idea that you can never see the vacuum's actually completely empty. We talked about Heisenberg, but the Heisenberg uncertainty principle really kicked off a lot of quantum mechanical thinking. It says that you can never exactly know a particle's position simultaneously with its motion, with its momentum. You can know one or the other pretty precisely, but not both precisely. And the uncertainty isn't a lack of ability that we'll technologically overcome. It's foundational. So it's that there's, in some sense, when it's in a precise location, it is fundamentally no longer in a precise motion. And that uncertainty principle means I can't precisely say a particle is exactly here, but it also means I can't say it's not. Okay. And so it led to this idea that what do I mean by a vacuum? Because I can't 100% precisely know. In fact, there's not really meaningful to say that there's zero particles here. And so what you can say, however, is you can say, well, maybe particles kind of froth around in this seething quantum sea of the vacuum. Maybe two particles come into existence and they're entangled in such a way that they cancel out each other's properties. So they have the properties of the vacuum. They don't destroy the kind of properties of the vacuum because they cancel out each other's spin, maybe each other's charge, maybe things like that. But they kind of froth around. They come, they go, they come, they go. And that's what we really think is the best that empty space can do in a quantum mechanical universe. Now, if you add an event horizon, which, as we said, is really fundamentally what a black hole is, that's the most important feature of a black hole. The event horizon, if the particles are created slightly on either side of that event horizon, now you have a real problem. Okay. Now the pair has been separated by this event horizon. Now they can both fall in, that's okay. But if one falls in and the other doesn't, it's stuck. It can't go back into the vacuum because now it has a charge or it has a spin or it has something that's no longer the property of that vacuum it came from. It needs its pair to disappear. Now it's stuck. It exists. It's like you've made it real. So in a sense, the black hole steals one of these virtual particles and forces the other to live. And if it'll escape, radiate out to infinity, and look like, to an observer far away, that the black hole has actually radiated a particle. And the particle did not emanate from inside. It came from the vacuum. It stole it from empty space, from the nothingness that is the black hole. Now, the reason why this is very tricky is because in the process, because of this separation on either side of the event horizon, the particle it absorbs, it has to do with the switching of space and time that we talked about, but the particle it absorbs, well, from the outside, you might say, oh, it had negative momentum, it was falling in. From the inside, you say, well, this is actually motion in time. This is energy. There's negative energy. And as it absorbs negative energy, its mass goes down. The black hole gets a little lighter. And as it continues to do this, the black hole really begins to evaporate. It does more than just radiate, it evaporates away. And it's intriguing because Hawking said, look, this is going to look thermal, meaning featureless. It's going to have no information in it. It's going to be the most informationless possibility you could possibly come up with when you're radiating particles. It's just going to look like a thermal distribution of particles, like a hot body. And the temperature is going to only tell you about the mass, which you could tell from outside the black hole anyway. You know the mass of the black hole from the outside. So it's not telling you anything about the black hole. It's got no information about the black hole. Now you have a real problem. And when he first said it, a lot of people described that not everyone understood how really naughty he was being. He did. But some people who love quantum mechanics were really annoyed. Okay, people like Lenny Susskind, Tuft, Nobel Prize winner, they were mad because it suggested something was fundamentally wrong with quantum mechanics, if it was right. And the reason why it says there's something fundamentally wrong with quantum mechanics is because quantum mechanics does not allow this. It does not allow quantum information to simply evaporate away and poof out of the universe and cease to exist. It's a violation of something called unitarity, but really the idea is it's the loss of quantum information that's intolerable. Quantum mechanics was built to preserve information. It's one of the sacred principles. As sacred as conservation of energy. In this example, more sacred. Because you can violate conservation of energy with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle a little tiny bit. But so sacred that it created what became coined as the black hole wars, where people were saying, look, general relativity is wrong, something's wrong with our thinking about the event horizon, or quantum mechanics isn't what we think it is. but the two are not getting along anymore. And just to tell you how dramatic it is, so the temperature goes down with the mass of the black hole, heavier a black hole, the cooler it is. So we don't see black holes evaporate, they're way too big. But as they get smaller and smaller, they get hotter and hotter. So as the black hole nears the end of this cycle of evaporating away, it takes a very long time, much longer than the age of the universe. It will be as though the curtain, the event horizon, is yanked up. Like it'll literally explode away. Just boom. And the event horizon, in principle, would be yanked up. Everything's gone. All that information that went into the black hole, all that sacred quantum stuff, gone. Poof. Okay, because it's not in the radiation, because the radiation has no information. And so it was an incredibly productive debate because in it are the signs of what will make gravity and quantum mechanics play nice together. Some quantum theory of gravity. Whatever these clues are, and they're hard to assemble. If you want a quantum gravity theory, it has to correctly predict the temperature of a black hole, the entropy of a black hole. It has to have all of these correct features. The black hole is the place on which we can test quantum gravity.
But it still has not been resolved.
It has not been fully resolved.
I looked up all the different ideas for the resolution. So there's the information loss, which is what you referred to.
Right.
It's perhaps the simplest, yet most radical resolution, is that information is truly lost. This would mean quantum mechanics, as we currently understand it, specifically unitarity, is incomplete or incorrect under these extreme gravitational conditions.
I'm unhappy with that. I would not be happy with information loss. I love that it's telling us that there's this crisis, because I do think it's giving us the clues. And we have to take them seriously.
For you, the gut is like
Unitarity is going to be preserved.
The quantum mechanics is
We have to come
holding
to the
strong.
rescue. As Lenny Susskind in his book Black Hole War says, his subtitle is My Battle with Stephen Hawking to Make the World Safe for Quantum Mechanics.
Quantum mechanics, I love it.
Something to that effect.
So then from string theory, one of the resolutions is called fuzzballs. I love physics so much. Originating from string theory, this proposal suggests that black holes aren't a singularity surrounded by empty space and an event horizon. Instead, they are horizonless, complex, tangled objects, aka fuzzballs, made of strings and brains roughly the size of the would-be event horizon.
Yeah.
There's no single point of infinite density and no true horizon to cross.
In some sense, it says there's no interior to the black hole. Nothing ever crosses. So I gave you this very nice story that there's no drama. Sometimes that's how it's described at the event horizon, and you fall through and there's nothing there. This other idea says, well, hold on a second. If it's really strings, as I get close to this magnifying quality and slowing time down near the event horizon, it is as though I put a magnifying glass on things, and now the strings aren't so microscopic. They kind of smear around, and then they get caught like a tangle around the event horizon, and they just actually never fall through. I don't think that either, but it was interesting.
So it's just adding a very large number of extra complex
degrees of freedom.
Yeah.
There are no teeny tiny marbles to fall through.
But it's similar to what we already have with quantum mechanics. It's just giving
it's really saying the interior's just not there ever. Nothing falls in, so the information gets out because it never went in the first place.
Oh, interesting. So there is a strong statement there.
There's a strong statement there, yeah.
Okay, so soft hair challenges the classical no-hair theorem by suggesting that black holes do possess subtle quantum, quote, hair. This isn't classical hair-like charge, but very low-energy quantum excitations, soft gravitons or photons at the event horizon that can store information about what fell in.
Worth trying, but I also don't think that that's the case. So the no-hair theorems are formal proofs that the black hole is this featureless, perfect fundamental particle that we talked about, that all you can ever tell about the black hole is its electrical charge, its mass, and its spin, and that it cannot possess other features. It has no hair, is one way of describing it. And that those are proven mathematical proofs in the context of general relativity. So the idea is, well, therefore I can know nothing about what goes into the black hole, so the information is lost. But if they could have hair, I could say that's my black hole, because it'd have features that I could distinguish, and it could encode the information that went in this way. And the event horizon isn't so serious, isn't such a stark demarcation between events inside and outside, and where I can't know what happened inside or outside. And I don't think that's the resolution either, but it was worth a shot.
Okay, the pros and cons of that one. The pros, it works within the framework of quantum field theory in curved spacetime, potentially requiring less radical modifications than fuzzballs or information loss. Recent work by Hawking, Perry, strongly revitalized this idea. The cons is that the precise mechanism by which information is encoded and transferred to the radiation is still debated and technically challenging to work out fully, and indeed it needs to store a vast amount of information. Okay, another one, this is a weird one, boy, is ER equals EPR.
This is probably it then.
Oh boy. So ER equals EPR is Einstein-Rosen bridge equals Einstein-Sadowski-Rosen bridge posits a deep connection between quantum entanglement and space-time geometry, specifically Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly known as wormholes. It suggests that entangled particles are connected by a non-traversable wormhole, so tiny wormholes connected. Okay.
I can say that this is not a situation where we can follow the chalk. We can't start at the beginning and calculate to the end. So it's still a conjecture. I think it's very profound though. I kind of imagine Juan Maldacena, who's part of this, with Lenny Susskind. They were kind of like, oh, it's like ER equals EPR. They couldn't even formulate it properly. It was like an intuition that they had kind of landed on and now are trying to formalize. But to take a step back, one way of thinking about ER equals EPR, you have to talk about holography first. And holography, both Juan Maldacena really formalized it, Lenny Susskind suggested it. The idea of a black hole hologram is that all of the information in the black hole, whatever it is, whatever, entropy as a measure of information, whatever the entropy of the black hole is, which is telling you how much information is hidden in there, how much information you don't have direct access to, in some sense, is completely encoded in the area of the black hole. Meaning, as the area grows, the entropy grows. It does not grow as the volume. This actually turns out to be really, really important. If I tried to pack a lot of information into a volume, more information than I could pack, let's say, on the surface of a black hole, I would simply make a black hole. And I would find out, I can't have more information than I could fit on the surface. So Lenny coined this a hologram. People who take it very seriously say, well, again, maybe the interior of the black hole just doesn't exist. It's a holographic projection of this two-dimensional surface. In fact, maybe I should take it all the way and say, so are we.
Mm-hmm.
The whole universe is a holographic projection of a lower dimensional surface. Right? And so people have struggled, nobody's really landed it, to find a universe version of it. Oh, maybe there's a boundary to the universe where all the information is encoded, and this entire three-dimensional reality that's so compelling and so convincing is actually just a holographic projection. Juan Maldacena did something absolutely brilliant. It's the most highly cited paper in the history of physics. It was published in the late 90s. It has a very opaque title that would not lead you to believe it's as revelatory as it is. But he was able to show that a universe like in a box with gravity in it, it's not the same universe we observe, doesn't matter, it's just a hypothetical called an anti-de Sitter space. This universe in a box, it has gravity, it has black holes, it has everything gravity can do in it. On its boundary is a theory with no gravity, a universe that can be described with no gravity at all, so no black holes, and no information loss problem. And they're equivalent. That the interior universe in a box is a holographic projection of this quantum mechanics on the boundary. Pure quantum mechanics, purely unitary, no loss of information. None of this stuff could possibly be true. There can't be loss of information if this dictionary really works. If the interior is a hologram, a projection of the boundary. I know that's a lot.
Yeah. So there's some mathematics there, there's physics, and then there's trying to conceal what that actually means practically for us.
Well, what it would mean for us is that information can't be lost, even if we don't know how to show it in the description in which there are black holes. It means it can't possibly be lost because it's equivalent to this description with no gravity in it at all, no event horizons, no black holes, just quantum mechanics. So it really strongly suggested that quantum mechanics was going to win in this battle, but it didn't show exactly how it was going to win. So then comes ER equals EPR. a visual way to imagine what this means. So ER has to do with little wormholes. EPR, Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen, has to do with quantum entanglement. The idea was, well, maybe the stuff that's interior to the black hole is quantum entangled, like EPR, quantum entangled, with the Hawking radiation outside the black hole that's escaping. And that quantum entanglement is what allows you to extract the information, because it's not actually physically moving from the interior to the exterior. It's just subtle quantum entanglement. And in fact, I can kind of think of the entire black hole. If I look at it, it looks like a solid shadow cast on the sky, some region of space-time. If I look at it very closely, I will see, oh no, it's actually sewn from these quantum wormholes, like embroidered. And so when I get up close, it's almost as though the event horizon isn't the fundamental feature on the space-time. The fundamental feature is the quantum entanglement, embroidering the event horizon.
The embroidering is just tiny wormholes. So the quantum entanglement is when two particles are connected at arbitrary distances.
And they're connected by a wormhole.
And in this case, they would be connected by a wormhole.
Mm-hmm. So the reason why that's helpful, it helps you connect the interior to the exterior without trying to pass through the event horizon.
The cons of this theory is highly conceptual and abstract. The exact mechanism for information retrieval via these non-traversable wormholes is not fully understood. Primarily explored in theoretical toy models. Whoa, Gemini going hard. Theoretical toy models like the anti-de Sitter space-time rather than realistic black holes.
True. We do what we can do in baby steps.
So another idea to resolve the information paradox is firewalls. Proposed by Ameri, Maroff, Polchinski, and Sully, AMPS. This is a more drastic scenario arising from analyzing the entanglement requirements of Hawking radiation to preserve unitarity and avoid information loss. They argued that the entanglement structure requires the event horizon not to be smooth, not to be the smooth, unremarkable place predicted by general relativity, the equivalence principle. Instead, it must be a highly energetic region, a, quote, firewall that incinerates anything attempting to cross it. Okay, so yeah, that's a nice solution. Just destroy everything that crosses the... do you find this at all a convincing resolution to the information?
I would say the firewall papers were fascinating and were very provocative and very important in making progress. I don't even think the authors of those papers thought firewalls were real. I think they were saying, look, we've been brushing too much under the rug. And if you look at the evaporation process, it's even worse than what you thought previously. It's so bad that I can't get away with some of these prior solutions that I thought I could get away with. There was a kind of duality idea or a complementarity idea that, oh, well, maybe one person thinks they fell in, one person thinks they never fell in, and that's okay. You know, no big deal. They sort of exposed flaws in these kind of approaches, and it actually reinvigorated the campaign to find a solution. So it stopped it from stalling. I don't think anyone really believes that at the event horizon you'll find a firewall. But it did lead to things like the entangled wormholes embroidering a black hole, which is was born out of an attempt to address the concerns that AMPS raised. So it did lead to progress.
So for you, the resolution would...
I'm going back to the vacuum, the empty space, the beautiful event horizon.
Yep.
I'll give up locality, meaning that I will allow things to be connected non-locally by a wormhole.
So that is the weirdest thing you're willing to allow for, which is arbitrary distance connection of particles through a wormhole. But quantum mechanics must be preserved.
I'll entertain pretty weird things, but I think that's the one that sounds promising. The implications are so dramatic because this is why you start to hear things like, wait a minute, if the event horizon only exists when it's sewn out of these quantum threads, does that mean that gravity is fundamentally quantum mechanics? Not that gravity and quantum mechanics get along, and I have a quantum gravity theory, and I now know how to quantize gravity. Actually, something much more dramatic. Gravity is just kind of emerging from this quantum description, that gravity isn't fundamental. And what is the only thing that we have when we go rock bottom, when we go deeper and deeper, smaller and smaller, is quantum mechanics. So all of this, like space-time looks nice and smooth and continuous, but if I look at the quantum realm, I'll see everything sewn together out of quantum threads. And that space-time is not a smooth continuum all the way down. Now, people already thought that, but they thought it kind of came in chunks of space-time. Instead, maybe it's just quantum mechanics all the way down.
Quantum threads, so these entangled particles connected by wormholes.
Yeah.
So that's how would you even visualize a black hole in that way? So it's all, it's all sort of from our perspective in terms of detecting things, the light going in, it's all still the same. But when you zoom in a lot.
When you zoom in a lot to the quantum mechanical scale at which you're seeing the Hawking radiation, you would be noticing that there's some entanglement between the radiation that I could not explain before and the interior of the black hole. So it's now no longer a perfectly thermal spectrum with no features that only depends on the mass. It actually has a way to have an imprint of the information interior to the black hole in the particles that escape. And so now, in principle, I could sit there for a very long time, it might take longer than the age of the universe, and collect all the Hawking radiation and see that it actually had details in it that are going to explain to me what was interior to the black hole, so the information is no longer lost.
So information is not being destroyed, so in theory you should be able to get information.
Now I can't do that anymore than I can recover the words on that piece of paper once it's been burnt, but that's a practical limitation, not a fundamental one. It's just too hard. But when I burn a piece of paper, technically the information is all there somewhere. It's in the smoke, it's in the currents, it's in the molecules, it's in the ink molecules. But in principle, if I took the age of the universe, I could probably reconstruct, I should be able to, in principle, reconstruct the piece of paper and all the words on it.
Do you think a theory of everything that unifies general relativity and quantum mechanics is possible? So we're like skirting around it.
Yeah, we're skirting around it. I think that this is the way to find that out. It's going to be on the train of black holes that we figure out if that's possible. I think that this is suggesting that there might not be a theory of quantum gravity, that gravity will emerge at a macroscopic level out of quantum phenomena. Now, we don't know how to do that yet, but these are all hints.
Emerge. So a lot of the mathematics of anything that emerges from complex systems is very difficult to...
The transition is very difficult, right?
So if that's the case, there might not be a simple, clean equation that connects everything.
There are examples of emergent phenomena which are very simple and clean. Like I can just take electromagnetic scattering, which is law of physics, where particles scatter just by electromagnetically. And I have a lot of them, and I have a lot of them in this room, and they come to some average. Well, I call that temperature.
This Aquarius,
and that one number, the fact that there's one number describing all of these gazillions of particles, is an emergent quantity. There's no particle that carries around this fundamental property called temperature, right? It emerges from the collective behavior of tons and tons of particles. In some sense, temperature is not a fundamental quantity. It's not a fundamental law of nature, right? It's just what happens from the collective behavior. And that's what we'd be saying. We'd be saying, oh, this emerges from the collective behavior of lots and lots and lots of quantum interactions.
So when do you think we would have some breakthroughs on the path towards theory of everything, showing that it's possible or impossible, all that kind of stuff? If we look at the 21st century, say you move 100 years into the future and looking back, when do you think the breakthroughs will come? So I'll give you some hard problems. I guess my question is, how hard is this problem? What does your gut say? Because, finding the origin of life, figuring out consciousness, solving some of the major diseases. Then there's the theory of everything, understanding this, resolving the information paradox. So these puzzles that are before us as a human civilization, physics, this feels like really one of the big ones. Of course, there could be other breakthroughs in physics that don't solve this.
Yeah, we could discover dark matter, dark energy. We could discover extra spatial dimensions. We could discover that those three things are linked, that there's like a dark sector to the universe that's hiding in these extra dimensions. And that's something that I love to work on. I think is really fascinating. All of those would also be clues about this question, but they wouldn't solve this problem. I think it's impossible to predict. There has been real progress, and the progress, as we've said, comes from the childlike curiosity of saying, well, I don't actually understand this. I'm going to keep leaning on it because I don't understand it. And then suddenly you realize nobody really understood it. So I don't know. Do I think it's a harder problem than the problem of the origin of life? I think it's technically a harder problem, but I don't know. Maybe the breakthrough will come.
So when you mentioned discovering extra dimensions, what do you mean? What could that possibly mean?
Well, we know that there are three spatial dimensions. We like to talk about time as a dimension. We can argue about whether that's the right thing to do. But we don't know why there are only three. It very well could be that there are extra spatial dimensions, that there's like a little origami of these tightly rolled up dimensions. Not all the models require that they're small, but most do. String theory requires extra dimensions to make sense, but even if you feel very hostile towards string theory, there are lots of reasons to consider the viability of extra dimensions. And we think that they can trap little quantum energies in such a way that might align with the dark energy. The numerology is not perfect. It's a little bit subtle. It's hard to stabilize them. It's possible that there are these kind of quantum excitations that look a lot like dark matter. It's kind of an interesting idea that in the Big Bang, the universe was born with lots of these dimensions. They were all kind of wrapped up in the early universe. What we're really trying to understand is why did 3 get so big? and why did the others stay so small?
Is it possible to have some kind of natural selection of dimensions kind of situation?
Yeah, there is, actually. And people have worked on that. Is there a reason why it's easier to unravel 3? Some people think about strings and brains wrapping up in the extra dimensions, causing a kind of constriction, but preferentially loosening up in 3. Sometimes we look at exactly models like that, which have to do with the origami being resistant to change in a certain way that only allows 3 to unravel and keeps the others really taut. But then there are other ideas that we're actually living on a 3-dimensional membrane that moves through these higher dimensions. And so the reason we don't notice them isn't because they're small. Maybe they're not small at all. But it's because we're stuck to this membrane. So we're unaware of these extra directions.
Is it possible that there's other intelligent alien civilizations out there that are operating on a different membrane? This is a bit of an out there question, but I ask it more kind of seriously. Like, is it possible, do you think, from a physics perspective, to exist on a slice of what the universe is capable of?
I think it is certainly mathematically possible on paper to imagine a higher dimensional universe with more than one membrane. And if things are mathematically possible, I often wonder if nature will try it out.
Yeah.
Which is how people get into the strange territory of talking about a multiverse. Because if you start to say, one of the aspirations was, in the same way that we identified the law of electroweak theory of matter, that it was a single description and exactly landed on the description that matched observations, people were hoping the same thing would happen for a kind of theory that also incorporated gravity. There would be this one beautiful law, but instead it had proliferation, all of which did okay or did equally badly. And they suddenly had trouble not only finding a single one, but sort of that would just beg a new question, which is, well, why that one? And if nature can do something, won't she do anything she can try? And so maybe we really are just one example in an infinite sea of possible universes with slightly different laws of physics. So if I can do some of these things on paper, like imagine a higher dimensional space in which I'm confined to a brain and there's another brain, or maybe a whole array of them, maybe nature's tried that out somewhere. Maybe that's been tried out here. And then, yes, is it possible that there's life and civilizations on those other brains? Yeah, but we can't communicate with them. They'd be like in a shadow space.
Can you seriously say we can't communicate with them?
Well,
so
no, that's fair. I'm limited in my communication
Right.
because I'm glued to the brain, but some things can move. We call the bulk, through the bulk. Gravity, for instance, a gravitational wave. So I could design a gravitational communication system.
Yeah.
And I could send gravitational waves through the bulk. And how SETI's doing with light into space, I could send signals into the bulk,
Nice.
telling them where we are and what we do, and
Of course,
singing songs.
sending gravitational waves is very expensive. We don't know how to.
Very expensive, very hard to localize. They tend to be long wavelength and very hard to do. A lot of energy moving around.
So is it possible that the membranes are quote unquote hairy in other ways, like some kind of weird?
It is possible that there's other
thing.
things that live in the bulk. I mean, last night I was calculating away,
Okay.
looking at something that lives in the bulk.
Okay, this is fascinating. So, I mean, okay, can we take a little bit more seriously about the whole? When I look out there at the stars,
Mm-hmm.
I, from a basic intuition, cannot possibly imagine there's not just alien civilizations everywhere.
Yeah.
Life is so damn good. Like you said, nature tries stuff out.
Yeah. Nature's an experimenter.
And I just can't, just basic sort of observation, life, you said somewhere that you like extremophiles. Life
Oh, yeah.
just figures shit out.
Yeah.
It just finds a way to survive. Now, there could be something magical about the origin of life, the first spark, but like I can't even see that. It's just over and over and over. I bet actually once the story is fully told and figured out, life originated on Earth almost right away and did this so like billions of times in multiple places, just over and over and over and over. That seems to be the thing that just whatever is the life force behind this whole thing seems to create life, seems to be a creator of different sorts.
Yeah.
The very from the very original primordial soup of things, it just creates stuff. I just can't imagine. Well, we don't see the alien, so
Right, yeah. We don't even have to go to something as crazy as extra dimensions and brain worlds and all of that. What's happening right now in the past 30 years in astronomy, looking at real objects, is that the number of planets, exoplanets outside our solar system has absolutely proliferated. There are probably more planets in the Milky Way galaxy than there are stars. And now we have a real quandary. I don't think it's quandary. I think it's really exciting. It becomes impossible. What you just said, I totally agree with. It becomes impossible to imagine that life was not sparked somewhere else in our Milky Way galaxy, and maybe even in our local neighborhood of the Milky Way galaxy, maybe within a few hundred light years of the of our solar system.
So my gut says like some crazy amount of solar systems have life, bacterial life somewhere at some point in their history had some bacterial type of life. Something like bacterial, maybe it's totally different kinds of life.
Mm-hmm.
So then I'm just facing with the questions like, why have we not clearly seen alien civilizations? And the answer, I don't find any great filter answer convincing. There's just no way I can imagine an advanced alien civilization not avoiding its own destruction. I can see a lot of them getting into trouble. I can see how we humans are really like 50-50 here.
Well, isn't that kind of appalling? I mean, just take that statement. We've only been around for a couple 100,000 years tops, that is not very long. And we're at a 50-50. I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, it's indisputable that we have created the means, at least potentially, for our own destruction. Will we learn from our mistakes? Will we avert course and save ourselves? One hopes so, right? But even the concept that it's conceivable, whales have not invented a way to kill themselves, to wipe out all whales and Earth and life on Earth.
That's one way to see it, but I actually see it as a feature, not a bug, when you look at the entirety of the universe, because it does seem that the mechanism of evolution constantly creates. You want to operate on the verge of destruction, it seems like. I mean, the predator and prey dynamic is really effective at at accelerating evolution and development. It seems like us being able to destroy ourselves is a really powerful way to give us a chance to really get our shit together and to flourish, to develop, to innovate, to go out amongst the stars, or 50-50 destroy ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But like, which I think me as a human is a horrible thing. But if there's a lot of other alien civilizations, that's a pretty cool thing. You want to give everybody nuclear weapons. Half of them will figure it out, half of them won't. And the ones
You mean
that figure
everyone,
it out,
all these civilizations?
all these civilizations.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ones that figure it out will figure out some incredible technologies about how to expand, how to develop, and all that kind of stuff.
Right. You could use a kind of evolutionary Darwinian natural selection on that, where survival isn't just in a harsh, naturally induced climate change, but is because of a nuclear holocaust. And so, and then something will be created that is now impervious to that now knows how to survive.
Yep, exactly. So why haven't we seen them?
Right. Well, because that's a pretty big bar. So if you look at just to say, for a comparison, dinosaurs, 250 million years. I mean, maybe not very bright. Didn't invent fire, didn't write sonnets. They didn't contemplate the origin of the universe, but they lived. And in a benign situation without confronting their own demise at their own hands. Paws, hooves. So it's just a sheer numbers game. That's a long time, 250 million years. I do think, though, that life can flourish without wanting to manipulate its environment, and that we do see many examples of species on Earth that are very long-lived, very, very long-lived, and have very different states of consciousness. They have the jellyfish does not even have a localized brain. I don't think they have a heart or blood. I mean, they're really different from us. Okay? And that's what I think we have to start thinking about when we think about aliens. Those species have lived for a very, very long time. They even show some evidence of immortality. You can wound one badly, and there are certain jellyfish that will go back into a kind of pre-state and start over. So I think we're very attached to imagining creatures like us that manipulate technology. And I think we have to be way more imaginative if we're going to really take seriously life in the universe.
Yeah, they might not prioritize conquest and expansion.
Mm-hmm.
They might not be violent.
Mm-hmm. They might not be violent.
Like us humans.
They might be solitary. They might not be social. They might not move in groups. They might not want to leave records. They might, again, not have a localized brain or have a completely different kind of nervous system. I think all we can say about life is that it has something to do with moving electrons around. And like neurologically, we move electrons through our nervous system. Our brain has electrical configurations. We metabolize food, and that has to do with getting energy, electrical energy in some sense, out of what we're eating. And we have organisms on the earth that can eat rocks. It's quite amazing. Minerals. I mean, talk about extremophiles. They can metabolize things that I would have thought were impossible to metabolize. And so, again, I think we have to kind of open our minds to how strange that could be. And how different from us. And we are the only example, even here on Earth, that does manipulate its environment in that extreme way.
I mean, can you think of life as you said, electrons? Is there some degree of information processing required? I feel like it does something interesting, in quotes, with information.
I think there are arguments like that. How entropy is changing from the beginning of the universe to today, how life lowers entropy by organizing things, but it costs more as a whole system. So the whole entropy of the whole system goes up. But of course, I organized things today and reduced the entropy of certain things in order to get up and get here. And even having this conversation, organizing thoughts out of the cloud of information, but it comes at the cost of the entire system increasing entropy. So I do think there's probably a very interesting way to talk about life in this way. I'm sure somebody has.
Yeah, it creates local pockets of low entropy, and then the kind of mechanism, the kind of object, the kind of life form that could do that probably could take arbitrary forms. And you could think, now, if you can reduce it all to information, now you can start to think about physics. And in the realm of physics with the multiverse and all this kind of stuff, you could start to think about, okay, how do I detect those pockets of low entropy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, people have tried to make arguments like that. Like, can I look for entropic arguments that might suggest we've done this before? The Big Bang has happened before.
So is it possible that there's some kind of physics explanation why we haven't seen the aliens? Like we said, membranes.
I don't think membranes is going to explain why we don't see them in the Milky Way. I think that is just a problem we're stuck with. Whether or not there are extra dimensions or whether or not there's life in another membrane, I think we know that even just in our galaxy, which is a very small part of the universe, 300 billion stars, something like that, a whole kind of variety of possibilities to be explored by nature in the same way that we're describing it. And I think you're absolutely right. When life was kicked off, first sparked here on Earth, it was voracious. Now, it took a really long time, though, to get to multicellularity. Yeah. I think that's interesting.
That's weird.
It's weird. It took a really, really long time to become multicellular. But it did not take long just to start.
Yeah, what do you think is the hardest thing on the chain of leaps that got to humans?
I would say multicellularity, which is strictly an energy problem, I think. Again, it's just like, can electrons flow the right way? And is it energetically favorable for multicellularity to exist? Because if it's energetically expensive, it's not going to succeed. And if it's energetically favorable, it's going to take off. It's really just, and that's why I also think that going from inanimate to animate is probably gray. Like, the transition is gray. At what point we call something fully alive? Famously, it's hard to make a nice list of bullet points that need to be met in order to declare something alive. Is a virus alive? I don't know. Is a prion alive? They seem to do some things, but they kind of rely on stealing other DNA and replicating, and I don't know. I guess they're not alive. But I mean, the point is that it really, at the end of the day, I really think it's just, you asked if it's just physics. I mean, I think it's just these rules of energetics.
And the gray area between the non-living and the living is way simpler just on Earth. And you said it's already complicated on Earth, but it's probably even more complicated elsewhere, where the chemistry could be anything.
Carbon is really cool and really useful.
Yes,
because it finds a lot. It's nice. It finds a lot of ways to combine with other things, and that's complexity. And complexity is the kind of thing you need for life. You can't have a very simple linear chain and expect to get life. But I don't know. Maybe sulfur would do okay.
Okay, as we get progressively towards crazier and crazier ideas, so we talked about these microscopic wormholes, which, you know, my mind is still blown away by that. But if we talk about a little bit more seriously about wormholes in general, also called Einstein-Rosen bridges, to what degree do you think they're actually possible as a thing to study, creeping towards the possibility, maybe centuries from now, of engineering ways of using them, of creating wormholes and using them for transportation of human-like organisms?
I think wormholes are a perfectly valid construction to consider. They're just a curve in space-time. topologically, which has to do with the connectedness of the space, is a little tricky because we know that Einstein's description is completely in terms of local curves and distortions, expansion, contraction, but it doesn't say anything about the global connectedness of the space. Because he knew that it could be globally connected on the largest scales. This kind of origami that we're talking about, that you could travel in a straight line through the universe, leave our galaxy behind, watch the Virgo cluster drift behind us, and travel in a straight line as possible, and find ourselves coming back again to the Virgo cluster, and eventually the Milky Way, and eventually the Earth, that we could find ourselves on a connected, compact space-time. And so topologically, there's something we know for sure, something beyond Einstein's theory that has to explain that to us. Now, wormholes are a little funky because they're topological. You know, they create these handles and holes in these sneaky, by topological, I mean these connected spaces. And
Yeah, it's like Swiss cheese or
like
something.
Swiss cheese, and so I could have, I could have two like flat sheets that are connected by a wormhole, but then wrap around on the largest scale, all this cool stuff. There's nothing wrong with it as far as I can see. There's nothing abusive towards the laws about a wormhole, but we can reverse engineer. We were saying, oh, look, if I know how matter and energy are distributed, I can predict how space-time is curved. I can reverse engineer. I can say, I want to build a curved space-time like a wormhole. What matter and energy do I need to do that? It's a simple process, and it's the kind of thing Kip Thorne worked on, very imaginative, creative person. And the problem was that he said, here's the bummer. The matter and energy you need doesn't seem to be like anything we've ever seen before. It has to have like negative energy. And that's not great. There are some conjectures that we shouldn't allow things that have that kind of a property, that have negative energies. Only things that have positive energies are going to be stable and long-lived. But we actually know of quantum examples of negative energy. It's not that crazy. There's something called the Casimir effect. You have two metal plates and put them really close together. You can see this kind of quantum fluctuation between the plates. It's called a Casimir energy, and that can have a negative energy. It can actually cause the plates to attract or repel depending on how they're configured. And so you could kind of imagine doing something like that, like having wormholes propped up by these kinds of quantum energies. And people have thought of imaginative configurations to try to keep them propped up. Are we at the point of me saying, oh, this is an engineering problem? I'm not saying that quite yet, but it's certainly plausible.
Yeah, so you have to get a lot of this kind of weird matter.
You need a lot of this weird matter to send a person through.
Right.
And that's going to be really challenging. So I'm not saying it's simply an engineering problem, but it's all within the realm of plausible physics, I think.
I think that's super interesting. I think it's obviously intricately and deeply connected to black holes.
Mm.
Is it fair to think of wormholes as just two black holes that are connected somehow?
People have looked at that. They tend to be non-traversable wormholes. They're not trying to prop them open. But yeah, I mean, some of this ER equals EPR quantum entanglement, they're trying to connect black holes. It's really cool. It's not quite following the chalk. And by that I mean we can't exactly start at a concrete place, calculate all the way to the end yet.
So if I may read off some of the ideas that Kip Thorne has had about how to artificially construct wormholes. So the first method involves quantum mechanics and the concept of quantum foam. And this is the thing we've been talking about. Now, to create a wormhole, these tiny wormholes would need to be enlarged and stabilized to be useful for travel. But the exact method of doing this remains entirely theoretical. No shit, you think so? So these tiny wormholes that are basically for the quantum entanglement of the particles somehow enlarged. Man, playing with the topology of the Swiss cheese would be so interesting. Even to get a hint. That would be like top three, if not maybe even number one question for me to ask. If I got a chance to ask
an omniscient
being of like a question they can get an answer to,
mm-hmm.
maybe with some visualization,
mm-hmm.
like the shape, the topology of the universe.
Yeah.
But like I need some details.
Right.
Unfortunately, I'll get an answer that I can't possibly comprehend.
Right. It's a hyperbolic manifold that's identified across. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You need to be able to ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be so interesting. Anyway, classical quantum strategy. The second approach combines classical physics with quantum effects. This method would require an advanced civilization to manipulate quantum gravity effects in ways we don't yet understand. There's a lot of
in ways we don't understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and then there's exotic matter requirements. There's a lot of.
But I can tell you,
stabilization.
I'm pretty sure all of them have in common the feature that they're saying, here's what I want my wormhole to look like first. So it's like saying I want to build a building first. So they construct, there's an architecture of the space-time that they're after. And then they reverse the Einstein equations to say what must matter and energy. What are the conditions that I impose on matter and energy to build this architecture?
Which is unfortunately a very early step of figuring out.
Right, but it's important because it's how they realized, oh, wow, they have to have these negative energies. They have to violate certain energy conditions that we often assume are true. And then you either say, oh, well, then all bets are off, they'll never exist, or you look a little harder and you say, well, I can violate that energy condition without it being that big a deal. And again, quantum mechanics often does violate those energy conditions.
So do you think the studying of black holes and some of the topics we've been talking about will allow us to travel faster than the speed of light, or travel close to the speed of light, or do some kind of really innovative breakthroughs on the propulsion technology we use for traveling in space?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I assign in an advanced general relativity class the assignment of inventing a warp drive. And it's kind of similar. So the idea is, here's a place you want to get to, and can you contract the space-time between you with something antithetical to dark energy, the opposite, and skip across, and then push it back out again. That's all. You can do that in the context of general relativity. Now, I can't find the energy that has these properties, but I also can't find dark energy. So we've already been confronted with something that we look at the space-time. The space-time is expanding ever faster. We say, what could possibly do that? We don't know what it is, but I can tell you about its pressure. I can tell you certain features about it. And I just call it dark energy, but I actually have no idea. It's just, that name's just a proxy for what this, it should be called invisible because it's not actually dark. It's in this room. It's not hard to see through. It's not dark. It's literally invisible. So maybe that was a misnomer. But the point being, I still don't fundamentally know what it is. That's not so terrible. That's the state of the world that we're actually in. So maybe warp drive is just kind of like a version of that. I don't know what form of matter can do that yet, but at least I can identify the features that are needed.
So figuring out what dark energy is might land some clues.
Yeah, it might. It is positive energy and a negative pressure, which is kind of like a rubber band sort of quality. We think pressure is pushing things outward, and dark energy has a very strange sort of quality that as things move outward, you feel more energy as opposed to less energy. The energy doesn't get lower, it gets more. And but it doesn't have the right features for the wormhole, but those are some pretty surprising features. We again can conjecture like, oh, hey, the quantum energy of the vacuum kind of behaves that way. That would be a great resolution to the dark energy problem. It's just the energy of empty space, and it's the quantum energy of empty space. That's an excellent answer. The problem is by all our methods and all the understanding we have, that energy is either really, really huge, way bigger than what we see today, or it's like zero. So that's a numbers problem. We can't naturally fine-tune the energy of empty space to give us this really weird value so that we just happen to be seeing it today. But again, we can think of a kind of dark energy that exists. So the question is just why is it such a weird value? Not how is this conceivable, because we can't conceive of it.
Yeah, but if it's a weird value, that means there is a phenomenon we don't understand.
Yes, there's absolutely a phenomenon. Nobody's going to say they're happy with that. We're all going to say there's something we don't understand, which is why we look to the extra dimensions, because then You can say, oh, maybe it has to do with the size of the extra dimensions or the way that they're wrapped up, or and so maybe it's foisted on us because of the topology, the connectedness of the higher dimensional space. These are all things that we're exploring. Nobody's landed one that's so compelling that your friends like it as much as you do.
What do you think would lead to the breakthroughs on dark matter and dark energy?
I think dark matter might be less peculiar than dark energy. My hope is that they're tied together. That would be very gratifying. These aren't just separate problems coming from different sectors, but that they're actually connected. That the reason the dark matter is where it is in terms of how much it's contributing to the universe is connected with why the dark energy is showing up right now. I would love that. That would be a solution like no other, right? And like I said, if it revealed something about dark dimensions, that would be a happy day.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So dark matter could be localized in space.
Yeah, dark matter is localized in space, so it clumps. I mean, it doesn't clump a lot, but I mean, it's around the galaxy. It's in a halo around the galaxy.
Yeah, so people get increasingly more confident that that's.
Oh, it's really compelling.
Yeah.
I mean, you see these images of galaxies clusters that pass through each other. And you can see where the light is, the luminous matter is distributed. And then by looking at the gravitational lensing, which shows you where the actual mass is distributed, so that light bends around the most massive parts in a particular way, so you can reconstruct where the mass is gravitationally, quite separate from looking at the luminous matter, which is not dark, and they are separate. Because the stuff, as they pass through each other, the interacting stuff, the luminous stuff collides.
Are you 15.2% body fat, you fat fuck?
Not sure. I think so. I put on like half a kilo.
You gained weight?
Yeah, but that's probably muscle.
All right, I have a few questions for you. Are you ready to answer them? My first question is, how many games in a row are you going to lose?
0.
My second question is, how many games in a row are you going to win?
1.
My third question is, why do you suck so much dick at mini golf?
It's a hard game to play.
All right, man, that's honest. All right, let's roll, baby.
And get stuck, and you can see it colliding and lighting up. The dark stuff, which by definition it's dark because it doesn't interact, passes right through each other, right? And this is, I mean, it's so compelling. And there's lots of other observations, but that one is just, before you just look at it,
That's a good
you can
question.
see
It depends.
that the mass is distributed differently
The
than
one
the
that I've run the
interacting
most
luminous
about
matter.
is
So
literati,
dark energy is harder
but I
to
don't
get a
think
hold
that's
of.
necessarily
Dark energy is
an
much
easy
harder to
game.
get. I mean, the Higgs field could have also explained dark energy. If you've heard of
Ocho
the
one?
God particle, I don't know if you
The
know
Ocho one?
originally Leon Letterman co-authored a book, and he wanted to call it the goddamn particle
Maybe
because they couldn't
Go
find it, and
Like,
his publisher convinced him to call it the
Because
God
neither
particle.
of us still know
And he
how to
said-
play Uno.
He said they
Like, we don't
managed
know what
to
those
offend two
special
groups,
cards
those
do.
that believed in God and those that didn't.
What are you doing, you douche?
that's a good line.
What are you doing, you douche?
Oh boy.
He was very funny. He was very
You
witty.
fuck.
So Higgs
That
turned out
was
to
an
be
amazing shot.
Higgs, great discovery. I mean,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Dude, that was a
There it was. Build this
10 out of
massive
10.
collider
9 out of 10
in
shot,
CERN in
dude.
Switzerland, and there it is.
That was
Unbelievable.
a
Kind of
phenomenal
where you
shot.
expect it to be. Now, the reason I say it could be dark energy is because
Yeah, but so
the
you
Higgs
gave yourself
particle,
an easy
like
shot.
particle of light,
and me
also
a
has a field,
difficult shot.
like an electromagnetic field. So light can have this field that's
Yeah,
distributed through all space,
That was a
electromagnetic
hard
field, and
shot.
you shake it around and
Good
it creates
job,
little
Zoo.
particles. So the Higgs field is actually more important than the Higgs particle, the complement to the Higgs particle, because that's what you and
No,
I
you got it in 3 shots, dude.
connect with to get mass in our atoms. So the idea is that our atoms are interacting with this gooey field that everywhere, and that's what's giving us this
You kind of
experience of
fucked
inertial
yourself.
mass. But we don't actually there's not a lot of quanta lying around. There's not a lot of Higgs particles lying around because they decay. So it's the field that's really important, and that field could act like a dark energy. It's just not in the right place, meaning it's not at the right, the energy's too high to explain this tiny value today. And again, we're back to this mismatch. It's not that we can't conceive of forms of dark energy. It's that we can't make one where we're finding it.
So I wonder if you can comment on something
Dude,
that
this is such a hard
I've heard
pull.
recently. There's some people who say, people outside of physics say that dark matter and dark energy is just something physicists made up.
Yeah.
To put a label on the fact that they don't understand a very large fraction of the universe and how it operates. Is there some truth to that? What's your response to that?
There's some truth to it, but it's really missing a huge point, which is that if we did not understand the universe as incredibly precisely as we do, it's stunning that there's
Did you know that I just
modern
tied it up?
precision cosmology. It's absolutely incredible. When COBE, which is an experiment that measured the light left over from the Big Bang in the 80s,
Look at this shot,
first
dude.
revealed its
Look
observations.
how good this shot
there
is.
was applause, people were cheering, right? It was unbelievable. We
I
had
don't think
predicted
any of us,
and measured
I'm sure it's happened, but
the light left
I've
over
never
from the
seen
Big
anybody
Bang.
go in the black
And
shit.
because of all the precision that's happened since then, that's how we're able to confront that there's things that we don't know. And that's how we're able to confront, like, wow, this is really
Dude, have you seen Breaking
everything
Bad?
everybody has ever seen and ever will see, as far as we understand, makes up less than 5% of what's out there.
Yeah. Are you a fan?
And so I would
Are you a
say,
fan of it?
yes, we're just giving proxy names to things we don't understand. But to dismiss that as some kind of,
I just wondered if
they
you'd
just
seen
don't
it.
know, that it is
No
actually quite the
particular reason,
opposite. It is a stunning
Pretty
achievement to be able
popular.
to
I
stare
figured
that
you
down
probably had seen it.
and
But
to have that so precise and so compelling
yeah, I
that we're
saw
able
it.
to
I thought
know
it was good. I think
that
it's a
there's
little
dark energy and dark
overdone.
matter.
Like,
I don't think
I
those
don't
are
know.
disputed
I'm
anymore.
not really into meth,
And they
I've never
were
known
up
anybody
until
into meth.
recently. Like, they were still disputed.
I think we're still at such early stages where
I think
we're not really even at a
even
good
though it took place
explanation,
in
right? You've mentioned a few.
Well, I can think
New
of examples
Mexico,
of dark matter
it was
that
supposed
exist that
to
we
take
really know
place
for
in
sure
the
are
Inland
real
Empire of
versions of dark
California.
matter, like neutrino.
And it's a lot
Right
like
now, they're
that.
radiating through us.
Just the houses
That's
and stuff.
very well confirmed, and they're technically dark. They don't interact with light, and so we can't see them. Right now, they're raining through us. If we could see the dark matter in this room, and we absolutely know is coming from the sun, it would be wild. It would be a rainstorm, But they're just invisible to us. Mostly they pass through our bodies. Mostly they pass through the earth. Occasionally they get caught in some fancy detector experiment that somebody built specifically to catch solar neutrinos. So dark matter is known to exist. It's just, again, there's not enough of it. It's not the right
Do you have a
mass
suck dick
to
at
be the
mini golf
dark matter
epidemic?
that makes up this missing component.
I wanted to say that I was been recently fascinated by the flat Earth people because there's been a split in the community. First of all, the community is a fascinating study of human psychology, but they did in this experiment where I forgot who funded it, but they sent like physicists and flat earthers to Antarctica.
Really?
And this split happened because half of them got converted into round earthers.
Wow. Well, good for them.
But then the other half just went that it was all a psyop.
Really? That's fascinating. Did somebody film that? That'd be a great documentary.
Yeah, they did. They made a whole thing. This is just at the end of last year. There was a big. I've been meaning because I think that's such a clean study of conspiracy theories. Because there's so many conspiracy theories have some inkling of truth in them. But there's some elements about the way governments operate or human psychology that it's too messy. Flat Earth to me is just clean. It's like spaghetti monster or something. It's just a cleanly wrong thing. So it's a nice way to
understand the psychology.
How a large number of people can believe it.
Did you know that I just won?
And why do they want to believe a thing? What's very interesting is
I just sent you an invitation.
Trying to use rational arguments.
Why are you sucking so much dick?
Right. That makes it even more confounding to me. I would understand more somebody who just said, look, I have faith and I believe these things, and it's not about reason and it's not about logic. And okay. I mean, I don't relate to it, but okay. But to say I'm going to use reason and logic and to prove to you this completely
What are your thoughts on
orthogonal
this
conclusion,
shot?
that I find really interesting. So there's some kind of romance
There's-
about reason and logic.
yeah, but also there's questioning of institutions that's really interesting and important to understand.
Well, I mean, I actually appreciate the skeptic's stance.
That was bad.
I don't. Scientists also have to be skeptical. They have to be
bad.
childlike,
Yeah.
naive, and
Zeus,
somewhat,
don't
in
fuck
some
up.
sense, really open to anything.
You did.
Right. Otherwise, you're not going to be a flexible. You're not going to be at the forefront. But also to be skeptical. So I have respect for it. I guess that's exactly what I'm saying is more confusing, because to invoke skepticism
Heroin.
and then to want to use rational argument, what is the other component that's going into this? Because as you said, this is something that's easily verified. I mean, we
How about
have
you?
people in space. So you have to believe a lot more machinery. That's a lot more difficult to justify, explain as a wild conspiracy. So there's something about the conspiracy that stirs a positive emotion.
I think one of the most incredible things, I have to talk to you about this, one of the most incredible things that humans have ever accomplished is LIGO. We have to talk about gravitational waves. And the very fact that we're able to detect gravitational waves from the early universe is effing wild.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Can you explain what gravitational waves are? And we should mention you wrote a book about the humans,
Yeah.
about the whole journey of detecting gravitational waves, and LIGO, Black Hole Blues is the book. But can you talk about gravitational waves and how the hell we're able to actually do it?
Let's just start with the idea of gravitational waves. I have to move around a lot of mass to make anything interesting happening in gravity. I mean, if you think about it, gravity is incredibly weak. Right now, the whole Earth is pulling on me, and I can still get out of this chair and walk around. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
The whole Earth. You know, gravity's weak, right? So to get something going on in gravity, I need like big objects and things like black holes.
That was almost an amazing
So the idea is if black holes curve space and time around them in the way that we've been describing, things fall along the curves in space. If the black holes move around, the curves have to follow them, right? But they can't travel faster than the speed of light either. So what happens is if black holes, let's say, move around, maybe I've got two black holes in orbit around each other. That can happen. It takes a while. A wave is created in the actual shape of space. And that wave follows the black holes as black holes are undulating.
Look how good this shot is.
Eventually, those two black holes will merge. And as we were talking about, it doesn't take an infinite time, even though there's time dilation, because they're both so big, really deforming space-time a lot. I don't have a little tiny marble falling across an event horizon. I have two event horizons. And in the simulations, you can see it bobble, and they merge together. They make one bigger black hole, and then it radiates in the gravitational waves. It radiates away all those imperfections, and it settles down to one quiescent, perfectly silent black hole that's spinning. Beautiful stuff. And it emits E equals mc squared energy. So the mass of the final black hole will be less than the sum of the two starter black holes. And that energy is radiated away in this ringing of space-time. It's really important to emphasize that it's not light. None of this has to do literally with light that we can detect with normal things that detect light. X-rays, form of light, gamma rays are a form of light, infrared, optical, all this whole electromagnetic spectrum, none of it is emitted as light. It's completely dark. It's only emitted in the rippling of the shape of space. A lot of times it's likened closer to sound. Technically, we've kind of argued, I haven't done an anatomical calculation, but if you're near enough to two colliding black holes, they actually ring space-time in the human auditory range. The frequency is actually in the human auditory range, that the shape of space could squeeze and stretch your eardrum, even in vacuum, and you could literally hear these waves ringing.
You're going to hit the ball. This hole sucks.
So the idea is that they're closer to something that you would want to map as a sound than it's something as a picture.
Sorry, so what do you think it would feel like to ride the gravitational wave? So like to exist. Because
Yeah.
you mentioned
When you would literally bob around, like your orbit would change, right? If you were orbiting these black holes, two black holes, you'd be on a kind of complicated orbit.
Yeah.
But your
What are your
orbit
thoughts on
would
that
get
shot?
tossed about.
But how would the experience be? Because you're inside space-time.
Yes, I see. So the black hole is experienced within space-time as a squeezing and stretching. So you would feel it as a sort of squeezing and stretching, and you would also find your
What are your
location
thoughts
change.
on this shot?
Where you would fall would be redirected. So it's literally like a squeezing and stretching. That's the way to think about it. And it's very detailed. The sort of
What are the odds
nature
that I
of
make
this
this
and,
next shot?
But for many years, people thought, well, these gravitational waves kind of
100%,
have to
baby.
exist for these
'Cause I
intuitive
don't
reasons
miss.
I've described.
I'm
The
a
space-time is
pimp.
curved. I move the curve. The wave has to propagate through that curved space-time. But people didn't know if they really carried energy. The arguments went on and back and forth, and papers
sick
written
shot.
in decades.
Sick
Right?
shot.
But I like this sound more than an analogy, because I liken the black holes as like mallets on the drum. The drum is space-time.
Yeah.
As they move, they bang on the drum of space-time, and it rings. Remarkably, those gravitational waves, things don't interfere with them very much. So they can travel for 2 billion years, light years, in distance, 2 billion years in time, and get to us kind of as they were when they were emitted. Quieter,
Zoo, did
more
you know
diffuse,
that you've lost
maybe they've stretched out a
one game in
little
a
bit
row?
from the expansion of the universe, but they're pretty preserved. And so the idea of LIGO, this instrument, is
Dude,
to
did
build
you know
a
you've lost
gigantic
two-
musical
You've
instrument,
lost 2 games
kind
in
of
a
like
row.
building an electric guitar, where
Amazing
the
shot.
electric guitar is
Amazing
recording
shot.
the
Dude.
shape of the string, and it plays it back
That
to you
was
through an
amazing.
amplifier. LIGO is trying to record the shape of the ringing drum, and they literally listen to it in the control room. Just sort of hums and wobble, and they're like trying to play this recording drum back to you, as opposed to taking a snapshot. It's like in time.
Yeah, but to construct this guitar,
Yes,
you have to
gigantic
it
instrument.
has to be very large and extremely precise.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe they succeeded.
I know it was a good
Honestly, I
idea. I
can't
know
believe
it
they
was the best
succeeded.
shot
It
you've
was
ever
so
seen.
insane.
That
It
shot
was such
sucked.
a crazy thing to even attempt. It took them 50 years. Really, it's people who started in their 30s and 40s who were in their
Look how
80s
sick this shot is, dude.
when it succeeded. I mean, imagine that tenacity, the unbelievable commitment. But the sensitivity
Dude, that's
that
a
we're
bad
talking
shot.
about is we have this musical instrument, the size 4 kilometers, spanning 4 kilometers in a kind of L shape with
Dude,
these
you ready for
tunnels where there's the largest holes in the Earth's atmosphere,
just
because
made
they
it.
pulled a vacuum in these
this? You're
tunnels
sitting
to
there
build this
jerking
instrument.
yourself off raw.
And they're measuring. They're trying to record the
Make it,
wobbling of
Zoot.
space
Don't
time,
fuck
right,
up.
as it passes. This sort of
Zoot, you fucked up.
undulation that
Dude, you've lost 2
amounts
games in a
to
row.
less than 1/10,000th the variation in a proton over the 4 kilometers. It's an insane achievement.
I love great engineering.
Dude,
I don't
look
know
how
how they
amazing
did it.
this shot
I
is.
followed them around
Dude.
I just for fun. I'm very theoretical. I don't build things. I'm always super impressed that people can translate something on the page.
That's a shitty shot.
And it looks like wires. And I don't
Maybe
know.
one of the worst
I'm
shots
always
I've ever
surprised at what it
seen.
looks like. But I walked the tunnels
Oh, my
with
finger
Ray
slipped.
Weiss, who won the Nobel Prize along with Kip Thorne, and Barry Barish, one of the project managers. And
Hit my
I
ball.
walked the tunnels with Ray. It was a delight. I mean, Ray's one of the most delightful people. Kip is one of the most wonderful people I've ever
My
known.
finger slipped.
And
My finger
Ray
slipped. You have a
said to
tough shot
me,
still.
the reason why it was called Black Hole Blues is because about a month before they
And you missed
succeeded,
it.
he said to
You
me, if
missed
we don't
it.
detect black holes, this whole thing's
You
a
missed
failure.
it.
And we've led
Dude, you
this
missed
country, down this wrong path. And
Dude,
he really felt like this
Dude, you
tremendous
missed it.
responsibility for this project to succeed, and it
Dude.
weighed on him.
Dude, you
It
missed
was just quite tremendous what the integrity, right, the scientific integrity. And the first instruments he built, he was building outside of MIT and on a tabletop.
Dude, what are your thoughts on how good this
his
shot
colleagues
is?
said, "You're not going to get tenure. You're never going to succeed." and they just kept going.
People like that, so huge teams, huge collaboration, are just is how the world moves forward. Because
969.
It's an example.
it's there's a building cynicism about bureaucracies when a large number of people, especially connected to government, can be productive. Bureaucracy slow everything down. So it's nice to see
Most amount of
an
time
incredibly
beat you mini golf
unlikely,
in a row.
exceptionally difficult engineering project like this succeed.
Oh yeah.
So I understand why there's this weight on his shoulders, and I'm grateful that there's great leaders that push it forward like that.
Yeah.
I
It really is.
just
You
heard
see
about
so
one
many
the
moments
other
when they could
day
have stumbled.
that seemed like
Yeah.
And they
pretty
built the
easy
first
to
generation machine just after 2000, and
what was
it wasn't a surprise to them, but it detected nothing. Crickets. And they just,
Tallest
they
man
have the
ever.
wherewithal to keep going. Second generation. They're about to turn the
Tallest
machine on,
man
quote
ever.
unquote. It's a little bit of a simplification, but do their first science run. And they decide to postpone
It's held
because
by
they feel they're not ready
Robert
yet.
Wadrow.
September 14th. of
Maybe not
2015.
that, but I don't know.
The
Shortest
experimentalists
person
are out there.
ever.
They're in the middle of the
One
night.
of those,
and they're looking
weird
all night
ones.
long, and they're banging
But
on.
I just heard about one that
literally
was
driving trucks, slamming the
that
brakes
seems
on to
pretty
see the
easy to
noise that
beat.
it creates, and so they're really messing with the machine, really
But I
interfering
forget
with
what
it
it
just to
was.
kind of calibrate how much noise can this thing tolerate. And I guess the story is they get tired. There's an instrument in Louisiana, and there's one in Washington State, and they go home. Put their tools down, they go home. It's they leave the instrument locked, though, mercifully, and it's something like within the span of an hour of them driving back to their humble abodes that they have in these remote
So did you know that
regions where they built these
you've
instruments.
lost 2 games in a row?
This gravitational wave washes over. I think it hits Louisiana first. It travels across the U.S., brings the instrument in Washington State. It began over 1.5 billion years ago, before multicellular organisms had emerged on the Earth. Just imagine this from
Yeah, there are
a
some that they
distant
don't
view, this
they
collision
don't
course.
certify
right?
anymore.
And
It's
it's the centenary.
it's that
the year
one.
Einstein
It's
published
freediving.
general
They don't
relativity.
certify that anymore.
So it was
Because people kept
the
pushing it.
100 years. I mean, just think about where that signal was when Einstein in 1915 wrote down the general
So did
theory
you
of
know
relativity. It
that
was
you
on
were
its way here.
down
It
4
was almost here.
holes to 1?
What do you think is cooler?
I literally
Einstein's
could do
general
anything.
relativity or LIGO?
can still win this.
Well, I can't disparage my friends, but of course, relativity is just so all-encompassing.
No, but so hold on a second. All-encompassing,
I'm good,
super
baby. What do you
powerful
want me to do
leap
about it?
of a theory,
Yeah,
and
they built it.
they built it.
I don't know, man.
The
You
greatest
got me.
engineering in the
Yeah.
Because I don't know, because humans getting together and building the thing, that's really ultimately what would impact the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just, as I said, my admiration for Ray and Kip and the entire team is
Dude, I
enormous.
just made it.
Just imagining Ray had been out there on site. He had just left to go back home, wakes up in the middle of the night and sees it. Can you imagine? There's a signal, There's something in the log.
Dude,
What the
that's
hell is
3
that?
games in a row, son.
So speaking of the human story, you also wrote the book "A Madman Dreams of Turing Machines." It connects 2 geniuses of the 20th century, Alan Turing and Gödel.
Dude, that was a really bad
What
shot. You know why?
specific threads connect these 2 minds?
Yeah.
Because it went
I
in the water,
was,
son.
I was really mesmerized by these 2 characters. People know of Alan Turing for having ideated about the computer, being the person to really
Zoo.
imagine that. But his work
Zoo, you
began
little
with
bee.
thinking about Gödel's work. That's where it began, and it began with this phenomenon of undecidable propositions or unprovable propositions. So there was something huge that happened in mathematics. People imagined that any problem in math
Zoo,
could
look how good
technically
that
be
shot
proven
is.
to be true. It doesn't mean human beings are going to prove every fact about everything in mathematics, but it should be provable, right? I mean, it seems kind of not that wild supposition, and everyone believed this. All the great mathematicians, Hilbert was a call of his to prove that, and Gödel, very strange character.
Dude, you fucked me.
Very unusual. He was a Platonist. He literally believed that mathematical objects had a existential reality. He wasn't so sure about this reality. This reality he struggled with. He was distrustful of physical reality, but he absolutely took very seriously
Dude, you
Platonic
fucked me,
reality,
dude.
and often his own way of thinking. And he proved that there were facts, even among the numbers, that could never be proven to be true. To think about that,
Oh,
how
so-
wild that is. That even a
I'm
fact
playing like dog shit. I'm
about
distracted,
numbers
though. I'm
seems very
creating
simple.
bot accounts.
Could be true and unprovable. Could never exist as a theorem, for instance, in mathematics, unreachable. This incompleteness result was very disturbing.
Dude, that was an
Essentially, it's
amazing
equivalent to
shot.
saying there's no theory of everything for mathematics. It was very disturbing to people, but it was very profound. And Alan Turing got involved in this because he was thinking about uncomputable numbers. So, and that led him, what's an uncomputable number? A number like 0.175. It just goes on forever with no pattern. And I can't even figure out how to generate it. There's no rule for making that number. And he was able to prove that there were such things as these
Is it called You
uncomputable,
Suck Cock at Mini
effectively
Golf?
unknowable
The Zoot
numbers.
story?
And that might not sound like a big deal. It was actually really quite profound. He was relating
Alright.
to Gödel
That sounds
intellectually,
like a cool movie
right,
for
in the
someone who
space of
sucks dick at
ideas.
mini golf.
But he goes a very different path, almost philosophically the opposite direction. He starts to think about machines. He starts to think
Alright.
about mechanizing thought. He starts to think,
Did
what
he
is a
also
proof?
suck at mini
How does a
golf?
mathematician reason? What does it mean to reason at all?
Do you
What does it
think
mean
Alan
to think?
Turing?
And he begins to
Do
imagine
you think Alan
inventing a
Turing sucked
machine
as much at mini
that
golf
will
as you do?
execute certain orders, mechanize thought in a specific way. Well, maybe
Do you
I
think
can
he
get
was
a machine. I can invent a machine
15.2% body fat or
that
more?
does this kind of thinking, and that he can prove that even a machine
Do you think he was
could not compute these
15.2% body
uncomputable
fat
numbers.
or
But
more?
where he ends up is the idea of a universal machine that computes, essentially can take different software and execute different jobs. Right? We don't have a different computer
Did you
to
know
connect
that
to the
I'm
internet than we
up on
do
you?
to write papers.
But look
It's
how
one
sexy this
machine
shot is.
and,
dude. Fuck,
one
man,
piece of
that was
hardware, but
terrible.
it can do all of this huge variety of tasks. And so he really does invent the computer, essentially. And famously, he uses that thinking in a very primitive form in the war effort, where he's recruited to help break the German Enigma code, which is heavily encrypted and largely believed to be uncrackable code. And people believe that Turing
Do you think
and
people
his very
back then
small
sucked
group
as much
actually turned the
dick
tide
at
of the
mini
war
golf
in
as you
favor
do
of the
today?
Allies precisely by using a combination of this thinking and just sheer ingenuity and some luck.
Correct. Do you think, though, that
But the other
the majority
profound
of the
revelation
population
that Turing
sucks as
has
much
is
dick
that,
at mini golf
well, maybe
as you
we're
do?
just machines,
Because you just put it in the water?
right? And just biological machines.
Oh,
And
you got
this is a
fortunate,
huge
dog.
shift for him. It feels very different from Gödel, who
Zoot.
doesn't really believe in reality and thinks numbers are
Zoot.
platonic
Did you know I just
realities,
made it?
and Turing kind of thinking we're kind of like, we're actually machines and we could be replicated. So, of course, Turing's influence is still widely felt
On many levels, so as to
on
the
many levels, yeah.
in complexity theories, in theoretical computer science and
all over the
mathematics,
place,
but also
yeah.
in philosophy with his famous Turing test paper. So, like you said, conceiving, like, what is the connection that I guess Gödel
Dude, I
never
hate
really
this
made
all.
between mathematics and
Zoot, I hate
humanity?
this all.
Turing did, but I think there's another connection to those two people, is that they're both in their own way kind of tormented
Yeah,
humans.
they were very tormented.
What aspect of that contributed to who they are and what ideas they developed?
I mean, I think so much. I don't
Do you think you need to
want
do that
to
in order to improve at mini golf?
promote the kind of trite trope of the mad genius. If you're brilliant, you are
What is it,
insane.
do you
I
think,
don't
that
think that.
causes you
I don't
to
think if
suck
you're
so
insane,
much
you're
dick at mini
brilliant.
golf, specifically?
But I do think if somebody who's very brilliant, who also chooses not to go for regular gratification in life, they don't
You
go for
blame
money,
that on
they don't necessarily
You're
value creature comforts. They're not
Or maybe you're not
leveraging
nuts,
for fame. I mean,
but
they're
you're
really
goofy, son.
after something different. I think that can lead to a kind of runaway instability, actually.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Do
They're
they have
already
ska
outside of
music in
kind of
Australia?
social norms. They're already outside of normal connections with people.
Ska?
They've already made that break. And I think that makes
Like
them
got
more
horns and
vulnerable.
stuff?
So Gödel did have a wife and a strong relationship, as far as I understand, and was a successful mathematician and ended up at the Institute for Advanced Study, where
Do
he
people ride
walked with
kangaroos?
Einstein to the Institute every day. And they talked
Do
about he
people
proved
ride
certain really
kangaroos?
unusual things in relativity. You made reference to these rotating galaxies. We were talking, and actually Gödel had a model of a rotating universe that you could
Are
travel
they taller
backwards in
than
time. It
humans?
was mathematically correct. Showed Einstein that within relativity you could time travel. Just an unbelievably
ever attack
influential, brilliant
children?
man. But he was probably a paranoid schizophrenic. He did have breaks with reality. He
Yo, dog.
was, I think, quite
Do you ever
distrustful and
encounter
feared
magpies?
the government, feared his food was being poisoned, and ultimately literally starved himself to death. And
Zoot.
it's such an extreme outcome for such a facile mind, for
Magpies.
such a
It's like a
brilliant mind.
bird.
I think it's important to sort of not to glorify or romanticize madness or
Are they
suffering.
douches?
But to me, you flip that around and just be inspired by the peculiar
not that I know
maladies
of.
of a
We don't have
human mind,
attacking
how they can be
birds.
leveraged and channeled
Mhm.
creatively.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of us,
Yeah, I mean,
obviously,
we have-
probably every
We
human
have
has
seagulls.
those peculiar
I mean, there are
qualities.
pigeons in like
You know,
downtown.
I talk to people sometimes about just my own psychology, and I'm extremely self-critical,
Mhm.
and I'm drawn to the beauty in people, but because I make myself vulnerable to the world, I can really be hurt by people.
There's a
and that thing, okay, you can lay that out. That's at this particular.
there's like
human,
a
and
flock of
there's a bunch of people that will say,
Pet-
well, many of those things you don't want
or
to do.
parrots
don't be
that
so
were once
self-critical.
pets
Maybe
that
don't be
people
so
have
open
just
to the
let
world.
go that flies around
Maybe
LA.
have a little bit more reason
So did you
about
know you've lost 3
how
games in a
you
row?
interact with the outside world. It's like, yeah, maybe. Or maybe be
Zoo.
that fully and channel that into a productive life.
Zoo.
We're all going to die.
Zoo.
In the time we have on this earth, make the best
Zoo.
of the particular
Zoo.
weirdness that you have.
Mhm.
Zoo.
And maybe you'll create something
Did
special.
you know
in
that
this
you've
world.
lost 3
And
games
in
in
the
a
end, it
row?
might destroy you. And I think a lot of these stories are that. It's not that.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like saying, oh, because in order to achieve anything great, you have to suffer. No, if you're already suffering,
Mm-hmm.
Zoo.
if
Are you
you're
going to
already
accept my invite?
weird, if you're already somehow don't quite fit in your particular environment, in your particular part of society, use that somehow. Use the tension of that, the friction of that to create something. I mean, that's what Nietzsche, who suffered a lot
Mm-hmm.
from
Dude,
even
fuck
stupid
you. That
stuff
was a
like
great
stomach
shot.
issues, like
Oh, yeah.
that can be
all
everything.
kinds of, right.
Migraines. It's like
Psychosomatic or psychophysical,
Zoo.
but
and all.
Are
those-
you fucking
that's the
serious?
It's like that can somehow be channeled into a productive life. It should be inspiring. A lot of us suffer in different ways.
yeah.
Make it, baby.
I'm a big believer in the tragic
Make
law,
it, take
actually.
it.
I think the Greeks really had that right. You're describing it. What makes us great is ultimately our downfall. Maybe that's just inevitable. The choice could be not to be great. And I guess that's sort of what I mean by they had already broken from a traditional path because they decided to pursue something so elusive and that would isolate them to some extent inevitably and that could fail, right? And whose rewards were hard to predict even. And I do think that all the character traits that went into their accomplishments were the same traits that went into their demise. And I think you're right. You could say, well, Lex, maybe you should not be so empathetic.
Zoot.
Cut yourself off a little bit, protect yourself, right? But isn't that exactly what you're bringing? One of the elements that you're bringing that makes something extraordinary in a space that lots of people try to break down.
Yeah, and we should mention that for every girl on touring, there's millions of people.
You missed that shot.
Who have
That was such a
tried
big
and who have
miss. Now
destroyed
I'm going to come back
themselves
and
and
win this
without.
hole. I'm going to tie it up and I'm going to beat you.
I would find it impossible
holes to none.
to not pursue
You just sucked a mean
a discovery that I
Alan
could
Turing
imagine
that motherfucker.
my way through, if I can really see how to get there. I cannot imagine abandoning it for some other reason. Fear that it would be misused, which is a real fear, right? I mean, it's a real concern. I don't think it might work since I'm doing extra vengeance in the early universe, or black holes. I feel pretty safe. But I mean, who knows, right?
Probably.
Or couldn't think of a way to use quantum
You had
mechanics
one
to
of the
kill
best
people.
shots I've ever seen the last time I played this hole.
I cannot imagine pulling back and saying, "Nope, I'm not going to finish this."
I'll give you a counter example.
Dude, what the fuck was that?
Person, Terrence Tao.
Brilliant.
Brilliant mathematician.
Brilliant. Mm-hmm.
He is better than, out of all the brilliant people I've ever met in the world, he's better than anybody else at working on a hard problem and then realizing when it's, for now, a little too hard.
Oh, that I can do.
It's stepping away.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, this is now a weekend problem.
Uh-huh.
Because he has seen too much for him. Everybody's different. But Grigori Perlman or Andrew Wiles, who give
that's a great story.
Completely many years
Yes.
for a problem.
Yes.
And for every Grigori
and
Perlman.
they might not have cracked it.
Yep. So you choose your life story.
I totally agree. Now, I'm not going to say sometimes I take too long to come to that conclusion, but I will proudly say, as most
you're
theoretical
basically saying
physicists
that you
show,
suck a dick for...
that I kill most of my ideas myself.
Okay. So
And that's, I am absolutely able to say, that's just not, I mean, I'm not going to deny that sometimes I maybe take a while to come to that conclusion, longer than I should, but I will. I absolutely will. I will drop it. And that is any self-respecting physicist should be able to do that. The problem is with somebody like Andrew Wiles, who you're describing, who proved Fermat's last theorem. It took him 7 years. Was that the number? Something like that. He went up into his mother's and did not emerge for 7 years. Is that maybe he did? He was on the right track. He wasn't wrong. But that's so. It could have been interminable. He still might not have gotten there in the end. And so that's the really difficult space to be in, where you're not wrong. You are onto something, but it's just asymptotically approaching that solution, and you're never actually going to land it.
I could give
that happens.
450
he had a really,
people,
straight up
$1 million.
He had
never have
had
to worry about a lot of
yes.
things.
He announced it, and somebody found a mistake in it.
That was just great.
Yeah.
Because you now everybody gets excited,
to help that
right.
people.
and now you realize that it's a failure, and to go back.
It's taking a year for people to check it. It's not the kind of thing you look over in an afternoon.
That was the most amazing
to have
shot.
the will, to have the confidence and the patience to go back.
You've never scored on this hole.
To go through, work through
It's
it.
a great story.
But then there's another great story. Gary Perlman, who spent 7 years and turned down the Fields Medal. He did it all alone. Now, after he turned down the Fields Medal and the Millennial Prize, proving the Poincare conjecture, he just walked away.
Do you know that you're sucking dick right now?
And that's a very different psychology. That's wired differently.
Doesn't care about money, doesn't care about fame, doesn't care about anything else.
Yep.
In fact,
where is he now?
In St. Petersburg, Russia, trying to get a conversation with him. It turns out when you walk away and you're a recluse and you enjoy that, you also don't want to
take
fuck some weird dude in a tie. So it turns out I'm trying.
Well, if you look at someone like Turing, his eccentricities were completely different, right? It's not as though there's some mold, and I really don't like it when it's portrayed that way. These are really individuals who were still lost in their own minds, but in very different ways. And Turing was openly gay, really, during this time. He was working during the war, World War II, so we understand the era, and it was illegal in Britain at the time, and he kind of refused to conceal himself. There was a time when the kind of attitude was, well, we're just going to ignore it. But he had been robbed by somebody that he had picked up somewhere. I think it was in Manchester. And it was such a small thing. I don't know what they took. It took like nothing. It was nothing. But he couldn't tolerate. He goes to the police and he tells them.
Yep.
And then he's arrested. He's the criminal because it involved this homosexual act. Now here you have somebody who made a major contribution to the Allies winning the war. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Not to mention
You've
the
got
genius,
a chance,
mathematical
dude.
genius. I mean, he saved the
You've got a
lives of the
chance.
people that were doing this to him.
Oh, you fucked it
And
up.
they essentially
You
chemically
fucked it
castrated him as a punishment. That was
Yeah,
his
you
sentence. And he became very depressed and
Dude,
suicidal.
it doesn't matter.
And
I've got the
the
lead.
story is he
You
was
need the
he was
best shot of
obsessed
your
with
life
Snow
right
White,
now.
which was recently
Water.
released, and he used to chant one of the little, I don't know if you would call them poem songs, dip the apple in the brew, let the sleeping death seep through.
You need the best shot of your
Chant
life.
from Snow White. And the belief is
Best shot
that
of
he
your
dipped
life. And
an
you're
apple in
short.
cyanide and bit from the poison apple. Now, I don't know if this is apocryphal, but people
Dude,
think
you
that the
lost
apple
4
on the
games in a row.
Macintosh with the bite out of it is a
Do you
reference to
recognize how
turret. Yeah, some
absolute
people
dog
deny
shit
it.
mini golf you are?
But some people say he did that so his mother could believe that maybe it was an accident. But yeah. Quite a terrible end.
Yeah, but two of the greatest humans ever.
Mm-hmm. I think the reason why I tie them together, not just because ultimately their work is so
Dude,
connected,
you have an invitation?
but because there's this sort of impossibility of understanding them. There's
Dude,
this
what
sort
the
of
fuck are you doing?
impossibility of proving something about their lives. That even if you try to write factual biography, there's something that eludes you, and I felt like that's kind of fundamental to the mathematics. The incompleteness, the undecidable, the uncomputable.
Yeah.
So structurally, it was about what we can kind of know and what we can believe to be true but can't ever really know.
Yeah, limitations of formal systems, limitations
exactly. Biography, limitations of fiction and nonfiction.
Limitations.
So
there's so many layers to you. So one of which there's this romantic notion of just understanding humans, exploring humans, and there's the exploring science, the exploring the very rigorous, detailed physics and cosmology of things. So there's the kind of artistry. So I saw the chief science officer of Pioneer Works, which is mostly like an artist type of situation. It's a place in Brooklyn. Can you explain to me what that is and what role does art play in your life?
Yeah, I can start with Pioneer Works. Pioneer Works, in some sense, it was inevitable that I would land at Pioneer Works. It felt like I was marching there for many years, and just it came together again like this collision. It was founded by this artist, Dustin Yellen, very utopian idea. He bought this building, this old iron works factory called Pioneer Iron Works in Brooklyn. It was in complete disrepair, but a beautiful old building from the late 1800s. And he wanted to make this kind of collage. Dustin's definitely a collage artist, works in glass, very big pieces, very imaginative and wild and narrative and into nature and consciousness. And I think he wanted to do that with people.
What are your thoughts on this shot?
He wanted a place of a collage, a living example of artists and scientists. And it was founded by Dustin, and Gabriel Florence was the founding artistic director. It was started just before Hurricane Sandy. I don't know if people feel as strongly about Hurricane Sandy as New Yorkers do, but there's a real moment around 2012, 2013, sort of paused the project, and you can even see the kind of water line on the brick of where Sandy was. I came in and collided with these two shortly after that, and it really was like a collision. I'm science, their art. Gabe makes everything, builds everything with his bare hands. Dustin's a dreamer.
Dude,
they
look how
love
sexy
science.
this
They really
shot.
wanted
Did you
science.
see that angle?
Science is hard to access.
I'm fucking Euclides,
I have
baby.
always loved the translation of science in literature, in art. I love fiction writers, like really literary fiction writers who dabble thinking about science. And I very firmly believe science is part of culture. I know it to be true. I don't think of myself as doing outreach or education. I don't like those labels. I'm doing culture. An artist in their studio working out problems, understanding materials, building a body of work. Nobody says to them when they exhibit, why are you doing outreach or are you doing education? It's the logical extension. So I feel that if you've had the privilege of knowing some of these people, of seeing a little bit from the summit, if you've had a little glimpse yourself, that you bring it back to the world. So
What up, Pam?
boom, exploded.
Dude, what the fuck was
Pioneers
that?
became science and art. It's not artists who
I can't
all do
believe I
science
just
or
missed that
scientists who
shot.
do art. It's real hardcore scientists talking about
Dude.
science and a lot of live events. We have a magazine called
Oh, now I have
Broadcast
to
where
focus.
we
I have to
feature
win 2
all of
votes
the
in a row.
disciplines rubbing together, artists working on all kinds of
fuck this
things.
hole.
When I first started doing events there, my first guest, like you, I was talking to people. And this was like, I know how to talk to people because I know these guys. And I've been on the interviewee side so much that I know exactly, it was like fully formed for me how to do those conversations.
Yeah, you're extremely good at that also.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You learn how to do it too, though. I mean, I don't think the first one I did, I think I've learned, right? And you get better. It's really interesting. And I love to study. I think you do too. I really look into the material. And I love science. I really do. I want to talk to a CRISPR biologist because I don't understand it and I want to understand it.
And I saw there's a bunch of cool events and a very, very fascinating variety of humans.
Yes, we have a really fascinating variety of humans. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, so it made me put in my mental map of like it's a cool place to go and visit when in New York.
Yes, you have to come see us. I think you would love it.
Also, I should mention fashion. I've seen you do a bunch of talks, and there's a lot of fashion.
Yeah. Oh my
appreciation
God.
of fashion going on.
You're giving me an opportunity to give a shout out to Andrea Lauer, who's a designer who makes these amazing jumpsuits that I often wear in a lot of my events. She has a jumpsuit design line called Risen Division, and she just makes these incredible, they're fantastic. We also design patches for all of our events. So there are these string theory patches and consciousness patches.
We should show this as overlays.
Right.
Hopefully there'll be nice pictures floating about everywhere.
So, I think all of this is just, I just like to experiment with life. I think making the magazine was a big, wild experiment.
You said with life?
With life.
Nice.
Yeah. This kind of idea that we were just describing is, I find it hard to stop the momentum if I think I can make something. I have to try to make it. And to me, this is the closest I come to experimentation and collaboration. Because even though I collaborate theoretically, I have great collaborators, Brian Greene, Massimo Parati, Dan Cabot. These are my really close collaborators. A lot of theoretical physics is alone, and you're in your mind a lot. This is something that really was built, this triad of Dustin, Gabe, and I, and all the amazing people who work there on our amazing board. We really are doing it together. You take one element out, and it starts to change shape, and that's a very interesting
this is my best
experience. I think, and making things is an interesting experience.
Did you mention literature?
I know
is there books that had an impact on your life, whether it's literature,
frankly,
fiction, nonfiction?
I love fiction, which I think people expect me to read a lot of sort of sci-fi or nonfiction. I mostly read fiction. I had a syllabus of great fiction writers that had science in it, and I love that syllabus.
Can you ever make that public or no?
Yeah, I suppose I could, but I can tell you some of them as they come to mind. Katsuo Ishiguro, who won the Nobel Prize, wrote Remains of the Day, probably most famously.
Baby, it's always
his book,
69.
Never Let Me Go. It's unbelievable. Totally devastating.
Shoot.
Stunning. I say I really love literature. So when people can do that with these very abstract themes,
Let's see it.
It's sort of my favorite space for literature.
Oh,
Martin Amis wrote a book
Zoot.
that runs backwards.
You
in
lost
general.
5
I love some of his other
games
books even
in
more,
a row.
but Time Zero
Now,
is pretty clever.
I don't have a time machine
I
on
like
me,
it when
but if I recall, you
these
said you were going to win
non-traditional
5 games
mechanisms
in a
are
row.
applied to
What
tell
happened?
a story
What
that's fundamentally
caused
human.
you to suck so much
There's
dick?
some
Now we're going into overtime
And the beauty of
tragic.
language, like I
because
really
of how shitty
appreciate
you
that.
are. Dog, you're so
Even
shitty.
Orwell is amazing. You know, Hitchens writing on Orwell is amazing. There
I know.
were some plays on the syllabus. I have to think of what else
We
was
can
in there.
go back and we can
There was
listen to you
one book
say
that I
that you were
think
going
is
to
kind of
win 5
surprising. That I
games in a
think is an
row.
absolute masterpiece, which is
I just
The
want
Road.
you to know
And you might say, in what
from
sense
the
is The
bottom
Road
of my
science?
heart
Well, first of all, Cormac McCarthy
that I
absolutely
think
loves
that you might be the
scientists and science.
shittiest
And you can feel this very subtle
mini golf
influence
player
in that
in the
book.
history,
Is
not just of
it's
golf, but
it's
of
a
miniatures.
really
You are that shitty.
remarkable, precise,
You know that you have an
stunning,
invitation?
ethereal, all of these things at once. There's no who, what, where, when, or how. You might guess it's a nuclear event that
Dude,
kicks
what
off
are you
the book.
doing? Are you
A lot of
jerking
people know The
yourself
Road,
off raw?
I think, from the movie, but really the book is magnificent. And it's very, very abstract, but there's a sense to me in which it is science is structuring.
And still, fundamentally, that book is about the human story.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Human
The
connection.
boy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the science plays a role in creating the world,
Mm-hmm.
and within it, there's still really it's a
Dude, did you know
different
you
way
lost 5 games in a
to
row?
explore human dynamics in a way that's maybe land some
And then you
clarity
just
and
disappeared
depth
yesterday.
that may be a more direct telling of the story.
Probably to go suck Alan
Yeah.
Turing's
And
dick.
even surreal worlds that, I mean, to me, I don't know why, but I returned to
Maybe.
Orwell's Animal
No
Farm
one knows
a lot.
where you
It's
went.
just kind of like,
We were in the middle of a game.
it's another art form to be able to tell a
Dude, we were in
simple
the middle of
story
a game,
with some surreal
and then you
elements.
fucking left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, just simple language.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Animal Farm's incredible. In fact, some of the I've kind of played
I
with.
don't know about
Some
that
animals
one.
are more equal than others.
Depends how long the dude's
There
been
are
dead.
in Gödel Turing's work. There were some infinities that are bigger than others.
Like, if it's like some fucking
Yeah,
pharaoh's
certain
dick,
books just kind of
I don't know, that'd
inject
be kind of
themselves
tight.
into our culture in a way that just reverberates and I don't know, creates
It's
culture,
interesting.
not
Like,
just like influences.
yeah.
It's just like it's
sucking
quite incredible
a guy's
how
dick who's
writing
been dead for like
and
a
literature can
day.
do that.
Yeah.
That's pretty
If you
gay.
could have one definitive answer to one
But
single
if he's
question,
been
this
dead
is the
like
thing I
a
mentioned
like
to you.
So hard.
10 millennia,
Well, there's an oracle, and you
it's
get
still
to talk
gay,
to that
but it's
oracle.
like
You can ask multiple questions,
historically
but it has to
gay.
be on that topic. So to just clarify,
Hmm.
what mystery of the universe would you want that oracle to help you with?
You know, it's funny. I should say the obvious thing, but I feel like I almost feel like it would be greedy. I think I have a
Yeah,
complicated response to this.
get
The
some of
obvious
that
thing for me to say,
mummified dick.
yeah, I want to understand quantum gravity, or
Zoot,
if
speaking of
gravity's
mummified dick,
it's not even
what did you
something I
think of
work
my
on
shot?
day to day. You know, I mostly just look with interest at what others are doing, and if I think I can jump in, I
Did
would.
you
But
know that
I'm
I
not jumping
won
into the fray. But
5 games straight against
obviously,
you?
that's the big one, and there is a sort of sense that
Dude, look
with
how
that will
sick
come
this
the
shot
answers
is.
to all these other things. My complicated
Get there,
relationship
get
is
there.
that, well, you know,
Hit
part
that
of the
ball, dude.
scientific disposition isn't having stuff you don't know the answer to. I mean, we're not going to have all the answers, I hope, because then what? Right? It's sort of dystopian.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I like the mysteries we have.
Yeah.
I kind of had this assumption that there will always be mysteries, so you want to keep
Right.
solving them.
Oh,
They
no.
will lead to
dude,
more.
Dude, that was a
In the
great
same
shot.
way that relativity led to black holes led to the information loss paradox, or the Big Bang, or what happened before, or the multiverse. It's because we learned so much we were able to escalate to the next level of abstraction.
Yeah, by the way,
Questioning.
we should mention that if you're talking to this oracle, and even if you ask the obvious question about quantum gravity,
Mhm.
I almost guarantee with 100% probability that even if all your questions are answered, it's impossible to get to the end of your questions.
Right.
It says, the oracle will say, no, you can't unify.
Fuck you, dude.
Then you say, well, wait.
Well, yeah, and then you say emergent,
Right.
and then the oracle say, well, everything you think is fundamental is not; it's emergent.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, well, this is we need to
Right.
some more questions.
That's right. I mean, it's been 100 years more since relativity, and we're still picking it apart.
Yeah, And there may be new ones.
Mm-hmm.
You will write that eventually all our history in this universe will be erased.
Hmm.
How does that make you feel?
I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, it's a tough thought. But again, I think there's a way in which we can come to terms with that's kind of poetic. You build something in the sand and then you erase it.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a reminder that we have to be concerned about our immediate experience too, right? How we are to those around us.
Zoot, you ready
How
for
they
this
are
one?
to
This
us.
is for the win.
What we
6
leave
straight
behind in
wins.
the near term.
In your
what we leave
face,
behind in the
son.
long term. Have we contributed and did we contribute overall net positive?
Zoot, what's the name of this hole?
Eventually, I think it's kind of hard to imagine. But yes, all of these Nobel
It's not the
Prizes,
penis
all
hole.
of these
It's the
mathematical
pee
proofs, all of these conversations, all of these ideas, all the influence we have on each other, even the AI, eventually will expire.
Well, at the very least, we can focus on drawing something beautiful in the sand.
Yeah.
Before it's washed away. Well, this was an incredible conversation. I'm truly grateful for the work you do.
And me for your work. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jan 11. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein on the topic of relativity. When you're courting a nice girl, an hour seems like a second. When you sit on a red-hot cinder, a second seems like an hour. That's relativity. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Zoot, did you know it's your turn? Zoot, you're so bad. Go, dude.
If we don't ask how long do they last, but instead ask what's the probability that there have been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they lasted. I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been run. And the only way that we're the only time that this is, this whole process from, abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore you could put a probability, we called it the pessimism line, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilizations, right? But we could set a limit using this. We could say, look, as if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22,
so you lost 6 games in a row.
Then yeah, we're alone.
I mean,
if it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. And to me, that was
It was a pleasure whooping your ass.
It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really has some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere over the course of cosmic history.
The following is a conversation with Adam Frank, an astrophysicist interested in the evolution of star systems and the search for alien civilizations in our universe. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Adam Frank. You wrote a book about aliens. So the big question, how many alien civilizations are out there?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The amazing thing is that after 2.5 millennia of people yelling at each other or setting each other on fire occasionally over the answer, we now actually have the capacity to answer that question. So in the next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to have data relevant to the answer to that question. We're going to have hard data, finally, that will, one way or the other, even if we don't find anything immediately, we will have gone through a number of planets. We'll be able to start putting limits on how common life is. The one answer I can tell you, which was an important part of the problem, is how many planets are there, right? And just like people have been arguing about the existence of life elsewhere for 2,500 years, people have been arguing about planets for the exact same amount of time, right? You can see Aristotle yelling at Democritus about this. You can see they had very wildly different opinions about how common planets were going to be and how unique Earth was. And that question got answered, right? Which is pretty remarkable that in a lifetime you can have a 2,500-year-old question. The answer is they're everywhere. There are planets everywhere. And it was possible that planets were really rare. We didn't really understand how planets formed. And so if you go back to, say, the turn of the 20th century, there was a theory that said planets formed when two stars passed by each other closely, and then material was gravitationally squeezed out, in which case those kinds of collisions are so rare that you would expect 1 in a trillion stars to have planets. Instead, every star in the night sky has planets.
So one of the things you've done is simulated the formation of stars. How difficult do you think it is to simulate the formation of planets, like simulate a solar system, through the entire evolution of the solar system? This is kind of a numerical simulation sneaking up to the question of how many planets are there.
That actually we're able to do now. You can run simulations of the formation of planetary system. So if you run the simulation, really where you want to start is a cloud of gas, these giant interstellar clouds of gas that may have, 1 million times the mass of the sun in them. And so you run a simulation of that. It's turbulent, the gas is roiling and tumbling, and every now and then you get a place where the gas is dense enough that gravity gets hold of it and it can pull it downward. So you'll start to form a protostar. And a protostar is basically the young star of this ball of gas where nuclear reactions are getting started. But it's also a disk. So as the material falls inward, because everything's rotating, as it falls inward, it'll spin up and then it'll form a disk. Material will collect in what's called an accretion disk or a protoplanetary disk. And you can simulate all of that. Once you get into the disk itself and you want to do planets, things get a little bit more complicated because the physics gets more complicated. Now you got to start worrying about dust, because actually dust is the wrong word. It's smoke, really. These are the tiniest bits of solids. They will coagulate in the disk to form pebbles, right? And then the pebbles will collide to form rocks, and then the rocks will form boulders, et cetera, et cetera. That process is super complicated, but we've been able to simulate enough of it to begin to get a handle on how planets form, how you accrete enough material to get the first proto-planets or planetary embryos, as we call them. And then the next step is those things start slamming into each other to form, planetary-sized bodies. And then the planetary bodies slam into each other. Earth, the moon, came about because there was a Mars-sized body that slammed into the Earth and basically blew off all the material that then eventually formed the moon.
And all of them have different chemical compositions, different temperatures?
Yeah, so the temperature of the material in the disk depends on how far away you are from the star. So it decreases, right? And so there's a really interesting point. So close to the star, temperatures are really high. And the only thing that can condense, that can kind of freeze out, is going to be stuff like metals. So that's why you find mercury is this giant ball of iron, basically. And then as you go further out, the gas gets cooler, and now you can start getting things like water to freeze, right? So there's something we call the snow line, which is somewhere in our solar system out around between Mars and Jupiter. And that's the reason why the giant planets in our solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, all have huge amounts of ice in them, or water and ice. Actually, Jupiter and Saturn don't have so much, but the moons do. The moons have so much water in them that there's oceans, right? That we've got a number of those moons have got more water on them than there's water on Earth.
Do you think it's possible to do that kind of simulation to have a stronger and stronger estimate of how likely an Earth-like planet is? Can we get the physics simulation done well enough to where we can start estimating, like, what are the possible Earth-like things that could be generated?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we're learning how to do that now. So, one part is like trying to just figure out how planets form themselves and doing the simulations. Like that cascade from dust grains up to planetary embryos. That's hard to simulate because it's both. You got to do both the gas and you got to do the dust and the dust colliding and all that physics. Once you get up to a planet-sized body, then you kind of have to switch over to almost like a different kind of simulation. There, often what you're doing is you're assuming the planet is this sort of spherical ball, and then you're doing like a 1D, a radial calculation. You're just asking like, all right, how is this thing going to? What is the structure of it going to be? Like, am I going to have a solid iron core, or am I going to get a solid iron core with that liquid iron core out around it like we have on Earth? And then you get a silicate, kind of a rocky mantle, and then a crust. All those details, those are kind of beyond being able to do full 3D simulations from ab initio, from scratch. We're not there yet.
How important are those details, like the crust and the atmosphere, do you think?
Hugely important. So I'm part of a collaboration at the University of Rochester where we're using the giant laser. This is called the Laboratory for Laser Energetics. We got a huge grant from the NSF to use that laser to like slam tiny pieces of silica to understand what the conditions are like at the center of the Earth, or even more importantly, the center of super Earths. Like this is what's wild. The most common kind of planet in the universe we don't have in our solar system, which is amazing, right? So we've been able to study enough or observe enough planets now to get a census. We kind of have an idea of who's average, who's weird. And our solar system's weird because the average planet has a mass somewhere between a few times the mass of the Earth to maybe 10 times the mass of the Earth, and that's exactly where there are no planets in our solar system. So the smaller ones of those we call super Earths, the larger ones we call sub-Neptunes, and they're anybody's guess. Like, we don't really know what happens to material when you're squeezed to those pressures, which is like millions, tens of millions of times the pressure on the surface of the Earth. So those details really will matter of what's going on in there, because that will determine whether or not you have, say, for example, plate tectonics. We think plate tectonics may have been really important for life on Earth, for the evolution of complex life on Earth. So it turns out, and this is sort of the next generation where we're going with the understanding the evolution of planets and life. It turns out that you actually have to think hard about the planetary context for life. You can't just be like, oh, there's a warm pond, and then some interesting, chemistry happens in the warm pond. You actually have to think about the planet as a whole and what it's gone through in order to really understand whether a planet is a good place for life or not.
Why do you think plate tectonics might be useful for the formation of complex life?
There's a bunch of different things. One is that, the Earth went through a couple of phases of being a snowball planet. Like we went into a period of glaciation where pretty much the entire planet was under ice. The oceans were frozen. Early on in Earth's history, there was barely any land. We were actually a water world, with just a couple of Australia-sized cratons, they called them, protocontinents. So those, we went through these snowball Earth phases. And if it wasn't for the fact that we had kind of an active plate tectonics, which had a lot of volcanism on it, we could have been locked in that forever. Like, once you get into a snowball state, a planet can be trapped there forever, which is, maybe you already had life form, but then because it's so cold, you may never get anything more than just microbes, right? So what plate tectonics does is because it fosters more volcanism, is that you're going to get carbon dioxide pumped into the atmosphere, which warms the planet up and gets you out of the snowball Earth phase. But there's even more really important things. I just finished a paper where we were looking at something called the hard steps model, which is this model that's been out there for a long time that purports to say intelligent life in the universe will be really rare. And it made all these assumptions about the Earth's history, particularly the history of life and the history of the planet, or have nothing to do with each other. And it turns out, as I was doing the reading for this, that Earth probably early on had a more mild form of plate tectonics, and then somewhere about 1 billion years ago, it ramped up. And that ramping up changed everything on the planet, because here's a funny thing. The Earth used to be flat. What I mean by that, right? So all the flat earthers out there can get excited for 1 second.
Clip it.
What I mean by that is that there really weren't many mountain ranges, right? The beginning of, I think the term is orogenesis, mountain building, the true Himalayan-style giant mountains, didn't happen until this more robust form of plate tectonics, where the plates are really being driven around the planet. And that is when you get the crusts hitting each other, and they start pushing, into these Himalayan-style mountains. The weathering of that, the erosion of that, puts huge amounts of nutrients, things that microbes want to use, into the oceans, and then what we call the net primary productivity, the bottom of the food chain, how much sugars they are producing, how much photosynthesis they're doing, shot up by a factor of almost 1,000, right? So the fact that you had plate tectonics supercharged evolution in some sense. We're not exactly sure how it happened, but it's clear that the amount of life, the amount of living activity that was happening really got a boost from the fact that suddenly there was this new vigorous form of plate tectonics.
So it's nice to have turmoil in terms of temperature, in terms of surface geometries, in terms of the chemistry of the planet. Turmoil.
Yeah, that's actually really true, because what happens is if you look at the history of life, that's it's an excellent point you're bringing up. If you look at the history of life on Earth, we get abiogenesis somewhere around at least 3.8 billion years ago. And that's the first microbes. They kind of take over enough that they really do, you get a biosphere. You get a biosphere that is actively changing the planet. But then you go through this period they call the boring billion, where it's a billion years and it's just microbes. Nothing's happening. It's just microbes. I mean, microbes are doing amazing things. They're inventing fermentation. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. But it's not until sort of you get probably these continents slamming into each other, you really get the beginning of continents forming and driving changes that evolution has to respond to. That on a planetary scale, this turmoil, this chaos is creating new niches as well as closing other ones. And evolution has to respond to that. And somewhere around there is when you get the Cambrian explosions, when suddenly every body plan, evolution goes on an orgy, essentially. It does look like that chaos or that turmoil was actually very helpful to evolution.
I wonder if there's some extremely elevated levels of chaos, almost like catastrophes, behind every leap of evolution. Like, you're not going to have leaps. Like in human societies, we have like an Einstein that comes up with a good idea, but it feels like on an evolutionary time scale, you need some real big drama going on for the evolutionary system to have to come up to a solution to that drama, like an extra complex solution to that drama.
Well, I think I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if it needs to be like an almost extinction event, right? Because it's certainly true that we have gone through almost extinction events, right? We've had, 5 mass extinctions, but you don't necessarily see that like there was this giant evolutionary leap happening after those. So, with the comet impact, the KT boundary, certainly, lots of niches opened up. And that's why we're here, right? Because, our ancestors were just little, basically rats, living under the footsteps of the dinosaurs. And it was that comet impact that opened the route for us. But it wasn't, that still took another, 65 million years. It wasn't like this thing immediately happened. But what we found with this hard steps paper, because the whole idea of the hard steps paper was, it was one of these anthropic reasoning kinds of things, where Brandon Carter said, oh, look, the intelligence doesn't show up on Earth until about, almost close to when the end of the sun's lifetime. And so he's like, well, there should be no reason why the sun's lifetime and the time for evolution to produce intelligence should be the same. And so therefore, and he goes through all this reasoning, anthropic reasoning, and he ends up with the idea that it must be that the odds of getting intelligence are super low. And so that's the hard steps, right? So there was a series of steps in evolution that were, very, very hard. And because of that, you can calculate some probability distributions. And everybody loves a good probability distribution, and they went a long way with this. But it turns out that the whole thing is flawed, because on one, when you look at it, of course, the time scale for the sun's evolution and the time scale for evolution on life are coupled, because life and the time scale for evolution of the Earth is about the same time scale as the evolution as the sun. It's billions of years. The Earth evolves over billions of years. and life and the Earth co-evolve. That's what Brandon Carter didn't see, is that actually the fate of the Earth and the fate of life are inextricably combined. And this is really important for astrobiology, too. Life doesn't happen on a planet. It happens to a planet. So this is something that David Grinspoon and Sarah Walker both say, and I agree with this. It's a really nice way of putting it. Plate tectonics, the evolution of oxygen, of an oxygen atmosphere, which only happened because of life. These things, these are things that are happening where life and the planet are sort of sloshing back and forth. And so rather than, to your point about do you need giant catastrophes, maybe not giant catastrophes, but what happens is as the Earth and life are evolving together, windows are opening up, evolutionary windows. Like, for example, life put oxygen into the atmosphere. When life invented this new form of photosynthesis about 2.5 billion years ago, that broke water apart to work to do its chemical shenanigans. It broke water apart and pushed oxygen into the atmosphere. That's why there's oxygen in the atmosphere. It's only because of life. That opened up huge possibilities, new spaces for evolution to happen. But it also changed the chemistry of the planet forever. So the introduction of oxygen photosynthesis changed the planet forever, and it opened up a bunch of windows for evolution that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Like, for example, you and I, we need that amount of oxygen. Big-brained creatures need an oxygen-rich atmosphere because oxygen is so potent for metabolism. So you couldn't get intelligent creatures 100 million years after the planet formed.
So really, on a scale of a planet, when there's billions, trillions of organisms on a planet, they can actually have planetary scale impact.
Yeah.
So the chemical shenanigans of an individual organism, once scaled out to trillions, can actually change a planet.
Yeah, and we know this for a fact now. So there was this thing, Gaia theory, that with James Lovelock introduced in the 70s, and then Lynn Margulis, the biologist Lynn Margulis, together. So this Gaia theory was the idea that planets pretty much life takes over a planet. Life hijacks a planet in a way that the sum total of life creates these feedbacks between the planet and the life, such that it keeps the planet habitable. It's kind of a homeostasis, right? I can go out, like right now outside is 100 degrees, right? And I go outside, but my internal temperature is going to be the same. And I can go back to, Rochester, New York in the winter, and it's going to be, 0 degrees, but my internal temperature is going to be the same. That's homeostasis. The idea of Gaia theory was that life, the biosphere, exerts this pressure on the planet, or these feedbacks on the planet, that even as other things are changing, the planet will always stay in the right kinds of conditions for life. Now, when this theory came out, it was very controversial. People were like, oh my God, what are you smoking weed? And there were all these Gaian festivals with Gaian dances. And so, it became very popular in the New Age community. But Lovelock, actually, they were able to show that, no, this has nothing to do with like the planet being conscious or anything. It was about these feedbacks that by the biology, the biosphere can exert these feedbacks. And now that's become, whether or not we're still unclear whether there are true Gaian feedbacks in the sense that the planet can really exert complete control. But it is absolutely true that the biosphere is a major player in Earth's history.
So the biosphere fights for homeostasis on Earth.
What I would say right now is I don't know if I can say that scientifically. I can certainly say that the biosphere does a huge amount of the regulation of the planetary state, and over billions of years has strongly modified the evolution of the planet. So whether or not a true Gaian feedback would be exactly what you said, right? The biosphere is this somehow, and Sarah Walker and David Grinspoon and I actually did a paper on this about the idea of planetary intelligence or cognition across a planetary scale. And I think that actually is possible. It's not conscious, but there is a kind of cognitive activity going on. The biosphere, in some sense, knows what is happening because of these feedbacks. So it's still unclear whether we have these full Gaian feedbacks, but we certainly have semi-Gaian feedbacks. If there's a perturbation on the planetary scale, temperature, insolation, how much sunlight's coming in, the biosphere will start to have feedbacks that will damp that perturbation. Temperature goes up, the biosphere starts doing something, temperature comes down.
Now, I wonder if the technosphere also has a Gaian feedback or elements of a Gaian feedback, such that the technosphere will also fight to some degree for homeostasis? Open question, I guess.
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because that paper that David and Sarah and I wrote, what we were arguing is that over the history of a planet, right, when life first forms, 3.8 billion years ago, it's kind of thin on the ground, right? You've got the first species, these are all microbes, and they have not yet they're not going to enough of them to exert any kind of these Gaian feedback. So we call that an immature biosphere.
Mm-hmm.
But then as time goes on, as life becomes more robust and it begins to exert these feedbacks, keeping the planet in the place where it needs to be for life, we call that a mature biosphere, right? And the important thing, and I'm sure later on we're going to talk about definitions of life and such. There's this great term called autopoiesis that Francisco Varela, the neurobiologist Francisco Varela, came up with. And he said, one of the defining things about life is this property of autopoiesis, which means self-creating and self-maintaining. Life does not create the conditions which will destroy itself, right? It's always trying to keep itself in a place where it can stay alive. So the biosphere, from this Gaian perspective, has been autopoietic for billions of years. Now, we just invented this technosphere in the last, couple of hundred years. And what we were arguing in that paper is that it's an immature technosphere. Right? Because right now, with climate change and all the other things we're doing, the technosphere right now is sort of destroying the conditions under which it needs to maintain itself. So the real job for us, if we're going to last over, geologic timescales, if we want a technosphere that's going to last tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, then we've got to become mature, which means to not undermine the conditions, to not subvert the conditions that you need to stay alive. So as of right now, I'd say we're not autopoietic.
Well, I wonder if we look across thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, that perturbations, the technosphere should create perturbations as a way for developing greater and greater defenses against perturbations, which sounds like a ridiculous statement, but basically go out and play in the yard and hurt yourself to strengthen or like drink water from the pond.
From the pond, yeah, right.
To
get sick a few times.
To strengthen the immune system.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting with the technosphere, we could talk about this more, but we're just emerging as a technosphere in terms of as a interplanetary technosphere, right? That's really the next step for us, is to, David Grinspoon talks about, I love this idea of anti-accretion, like this amazing thing that for the first time, over the entire history of the planet, stuff is coming off the planet, right? It used to be everything just fell down, all the meteorites fell down. But now we're starting to push stuff out. And, like the idea of planetary defense or such, we are actually going to start exerting perturbations on the solar system as a whole. We're going to start engineering if we make it, right? I always like to say that if we can get through climate change, the prize at the end is the solar system, right? So we will will be literally engineering the solar system. But what you can think of right now with what's happening with the Anthropocene, the great acceleration that is the technosphere, is the creation, that is a giant perturbation on the biosphere, right? And what you can't do is, the technosphere sits on top of the biosphere, and if the technosphere undermines the biosphere for its own conditions of habitability, then you're in trouble, right? I mean, the biosphere is not going away. There's nothing we could do. Like, the idea that we have to save the Earth is a little ridiculous. Like, the Earth is not a furry little bunny that we need to protect, but it's the conditions for us, right? Humanity emerged out of the Holocene, the last 10,000 years interglacial period. We can't tolerate very different kinds of Earths. So that's what I mean about a perturbation.
Before we forget, I got to ask you about this paper.
Right.
Pretty interesting. There's an interesting table here about hard steps. Abiogenesis, glucose fermentation to pyruvic acid, all kinds of steps, all the way to Homo sapiens, animal intelligence, land ecosystems, endoskeletons, eye precursor, so formation of the eye.
Yeah.
Complex multicellularity.
That's definitely one of the big ones.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, what can you say about this chart? There are all kinds of papers talking about what the difficulty of these steps.
Right, and so this was the idea. So what Carter said was, using anthropic reasoning, he said there must be a few very hard steps for evolution to get through to make it to intelligence, right? So there's some steps are going to be easy. So every generation, you roll the dice, and yeah, it won't take long for you to get that step. But there must be a few of them, and he said you could even calculate how many there were, 5, 6, in order to get to intelligence. And so this paper here, this plot, is all these different people who've written all these papers, and this is the point. Actually, you can see all these papers that were written on the hard steps, each one proposing a different set of what those steps should be. And there's this other idea from biology of the major transitions in evolution, MTEs, that those were the hard steps. But what we actually found was that none of those are actually hard. The whole idea of hard steps, that there are hard steps, is actually suspect. So, what's amazing about this model is it shows how important it is to actually work with people who are in the field, right? So, Brandon Carter was a brilliant physicist, the guy who came up with this. And then lots of physicists and astrophysicists like me have used this, but the people who actually study evolution and the planet were never involved, right? And if you went and talked to an evolutionary biologist or a biogeophysicist, they'd look at you when you explain this to them and they'd be like, what? Like, what are you guys doing? Turns out none of the details or none of the conceptual structure of this matches with what the people actually study the planet and its evolution.
Is it mostly about the fact that there's not really discrete big steps? It's a gradual, continual kind of process?
Well, there's two things. The first most important one was that the planet and the biosphere have evolved together. That's something that most biogeophysicists completely accept. And it was the first thing that Carter kind of rejected. He said, no, that's probably not possible. And yet, if he'd only sort of had more discussions with this other community, it would have seemed like, no, there are actually windows that open up. And then the next thing is this idea of whether a step is hard or not. Because for hard, what we mean by a hard step is that, like I said, every time there's a generation, every time there's the next generation born, you're rolling the dice on whether this mutation will happen. And the idea of something being a hard step, there's two ways in which something might even appear as a hard step and not be, or actually not be a hard step at all. One is that you see something that has occurred in evolution that has only happened once, right? So let's take the opposite. You see something that's happened multiple times, like wings. Lots of examples of wings over lots of different evolutionary lineages. So that's clearly not making wings is not a hard step. There are certain other things that people say, no, that's a hard step. Oxygen, the oxygen photosynthesis. But they tend to be so long ago that we've lost all the information. There could be other things in the fossil record that, made this innovation, but they're just gone now. So you can't tell. Also, there's information loss. The other thing is the idea of pulling up the ladder, that somebody, some species makes the innovation, but then it fills the niche and nobody else can do it again. So yeah, it only happened once, but it happened once because basically the creature was so successful, it took over and there was no space for anybody else to evolve it. So yeah, so the interesting thing about this was seeing how much, once you look at the details of life's history on Earth, how it really shifts you away from this hard steps model. And it shows you that those details, as we're talking about, do you have to know about the planet? Do you have to know about plate tectonics? Yeah, you're going to have to.
I mean, to be fair to Carter on the first point, it makes it much more complicated if life and the planet are co-evolving. Because it would be nice to consider the planet as a static thing that sets the initial conditions.
Yeah.
And then we can sort of, from an outside perspective, analyze planets based on the initial conditions they create. And then there's a binary yes or no, will it create life? But if they co-evolve, it's just it's a really complex dynamical system where everything is becomes much more difficult from the perspective of SETI, of looking out there and trying to figure out which ones are actually producing life.
But I think we're at the point now, so now there may be other kinds of principles that actually, because coevolution actually has its own, not deterministic, you're done with determinism, right? But complex systems have patterns, complex systems have constraints, and that's actually what we're going to be looking for, are constraints on them. And so, and again, nothing against Carter, it was a brilliant idea, but it just goes to show, this is great XTC, I'm a theoretical physicist, right? And so I love give me a simplified model with, a dynamical equation, some initial conditions, I'm very happy. but there's this great XTC comic where, like, somebody's working something out on the board, and this physicist is looking over and saying, I just wrote down an equation for that. I solved your problem. Do you guys even have a journal for this? And the subtitle is Why Everybody Hates Physicists.
Yeah.
So sometimes that approach totally works. Sometimes physicists, can be very good at, like, zooming in on what is important and casting the details aside so you can get to the heart of an issue. And that's very useful sometimes. Other times it obfuscates, right? Other times it clouds over actually what you needed to focus on, especially when it comes to complexity.
Speaking of simplifying everything down to an equation, let's return back to the question of how many alien civilizations are out there and talk about the Drake equation.
Yeah.
Can you explain the Drake equation?
People have various feelings about the Drake equation. It can be abused, but basically it was the story actually is really interesting. So Frank Drake in 1960 does the first ever astrobiological experiment. He gets a radio telescope, points it at a couple of stars, and listens for signals. That was the first time anybody done any experiment about any kind of life in the history of humanity. And he does it, and he's kind of waiting for everybody to make fun of him. Instead, he gets a phone call from the government, says, "Hey, we want you to do a meeting on interstellar communications." Right? So he's like, "Okay." So they organize a meeting with, like, just 8 people. A young Carl Sagan is going to be there as well. And, like, the night before, Drake has to come up with an agenda. How do you come up with an agenda for a meeting on a topic that no one's ever talked about before? Right? And so he breaks what he does. What's so brilliant about the Drake equation is he breaks the problem of how many civilizations are there out there into a bunch of sub-problems, right? And he breaks it into 7 sub-problems. Each one of them is a factor in an equation that when you multiply them all together, you get the number of civilizations out there that we could communicate with. So the first term is the rate at which stars form. The second term is the fraction of those stars that have planets, F sub p. The next term is the number of planets in the habitable zone, the place where we think life could form. The next term after that is the fraction of those planets where actually an abiogenesis event, life forms, occurs. The next one is the fraction of planets on which you start to get intelligence. After that, it's the fraction of planets where that intelligence goes on to create a civilization. And then finally, the last term, which is the one that we really care about, is the lifetime. How long you have a civilization, now how long does it last?
Well, you say we humans.
We humans, right? Because we're staring at the multiple guns pointing at us. Nuclear war, climate change, AI. So how long in general does civilizations last? Now, each one of these terms, what was brilliant about what he did was, what he was doing was he was quantifying our ignorance, right? By breaking the problem up into these 7 sub-problems, he gave astronomers something to do, right? And so, this is always with a new research field. You need a research program, or else you just have a bunch of vague questions. You don't even know really what you're trying to do. So, the star people could figure out how many stars were forming per year. The people who were interested in planets could go out and find techniques to discover planets, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, these are their own fields. Essentially, by creating this equation, he's launching new fields.
Yeah. That's exactly. He gave astrobiology, which wasn't even a term then, a roadmap. Like, okay, you guys go do this, you go do that, you go do that. And it had such far-reaching effect on astrobiology because it did break the problem up in a way that gave useful, sort of marching orders for all these different groups. Like, for example, it's because of the Drake equation, in some sense, that people who were involved in SETI pushed NASA to develop the technologies for planet hunting. There was this amazing meeting in 1978, two meetings, 1978 and 1979, that were driven in some part by the people who were involved in SETI getting NASA together to say, look, how, what's the roadmap for us to develop technologies to find planets? So, the Drake equation is absolutely foundational for astrobiology, but we should remember that it's not a law of nature, right? It's not something it's not E equals MC squared. And so you can see it being abused in some sense. People, it's generated 1 trillion papers. Some of those papers are good. I've written some of those, and some of those papers are bad. I'm not sure where my paper fits in on those. I'm saying, one should be careful about what you're using it for. But in terms of understanding the problem that astrobiology faces, this really broke it up in a useful way.
We could talk about each one of these, but let's just look at exoplanets.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting one. I think when you look back, hundreds of years from now, what is it, in the 90s when they first detected the first?
92 and 95. 95 to me was that was the discovery of the first planet orbiting a sun-like star. To me, that was the dam being broken.
I think that's like one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science.
I agree.
Right now, I guess nobody's celebrating it too much because you don't know what it really means. But I think once we almost certainly will find life out there, it will obviously allow us to generalize across the entire galaxy, the entire universe. So if you can find life on a planet, even in the solar system, you can now start generalizing across the entire universe.
You can. All you need is one. Like right now, it's our understanding of life, we have one example. We have n equals 1 example of life. So that means we could be an accident, right? It could be that we're the only place in the entire universe where this weird thing called life has occurred. Get one more example, and now you're done. Because if you have one more example, now you don't have to find all the other examples. You just know that it's happened more than once, and now you are, from a Bayesian perspective, you can start thinking like, this life is not something that's hard to make.
Well, let me get your sense of estimates for the Drake equation. You also written a paper expanding on the Drake equation, but what do you think is the answer?
So there was this paper we wrote, Woody Sullivan and I, in 2016, where we said, look, we have all this exoplanet data now, right? So the thing that exoplanet science and the exoplanet census I was talking about before have nailed is F sub p, the fraction of stars that have planets, it's 1. Every freaking star that you see in the sky hosts a family of worlds. I mean, it's mind-boggling because every one of those are all places, right? They're either, gas giants, probably with moons, so the moons are places you can stand and look out, or they're like terrestrial worlds where even if there's not life, there's still snow falling and there's oceans washing up on shorelines. It's incredible to think how many places and stories there are out there. So, right, the first term was F sub p, which is how many stars have planets. The next term is how many planets are in the habitable zone, right, on average. And it turns out to be 1/5, right? So, around 0.2. So that means you just count 5 of them. Go out at night and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them has an Earth-like planet, in the habitable zone. Like, whoa.
So what defines a habitable zone?
Habitable zone is an idea that was developed in the 1958 by the Chinese-American astronomer Xu Sheng. And it was a brilliant idea. It said, look, I can do this simple calculation. If I take a planet and just stick it at some distance from a star of what's the temperature of the planet, what's the temperature of the surface. So now you're going to ask, you give it a standard kind of Earth-like atmosphere and ask, could there be liquid water on the surface, right? We believe that liquid water is really important for life. There could be other things that's happening, fine. But, if you were to start off trying to make life, you'd probably choose water as your solvent for it. So basically, the habitable zone is the band of orbits around a star where you can have liquid water on the surface. You could take a glass of water, pour it on the surface, and it would just pool up. It wouldn't freeze immediately, which would happen if your planet is too far out, and it wouldn't just boil away if your planet's too close in. So that's the formal definition of the habitable zone. So it's a nice, strict definition. There's probably way more going on than that, but this is a place to start.
Right. Well, we should say it's a place to start. I do think it's too strict of a constraint.
I would agree.
We're talking about temperature where water can be on the surface. There's so many other ways to get the aforementioned turmoil, where the temperature varies, whether it's volcanic, so interaction of volcanoes and ice and all of this on the moons of planets that are much farther away, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, for example, we know in our own solar system, we have, say, Europa, the moon of Jupiter, which has got a 100-mile deep ocean under 10 miles of ice, right? That's not in the habitable zone. That is outside the habitable zone. And that may be the best place. It's got more water than Earth does. All of its oceans are, it's twice as much water on Europa than there is on Earth. So, that may be a really great place for life to form, and it's outside the habitable zone. So, the habitable zone is a good place to start, and it helps us. And there's reasons why you do want to focus on the habitable zone, because like Europa, I won't be able to see from across telescopic distances across light years, I wouldn't be able to see life on Europa because it's under 10 miles of ice, right? So with the important thing about planets in the habitable zone is that we're thinking they have atmospheres. Atmospheres are the things we can characterize for across 10, 50 light years, and we can see biosignatures, as we're going to talk about. So there is a reason why the habitable zone becomes important for the detection of extrasolar life.
But for me, when I look up at the stars, it's very likely that there's a habitable planet or moon in each of the stars. Habitable defined broadly.
Yeah, I think that's not unreasonable to say. I mean, especially since the formal definition, you get 1 in 5, right? 1 in 5 is a lot. There's a lot of stars in the sky. So yeah, saying that in general, when I look at a star, there's a pretty good chance that there's something habitable orbiting it is not a unreasonable scientific claim.
To me, it seems like there should be alien civilizations everywhere. Why the Fermi paradox? Why haven't we seen them?
Okay, the Fermi paradox. Let's talk about I love talking about the Fermi paradox because there is no Fermi paradox. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. So the Fermi paradox, let's talk a little about the Fermi paradox and the history of it. Enrico Fermi, it's 1950. He's walking with his friends at Los Alamos Nuclear Weapons Lab to the cantina, and there had been this cartoon in the New Yorker. They all read the New Yorker. And the cartoon was trying to explain why there had been this rash of garbage cans disappearing in New York. And this cartoon said, oh, it's UFOs. Because this is already, it's 1950. The first big UFO craze happened in 47. So they were laughing about this as they're walking, and they started being physicists, started talking about interstellar travel, interstellar propulsion, blah, blah, blah. Conversation goes on for a while. Conversation turns to something else, they go on to other things. About 40 minutes later, over lunch, Fermi blurts out, well, where is everybody? Right? Typical Fermi sort of thing. He'd done the calculation in his head, and he suddenly realized that, look, if intelligence is common, that even traveling at sublight speeds, a civilization could cross, kind of hop from one star system to the other and spread it out across the entire galaxy in a few 100,000 years. And he realized this, and so he was like, why aren't they here now? And that was the beginning of the Fermi paradox. It actually got picked up as a formal thing in 1975 in a paper by Hart, where he actually kind of went through this calculation and showed and said, well, there's nobody here now, therefore there's nobody anywhere. Okay, so that is what we will call the direct Fermi paradox. Why aren't they here now? But something happened where people, after SETI began, where people started to, there was this idea of the great silence. People got this idea in their head that we've been looking for decades now for signals of extraterrestrial intelligence, and we haven't found any. Therefore, there's nothing out there. So we'll call that the indirect Fermi paradox. And there absolutely is no indirect Fermi paradox for the most mundane of reasons, which is money. There's never been any money to look. SETI was always done by researchers who were kind of scabbing some time, some extra time from their other projects to, look a little bit, at the sky with a telescope. Telescopes are expensive. So Jason Wright, one of my collaborators, he and his students did a study where they looked at the entire search space for SETI. And imagine that's an ocean. All the different stars you have to look at, the radio frequencies you have to look at, when you look, how often you look. And they looked, then they summed up all the SETI searches that had ever been done. They went through the literature. And what they found was if that search space, if the sky is an ocean and you're looking for fish, how much of the ocean have we looked at? And it turns out to be a hot tub. That's how much of the ocean that we've looked up. We've dragged a hot tub's worth of ocean water up, and there was no fish in it. And so now are we going to say, well, there's no fish in the ocean, right? So there is absolutely, positively no indirect Fermi paradox. We just haven't looked. But we're starting to look. So that's what's, finally we're starting to look. That's what's exciting. The direct Fermi paradox, there are so many ways out of that, right? There's a book called 77 Solutions to the Fermi Paradox that it just, you can pick your favorite one. It just doesn't carry a lot of weight because there's so many ways around it. We did an actual simulation, my group, Jonathan Carroll, one of my collaborators, we actually simulated the galaxy, and we simulated probes moving at sublight speed from one star to the other, gathering resources, heading to the next one. And so we could actually track the expansion wave across the galaxy, have one abiogenesis event, and then watch the whole galaxy get colonized or settled. And it is absolutely true that wave crosses, Hart was right, Fermi was right, that wave crosses very quickly. But civilizations don't last forever, right? So one question is, when did they visit? When did they come to Earth, right? So if you give civilizations a finite lifetime, let them last 10,000, 100,000 years, what you find is you now have a steady state. Civilizations are dying, they're coming back, they're traveling between the stars. What you find then is you can have big holes opened up. You can have regions of space where there is nobody for millions of years. And so if we're living in one of those bubbles right now, then maybe we were visited, but we were visited 100 million years ago. And there was a paper that Gavin Schmidt and I did that showed that if there was a civilization, whether it was like dinosaurs or aliens that was here 100 million years ago, there's no way to tell. There's no record left over. The fossil record is too sparse. The only way maybe you could tell is by looking at the isotopic strata to see if there was anything reminiscent of an industrial civilization. But the idea that, you'd be able to find iPhones or toppled buildings after 100 million years there's no way.
So if there was an alien camp here, an alien village, a small civilization,
right,
maybe even a large civilization,
even a large civilization, even if it was
100 million years ago,
and it lasted 10,000 years, fossil record's not going to have it. Yeah. The fossil record is too sparse, right? Most things don't fossilize.
Yeah.
And 10,000 years is a blink in the eye of geological time. So Gavin called this the Silurian hypothesis after the Doctor Who episode with the lizard creatures, the Silurians. And so that paper got a lot of press, but it was it was an important idea. And it was really Gavin's. I was just helping with the astrobiology. That to recognize that, we could have been visited a long time ago. There just would be no record. Yeah, it's kind of mind blowing.
It's really mind blowing,
yeah.
And it's also a good reminder that we've been intelligent. Species have been here for a very short amount of time.
Very short amount of time. Yeah. This is not to say that there was whenever I gave I was on Joe Rogan for exactly this paper, and I had to always emphasize we're not saying there was a Silurian, but we're just saying that if there was, that's why I love Gavin's question. Gavin's question was just like, how could you tell, right? It was a very beautifully scientific question. That's what we were really showing. That you really, unless you did a very specific kind of search, which nobody's done so far, that there's not an obvious way to tell that there could have been civilizations here earlier on.
I've actually been reading a lot about ancient civilizations, and it just makes me sad how much of the wisdom of that time is lost.
Yeah.
And how much guessing is going on, whether it's in South America, like what happened in the jungle.
Yeah, like the Amazon, the Amazon problem. That was, the conquistadors came and wiped everybody out, and especially just even the plague may have decimated. So yeah, how much of that civilization?
And there's a lot of theories, and because of archaeology only looks at cities, they don't really know the origins of humans.
Yeah. And
there's a lot of really interesting theories, and they're of course controversial. And there's a lot of controversial people in every discipline, but archaeology is it's a fascinating one because we know so little. They're basically storytellers. You're assembling the picture from just very few puzzle pieces. It's fascinating. It makes me. It's humbling and it's sad that there could be entire civilizations, ancient civilizations, that are either almost entirely or entirely lost.
Yeah, well, like the indigenous peoples of North America, there could have been millions and millions. We get this idea that the Europeans came and it was empty, but it may have only been empty because the plague had swept up from the what happened in Mesoamerica. So and they didn't really build cities, but they didn't build wooden or stone cities. They built wooden cities,
Everybody seems to be building pyramids, and they're really damn good at it. I don't know
what does that have to do with a pyramid. Why does that apply? What archetype in our brain is that?
And it is also really interesting, speaking of archetypes, is that independent civilizations formed, and they had a lot of similar kind of dynamics, like human nature, when it builds up hierarchies in a certain way, it builds up myths and religions in a certain way, it builds pyramids in a certain way, it goes to war, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Independently emerges. Fascinating.
Santa Fe Institute, the stuff the Santa Fe Institute does on this as complex systems, the origin of hierarchies and such, very cool.
Yeah, Santa Fe folks. Complexity in general is really
cool.
What phenomena emerge when a bunch of small things get together and interact. Going back to this paper, A New Empirical Constraint on the Prevalence of Technological Species in the Universe, this paper that expands on the Drake equation. What are some interesting things in this paper?
Well, so the main thing we were trying to do with this paper is say, look, we have all of this exoplanet data, right? It's got to be good for something, especially since two of the terms that have been nailed down empirically are two terms in the Drake equation. So F sub p, that's the second term, fraction of stars that have planets, and then N sub e, the average number of planets in the habitable zone. Those are the second and third term in the Drake equation. So what that means is all the astronomical terms have been nailed. And so we said, like, okay, how do we use this to do something with the Drake equation? And so we realized is, well, okay, we got to get rid of time. The lifetime thing, we can't say anything about that. But if we if we don't ask how long do they last, but instead ask, what's the probability that there have been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they lasted? I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been run. And the only way that we're the only time that this whole process from abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore, you could put a probability. We called it the pessimism line, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilizations, right? But we could set a limit using this. We could say, look, as if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 billion trillion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. And to me, that was mind-blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really has some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere over the course of cosmic history.
10 billion trillion experiments.
Yeah, that's a lot of experiments.
That's a lot.
Right.
1,000 is a lot.
Yeah.
100 is a lot.
Yeah.
If we normal humans saw 100 experiments and we knew that at least one time there was a successful human civilization built, I mean, we would say for sure in 100 you'll get another one.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That's why. So this, these kinds of arguments, you have to be careful of what they can do. But I felt like what this paper showed was that, the burden of proof is now on the pessimists, right? So that's why we called it the pessimism line. There's been, throughout history, there's been, alien pessimists and alien optimists, and they've been yelling at each other. That's all they had to go with, right? And like with Giordano Bruno in 1600, they burned the guy at the stake for being an alien optimist. But nobody really knew what pessimism or optimism meant. This, we sort of thought this was like the Planck length. This was sort of the Planck length of astrobiology. It gave you an actual number that, if you could somehow calculate what the probability, of forming a technological civilization was, this thing sort of shows you where the limit is. As long as you're above 10 to the minus 22, then you absolutely, it has occurred in the history. Other civilizations have occurred in the history.
So to me, at least, the big question is FE, which is basically abiogenesis. How hard is it for life to originate on a planet? Because all the other ones seem very likely. Everything seems very likely. The only open question to me is like, how hard is it for life to originate?
There's lots of ways to, again, we don't know unless we look. And, you had Sarah Walker on not too long ago. She's very interested in the origins of life. So, lots of people are working on this. But I think it's hard looking at the history of the Earth. And again, you could do Bayesian arguments on this. But yeah, forming life, I don't think is hard. Getting like basic biology started, I don't think is hard. It's still wild. It's an amazing process that actually I think requires some deep rethinking about how we conceptualize what life is and what life isn't. That's one of the things I like about Sarah's work. We're pursuing on a different level about the life as the only process or the only system that uses information. But still, regardless of all those kinds of details, life is probably easy to make. That's my gut feeling. You know?
Yeah, I mean, day by day this changes for me, but I just see that once you create bacteria, it's off to the races.
Yeah.
You're going to get complex life.
Yeah.
As long as you have enough time. I mean, that boring billion, but I just can't imagine a habitable planet not having a couple of billion to spare.
Yeah, a couple
years.
of years to spare. You know, there is a mystery there about why did it take so long, like with the Cambrian explosion, but that may be, again, about these windows. That, like, it couldn't happen until the window, the planet and the life had evolved together enough that they together kind of opened the window for the next step. You know, intelligent life and how long technological civilizations, I think there's a big question about how long those last and how, you know, I'm hopeful, you know, but in terms of just like, I think life is absolutely going to be common in the, you know, pretty common in the universe.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely, like, I think, again, if I were to bet everything, even in advanced civilizations are common. So to me then, the only explanation is the L. Our galaxy is a graveyard of civilizations.
Yeah, because, you know, you think about it, we've only been around, I mean, as a truly, you know, when we think about in Drake's definition, you had to have radio telescopes. That's been 100 years. You know, and if we got another 10,000, 100,000 years of history, that would be, for us, that'd be pretty amazing, right? But that wouldn't be long enough to really pop up the number of civilizations in the galaxy. So you really need it to be like hundreds of millions of years. And that raises a question which I am very interested in, which is how do you even talk about, I call it the billion-year civilization, right? How do we even begin to hypothesize or think about in any kind of systematic way what happens to a technological civilization across hundreds of millions to a billion years?
Yeah, like how do you even simulate the trajectories that civilizations can take across that kind of time scale?
Yeah.
When all the data we have is just for the 10,000 years or so, 20,000 years that humans have been building civilizations.
Yeah.
And then just, I don't know what you put it at, but maybe 100 years that we've been technological.
Yeah. And we're ready to blow ourselves to bits or, you know, drive ourselves off the planet. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. But there's got to be a way. I think that's really a frontier. So you had David Kipping on not too long ago. And David and I did a paper, and Caleb Scharf, David really drove this, where we, you know, it was a Bayesian calculation to sort of ask the question, if you were to find a detection, if you were to find a signal or, you know, a techno signature, would that come from a civilization that was younger, your age, or older? And you could see, I mean, this is not hard to do, but it was great. The formalism was hard. You know, it's kind of intuitive, but the formalism was hard to show that, yeah, they're older, you know, probably much older. So that means you really do need to think about, like, okay, how do billion-year civilizations manifest themselves? What signatures will they leave? And yeah, can you even, I mean, what's so cool about it, it's so much fun because you have to imagine the unimaginable. Like, you know, would you still, I mean, obviously biological evolution can happen on those kinds of timescales. So you wouldn't even really be the same thing you started out as. But social forms, what kind of social forms can you imagine that would be continuous over that? Or maybe they wouldn't be continuous. They drop out, you know, they destroy themselves and then they come back. So maybe it's, you know, it's a trunk or a punctuated evolution. I mean, but we gotta this is the fun part. We have to sort of work this out.
Mm-hmm. You know? Well, I mean, one way to approach that question is like, what are the different ways to achieve homeostasis as you get greater and greater technological innovation? So like if you expand out into the universe and you have up to Kardashev scale, what are the ways you can avoid destroying yourself? Just achieve stability while still growing.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's an interesting question. I think it's probably simulatable.
Could be. I mean, you know, agent-based modeling, you could do it with. That's so you know, our group has used agent-based modeling to do something like the Fermi paradox. That was agent-based modeling. But you can also do this. People at Santa Fe have done this. Other groups have done this to use agent-based modeling to track the formation of hierarchies, the formation of stable hierarchies. So I think it's actually very doable. But understanding the kind of assumptions and principles that are going into it and what you can extract from those, that is what is sort of the frontier.
Do you think if humans colonize Mars, the dynamic between the on Earth and Mars will be fundamentally different than the dynamic between individual nations on Earth right now? That's a thing to load into the agent-based simulation we're talking about.
If we settle it, Mars will very quickly want to become its own nation.
Well, no, there's already going to be nations on Mars. That's guaranteed.
Yeah,
the moment you have 2 million people, the moment you have 1 million people, there's going to be two tribes.
Right.
And then they're going to start fighting.
Right.
And the question is interplanetary fighting. How quickly does that happen, and does it have a different nature to it? Because of the distances, you know?
Are you a fan of The Expanse? Have you watched The Expanse? Great show. Because it's all about I highly recommend to everybody. It's based on a series of books that are excellent. It's on Prime, 6 seasons. And it's basically about the settled solar system. It takes place about 300 years from now. And the entire solar system is settled. And it is the best show about interplanetary politics. The first season, actually, the journal, Foreign Affairs, said the best show on TV about politics. It takes place. It's interplanetary. So yeah, I think, human beings being human beings, yes, there will be warfare and there will be conflict. And I don't think it'll be necessarily all that different. Because really, I think within a few hundred years, we will have lots of people in the solar system. And it doesn't even have to be on Mars. We did a paper where we looked based on, because I wanted to know about whether an idea in The Expanse was really possible. In The Expanse, the asteroid belt, what they've done is they have colonized the asteroid belt by hollowing out the asteroids and spinning them up and living on the inside, right? They have the Coriolis force. And I thought, wow, what a cool idea. And when I ran the blog for NPR, I actually talked to the guys and said, did you guys calculate this? See whether it's possible? Sadly, it's not possible. The rock is just not strong enough that if you tried to spin it up to the speeds you need to get 1/3 gravity, which is what I think the minimum you need for human beings, the rock would just fall apart, it would break. But we came up with another idea, which was that if you could take small asteroids, put a giant bag around them, a nanofiber bag, and spin those up, it would inflate the bag, and then even a small couple of kilometer wide asteroid would expand out to you could get like a Manhattan's worth of material inside. So forget about even colonizing Mars, space stations, right? Or space habitats with millions of people in them. So anyway, the point is that I think, within a few hundred years, it is not unimaginable that there will be millions, if not billions of people living in the solar system.
And so you think most of them will be in space habitats versus on Mars and on the planetary surface?
It's a lot easier on some level, right? It depends on how, like with nanofabrication and such. But, getting down to gravity well was hard, right? So, there's a certain way in which there's a lot of, it's a lot easier to build real estate out of the asteroids. But we'll probably do both. I mean, I think what will happen is, the next, should we make it through climate change and nuclear war and all the other, and AI, the next 1,000 years of human history is the solar system, right? And so, I think we'll settle every nook and cranny we possibly can. And it's, it's a beautiful, what I love about what's hopeful about it is this idea you're going to have all of these pockets. And, I'm sure there's going to be a Mormon space habitat. There's going to be whatever you want, a libertarian space habitat. Everybody's going to be able to kind of create there'll be lots of experiments in human flourishing. And those kinds of experiments will be really useful for us to sort of figure out better ways for us to interact and have maximum flourishing, maximum wellness, maximum democracy, maximum freedom.
Do you think that's a good backup solution to go out into space, sort of to avoid the possibility of humans destroying themselves completely here on Earth?
Well, I think, I want to be always careful with that because, like I said, it's centuries that we're talking about,
yes.
Right? So, the problem with climate change, and same with nuclear war, it's breathing down our necks now. So it's not trying to establish a base on Mars is going to be so hard that it is not even going to be close to being self-sufficient for a couple of, a century at least. So it's not like a backup plan now. We have to solve the problem of climate change. We have to deal with that. There's still enough nuclear weapons to really do horrific things to the planet for human beings. So I don't think it's like a backup plan in that way. But I do think, like I said, it's the prize. It's, if we get through this, then we get the entire solar system to sort of play around in and experiment with and do really cool things with.
Well, I think it could be a lot less than a couple of centuries if there's a urgency, like a real urgency, like a catastrophe, like maybe a small nuclear war breaks out where it's like, holy shit, this is for sure a bigger one is looming.
Yeah.
Maybe if geopolitically the war between China and the United States escalates, where there's this tension that builds and builds and builds, and it becomes more obvious that we need to really accelerate.
I think my only dilemma with that is that I just think that a self-sufficient base is so far away that, like, say, you start doing that, and then there is a full-scale nuclear exchange. That base is, it's not going to last, because it's just, the self-sufficiency requires a kind of an economy, like literally a material economy, that we are so far from with Mars, that we are centuries from. Like I said, 3 centuries, which is not that long, 2 to 3 centuries. Look at 1820. Nobody had traveled faster than 60 miles an hour unless they were falling off a cliff, right? And now we routinely travel at 500 miles an hour. But it is sort of centuries long. So that's why I think we'd be better off trying to solve these problems than, I just think the odds that we're going to be able to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars before that threat comes to head is small. So we'd have to deal with the threat.
Yeah, it's an interesting scientific and engineering question of how to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars or out in space as a space habitat. Like where Earth entirely could be destroyed, you could still survive.
Yeah. Because it's really about, thinking about complex systems, right? A space habitat, would have to be as robust as an ecosystem, as the kind of thing, you go out and you see a pond with all the different webs of interactions. That's why I always think that, if this process of going out into space is actually will help us with climate change and with thinking about making a long-term sustainable version of human civilization. Because you really have to think about these webs, the complexity of these webs, and recognize the biosphere has been doing this forever. The biosphere knows how to do this, right? And so, how do we build a vibrant, powerful technosphere that also doesn't, mess with the biosphere's capacity to support our technosphere. So, by doing this, by trying to build space habitats, in some sense, you're thinking about building a small-scale version of this. So I think the two problems are going to kind of feed back on each other.
Well, there's also the other possibility of, like the movie Darren Aronofsky's Postcard from Earth, where we can create this kind of life gun that just shoots, so as opposed to engineering everything.
Yeah.
Basically seeding life on a bunch of places and letting life do its thing, which is really good at doing, it seems like. So as opposed to, like, with a space habitat, you basically have to build the entire biosphere and technosphere, the whole thing.
The whole
by
thing.
yourself.
Yeah.
If you just, the aforementioned cockroach with some bacteria, place it in Europa, I think you'd be surprised what happens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if you put a huge amount of bacteria, like a giant number of organisms from Earth into on Mars, on some of these moons of the other planets in the solar system, do you think, like, I feel like some of them would actually find a way to survive?
The moon is hard because the moon is just like, there's no, the moon may be really hard. But, that'd be, I wonder if somebody must have done these experiments, right? Like how, because we know they're extremophiles, right? We know that you can go down, 10 miles below the Earth's surface, and there are things where there's no sunlight. There's, the conditions are so extreme, and there's lots of microbes having a great time, living off the radioactivity, in the rocks. But, they had lots of time to evolve to those conditions. So I'm not sure if you dumped a bunch of bacteria, so somebody must have done these experiments. Like, how fast could microbial evolution occur in under harsh conditions that you maybe get somebody who figures out, okay, I can deal with this. I think the moon's too much because it's so sterile. But, Mars, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. We have to, but it's an interesting idea.
I wonder if somebody has done this.
Yeah, you think somebody would. Like, let's take a bunch of microbes.
Take the harshest possible condition of all different kinds, temperature, all this kind of stuff.
Right, pressure, salinity, and then just like dump a bunch of things that are not used to it, and then just see, does everybody just die? That's it.
The thing about life, it flourishes in a non-sterile environment where there's a bunch of options for resources, even if the condition is super harsh. In a lab, I don't know if you can reconstruct harsh conditions plus options for survival. You know what I mean? Like you have to have the huge variety of resources that are always available on a planet somehow, even when it's a super harsh condition. And so that's actually not a trivial experiment, and I wouldn't even, if somebody did that experiment in a lab, I'd be a little bit skeptical. Because I could see bacteria doesn't survive in this kind of temperature, but then I'd be like, I don't know.
Is there enough? Right? Are there other options? Like, is the condition rich enough?
Rich enough, yeah.
There's an alternative view though, which is there's this great book by Kim Stanley Robinson called Aurora. So there's been a million century ship stories, like where Earth sends out a generation ship or century ship, and it goes to another planet, and they land and they colonize. And on this one, they get all the way there, and they think the planet's going to be habitable. And it turns out that it's not habitable for Earth life. Like that, there's like bacteria or prions actually, that just kill people in the simplest way. And the important thing about this book was the idea that the planet itself, the whole lineage, the whole history of the biosphere, and it may not be so easy to just sort of be like, oh, just drop it over here and it'll, because the bacteria, even though they're individual examples of life, and I kind of believe this, the true unit of life, it's not DNA, it's not a cell, it's the biosphere, it's the whole community. Yeah,
that's actually an interesting field of study, is how when you arrive from one planet to another, so we humans arrive to a planet that has a biosphere, maybe a technosphere, what is the way to integrate without killing yourself or the other one or the other one? Let's just stick to biology like that. That's an interesting question. I don't know if we have a rigorous way of investigating that.
Because everything on life is, has the same lineage. We all come from Luca, the last universal common ancestor. And what you see is often in science fiction, people will do things like, oh, well, it's okay because that that metabolism, that biochemistry is so different from ours that we can coexist because they don't even know each other, right? And then the other version is you get there, you land, and instantly, the nose bleeds and you're dead.
Unfortunately, I think it's the latter.
Yeah, it sort of feels like a very alien kind of thing.
So as we look out there, according to the Drake equations we just discussed, it seems impossible to me that there's not civilizations everywhere. So how do we look at them? This process of SETI.
I have to put on my scientist hat and just say, my gut feeling is that dumb life, so to speak, is common. I am a little agnostic about, I can see ways in which intelligent civilizations may be sparse. Yeah. But until, we got to go look. It's all armchair astronomy.
That's from a sort of rigorous scientific perspective. From my bro science perspective, it seems, again, the smoking the aforementioned weed. It's
after the bomb. Yeah,
I mean, honestly, it's it's really just seems impossible to me that there's not potentially dead but advanced civilizations everywhere in our galaxy.
Yeah, the potentially dead part, I think. Right, it could be that making civilizations is easy; they just don't last long. So when we went out there, we'd find a lot of extinct civilizations.
Apex predators don't survive. They get better, and they die, kill themselves all somehow. Anyway, so just how do we find them?
Yeah. So SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Technology, is a term that I am not fond of using anymore. I mean, some people in my field are, so I'm sorry, folks. But what I really like is the idea of techno signatures. Because I think, to me, SETI is first of all, intelligence. We're not really looking for intelligence. We're looking for technology, And SETI, the classic idea of SETI is the radio telescopes, and Contact, Jodie Foster with the headphones. That whole thing is still it's still active. There's still great things going on with it. But suddenly this whole new window opened up. When we discovered exoplanets, we now found a new way to look for intelligent civilizations or life in general in a way that doesn't have any of the assumptions that had to go into the classic radio SETI. And specifically what I mean is we're not looking for somebody sending us a beacon. You really needed that with the classic model for a bunch of different reasons. You have to assume they wanted to be found and they were sending you a super powerful beacon. Now, because we know exactly where to look and we know exactly how to look, we can just go about looking for passive signatures of the civilization, going about its civilizationing business, without asking whether they want to be contacted or not. So this is what we call a biosignature or a technosignature? It is an imprint in the light from the planet of the activity of a biosphere or a technosphere. And that's really important. That is why kind of the whole Gaia idea ends up being astrobiological. That biospheres and technospheres are so potent, they change the entire planet. And you can see that from 20 light years. So let's give an example of a biosignature to start off with, which would be a signature of a biosphere. Oxygen, right? On Earth, at least, we know that oxygen is only in the atmosphere because life put it there. If life went away, the oxygen, and particularly oxygen and methane, that pair, they would disappear, very quickly. They'd react away, they'd all be gone. So if you find a planet with oxygen and methane, that's a good bet that there's a biosphere there. Okay, what about technospheres? Technospheres, this is what, so I'm the principal investigator on the first grant NASA has ever given to do these kind of exoplanet technosignatures. NASA was kind of, for reasons we can talk about, NASA had gotten pretty gun shy about funding anything about intelligent life. But okay, what's an example of a technosignature? Well, one could be atmospheric pollution. I'm going to put pollution in quotes here because it doesn't have to be pollution. But gases like chlorofluorocarbons. So we dumped a huge amount of chlorofluorocarbons into the atmosphere by mistake. It was affecting the ozone. But we put so much in there that actually, this is one of the things we did. We did a paper where we showed you could detect it across interstellar distances. You could look at the atmosphere, look at the light coming from a distant planet, pass the light through a spectrograph and see the spectral lines, the spectral fingerprint of chlorofluorocarbons in an atmosphere. And that would for sure tell you that there was a technological civilization. Because there's no other way to make chlorofluorocarbons except through some kind of industrial process.
So you're looking for, in the case of the biosphere, you're looking for anomalies in the spectrograph.
I wouldn't necessarily call these anomalies. I'm looking for things that, for biosignature, I'm looking for things that a geosphere, right? They're just rock and air wouldn't produce on its own.
What kind of chemicals would life produce?
Right, and that's part of that's the interesting thing, right? So that's what, so we can use Earth as an example, right? We can say, look, oxygen, we know there would be no oxygen in the atmosphere if it wasn't for dimethyl sulfide, which is a compound that phytoplankton dump into the atmosphere. A lot of it, that's sometimes mentioned. And there was a paper that somebody wrote where it was like, well, we're not saying we see it, but there's a bunch of noise in the spectra right there. So there's a whole list of things that Earth has done that are in the atmosphere that might be biosignatures. But now we're reaching an interesting point. The field has matured to the point where we can start asking about agnostic biosignatures, things that have nothing to do with Earth's history, but we think that would still be indications of this weirdness we call life, right? What is it in general that life does that leaves an imprint? So one of these things could be the structure of the network of chemical reactions. That biology always produces very different chemical networks, who's reacting with who, than just rock and water, right? So there's been some proposals for network, biosignatures. Information theory. You can try and look at the information that is in the different compounds that you find in the atmosphere. And maybe that information shows you, like, oh, there's too much information here. There must have been biology happening. It's not just rock. Same thing for techno. That's what we're working on right now. That for technosignatures as well.
So how do you detect technosignatures?
Okay, so with technosignatures, I gave the example of chlorofluorocarbon, so that would be an example of. And again, that one is a non-agnostic one because we sort of like, oh, we produce chlorofluorocarbons, maybe they will, right? And there's solar panels, right? You can actually, the glint off of solar panels will produce the way the light is reflected off of solar panels, but no matter what it's made of, actually. There was a paper that Manavi Loped did, I think it was 2017. We just followed up on it. That actually could act as a technosignature. You'd be able to see in the reflected light this sort of big jump that would occur because of city lights, artificial illumination. If there's really large scale cities like Coruscant in Star Wars or Trantor in the Foundation, those city lights would be detectable. The spectral imprint of those across 20, 30 light years. So our job in this grant is to develop the first ever library of technosignatures. Nobody's really ever thought about this before. So we're trying to come up with all the possible ideas for what a civilization might produce that could be visible across, interstellar distances. And are these good ones, or is these ones going to be hard to detect or such?
City lights. So if a planet is all lit up with artificial light across 20 to 30 light years, you can see it.
Yeah, if you looked at Earth at night from a distance where, looked at its spectra, and you had sensitive enough instruments, you'd be able to see all the sodium lights and the reflected light off of, they bounce off the ground, right? The light bounces off the ground. So you convolve the sodium lamps with the reflected spectra from the ground, and yeah, you'd be able to see that there's city lights. Now, increase that by a factor of 1,000, if you had a trantor, and you'd be able to detect that across interstellar distances. Thomas Beatty did this work, who's now working with us.
What do you think is the most detectable thing about Earth?
Wow, this is fun. We just have Sophia Schief, who's part of our collaboration, just did a paper. We did Earth from Earth. If you were looking at Earth with Earth technology for a bunch of different technosignatures, how close would you have to be able to detect them? And most of them turn out to be, you'd have to be pretty close, at least out to the Oort cloud. But actually, it is our radio signature still that is still most detectable.
By the way, when you said you had to be pretty close, and then you said the Oort cloud, that's not very close. But you mean like from an interstellar
distance? Because the real question, what we really want to know is, like, I'm sitting here on Earth, I'm looking at these exoplanets. The nearest star is 4 light years away, so that's like the minimum distance. So if I'm looking at exoplanets, what kind of signals could I see?
What is detectable about Earth with our current technology from the nearest solar system?
Oh my God, there's all kinds of stuff. Well, like the chlorofluorocarbons. You can see Earth's pollution, and I think city lights you had to be within the solar system.
If they do direct imaging of Earth,
they're going to need much more powerful. But let me tell you, let's talk about direct imaging for a moment, because I just have to go. This is such a cool idea, right? So what we really want, and the next generation of space telescopes and such, is we're trying to do direct imaging. We're trying to get, an image of a planet separated from its star to be able to see the reflected light or the actual emission from the planet itself.
Yeah, by the way, just to clarify, direct imaging means literally like a picture.
A picture. But the problem is that with the thing that's going to come after JWST, it's going to be a pixel, right? You're not going to get any kind of resolution. You'll be able to get the light from it, which you'll be able to pass through a spectrograph, but you're not going to be able to take a picture. But there is this idea called the Solar Gravity Lens Telescope. I think that's what it is. And the idea is insane, right? So the general relativity says, look, massive bodies distort space. They actually curve space-time. So the sun is a massive body, and so that means that the light passing through the sun gets focused like a lens, right? So the idea is to send a bunch of telescopes out kind of into the Oort cloud, and then look back towards the sun, towards an exoplanet that is not directly behind the sun, but is in the direction of the sun, and then let the sun act like the lens and focus the light onto the telescope, and you would be able to get, and they've done, it's amazing, like this idea is insane. They'd be able to get, if everything works out, 24-kilometer resolution. You'd be able to see Manhattan on a exoplanet. And this thing, it sounds insane, but actually, NASA, the team has already gotten through like sort of 3 levels of NASA. There's the NASA program for like, give us your wackiest idea, right? And then the ones that survive that are like, okay, tell us whether that wacky idea, is even feasible. And they're marching along. And the idea is that, like, they even have plans for how you'd be able to get these probes out into the Oort cloud on relatively fast timescales. You need to be about 500 times as far from the sun as Earth is. But right now, everything looks like the idea seems to hold together. So probably when I'll be dead, but when you're an old man, it's possible that something like this. Could you imagine having that kind of resolution, a picture of an exoplanet down to kilometers? So I'm very excited about that.
I can only imagine having a picture like that, and then there's some mysterious artifacts that you're saying. I mean, it's both inspiring and almost heartbreaking that we can see. Like, I think we would be able to see a civilization where there's like a lot of scientists agree that this is very likely something, and then we can't
We can't get there. But you know, I mean, again, this is the thing about being long-lived. We've got to get to the point where we're long-lived enough that, so let's say we found, like, this is what I always like that. Let's imagine that we find, say, 10 light years away. We find a planet that looks like it's got techno-signatures, right? It doesn't end there. Like, that would be the most important discovery in the history of humanity. And it wouldn't be like, well, okay, we're done. The first thing we do is we bigger telescopes to try and do those imaging, right? And then the next thing after that, we plan a mission there, right? We would figure out, like with breakthrough Starshot, there was this idea of trying to use, you know, giant lasers to propel small spacecraft, light sails, almost to the speed of light. So they would get there in 10 years and take pictures. So, well, you know, if we actually made this discovery, there would be the impulse, there would be the effort to actually try and send something to get there. Now, you know, we probably couldn't land, but you know, so maybe we take 30 years to build, 10 years to get there, 10 years to get the picture back. Okay, you're dead, but your kids are, you know what I mean? So it becomes now this multi-generational project. How long did it take to build the pyramids? How long did it take to build the giant cathedrals, right? Those were multi-generational projects. And I think we're on the cusp of that kind of project.
I think that would probably unite humans.
I think it would play a big role. I think it would be helpful. I mean, human beings are a mess, let's face it. But I think having that that's why I always say to people, discovery of life, of any kind of life, even if it was microbial life, it wouldn't matter. That to know that we're not an accident. To know that there is probably, if we found one example of life, we'd know that we're not an accident and there's probably lots of life. And that we're a community. We're part of a cosmic kind of community of life, and who knows what life has done, right? We don't really, all bets are off with life.
Since we're talking about the future of telescopes, let's talk about our current super sexy, awesome telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, that I still can't believe it actually worked.
I can't believe it worked. I was really skeptical. I was like, okay, guys, all right, sure.
We only got one shot for this incredibly complicated piece of hardware to unfold. So what kind of stuff can we see with it? I've been just looking through different kinds of anomalies that have been detected. There's been some direct imaging.
Yes, like a single pixel.
The kinds of exoplanets we're able to direct image, I guess, would have to be hot,
usually far away from the, you know, reasonably far away from the star. I think JWST is really kind of at the hairy edge of being able to do much with this. What's more important, I think, for JWST is the spectra. And the problem with spectra is that there's not sexy pictures. It's like, hey, look at this wiggly line. But be able to find and characterize atmospheres around terrestrial exoplanets is the critical next step. That's where we are right now. In order to look for life, we need to find planets with atmospheres, right? And then we need to be able to do this thing called characterization, where we look at the spectral fingerprints for what's in the atmosphere. Is there carbon? Is there carbon dioxide? Is there oxygen? Is there methane? And that's the most exciting thing. For example, there was this planet K2-18b, which they did a beautiful job getting the spectra. And the spectra indicated it may be an entirely new kind of habitable world called a Hycean world. Hycean meaning hydrogen ocean world. And that is a kind of planet that it would be kind of in the super Earth sub-Neptune domain we were talking about. You know, maybe 8 times the Earth. But it's got a layer of hydrogen, of an atmosphere of hydrogen. Hydrogen is an amazing greenhouse gas. So hydrogen will we can get a giant ocean of liquid water. And that's an entirely different kind of planet that could be habitable planet. You know, it could be a 60-degree warm ocean. So the data that came out of JWST for that planet was good enough to be able to indicate, like, oh yeah, you know what? The models, from what we understand about the models, this looks like it could be a Hycean world.
And it's 120 light years away from Earth.
Yeah. And so isn't that amazing? It's 120 light years away, but we can see into the atmosphere. We can see into the atmosphere so well that we can be like, oh, look, methane. Methane was a 5 sigma detection. Like, you knew that the data were so good that it was like the gold standard of science.
What about detecting maybe through direct imaging or in other ways megastructures? that this civilization is built.
So you know what's great about megastructures is, first of all, it's fun to say. Who doesn't want to say megastructure? Alien megastructure. Right? Every morning I'm looking for an opportunity to say that. So the example of this is the Dyson sphere, right? Which is amazing because, it was literally 1960 that this idea came up.
Can you explain the Dyson sphere?
Yeah, the Dyson sphere. So Freeman Dyson, one of the greatest physicists ever, who was very broad-minded and thought about a lot of different things. He recognized that, when a civilization has progressed, what they're going to need is ever more energy to do ever more, amazing things. And what's the best energy source in a solar system? It's the star, right? So if you surrounded the star with solar collecting machines, sunlight collecting machines, and the limit of this would be to actually build a sphere, an actual sphere around your star that had all solar panels on the inside. You could capture every photon the star produced, which is, this insane amount of light. You would have enough power now to do anything, to re-engineer your solar system. So that was a Dyson sphere. It turns out that a Dyson sphere doesn't really work because it's unstable, But a Dyson swarm, and that's really what he meant, this large collection of large orbiting structures that were able to collect light.
Yeah, so he didn't actually mean a rigid sphere structure.
Yeah.
He basically meant a swarm. So that like you said, in the limit basically starts to look.
People started to say, it was like a sphere. And we actually almost thought we might have found one of these back with Bojoyan's star. We saw, the way we detect planets is through the transit method, where the planet passes in front of the star, and there's a dip in the starlight. It's a little eclipse, basically. And we know exactly what they should look like. And then with this one star, there were these really weird transits where, it was like this little dragon's tooth, and then there'd be another one, and another one, and another one, and then nothing, and then three more. And in the paper that was written about this, they suggested they went through the list of, it could be comets, it could be chunks of a broken up planet, and it could also be an alien megastructure. And of course, the news picked up on this, and everybody's news feed the next day, alien megastructures. Turns out, sadly, they were not alien megastructures. They were probably gas or dust clouds. But it raised the possibility, these are observable, and people have worked out the details of what they would look like. You don't really need direct imaging. You can do transits, right? They're big enough that when they pass in front of the star, they're going to produce a little blip of light. Because that's what they're supposed to, right? They're absorbing starlight. So people have worked out, a square one or a triangular one.
But that wouldn't be a Dyson sphere. That would be one object.
One object, right? Which is what, if it's a swarm, you'd expect the light to be blinking in and out as these things pass in front of. If you've got thousands of these, much of the time they'll be blotting out the star. Sometimes they won't be, right? And so you're going to get an irregular sort of signal. Transit signal.
Yeah, one you wouldn't expect from a star that doesn't have anything.
Exactly. Or just a planet, right? Or a couple of planets. There'd be so many of these that it would be like beep, 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 beep.
And that usually doesn't happen in a star system because there's only just a handful of planets.
That's exactly what it is. Everything's coagulated. In a stable solar system, you get a handful of planets, 5, 10, that's it probably, and nothing else. So if now suddenly you see lots of these little micro transits, you're telling you there's something else that's big enough to create a transit, but too many of them, and also with an irregular shape, the transit itself, that these could be megastructures.
How many people are looking for megastructures now?
Well, the main groups looking for megastructures are, again, Jason Wright at Penn State and collaborators. The way they're looking for it, though, is for infrared light. Because, the second law of thermodynamics says, look, if you capture all of this starlight, you're going to warm up your thing's going to warm up and emit an infrared. It's going to be waste heat and waste light from this.
It feels like a louder, clearer way to detect it.
Right. And that's actually, Dyson, that's actually why Dyson proposed it. He wasn't really proposing it because, he was saying, this is what civilizations are going to do. He proposed it because he was like, we want to start looking for alien civilizations. Here's something that would have a detectable signature. So Jason and company have done pretty good searches. And recently they made news because they were able to eliminate a lot of places. No, these are not Dyson spheres, but they did have a couple that were anomalous enough that they're kind of what it would look like. It's not a detection. And they were saying they would never say it's a detection, but they were like they were not non-detection.
They're potential candidates.
Potential candidates.
Well, we have megastructure candidates. That's inspiring. What other megastructures do you think that could be? I mean, so that's the sphere is about capturing the energy of the star. Yeah. There could be other.
Well, there's something called the Clark belt, right? So we have a bunch of satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit. Nothing naturally is going to end up in geosynchronous orbit, right? Geosynchronous orbit is one particular orbit that's really useful if you want to beam things straight down, or if you want to put a space elevator on, right? There's this idea that if a civilization becomes advanced enough that it's really using geosynchronous orbit, that you actually get a belt, something that would actually be detectable from a distance via a transit. There's been a couple papers written about the possibility of these Clark belts, densely occupied Clark belts, being a mega structure. It's not as mega as a Dyson swarm, but it's kind of planetary scale.
You think it's detectable, Clark belt?
It could be. I mean, like in our list of techno signatures, it would be down there. But it would be, again, if you had an advanced enough civilization that did enough of this, it would certainly, you'd have a Clark belt, and the question is whether or not.
Yeah, probably Dyson sphere is that's the more exciting.
That's the go-to one.
Yeah. Speaking of the Dyson sphere, let's talk through the Kardashev scale. Right. What is the Kardashev scale, and where are humans on it?
Right, so the Kardashev scale was the same time. This is this golden age of SETI, like kind of like 59 to 65 when it just starts. Like this is, Frank Drake has done his first experiment. People are like, oh my God, this is even possible. And so people are just throwing out these ideas. And as I, said in the book, science is conservative. And what I mean by that is it holds on to its best ideas. So Kardashev comes up with this idea that, look, if we're, again, it's always about detectability. If we're looking for civilizations, we should think about what are the natural stages, natural in quotes, that a civilization goes through. And he was thinking in terms of energy, like a good physicist. So he said, look, the first hurdle in terms of energy or threshold that a civilization will go through is using all the starlight that falls onto a planet. He called that a type 1 civilization. In whatever way you're doing it, some large fraction of the starlight that falls on your planet you're using for your own ends. The next would be to use all the starlight there is from that star, right? So that's the Dyson. So Dyson had already proposed his idea of the swarm, and Kardashev was picking up. So that's a type 2 civilization. Type 3 is galactic scale, a civilization that can use all the starlight in a galaxy. Right? So we are now, where are we now? Remarkably, on a log scale, we're at 0.7 of a type 1.
So we're not even type 1.
No, we're not even type 1. But according to, there was a paper written by a group that said, if we continue on our path, we'll be at a type 1 at around 2300.
2300. So this is a log scale. So, 0.7. So type 1 is about 10 to the 16th watts. Type 2 is 10 orders of magnitude larger than that, 10 to the 26 watts. And I think estimate for the galaxy is another 10 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, because there's 100 billion stars, of order 100 billion stars.
So that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Do you think humans ever get to type 1?
I think, there's a problem with type 1, which is that, we already know about climate change, right? The effects of our harvesting energy to do the work of civilization is already changing the climate state, right? And that's something that, Kardashev couldn't have recognized. When there's the first law of thermodynamics, right, which is just about energy, the different forms of energy. Then there's the second law, which is about when you use that energy. And Kardashev wasn't thinking about the second law. If you get all that energy and you use it, there's waste. You don't get to use it all, right? You can only, second law tells you that if, I have a tank of gasoline, I can only use a certain fraction of the energy in that tank, and the rest is going to go to heating up the engine block. So that second law tells you that, you can only use so much energy before the climate state is like, sorry, it's going to change on you. So there's a way in which we probably can't get to a type 1 without, devastating the Earth's climate. So we're probably going to have to figure out, the most important thing actually here is probably, this is why space becomes the colonization or settlement of space. We have an idea that we've been working on for a while called service worlds, right? That at some point you probably move a lot of your industry off-world, right? We've got Mercury, for example. There's nothing on Mercury. There's no life on Mercury. Why don't you put your energy harvesting there, right? Because you can't mess with the biosphere. The biosphere is more powerful than you are, right? And so, so there's limits to how much energy we can harvest to do work on the Earth without really adversely affecting the biosphere.
It does seem that the best response to climate change is not to use less technology, but to invent better technology and to invent technology that avoids the destructive effects.
This is the frontier where you are, and that was the topic of my last book, Light of the Stars. It's like you have to do the astrobiology of the Anthropocene. You have to see the transition that we're going through now of the Anthropocene on a kind of planetary astrobiological framework. And that paper we were talking about with the 10 billion trillion worlds, that was actually in service of the work I was doing for this other book, where I wanted to know how often do you go through an How often, does every technological civilization trigger its own planetary crisis, its own climate Anthropocene crisis? And the answer we actually came up from doing models was like, yeah, probably. And then the question is, are you smart enough to figure out how to readjust what you're doing technologically so that you're not, that all boats rise, right? You want to figure out how to do this so that the biosphere becomes even more productive and healthy and resilient. So, yeah, right, it's the kind of technology. I think there's probably absolutely limits on how much energy you use. But how do you use that energy? And then also, getting off planet eventually. If you want to use 10 times more energy than that, you're not going to do it on world.
So how do we detect alien type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations? So we've been kind of talking about basically type 1 civilization detection. Maybe with the Dysosphere you start to get like a little bit more type 2. But it feels like if you have a type 2 civilization, it won't be just the Dysosphere.
Right.
It feels like that just for the same reason you mentioned. Climate change, but now at the star system level, they're probably expanding. Right, so how would you detect type 2?
How about propulsion plumes, right? If you're expanding, we've had this. I literally just put in a NASA proposal now. Thomas Beatty, who's joined us he's at the University of Wisconsin, has an idea to look for plumes, right? If you have a solar system-wide civilization, right? And you got space truckers going back and forth, right? From Mars to, they're doing the Enceladus run. They're accelerating and decelerating the whole way there, right? If you want to get to Mars in a couple weeks, you have your fusion drive on the entire way out there. You flip and burn and have it on, so you're also always have gravity, you have thrust gravity. So would those plumes be detectable? Because now you've got spaceships going all over the place, and the odds that the plume is going to cross your field of view could become pretty high. So I think that's a good way of looking for. That's one idea of looking for large scale interplanetary, which is kind of like when you're getting to a type 2. Another possibility is looking for the tailings of asteroid mining. This was an idea. It was a group at Harvard Smithsonian that to be able to look for, if you're really chewing up asteroids to build space habitats, can there'd be dust particles left around, and would they look different from just say the dust from just regular collisions?
So pollution of all different kinds. And trash also.
Okay, so trash is an interesting idea when you come to the actual solar system, right? We are actually, there's a whole other field of
is Zeta Reticuli the binary star system?
signatures, which are things in the solar system. What if somebody came by a billion years ago, and left some stuff, right? So the Earth has been showing biosignatures for billions of years. A species like us, looking at our level, looking at Earth, would have been able to know that Earth had life on it, had a biosphere for billions of years. So maybe somebody sent something by, a half a billion years ago. So this idea of looking, say, at the moon for artifacts that have been there for a long time is something that a number of people are doing. We're just working on a paper where we just calculated, this was super fun, we calculated how long would the lunar lander exist on the moon before micrometeorites just shoot it down, right? How long would you be able to land on the moon and go, oh, look, somebody was here and left some debris? So there's this process called gardening, which is just a micrometeorite, constant rain of micrometeorites. And that's where you get the lunar regolith, that fine powder on the moon, is because of this gardening. And it turns out it is literally hundreds of millions to billions of years.
Oh, nice.
That the lunar lander will be visible.
So we should be able to find artifacts.
Yeah, if there are artifacts on it, and people have proposed doing this with artificial intelligence. We have, the moon has been mapped down to like a couple of meters with various probes, and all that data is sitting there. So why not use machine learning to look through all those things and look for anything that looks not like the lunar surface? And they did a test program where they gave the computer, sort of 50 miles around the Apollo 11 or Apollo 17 site, and it instantly was able to pull out the lander.
I mean, the whole task of looking for anomalies, something that looks not like the lunar surface, you make it sound obvious, but it's not exactly obvious. Like, anomalies is really not... I mean, detect something that doesn't look right about the surface. Yeah. It's actually really difficult.
Really difficult. And it's, what's cool, it's a really information theoretic kind of proposal. You really have to use information theory to say, what's the background, how do I define something that I can say that looks weird?
Yeah, maybe when you're looking at a spectrograph or something, it's still like, it's gonna look really weird potentially. Like we're kind of hypothesizing all the things that humans would build,
right?
And how do we detect that?
Right.
But there could be really weird stuff.
That's why there's this emphasis now on these agnostic signatures, right? So actually disequilibrium is a nice one. One way to define life is it is a system that is far from equilibrium, right? It's alive, right? As soon as it dies, it goes back to equilibrium. And so you can look at all chemicals in an atmosphere, even if you don't know whether these could be chemicals that you have no idea whether or not they have anything to do with life. But the degree of disequilibrium, the degree to which they show that atmosphere has not, the chemicals have not all kind of just gone down to it, they've all reacted away to an equilibrium state. You can actually tell that in very general ways using what's called the Gibbs free energy. And that's kind of a signature. Like if you see an atmosphere that is wildly out of equilibrium, that indicates that there's something happening on that planet, biosphere or technosphere, that is pumping gases, into the atmosphere, that is keeping the whole system from relaxing.
So is it possible we can detect anomalies in space-time?
Well, you could detect, and there's been some work on this, like with the Kubre drive, these proposals for warp drives. And we could talk about that later. I'm skeptical of those, but because it may really be possible you just can't go fast in this light. But people have done work on what would be the signature of on a Kubre drive? What would be the signature? Could you detect, if you're using a drive like that, then you certainly are distorting space-time, which means any light that's passing by has gotten, its trajectory has gotten altered because it had to pass through the distorted space-time. So yeah, there are possibilities along with that. One of the funny things, I don't know if they've gotten past this, but somebody calculated the problem with the Kubre drive, or this warp drive, was that if you dropped out of warp, there would be this spray of gamma rays that would sterilize any planet in front of you. So it's you probably don't want to do that, but that would be a great techno signature. Another planet obliterated.
So you think it's not possible to travel faster than people?
I wouldn't say that. But what I think, if you look at the physics we understand, right? Every possibility for faster than light travel really relies on something that doesn't exist. Right. So the cool thing is Einstein's field equations. You can actually play with them. The equations are right there. You can add things to the right or left hand side that allow you to get something like the Kubre drive. That was a metric that showed you it's a warped bubble. It's a warping of space-time that moves through space-time faster than the speed of light. Right. Because nothing moves across space-time faster than the speed of light, but space-time itself can move faster than the speed of light. But here's the problem with all of those proposals is they all need something. The thing you added, the little fictional term you added into the equations, is something called exotic matter, and it doesn't exist. It's really just something we dreamed up to make the equation do what we wanted them to do. So, it's a nice fiction, but really right now, we live in this weird moment in history of the Great Acceleration, where the technology we use now is completely different from the technology we used 10 years ago, is remarkably different from the technology from 100 years ago. But I remember playing Assassin's Creed, where everybody's like, what is it, 1200, and everybody's like, stab, stab, stab. I was like, yeah, it's a great game. And then I got Assassin's Creed 2, and it was 300 years later, and everybo's like, stab, stab, stab. And it was like, 300 years, and the technology hadn't changed, and that was actually for most of human history, right? You used your great-grandfather's tools, because there was no need to have any other new tools. And you probably did his job. So, we could be fooled into thinking like, technology is going to go on forever. We're always going to find new advances. As opposed to sometimes things just flatten out for a long time. So you have to be careful about that bias that we have living in this time of great acceleration.
Yeah, but also it is a great acceleration, and we also are not good at predicting what that entails if it does keep accelerating. But for example, something like Eric Weinstein often talks about, we underinvest in theoretical physics research. Basically, we're trying too hard for traditional chemical propulsion on rockets versus trying to hack physics, sort of warp drives and so on, because it's really hard to do space travel, and it seems like in the long arc of human history, if we survive, the way to really travel across long distances is going to be some totally new thing.
Right.
So it's not going to be an engineering problem. It's going to be a physics problem.
Fundamental physics problem. Yeah, I agree with that in principle, but I think there's been, there's a lot of ideas out there. People, string theory. People have been playing with string theory now for 40 years. It's not like people haven't been. Not like there hasn't been a lot of effort. Again, I'm not going to predict. I think it's entirely possible that we have, there's incredible boundaries of physics that have yet to be through. In which case, then all bets are off, right? Once you get sort of, fast interstellar travel, whoa, who knows what can happen. But yeah, I tend to be drawn to science fiction stories that take the speed of light seriously. What kind of civilization can you build where it takes 50 years to get to where you're going, and 50 years back. So I don't know. There's no way I'm going to say that we won't get warp drives. But as of right now, it's all fictional. It's barely even a coherent concept.
Well, it's also a really exciting possibility of hacking this whole thing by extending the human lifespan, or extending our notion of time, and maybe as dark as to say, but the value of an individual human life versus the value of life from the perspective of generations. You can have something like a generational ship that travels for hundreds of thousands of years, and you're not sad that you'll never see the destination, because you kind of have the value for the prolonged survival of humanity versus your own individual life.
It's a wild ethical question. One of that book I talked about, Aurora, I love the book because it was such a sort of inversion of the usual. Because I love science fiction. I've read so many generation ship stories, and they get to that planet. The planet turns out to be uninhabitable. It's inhabited, but it's uninhabitable for Earth, because again, he has this idea of life is particular to their planet. So they turn around and they come back, and then when they land, the main character goes. There's still people who are arguing for more generation ships. She goes and she punches the guy out because she spent her whole life in a tube. With this, I thought that was a really interesting inversion. The interesting thing about when we're talking about these space habitats, but if you really had a space habitat, not some super cramped, crappy, the usual version of a century ship, but if you had these space habitats that were really, like the O'Neill cylinders, they're actually pretty nice places to live. Put a thruster on those. Why? Why keep them in the solar system? Maybe space is full of like these sort of traveling space habitats that are in some sense they're worlds in and of themselves.
There's the show Silo, which raises the question of basically, if you're putting a generational ship, what do you tell the inhabitants of that ship? You might want to lie to them.
Yeah.
You might want to tell them a story they believe. Because there is a society, there's human nature. There's like, how do you maintain homeostasis of that little society? I mean, that's a fascinating technical question, a social question, a psychology question.
The generation shift too, which I talked about in the book, the idea of you talk about extending human lifetimes, or the stasis, the cryostasis, which is a mainstay of science fiction. Suspended animation. So none of these things we know are possible. But it's so interesting. This is why I love science fiction, the way it seeds ideas, right? All these ideas we're going to talk about because they've been staples of science fiction for 50 years.
I mean, the whole field of cryogenics.
Yeah, where are we at with that?
Yeah, I wonder what the state of the art is for complex organisms. How long can you freeze and then unfreeze?
Right.
Maybe like with bacteria, you can do freeze.
Bacteria can last. This is the thing about panspermia, right? How long can how long can a bacteria survive in a rock that's been blasted? If there's a comet impact across interstellar distances, that does seem to actually be possible. People have done those kind of calculations. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But a complex organism, multicellular, multisystemic, or multisystems, right, with organs and such.
So what makes an organism? I mean, it could, which part do you want to preserve? Because maybe for humans, it seems like what makes your personality. It feels like you want to preserve a set of memories. If I woke up in a different body with the same memories, I would feel like I would be the same person.
Altered Carbon. That's a great series. I think it's on Netflix. That's a really great series. But that's exactly the idea of sleeves. Everybody's able to you can re-sleeve in another body, and it raises exactly sort of this question. It's not the greatest cyberpunk, but it's pretty good. It's got some great action sequences.
As we get better and better advancements in large language models that are able to be fine-tuned, it raises a question, because to me they've already passed the Turing test as we traditionally defined it. So if there's going to be an LLM that's able to copy you in terms of language extremely well, it's going to raise ethical and philosophical questions about what makes you you. Like if there's a thing that can talk exactly like you, like what is the thing that makes you you? It's going to speak about your memories very effectively.
This leads us to, if we're going to get to the blind spot, I'm of the opinion, heretical, in some camps, that the brain is not the minimal structure for consciousness. The whole body is embodied in me. Actually, in some sense, it's communities actually. So I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but this is with this whole work that I did with Marcelo Gleiser and philosophy of science, which is interesting because it leads to this question about maybe we should just download ourselves to computers, right? That's another story,
which is making my mind hurt.
That one tells. I'm super skeptical about those, but that's one of the narratives about interstellar travel, and that anybody we meet is going to be a machine anyway. Whether it's downloaded bodies or it's just going to be artificial intelligence, like there's the whole idea of how long does biological evolution last? Maybe it's a very short period before everybody goes to, or the machines take over and kill you, or it's some hybrid.
What do you think aliens look like? So we talked about all the different kinds of bio signatures they might leave, or techno signatures, but what would they look like when we show up? Are they going to have arms and legs? Are they going to be recognizable at all? Are they going to be carbon-based?
Yeah, great question. And this question gets to the heart of thinking about life, right? About what life is. And this is the physical part of that. There's also sort of the informational part of it. But let's just talk about the physical part of it, which is, life, anything that we're going to call life is probably going to work on Darwinian evolution. That's the nice thing about Darwinian evolution. Just like we know the laws of physics are general, the laws of Darwinian evolution are kind of this logic, this basic logic that, anything we reasonably call life probably has to operate under these kinds of principles. And so, evolution is about solving problems that, to survive, that the environment presents. And the environment, so it's going to present these problems in physical and chemical terms, so that you'd expect a kind of balance between what we call convergence, evolutionary convergence, and evolutionary contingency. So, if you got to move along a surface, a surface between a hard surface and air, then the idea of some kind of jointed stick, right, legs, makes sense. That you're probably going to trigger that. If you look at Earth's history, multiple times, multiple lineages that had nothing to do with each other are going to solve the problem of getting towards energy sources using some kind of stick-like apparatus.
So that's about movement.
Yeah, so that's one problem that has to be solved. One problem that has to be solved is I got to get to food, right? Another problem is I got to get away from predators. Right? You've seen wings. We've seen wings. The line that went through dinosaurs to birds involved wings. Insects evolved wings. Mammals evolved wings. If the gas is dense enough that a curved surface, if you move through the curved surface, is going to produce lift. Yeah, there you go. Evolutional trip on that. So I think you can expect certain classes of solutions to the basic problems that life is going to be presented with. Stay alive, reproduce. But one of the weird things about with the UFO things is that you always see they all look like humans. They're just like basically humans with triangular heads, and that's where we get to contingency, right? So what we've been talking about is convergence. So you expect that evolution will converge on wings multiple times when presented with the problems that wings can solve. But contingency is accidents, right? That you've got something that's evolving a certain kind of wing, a leathery wing, right? And then the climate changes and they all die out. End of the story. Or an asteroid, a total accident, asteroid. And so contingency, accidents play also a huge role in evolution. And one of the things that lots of evolutionary biologists have talked about is the idea that if you ran the tape of Earth's history over again, would you get the same creatures? Now, Stephen Jay Gould was of the opinion that no way. You wouldn't find anything on Earth that resembled any species today. They've done experiments actually on this with E. coli. You take a bunch of E. coli, you let them evolve for a while, you take a bunch of them out, freeze them, let that population continue to evolve, the other one's frozen, now start it over again with the frozen. And it seems to be that contingency tends to win. Right, the contingency, at least from what we can tell. I mean, that's not a hard result, but in those experiments, what you find is that accidents really do matter. So the idea, and this is important. So yes, you should expect legs or jointed sticks. How many joints they're going to be? Anybody's guess. Do you expect humanoids? Things with a sensing apparatus on top of a shoulder with 2 arms and 2 legs. That's probably a pretty random set of occurrences.
Everybody loves
I guess what is a brain versus the nervous system? Where's most of the cognition competition going on?
Yeah.
You can see that in organisms. I don't know how the brain evolved. Why does it have to be in one place?
It doesn't have to be. So my favorite word of the day is liquid brains, right? This idea of distributed cognition, which fascinating idea, and we've come to understand how much distributed cognition there is. Obviously, eusocial animals like termites, etc., and ants, that's an example of distributed cognition. The organism is the whole colony. This is one thing that's been really interesting in the state of the study when we cut to for aliens, is that when we've come to recognize that human intelligence, it's not actually, it's been distributed, the kinds of things that go into intelligence are distributed all across the biosphere. Lots of different examples of things show various pieces of what we have. Jason Wright will describe it as like a deck of cards. The cards are all there. We got the hand that actually led to the kind of technological progress that we see. But the kinds of, the basic idea of using tools, the basic idea of recognizing each other eye to eye, all the things that we define as intelligence, you can find many places in many other places across, many other lineages across the earth. So they could be very, very different with something like, maybe it's the hive mind idea, or bacterial colonies that actually manage to come to their own version of high cognition.
Well, I wonder if we stretch out time across 10, 20 billion years, whether there's a Darwinian evolution stops working at some point in terms of the biology or the chemistry of the organisms, and it switches to ideas. For example, it's much more rapidly you're operating. Maybe I guess it's a kind of Darwinian evolution on the space of beings or whatever. As
technology seems to operate on, but certainly markets can operate in ways that look very Darwinian.
So basically, a planet is working hard to get to the first kind of organism that's able to be a nice platform for ideas to compete. And then it kind of stops evolving there, and then it's ideas that take over.
Right. Because cultural, like, it's true. It's amazing that cultural evolution totally disconnects from the Darwinian process. But I'd be careful to say that, like, a planet is working hard to do this, because it's really impossible. Looking at us, like, what we think of as ideas and culture, and it's quite possible we're going to make it another 200 years and this is gone. Right, because it actually wasn't a very good idea long term. I mean, we just don't know.
Oh, so maybe the idea generation organism is actually the thing that destroys.
Not the biosphere, but it destroys itself. It may not be very long term. It may be very potent for a short period of time, but that it's not sustainable. It doesn't become, like we were talking about before, mature. It's very hard to make it integrated into a mature bio/technosphere. And of course, evolution is not working for anything. Well, here's the actually interesting thing, right? So people are very much, evolutionary biologists will get very, their hair will stand on it if you start talking about evolution having a purpose. But the very interesting thing about purpose is that once you do get to a idea-generating species or collective organism, then kind of all bets are off, and there is goals, there is teleology, there is there now suddenly, absolutely there's a direction implied. So that's kind of the cool, interesting thing, that once you get to that, evolution stops being goalless and directionless, and suddenly, we're the ones who supply, or any kind of creature like us, has an absolute direction that we decide on.
Although you could argue that from a perspective of the entire human civilization, we're also directionless. We have a sense that there's a direction in this cluster of humans. And then there's another cluster that has a different sense of direction. There's all kinds of religions that are competing. There's different ideologies that are competing. And when you just zoom out across, if we survive, across thousands of years, it will seem directionless. It will seem like a pinball.
It's an unholy mess. But at some point, like, the expansion into the solar system, like, that would be both direction. I mean, depending on how you look at it, it was directional. There was a decision that the collective of human beings made to, like, anti-accrete, to start spreading out into the solar system. So there was definitely a goal there that may have been reached in some crazy sort of, non-linear way, but it was still, right, a goal was set and it was achieved.
If there's advanced civilizations out there, what do you think is the proper protocol for interacting with them? Do you think they would be peaceful? Do you think they would be warlike? What do we do next? We detect the civilization through all the technical signatures we've been talking about. Maybe direct imaging, maybe there's a really strong signal. Come up with a strategy of how to actually get there. But what's then the generals, as they always do, the military, industrial complex.
We've watched that movie.
Where, what kind of rockets, and do we bring rockets?
Well, I think, so this is also, just a general question also leads to messaging extraterrestrial intelligence. And I am definitely of the opinion of, like, you should be very careful, Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to have your head below the grass. The people who advocate, like, we should be sending, powerful messages that are easily detectable into interstellar space. I'm like, why would you? Because we just don't know. Like, I'm not going to say they are warlike. I'm not going to say they're not warlike. I have no idea. But we sure as hell. Well, first of all, who gets to decide that? The idea that a bunch of astronomers who happen to have a radio telescope, I don't, who speaks for Earth? Which I think is a great book somebody wrote. I definitely, we should we should be cautious, I would say, because we just have zero information.
Bullshit.
And the idea, you just have this idea of, well, if they're advanced, they've managed to survive, so of course they're going to be wearing togas, and be singing Kumbaya. But I just wouldn't assume that. It's also possible, though, that like their cognitive structure is so different that we're not even living in the same universe in a certain way. I think we have to be prepared for that. We may not even be able to recognize each other in some way as cognizing beings. One of my favorite movies is Rival. I don't know if you've seen that one. I really love that one because they have a different language, they have a different cognitive structure in terms of their language, and they're literally kind of living in a different physics.
Different physics, different language, different everything.
Yeah.
But in the case of Arrival, we can at least like recognize that they're there.
And they managed to cross the language barrier. Yeah.
But that's both sides have an interest in communicating, which you kind of suppose that an advanced civilization would have a curiosity. Because, like, how do you become advanced without a kind of curiosity about the mysterious about the other?
But also, if they're long-lived, they may just be like, we're not interested. Like, we've done this, we're like, 10 million years ago, we were really interested in this, and communicating with you, youngins, but now we're not at all. And that's just, one of the beauties of this, again, is how to think about this systematically, because you're so far past the hairy edge, right, of our experience, of what we know, that you want to think about it, right? You don't want to be like, don't know, can't say anything, because that's not fun. But you also have to sort of systematically go after your own biases, right? So one of the things I loved about Arrival, too, was, Carl Sagan always had this idea, like, we'll teach them math, we'll teach them our math, then they'll teach us their math, and then, we'll be telling each other knock jokes, and swapping cures for cancer. And, in the movie, like, they send a Carl Sagan guy in and a linguist. And the Carl Sagan guy fails immediately, right? And it's the linguist who understands that language is actually embodied. Language is not just something that happens in your head. It's actually the whole experience. And she's the one who breaks through. And it just points to the idea that how utterly different the cognitive structures of a different species. So somehow we have to figure out how to think about it, but be so careful of our biases. So figure out a systematic way to break through our biases and not just make science fiction movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of biases, do you think aliens have visited Earth? You mentioned that they could have visited and started civilizations and we wouldn't even know about it if it was 100 million years ago. How can we even begin to answer this question? Gotta figure out ways to look. So I don't put it, it's not high on my list of, things that I think are probable, but it needs to be explored, and unless you look, you never know. So looking on the moon, where would we find, if aliens had passed through the solar system any time in the last 3 billion years, where might we find artifacts? Where might artifacts still be around? Earth, probably not, because weathering and resurfacing. The moon's a good place. Certain kinds of orbits, maybe they parked a probe in an orbit that was stable, so you got to figure out which orbits actually you can put something there and it'll last for 1 billion years. So those are the kind of questions I don't, like I said, it's not high on my list of thinking this could happen, but it could happen. I certainly can't, unless you look, you don't know. What about, speaking of biases, what about if aliens visiting Earth is the elephant in the room? Meaning, like, the potential of aliens, say, seeding life on Earth.
You mean like in that directed panspermia?
Directed panspermia, or seeding some aspect of the evolution.
Like 2001.
What does that even mean?
Yeah. It's a great story, but, always with Occam's razor or whatever with science, if I can answer that question without that extra, very detailed hypothesis, then I should. And, the idea that evolution is a natural process, that's what I would go for first, right? That just seems, it's so much easier to do it that way than adding, because it's kind of doing thing of like, oh, then the aliens came down and they solved that problem that you're trying to solve by just coming down and putting your finger on the scale.
But to you, the origin of life is a pretty simple thing that doesn't require an alien.
I wouldn't say that. It's not a simple thing, but it doesn't, it's putting, I think, because, all you're doing is kicking the can down the road. right? The aliens formed, right? So you're just saying like, all right, I'm just kicking the can down the road to the aliens. What was their abiogenesis?
Well, so from a different perspective, I'm just saying, it seems to me that there's obviously advanced civilizations everywhere throughout the galaxy and through the universe, from the Drake equation perspective. And then, if I was an alien, what would I do? I've gotten a chance to learn about the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon. I recently went to the Amazon. You get to understand how they function and how the humans in the Amazon that are in contact with the civilized world, how they interact with the uncontacted tribes. First of all, the uncontacted tribes are very violent towards the outside world, but everybody else tries to stay away from them. They try to kind of protect them, don't talk about them, don't talk about their location and all this kind of stuff. And I've begun to internalize and understand that perspective of why you're doing that. And if I was an alien civilization, I'd probably be doing a similar kind of thing. And of course, there's always the teenager or the troll who's going to start messing with the stuff. Or the scientist.
Right.
And so it's not, from our perspective, yes. And if you're in the Truman Show, like Occam's Razor, but like also Occam's Razor from the perspective of the alien civilization, we have to have the humility to understand that interaction will be extremely difficult to detect. That would not be obvious.
Right, I understand the logic of what you're saying, but the problem for me with that is that right there, first you have to assume that alien civilizations are common, which I'm not sure about it. That most of them may be dead, or they're not yet. Still, while I think that life is common, and again, this is just my biases, right? So now the problem is, how do we sort out sort of, the biases we're bringing or the assumptions we're bringing in from the sort of causal chain that comes out of that. I would first want to try and do this without, if we're looking at the origin of life or the evolution of life on Earth, I'd want to do it just on its own without asking for this other layer. Because it requires a bunch of these other assumptions, which also have their own sort of breaking of causal chains. Because I don't really like the idea that when you ask, what would you do if you were an alien? But again, like alien minds could be so unbelievably different, right? That they wouldn't even recognize the question you just posed, right? Because it's just like, we have a very particular kind of cognitive structure, or and we're very governed by, even if you went and talked to, this is an interesting thing to think about, if I could suddenly magically appear 100,000 years ago and talk to a hunter-gatherer about their worldview and their motivations, I might find something that there were no resemblance to things that I think are sort of, that's what naturally humans do.
Well, let me ask you this question, just to get a thought. If we either create a time machine that allows us to travel back and to talk to them, or we discover maybe a primitive alien civilization on a nearby star system, what would we do?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, so it's interesting how that even brings up the ethical questions, right? Let's say we'd have to first sort of sort out what are the consequences for them, and what do we feel our ethical responsibilities are to them.
And also, from a capitalist perspective, what are we to gain?
Yeah, right,
interaction.
Right. And look at the way the missionaries, missionaries had these interactions because they thought converting them to whatever religion they were, was the most important. That's what the gain was. So, from our perspective, I mean, we have to sort that out. I think, given, if we're doing this thought experiment, we are curious, and I think eventually we want to reach out to them.
I think when you say we, let's start with the people in this room. Right?
Yeah.
I wonder who the dominant forces are in the world, because I think there's a lot of people, the military, they will probably move first so they can steal whatever advantage they can from this new discovery so they can hurt China or China hurt America. That's one perspective. Then there's the capitalists who will see like how the benefit and the cost here, and how can I make money off of this. There's opportunity here. There's gold in the hills. And I wonder, and I think the scientists is just not going down like the movies.
We're not going to get much say.
They're going to put them
hey guys, we wait a minute.
It would engage, probably. I mean, it's just, as a human society as we are now, we would engage. And we would be detectable, I think.
I get it now. I get it.
Like,
In our engagement.
in our engagement.
Yeah, probably.
So using that trivial bias logic, it just feels like aliens would need to be engaging in a very obvious way.
Yeah. Yeah.
However, the astronauts persevered, driven by
This
their
brings up
curiosity and
that
determination, and they
direct
established a
Fermi
routine.
paradox for me.
Dividing time between
What do you make of all the UFO sightings?
I am all in favor of an open, agnostic, transparent, scientific investigation of UFOs and UAPs. But the idea that there's any data that we have that links UFOs and UAPs to non-human technology, I just think the standards, none of what is claimed to be the data lives up to the standards of evidence. So let's just take a moment on that idea of standards of evidence, because I've made a big deal about this both in the book and elsewhere whenever I talk about this. So what people have to understand about science is we are really scientists. We are really mean to each other. We are brutal to each other. Because we have this thing that we call standards of evidence. And it's the idea of, like, you have a piece of evidence that you want to link to a claim. And, under what conditions can you say, oh, look, I've got evidence of, this claim X, Y, and Z. And in science, we are so mean to each other about whether or not that piece of evidence lives up to the standards that we have. And we spent 400 years determining what those standards are. And that is why cell phones work, right? If you didn't have super rigorous standards about, what you think, oh, this little antenna, I've invented a new kind of antenna that I can slip into the cell phone and, I can show you that it works. If you didn't have these standards, every cell phone would be a brick, right? And when it comes to UFOs and UAPs, the evidence you have and the claim that shows that, that we are being visited by non-human advanced civilization just doesn't even come close to the same standards I'm going to have to obey or whatever live under. If my team, the group I work with, if one of them says, look, wants to announce that, oh, we've discovered a techno-signature on an alien planet, we're going to get shredded, as we expect to be. We expect to be beaten up. And, the UAP, UFO community should expect the same thing. You don't get a pass because it's a really cool topic. So that's where I am right now. I just don't think any of the evidence is even close to anything that could support that claim.
Well, I generally assign a lot of value to anecdotal evidence from pilots. Not scientific value, but just like, it's always nice to get anecdotal evidence as a first step. I was like, I wonder if there's something there. But unfortunately, with this topic, there's so much excitement around it. There's a lot of people that are basically trying to make money off of it. There's hoaxes, all this kind of stuff. So even if there's some signal, there's just so much noise. It's very difficult to operate. So how do we get better signals? You've talked about, if you wanted to really search for UFOs on Earth,
right,
and maybe detect things like weird physics, what kind of instruments would we be using?
Yeah, so, in the book I talked about the idea, it's really stupid, but, you want to look up, you want to look down, and you want to look all around.
I think that's good. I mean, it's simple, not stupid. It's like literally.
Yeah, right. So you want to do ground-based detectors, upward-looking ground-based detectors of the kind we're already building for meteors, right, for tracking meteors. You want to have space-based detectors, put them on satellites. This is what the NASA UAP panel was thinking about. And then probably on pilot, we have lots of people in the sky. There should be detectors on the planes, or at least some kind of alert system that if a pilot says, "Oh, look, I'm seeing something I don't understand," boop, presses the red button, and that triggers the ground-based and space-based data collectors. And then the data collectors themselves. This is something that people really don't understand, and it's so important. In order to actually do science with anything, the data you have to understand where it came from, like down to the nth degree. You have to know how that camera behaves in a bunch of different wavelengths. You have to characterize that. You have to know what the software does, what the limits of the software are possible. You have to know what happened to the camera. Was it refurbished recently? In every spectral wavelength, in all of its data collection and processing, you have to know all of those steps and have them all characterized. Because especially if you want to claim like, oh my God, I saw something take a right-hand turn at Mach 5, right? You better have all of that nailed down. That kind of claim. So we have to have characterized detectors looking up, down, and maybe on planes themselves. We need a rational search strategy. So let's say you want to lay out these ground-based detectors. Where do you put them? Right? There's only so much money in the world. So, do you want to put them near places where you've seen a lot of things beforehand, or do you want to, have them try and do a sparse coverage of the entire country? And then you need the data analysis, right? You're going to have so much data, so many false positives or false triggering, that you need a way of sorting through enormous amounts of data and figuring out what you're going to throw out and what you're going to keep. And all these things we're used to doing in other scientific enterprises. And without that, if we don't do that, we're going to be having the same damn argument about these things for the next 100 years.
But if I asked you, I give you $1 trillion and asked you to allocate to one place, looking out, study, or looking at Earth, what should you allocate?
Oh God, looking out. Because that's the bad, as I always like to say, here's my codification of this. If you said, hey Adam, I'd like to find some Nebraskans, and I said, oh good, let's go to the Himalayas. Be like, well, why am I going there? I'm like, well, maybe there's some Himalayas, some Nebraskas in the Himalayas. Say, no, let's go to Nebraska. If we're looking for aliens, why don't we look on alien planets where they live? Because we have that technology now, as opposed to the bucket of assumptions that you have to come up with in order to say, like, oh, they're here right now. They just happen to be here right now. And also, the very important thing, I call this the high beam argument. To deal with the UFO stuff, you have to deal with all of it. You have to answer these weird, irrational things that are happening. Like, okay, there's an advanced civilization that is visiting Earth regularly. They don't want to be detected. They've got super powerful technology, but they really suck at using it because we keep seeing them. We keep seeing them, but then they disappear. Right? I mean, explain to me what rational world that works under. It's like, so there's that whole sort of argument you've got to explain, like, why, if they want to stay hidden, are they so bad at it? So, that's why I take that level of difficulty, and then I put it on top of, where should I look? I should look at I should look at where they're from. That makes me want to look at do the telescopic stuff.
Yeah, I think the more likely explanation is either the sensors are not working correctly, or it's secret military technology being tested.
Absolutely. I mean, if you had, listen, that's why, again, I think UAP, absolutely UAP should be studied scientifically. But if I had to make a bet, and it's just a bet, I would say this is pure state adversary stuff. When I did a New York Times op-ed for this in 2021, which blew up, and so I had a lot of people talking to me. While I was doing that, I sort of looked at the signals intelligence people, the SIGINT and EINT, electronic intelligence communities, and what they were saying about the New York Times articles and the various videos. And really none of them were talking about UFOs. They were all talking about pure state. That's where I learned the word pure state adversaries. How, like, even simple drone technologies, you can, and you purposely want to do this. You want to fake, signals into the electronics of your adversary, so they crank it up. So then you can just soak up all the electromagnetic radiation and know exactly what those advanced radars can do.
That said, I'm not saying that what this is. If I was the head of an alien civilization, and I chose to minimize the amount of contact, I would try to figure out what would these aliens like to see. That's why, like, the big heads in the humanoid form.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's kind of like how I would approach communication. If I was much more intelligent, I would observe them enough. It's like, all right, if I wanted to communicate with an ant colony, right, I would observe it long enough to see what are the basic elements of communication.
Yeah.
And maybe I would do a trivial thing like do like a fake ant.
Right, a robot ant.
Or a robot ant. But then it's not enough to just do a robot ant. You have to do a robot ant that, like, moves in the way they do. and maybe aliens are just shitty at doing the robot hands. But no, I do sort of. I just wanted to make a case for that.
This is the plot, actually, of a great science fiction book called Eon by Greg Bear. And the idea was like these sort of, this is actually where my first, I became sort of more than agnostic, anti-medi. Because the idea is that, yes, our aliens come, they sort of make their arrival. And really their point is to get rid of us. It's the dark forest hypothesis. And what they do is they sort of literally, the way they present themselves is in this sort of classic UFO thing. And they do it, and they arrive at the Soviet Union, they arrive at the USSR, they arrive in China, and they're kind of faking us out so that we never can organize ourselves against. So it was really, they did exactly kind of what you're talking about, but for nefarious purposes.
Okay, let me ask the pothead question. Yet another pothead.
The whole conversation.
I'm sorry.
Box before breakfast.
It's science and pothead questions back and forth. Okay, what if aliens take a form that's unlike what we kind of traditionally envision in analyzing physical objects? What if they take the form of, say, ideas? What if real pothead is the consciousness itself, like the subjective experience, is an alien being? Maybe ideas is an easier one to visualize because we can think of ideas as entities traveling from humanity.
When I made the claim that the most important, that finding life, any kind of life, would be the most important discovery in human history. And one of the reasons is, again, as I said, that, life, if we're not an accident and there's other life, then there's probably lots of other life. And because the most significant thing about life is that you innovate, right? If I give you a star and, tell you the mass and the composition, you can basically pretty much using the laws of physics tell exactly what's going to happen to that star over its entire lifetime. Maybe not these little tiny details, but overall, it's going to be a white dwarf. It's going to be a black hole. If I gave you a single cell and said what's going to happen in a few billion years, you'd never be able to predict a giant rabbit that can punch you in the face, right? Or a kangaroo. So life has this possibility of innovating, of being creative. So what it means is, and that's a part of kind of a fundamental definition of what it means to be alive. It goes past itself. So give life enough time, and what are the end result? Like, there's that's why I love science fiction so much. At some point does life reach a point where it climbs into the laws of physics itself? It becomes the laws of physics, or these sort of lie at the extreme limits of thinking about what we mean by reality, what we mean by experience. But I'm not sure much we can do with them scientifically. But they're open-ended questions about the open-ended nature of what it means to be alive and what life can do.
Since you said it's the biggest question, which is an interesting thought experiment. What is the biggest scientific question we can possibly answer? Some people might say about what happened before the Big Bang, some big physics questions about the universe. I can see the argument for, how many alien civilizations, or if there's other life out there. You want to speak to that a little bit? Like, why is it the biggest question in your? Why is it number one in your top five?
I've evolved in this, right? I started off as a theoretical physicist. I went into computational astrophysics and magnetohydrodynamics and star formation. But I always, I was a philosophy minor. I always had these sort of bigger questions sort of floating around the back of my mind. And what I've come to now is the most important question for physics is, what is life? What the hell is the difference between a rock and a cell, fundamentally? And what I really mean by this is where I'm going to go non-traditional, is that really the fundamental question that is agency. What does it mean to be an autonomous agent? How the hell does that happen? It's so, I'm not a reductionist. I'm not somebody who's just like, well, I just put together enough chemicals and the Big Bang boom, It's something that really is going to demand a reconception of what nature itself is. And so, black holes are super cool, cosmology is super cool, but really this question of what is life, especially by viewing it from the inside, because it's really about the verb to be, right? Really, what is the most pressing philosophical question beyond science is the verb to be. What is being, right? This is what Stephen Hawking said when he talked about what puts the fire in the equation. The fire, right? The fire is this presence. And this is where it touches things like, whatever you want to say. It's a sacred spirituality, whatever you want to talk about. My first book was about science and human spirituality. So it's like, So this question of life, what makes life as a physical system, so different is to me much, because it's that's where being appears. Being doesn't appear out there, right? The only place it ever appears to any of us is us. So I can do this kind of projection into this third person thing, but nobody ever has that God's eye view. That's a story we tell. This is where this between us is where the verb to be appears.
So this is something that you write about in The Blind Spot, why science cannot ignore human experience, sort of trying to pull the fire into the process of science, and it's a kind of critique of materialism. Can you explain the main thesis of this book?
Yeah, so the idea of the blind spot is that there is this thing that is central to science. So we're using the blind spot as a metaphor, right? So the eye has an optic nerve, and the optic nerve is what allows vision to happen. So you can't have vision without the optic nerve. But actually, you're blind to the optic nerve. There's a little hole in your vision where the optic nerve is. And what we're saying is that science has something like this. There's something that without which science would not be possible. But that science, the way it's been configured, and actually when we mean the blind spot, we'll get into exactly what it means and what it is, but it's not really science. It is a set of ideas that got glued onto science. It's a metaphysics that got glued onto science. And so what is that thing what is the blind spot? It's experience. It is presence. And by experience, I have to be very careful, because I'm not talking about being an observer. It's there's lots of words for it. There's direct experience. There is presence, being, the life world within the philosophy called phenomenology. There's the life world. It's this sort of raw presence that you can't get away from until you die. Then they'll know. As long as you're around, it's there. And what we're saying is that is the way to say this. That is the precondition for the possibility of science. And the whole nature of science, the way it has evolved, is that it purposely pushed that out. It pushed that out so it could make progress. And that's fine for a certain class of problems. But when we try to answer, when we try and go deeper, there's a whole other class of problems. The nature of consciousness, the nature of time, quantum mechanics, that comes back to bite us. And that if we don't learn how to understand that is always the background, that experience is always the background, then we just end up with these paradoxes and problems, yoga that require this intellectual yoga to get out of.
I think you give a bunch of examples of that, like looking at temperature as a number. There's a very sort of objective scientific way of looking at that, and then there's the experience of the temperature.
And how you build a parable of temperature, that we call it. So what is the blind spot? We use the term, it's a constellation. It's not just materialism. It's a constellation of ideas that are all really sort of philosophical views. They're not what science says. But because of the evolution of the history of science and culture, they got pinned the tail on the donkey. They were sort of pinned on and to tell us that this is what science is. So what do I say? One is reductionism, that you are nothing but your nerve cells, which are nothing but the chemistry, which is nothing but, all the way down to quarks. That's it. So that's reductionism. The objective frame, that science gives us this God's eye view, this third-person view of the world, to view the world from the outside. That's what science bequeaths to us, that view. Physicalism, that everything in the world is basically made of stuff. There's nothing else to talk about, right? That's all there is, and everything can be reduced to that. And then also the reification of mathematics, that mathematics is somehow more real than this. And there's a bunch of other things, but all these together, what they all do is they end up pushing experience out and saying experience is an epiphenomenon. Consciousness. I tend not to use the word consciousness, because I think it leads us in the wrong direction. We should focus on experience because it's a verb, in a way. It's verb-like. So yeah, and by being blind to that, we end up with these paradoxes and problems that really not only block science, but also have been detrimental to society as a whole, especially where we're at right now.
So you actually say that from a perspective of detrimental society, that there's a crisis of meaning, and then we respond to that in a way that's counterproductive to these bigger questions, scientific questions. So the three responses you mentioned is scientific triumphalism, and then on the other side is rejecting science completely, both on the left and the right. I think the postmodernists on the left and the anti-establishment people on the right, and then just pseudoscience that kind of does this in-between thing. Can you just speak to those responses and to the crisis of meaning?
Right. So the crisis of meaning is that, on the one hand, science wants to tell us that we're insignificant, we're not important, we're just, biological machines, so we're basically an insignificant part of the universe. On the other hand, we also find ourselves being completely significant. In cosmology, we have to figure out how to look from the inside at cosmology. We're always the observers. We're at the center of this, collapsing wavefront of light. Quantum mechanics, it really comes in. It comes in. The measurement problem just puts us front and center. We spend some people spend 100 years trying to ignore the measurement part of the measurement problem. So on the one hand, we're insignificant, and on the other hand, we're central. So which one is it, right? And so this all comes from not understanding actually the foundational role of experience. This inability, we can't do science without already being present in the world. We can't reduce what happens in science to some sort of formal. A lot of it is about we love our formal systems, our mathematics, and we're substituting. That's one of the things that there's two philosophers we really like, or heroes. One is Husserl, who's a mathematician who invented phenomenology, and the other is Whitehead, who's one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century. And Husserl came up with this idea of the surreptitious substitution. Part of the blind spot is substituting a formal system, a calculus of data for actual experience, and that's more important. And so let me just do, before I go to those three responses, let's just do the parable of temperature, because I think it'll help them understand what we mean. So think about degrees Celsius, right? We kind of have, in the modern scientific culture we live in, we think like, oh yeah, degrees Celsius, they're out there. The universe, the molecular cloud in space is 10 degrees, Kelvin. The way we got there is we've forgotten how that idea is rooted in experience, right? We started off with science we had the subjective experience of hot and cold. I feel hot, I feel cold, you feel hot, you feel cold. Science was this process of trying to extract from those experiences what Michel Bitbol, a philosopher, calls the structural invariants, the things that we could both kind of agree on. So we figured out we could make a gradiated little cylinder that's got mercury in it, and that, hot things will be higher in that, on that gradiated cylinder, cold things will be lower. And we can both kind of figure out what we're going to agree on our standards for that. And then we have thermometry. Yay, we have a way of sort of having a structural invariant of this sort of very personal experience of hot or cold. And then from that we can come up with thermodynamics, etc. And then we end up at the bottom of, at the end of that, with this idea of every day I wake up and I check my phone and I'm like, oh, it's going to be, 60 degrees out, great. And we start thinking that 60 degrees is more real than hot and cold. That thermodynamics, the whole formal structure of thermodynamics, is more real than the basic experience of hot and cold that it came from. It required that bodily experience. That also is not just me, you. I have to tell it's part of my communication with you. Cold today, isn't it? Right? That from that basic, irreducible experience of being in the world, with everything that involves, I developed degrees Celsius. But then I forgot the experience. So that's called the amnesia experience. So that's what we mean by how the blind spot emerges, how we end up, how science purposely pushes experience out of the way so it can make progress. But then it forgets that experience was important. So where does this show up? Why is this, what are the responses to trying to get this back in, and where does this crisis of meaning emerge? So scientific triumphalism is the idea that the only thing that's true for us are scientific truths, right? Unless it can be codified in a formal system, represented as data, captured in some kind of scientific causal network, it doesn't even exist. Right, and anything else that's not part of it, part that can be formalized in that way, is an epiphenomenon. It's not real. So, scientific triumphalism is this response to the mystery, the weirdness of, I could call it the mystery, the weirdness of experience, by kind of just ignoring it completely. So there's no other truth. Art
I just want everyone to be aware. That's my new favorite thing.
Human spirituality. It's all actually reducible just to neural correlation. So that's one way that it's been done. The other way is this sort of you've got on the postmodern left, academic left, you get this thing like science is just a game. It's just a game from the powerful come up with, which is also not true. Science is totally potent and requires an account for what is happening. So that's another way to push sort of science away or respond to it. The science denial that happens, that's also another way of sort of, not understanding the balance that science is trying, that we need to establish with experience. And then there's just pseudoscience, which wants to sort of say the New Age movement or whatever, which wants to have, wants to deal with experience by kind of elevating it in this weird pseudo-spiritual way, or, so that doesn't have the rigor of science. So, all of these ways, all of these responses, we have this difficulty about experience. We need to understand how experience fits into the web of meaning. And we don't really have we don't have a good way of doing it. And the point of the book was to identify very clearly how the problem manifests, what the problem is, and what its effects are in the various sciences.
And by the way, we should mention that at least the first two responses, they kind of feed each other. There's just to observe the scientific community, those who gravitate a little bit towards the scientific triumphalism, there's an arrogance that builds in the human soul. I mean, it has to do with PhDs, it has to do with sitting on academic throne, all of those things, the human nature with the egos and so on that builds. And of course, that nobody likes arrogance, and so those that reject science, the arrogance is fuel for the people that reject science. It's just divide that builds.
Yeah, no, that was a problem. Like when you saw, so like I said, my first book was about science and human spirituality. So I was trying to say that, science is actually, if we look at what happens in human spirituality, not religion. Religion is about politics, right? But about, for the entire history of the species, we've had this experience of, for lack of a better word, the sacredness. I'm not connecting this to God or anything. I'm just saying this experience of the more. And then, with the new atheist movement, you got people saying that anybody who feels that is an idiot. They just can't handle the hardcore science. When in fact, their views of the world are so denuded of it. They can't even see the role that experience plays and how they came up with their formal systems. And experience fundamentally is weird, mysterious. It's like it kind of goes down forever in some sense. There is always more. So yeah, that arrogance then, just if you're telling everybody who's not hardcore enough to do the standard model of cosmology that they're idiots, that's not going to bode well for your the advance of your project.
So you're proposing at least to consider the idea that experience is fundamental. Experience is not just an illusion that emerges from a set of quirks. That there could be something about the conscious experience of the world that is at the core of reality.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't, because there's panpsychism, right? Which wants to say
that's all the way there.
Yeah,
panpsychism is that's literally one of the laws of physics.
Right. But see, what all those do is just the idea of say physicalism versus idealism. They're kind of the two philosophical schools you can go with. Physicalism says all that exists is physical. Idealism says all that exists is mind. We're actually saying, look, both of these, to take either of those positions is already to project out into that third person view. Right? And that third person view, we want to really emphasize, is a fiction. It's a useful fiction when you're doing science, right? If I want to do the Newtonian physics of billiard balls on a pool table, great. I don't want to have to think about experience at all, right? But if I'm asking deeper questions, I can't ignore the fact that there really is no third person. And that any story I tell about the world is coming from, it's not just first person, but it's literally, because I'm going to argue that experience always involves all of us. Experience always originates out of a community. That, you're always telling those stories from the perspective of already existing, of already being in experience. So whatever account we want to give is of the world is going to have to take that as experience as being irreducible and the irreducible starting point. So ultimately, we don't have an answer. That's when people are like, well, what are you suggesting as an alternative? It's look, that's the good work of the next science to come. Our job was to point out the problem with this. But what we would argue with
No,
we're thinking about the next book. This is really going to require a new conception of nature, right? That doesn't sort of jump right to that third person, that fictional third person view, and somehow figures out how to do science, recognizing that it always starts from experience. It always starts from this field of experience, or the phenomenology, the word is the life world, that you're embedded in. You can't unembed yourself from it. So how do you do? So one of the things that Whitehead said.
Yes, that's right.
Was we have to avoid the bifurcation of nature. And what he meant by that is the bifurcation into like sort of scientific concepts, wavelength. Think about like seeing a sunset. You could say like, oh look, it's just wavelengths, and scattering particles, and your experience of the redness, the actual experience of the redness, and all the other things. It's not just red. There's no quality. There's no pure redness. Everything that's happening in the experiential part is just an epiphenomena. It's just brain states, whatever. He said you can't do that. They're both real. They're both accounts. They both need to be integrated. And so that required, I think, a different conception of what we mean by nature.
Is it something like incorporating in the physics, in the study of nature, the observer, the experiencing observer, or is that still also looking for a third person?
I think that's what we have to figure out, right? And so actually, a great place to think about this is quantum mechanics, right? Because one of the things we're arguing is like, look, in the chapter that I wrote on, because I wrote this with Evan Thompson, who's a wonderful philosopher, and Marcelo Gleiser, who's a theoretical physicist. When I was writing the chapter on the origin of the blind spot, like sort of how this emerged out of history, the subheader was like, well, it made sense at the time, because it did. There was a reason why people adopted this third person, God's eye, deterministic view. This view of sort of like, the perfect clockwork of the universe. Yeah, it totally made sense. But by the time you got to the beginning of the 20th century, science itself was telling you like, and no place does this appear more than in quantum mechanics, right? Quantum mechanics slams you with the idea that of the measurement problem. The most important thing about quantum mechanics is you have a dynamical equation, the Schrodinger equation, which you put in, like we talked about before. You have initial conditions, and now you got a differential equation, and you crank out the differential equation, and it makes predictions for the future, right? Exactly like Newtonian physics or its higher versions of the Lagrange or Hamiltonians. But then this other thing happens where it's like, oh, by the way, as soon as you look at it, as soon as the measurement is made, I have a whole other set of rules for it. That's the Born, what we call the Born rule. And that was telling you right from the beginning that measurement matters, right? So when you're asking like, how will we do this, quantum mechanics is actually pointing to how to do it. So, there's been all these different interpretations of quantum mechanics. Many of them try to pretend the measurement problem isn't there, go to enormous lengths, like the many worlds interpretation, literally inventing an infinite number of unobservable parallel universes to avoid the thing that quantum mechanics is telling them, which is that measurements matter. And then you get something like cubism, which is I'm going to advocate for, is a new interpretation of quantum mechanics, which puts the Born rule at the center, right? Instead of like focusing on the Schrodinger equation and the weird things that come out of it, like Schrodinger's cat and all that other stuff. It says, no, actually the real mystery is the Born rule. Let's think about the Born rule. And like you said, that puts the agent and information at the center of the whole thing.
So that's not a thing you're trying to get rid of. That's the thing you're trying to integrate at the center of the thing. In quantum mechanics, it becomes super obvious, but maybe the same kind of thing should be incorporated in every layer of study of nature.
Absolutely, that's exactly it. So, one of the things that's really interesting to me. So, I'm part of a big project that Chris Fuchs and Jacques Vanier on cubism. So I've been part of that. And what I've been amazed by is the language they use. So what's cool about cubism is it comes from quantum information theory. It's a pretty modern version of thinking about quantum mechanics. And it's always about you have an agent who makes an action on the world, and then the information they get from that action through the experiment, that's the action on the world, updates their priors, updates their Bayesian. That's why it's called cubism, quantum Bayesian. Updates how the information that comes from the world. Now this turns out to be kind of the same language that we're using in a project that's about the physics of life, where we have a grant from the Templeton Foundation to look at cement
here that you
semantic
can
information
describe
and the
to
role
people.
of semantic information
And then
in
let's
living
have
systems
Jesse
like
read
cells. So,
the original
we have
backstory
Shannon
to post
information,
around
which
since
is
I
a
was
probability
in
distribution
sophomore
that tells
college
you,
around
basically how much surprise
So
there is
the best way
in
to
a
describe
message.
this. Wait a minute.
Semantic
Hang on.
information
I saw
focuses
this
on
week.
meaning,
Let
right?
me-
Focuses
not
on,
like
and
you
in a
to,
very
like,
simple
this
way, just like,
picture, this
what
topic
is, how much of
came
the
up this
information
week,
that I'm,
like,
that
in
the
my
agent,
internet life.
the critter,
What the fuck?
is getting
I'm not
from
even
the
joking.
world
Like,
actually
here,
has,
this man by this
helps
man,
it
but it's not
survive,
like dreams,
right? That's
like
the
he
most
just-
basic idea of meaning,
this
right? We can
post-
get all
like, there must
philosophical
have
about
been a post
meaning,
on
but this is
Reddit or
it.
something.
Does it help you
This
stay
man
alive or
dream
not?
at the time.
And the whole
It's true.
question
Describe
of
this man's
agency
vehicle just for a
and
second.
autonomy
Balding
that
unibrow.
occurs in
The
this setting of just
round,
asking about how do
orange,
cells
Carl
move up a
Cooking-esque
chemical
head.
gradient to get more food kind of has the same feel, the same
Disproportionately large
sort of
mouth,
architecture
nose,
as what's going
eyes,
on in
and
quantum
eyebrows
mechanics. So I think what you said
compared
is
to the rest of
exactly
his
it.
head.
How do we bring this sort of recognition
and
that
he's
there's
balding
always
with sort of
us,
a
the
comb
agent,
over at the top
or
there,
life,
and
the
his
agent,
ears
interacting with
appear
the
to be
world
lower than
and drawing
most
in both
people's
giving information and
ears are on
passing
their
information
hips.
back
Yeah, they don't
as a
really
way
normally go in that part
of
of the
doing
neck as far
science,
as I
doing
know. Like,
hardcore
it's maybe
scientific
like an
experiments,
inch too low,
but never
yeah.
forgetting that agency, which
Yeah,
also
it
means
looks strange.
experience in
It
some
to me
sense,
looks like
is
they
at the
have
center of the whole thing.
in the
So
room.
you think there could be something like cubism,
Yes,
quantum
yes,
Bayesianism,
yeah, it has that vibe. I know who you're talking about.
that
That's messy.
creates a theory like a Nobel Prize winning theory, sort of like hardcore real theories that put the agent at the center.
Yes, that's what we're looking for. I think that is really, that's the exciting part. And it's a move, the scientific triumphalist thing says, if you understand why people love this, like, I have these equations, and these equations represent, there's this platonic idea that they are, they exist eternally on their own. It's kind of quasi-religious, right? It's sort of like somehow, these equations are you're reading the mind of God. But this other approach to me is just as exciting, because what you're saying is, there's us and the world. They're inseparable, right? It's always us and the world. And what we're now finding about is this kind of co-creation, this interaction, between the agent and the world, such that these powerful laws of physics that need an account, like in no way am I saying these laws aren't important, these laws are amazing, but they need an account, but not an account that strips, that turns the experience, turns the agent into just an epiphenomenon, that it pushes the agent out and makes it seem as if the agent's not the most important part of the story.
So if you pull on this thread
in many cities all over the
and
world,
say there's a whole discipline born of this, putting the agent as the primary thing in a theory, in a physics theory, like how is it possible it just like breaks the whole thing open? So there's this whole effort of unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics, of like coming up with a theory of everything. What if these are like the tip of the iceberg? What if the agent thing is like really important?
So, listen, that would be like kind of my dream. I'm not going to be the one to do it because I'm not smart enough to do it. But Marcelo and I have for a while have been sort of critical of where foundational physics has been for a while with string theory. I spent my whole life listening to talks about string theory real soon, and it's gotten ever more disconnected from, data, observations. There were people talking for a while that it's post-empirical. And I always wanted to write a paper or an article that was like physicists have been smoking their own stash, right? There's this way we've gotten used to, like, you have to out-weird the other person. We're like, my theory has 38 dimensions. My theory has 22 dimensions, but it's got, psychedelic squirrels in it. And so there's a problem. Now, I don't need to tell you there's a crisis in physics or there's a crisis in cosmology. Other people have used that. That's been the headline on Scientific American stories. So there clearly another direction has to be found, and maybe it has nothing to do with this. But I suspect that because so many times the agent or the having to deal with the view from the inside or the role of agency, like when it comes to time, thinking that you can replace the block universe with the actual experience of time. Clocks don't tell time. We use clocks to tell time. So maybe that even like the fundamental nature of time can't be viewed from the outside. That there's a new physics theory that is going to come from this agential, informational, computational view. I don't know, but that's kind of what I think it would be fertile ground to explore.
Yeah, like time is a really interesting one. This time is really important to us humans.
Surfer theory.
What is
Kinda like
time?
SpongeBob in that
Yeah, that's
episode. He
right.
visits people's
What is
dreams
time?
and that.
So the way we have tended to view it is we've taken, this is what, when Husserl talks about the surreptitious substitution, we've taken Einstein's beautiful, powerful, formal system for viewing time, and we substituted that for the actual experience of time, right? So the block universe, where like next Tuesday is already written down, in the block universe, the four-dimensional universe, all events are already there, which is very potent for making certain kinds of predictions within the sort of, the scientific framework.
This is a scientific
it is not lived time. And, this was pointed out to Einstein, and he eventually recognized it. Very famous meeting between Henri Bergson, who was the most famous philosopher of early 20th century, and Einstein, where Einstein was giving a talk on relativity, and Bergson, whose whole thing was about time and was about duration, he wanted to separate the scientific image of time, the map of time, from the actual terrain, which he used the word duration. Like we humans, where duration for us is full. It's sort of it's stretched out. It's got a little bit of the past, a little bit of the future, a little bit of the present. Music is the best example, right? You're hearing music, you're both already anticipating what's going to happen, and you are remembering what's going on. There's a kind of phenomenal structure there, which is different from the representation of time that you have with the formal mathematics. And what the way we would look at this is that the problem with the surreptitious substitution, the problem with the blind spot, is it says, oh no, the formal system is time, but really the only place time appears is with us, right? We're time, So having a theory that actually could start with us, and then stretch out into the universe rather than imposing this imaginary third-person view back on us, that's a route towards a different way of approaching the whole problem.
I just wonder, who's the observer? I mean, define an agent as in any kind of frame.
I don't think it's anything like
It's difficult, right? And so that's the good work of the science ahead of us, right? So what happened with this idea of the structural invariance I was talking about? So, we start with experience, which is irreducible. There's no atoms of experience, right? It's a whole. And we go through the whole process, which is a communal process, by the way. There's a philosopher, Robert who talks about the workshop. That's starting in like the 1700s, 1600s. We developed this communal space to work in. Sometimes it was literally a physical space, a laboratory, where these ideas would be pulled apart, refined, argued over, and then validated and move on to the next step. So this idea of pulling out from experience these thinner, abstract, structural invariants, the things that we could actually do science with. And it's kind of like, we call it an ascending spiral of abstraction. Right? So the problem with the way we do things now is we take those abstractions, which came from experience, and then with something like a computational model of consciousness or experience, I think we can put it back in. Like you literally pulled out these super thin things, these abstractions, neglecting experience because that's the only way to do science. And then you think somehow, I'm going to jam experience back in and have an explanation for experience.
So do you think it's possible to show that something like free will is quote unquote real if you integrate experience back into the physics model of the world?
What I would say is that free will is a given. And that's the thing about experience, right? So one of the things that Whitehead said, I really love this quote, he says, it's not the job of either science or philosophy to account for the concrete. It's the job to account for the abstract. The concrete, what's happening between us right now, is just given. It's presented to us every day. It's presented to. If you want an explanation, fine, but the explanation actually doesn't add anything to it, right? So that free will, in some sense, is the nature of being an agent, right? To be an agent, agency and autonomy are sort of the two things that are, they're equivalent. And so in some sense, to be an agent is to be autonomous. And so then the question really to ask is, can you have an account for agency and autonomy that captures aspects of its arising in the world, or the way it and the world sort of co-arise? But the idea, the reason why we argue about free will often is because we already have this blind spot view that the world is deterministic because of our equations, which themselves, we treat the equations as if they're more real than experience. And the equations are a paler
have
they don't corral experience. They are a
I
thinner,
dream that I'm laying in bed,
representation.
and he
As
is
we like to
wearing
say,
a cowboy
don't
hat,
confuse the
leaning
map
over me
to
and
the
making
terrain.
a strange noise.
What's happening between us right now,
Almost
in this,
as
all
if
the weirdness
he
of
was
it, that's
growling
the
at me.
terrain. The map
And
is what I
on
can
his
write down
shirt
on equations,
is a
and then
gold
in the
round
workshop
pendant
do experiments
that has
on. Super powerful,
molded
needs an
into
account,
it,
but
into the
experience
gold,
overflows
go
that.
north. Other
What if the
nights,
experience is
you'd
an
be standing
illusion?
across my
Like,
bedroom
how do we
staring.
know?
Every morning when I
What
wake
if
up, I
the
burst into
agency
tears
that
for
we
no reason.
experience
It's
is an
like,
illusion?
this man
An
is
illusion
giving me
from
hormonal problems.
where? Like, right? Because that
When
already
I
requires
saw
to
the
take
pictures
that
on this
stance,
website,
because you've already
I started
pushed yourself into that
crying out of
third-person
fear.
view,
He
right?
never spoke
And so
to
what we're
me.
saying is
He
that's
only
that
made
third-person
weird
view, which
noises.
now you're going to say, like, oh, I've got a whole other set
Do
of
you think he growled
entities, of
like an
ontological
animal, or do you think he
entities, meaning,
growled like a
things that I
Discord
think
mod and he
exist
had
I
his
think
in
he grabbed
God's
like Conan
living
O'Brien,
room,
like,
in spite, that are
Yeah.
independent of me and
like that, you know?
of the living
Like
things
that,
I'm
yeah,
part of.
So you're pushing it elsewhere.
Okay.
Just like
So
there's a
that's
stack
the
of
first one,
turtles,
pretty
is
weird.
probably
Go
if
north,
if
message in
this
the gold
experience, the human
here's
experience,
one
is an
from Memphis
illusion,
now to
maybe
read.
there's an observer
March 7th,
for whom it's not an
2013,
illusion. So
Sydney.
you always have to find an
Any
observer
city
somewhere.
in
Yeah, right, and that's where that's why fundamentally
I dreamt
the blind spot, especially the scientific triumphalist part, is following a religious impulse. It's wanting the God's eye view. And what's really interesting, and when we think about this, and the way this gets talked about, especially publicly, there's a line of philosophical inquiry that this language gets couched in, and it is actually it's only one version of philosophy, right? So it is pretty much what we call the analytic tradition, right? But there's, even in Europe, or in the Western, for Western, what we'll call Western philosophy, there's phenomenology. There's Husserl and Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, which took an entirely different track. They were really interested in the structure of experience. They spent all their time trying to understand, trying to develop a language that could kind of climb into the circle that is experience, right? Experience, you're not going to be able to start with axioms and work your way to it. It's given, so you have to kind of jump in and then try and find a language to account for its structure. But then, so that has not been part of this discussion about, you'll never, good luck finding a YouTube video where someone, a famous scientist is talking about science from a phenomenological point of view, even though it's a huge branch of philosophy. And then you get the philosophies that occurred from other cores of civilization, right? So there's the Western core, out of which comes the Greeks and the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition. But then you get India and you get Asia, and they developed their own. These were highly complex societies that developed their own responses to these questions. And they, for reasons, because they had contemplative practice, they were very focused on trying to directly probe attention and experience. They ask questions in ways that the West never really did. Phenomenology kind of started it, but there's philosophers like Nagarjuna and Vasubandhu doing, and they're like the Plato and the Aristotle of sort of those philosophies. And they were really focused on experience. In the West, I think maybe because we had the Judeo-Christian tradition, where we already had this kind of God who was going to be the frame on which you could always point to that frame. In the traditions that came from the classical philosophies of India and Asia, they started always with they wanted to know about experience. Their whole philosophies and their logic and their argumentation was based on, I've got this experience, I can't get out of this experience, how do I reason from it? So I think there's a lot of other philosophical traditions that we could draw from. Not slavishly, we don't all have to become Buddhists to do it. But there are traditions that really tried to work this out in a way that the Western traditions just didn't.
But there's also the practical fact that it's difficult to build a logical system on top of experience. It's difficult to have the rigor of science on top of experience. And so as science advances, we might get better and better. Like the same, it's very difficult to have any kind of mathematical or kind of scientific rigor to why complexity emerges from simple rules and simple objects, sort of the Santa Fe questions.
I think we can do it. I think there's aspects of it. I mean, as long as you're never trying to this is what experience is. I think that's kind of the where we're, you're never going to have a causal account of experience because it's just given. But you can do lots about, and that's what the good work is to, how do I approach this? How do I approach this in a way that's rigorous, that I can do experiments with also? But so, for example, I was just reading this beautiful paper that was talking about, in the, this is what we're encountering with our semantic information too, causal closure. Love this idea, right? The idea that, so we talked about autopoiesis a while back, right? The idea that living systems are, they are self-creating and self-maintaining. So the membrane, cell membrane is a great example of this, right? The cell membrane, you can't have a cell without a cell membrane. The cell membrane lets stuff through, keeps other stuff out, right? But the cell membrane is part of the processes, and it's a product of the processes that the cell membrane needs, right? In some sense, the cell membrane creates itself. So there's this strange, it's always with life, there's always this strange loop. And so somehow figuring out how to jump into that strange loop is, the science that's ahead of us. And so this idea of causal closure, accounting for how we talk about like downward causation, right? So reductionism says everything only depends on the microstate. Everything just depends on the atom, right? That's it. You don't. If you know the Lagrangian for the standard model, you are done. Of course, in principle, you need God's computer, but fine. In principle, it can be done. Causal closure, and I was just reading this great paper that sort of argues for this. There's ways in which, using epsilon machines and all this machinery from information theory, that you can see ways in which the system can organize itself so that it decouples from the microstates. Now, the macrostate fundamentally no longer needs the microstate for its own description, its own account of the laws. Whether that paper is true or not, it's an example of heading down that road. There's also Robert Rosen's work. He was a theoretical biologist who he talked about closure to efficient cause. That living systems, are organizationally closed, are causally closed, so that they don't depend anymore on the microstate. He had a proof, which is very contentious. Nobody knows if it's, some argue it's true, and some argue it's not. But he said that because of this, living systems are not church-Turing. They cannot be represented as formal systems. So, in that way, they're not axioms. They're not, living systems will not be axioms. They can only be partially captured by algorithms. Now, again, people fight back and forth about whether or not his proof was, is valid or not. So I'm saying, I'm giving you examples of
great example is earlier this week,
when you see the blind spot, when you acknowledge the blind spot, it opens up a whole other class of kinds of scientific investigations. The book we thought was going to be really heretical.
And I was like, what?
Obviously, most public-facing scientists are very sort of in that.
So I woke up with no idea how to spell Chiavaki, and then everyone was like, dude,
and then the review from Science came out, and it was like,
which is
totally pro. They were just very positive. We're like,
maybe it's like, oh
my
god,
god,
I was like, yeah, all right.
And then a review came out in Nature Physics, and it was totally positive. And then a review came out in the Wall Street Journal, because we kind of criticized, not capitalism, but we criticized sort of all industrial economies for that they were sort of had been touched by the blind spot. Socialism, communism doesn't matter. It's extractive. Sort of had that sort of view that the world is just reducible to
get your bearings.
Resources.
I don't know. It seems like
Wall Street Journal is very common advice. So I feel like there's actually out there. There is some, among working scientists in particular, there is some dissatisfaction with this triumphalist view and a recognition that we need to shift something in order to jump past these hurdles that we've been arguing about forever, and we're not, we're sort of stuck in a vortex.
Well, it is. I mean, I think there is a hunger to acknowledge that there's an elephant in the room, like that. We're just removing it's. Everyone is doing it. It's like, there's the experience, and then there's the third person perspective on the world. And so to science from applying scientific rigor from a first person perspective is very difficult. I mean, it's fascinating.
I think we can do it because it's also the thing, what's really interesting is I think it's not just first person, it's first and second, right? Because science, one idea is that
no one really made any
money off it. The idea that, science gives us this objective third person view. That's one way of talking about objectivity. There's a whole other way. Is that I do the experiment, you do the experiment, we talk to each other, we agree on methods, and we both get the same result. That is a very different way of thinking about objectivity. And it acknowledges that,
marketing agenda.
when we talk about
This
agents,
is false.
agency
These
and
individuals
individuality
are
are
probably just
flexible,
scared
right? So there's
of
a great
what
paper,
this man,
speaking of Santa Fe, by David
could
Krakauer, where they looked at
soon
sort of
be
information
announcing
theoretic
in
measures
many
of
people's
individuality.
What
What we
is that?
find is it's actually
Like,
pretty
you can't
fluid.
just say
Like,
that.
my
They're
liver
afraid
cell
he's
is an
of what he's
individual,
gonna say.
but really it's part of the liver,
Yeah,
and my
I don't know.
liver
They haven't
is,
really
you know,
gotten
a
to that
separate
position
system,
in
but
all
really
this
it's part of
time.
me.
Though admittedly,
But
the
I'm
news site
so
was
I'm an
more
individual,
like
yay!
the homepage
But
of
actually
a
I'm
man
part of a
with,
society,
like
like,
a legit
and
research
I
experiment
couldn't
that's
be
interested
me
in collecting
without the
accounts from
entire
people
community of, say,
versus more
language
defense,
users, right?
like,
I wouldn't even be able to
um,
frame any
but there's
question.
never really been an
And
answer. So
my
you
community
can
of
just kind of
language users is
leave it
part of
right there, like
ecosystems,
vaguely,
right? That are
possibly
alive,
kind
that
of
I am a
answered
part of a
and
lineage of. This is like Sarah Walker's
I don't
stuff.
know. Do you
And
think
then
it's totally
that
fake? Do you think
those
she just
ecosystems are
completely
part of the
made that whole
biosphere,
cloth?
right? We're never
Do you think there's something
separable,
to
as
it?
opposed to this
Have you
very
ever tried this,
atomizing,
man?
the triumphal
It's just a
science
question,
view
right?
is
'Cause
wants like
it was
Boltzmann
fake,
brains,
right?
or
Even if it was
brain
fake.
floating in the
And
space. You know?
she did
Yeah,
make
there,
it.
there's a
Throwing
fascinating
it out there can
degree
easily
to
play
which
people's minds who may start
agency is
believing, right?
fluid.
We have
Like,
people
you are an
Rick
individual,
Slenderman
but
was
you and
a
I
fucking
talking
made-up thing.
is a
Now
kind
we
of
know that
individual.
they literally
Yeah.
stabbed
And
somebody
then
to go like be in Slenderman's
the
mansion.
person
So
listening
it's
to this
real.
right now
Some
is
people
also an
now,
individual.
Right.
I mean, that's
you
a
know,
weird
maybe
thing,
That's a
that
weird
might
thing,
be,
right?
even
because
though
there's
it's
a
some
broadcast
side
nature
effect
too.
of a marketing thing.
This is why information theoretic. So the idea that we're pursuing now, which I get really excited about, is this idea of information architecture,
People are
right?
coming forward
Or
with
organization,
stories, and
informational
I don't know if that's
organization.
like
Because, you know, right,
just
physicalism is
sheer
like everything
invention, but it is
happens.
interesting to
But,
think
you know,
that
Kant,
it's totally
is
fake, like,
apparently the
people
one who
view
came
it
up with the
like
word
in bad
organism.
faith, it's
Because
fake.
he recognized
Kind
that
of gives you
life
some idea
has a
of how
weird
people respond to
organization
things
that was
like this, where you give
specifically
stories
different
of
from
your own version of
machines.
stuff.
And so
But
this idea that
if they thought this
how
was a
do
real
we
thing, and they're just
engage with the
writing a
idea
straight up lie,
that
you know, it still
organization,
makes you
which is
think.
often can be cast in information theoretic
If this
terms
man isn't
or
real,
computational terms,
and
even,
thereby
is sort of
that means
it's
that
not
dream
really quite
scenario is
physical,
just
right? It's embodied in
actual
physical,
dream
you know, in
scenario
the
with
physical, it has to
some
instantiate
reality.
in the physical, but it also has
Does
this
that
other
mean that
realm
every part
of
the
design.
idea of the
You know,
dream
it's
realm
not
is
design like
real?
intelligent design, but there's a,
Well,
you know,
if you
organization
ask the
itself is a
Illuminati,
relationship
the
of
actual
constraints and
Illuminati, they'll say
information flow.
they
And I
have
think, again,
evidence
that's
that
an
makes the
entirely
answer
new,
unemphatic,
interesting way that we might get a very different kind of
And in
science that
fact,
would
to
flow
start
out
our
of that.
second module, yeah,
So going back to
Who
Kant
sits at the
and
head of
organism
I wish I could
versus
tell.
a machine.
I wish I had any idea.
So,
all I get is some
I showed
DM
you
Twitch
a couple of
attack.
legged robots.
Twitch attack.
Very cool.
Let's
Is
just
it
say there's a
possible for
certain
machines
aging
to have
songster,
agency?
yeah, who
I would not
still to
discount
this
that
day,
possibility.
90, I don't know
I
how
think
old he is,
you know,
but
there's no
he's in a
reason
tour bus,
I would
he's
say
very
that
young,
it's
who is from
impossible
there.
that
Just
machines
say, I
could,
don't know who he is.
whatever it manifests, that strange
Right.
loop that we're talking about,
Yeah.
that
To start the
autopoiesis.
second module,
I don't think
here's
there's a
some
reason to say
accounts for you to
it
listen
can't
to right now
happen
that might
in
make you think, yes,
in
maybe we
silicon.
do go
I
somewhere
think
with
whatever
nature.
it would be very
We can
different from
discuss
us.
each
Like
one
the idea
after
that it would
we
be like,
started.
oh, it would be just like us, but
One
now
of
it's
the great
instantiated. I think it might have
anonymous
very
email
different
posts
kind
about
of experiential
ties into
nature.
the theme,
Um,
in which math
I
is
don't
the
think
lead for us
I
now
don't
to get
think what we
started.
have
It's a
now,
little
like the
annoying, but
LLMs,
it's
are
actually
really
legendary.
there.
So here we go.
But I
Math
yeah,
is for you.
I'm not going to say that it's not
Because this
possible.
is
I wonder
really personal.
how far you can
My
get
last
with
semester
imitation,
at a certain college,
which
I
is
was
essentially what
assaulted by a
LLMs are
football
doing.
player
So imitating
for
humans.
walking where he was
And
trying to
I wouldn't
fly.
discount
Nope, he was
either
225
possibility
pounds.
that
I
through
was
imitation
120
you can
pounds.
achieve
And while unconscious on the ground, I lived a different
consciousness
life.
or
I met a
agency or the ability
she
to have
made my heart
experience.
skip. Oh,
I think for most of us humans,
my
I think,
face
oh, that's
red.
just fake, that's
Pursued
copy.
her for months.
But
I snatched a
there's
few
some
perfect
degree to which
before
us,
I ever
we
finally
humans are
went
just
over.
copying each other.
For 2 years, we got married.
We just
And
are
almost
really good
immediately,
imitation
she bore me a
machines.
daughter.
Come from
I had a
babies
good
who were
job,
born in
and
this
my
world
wife
and we're
didn't
just
have to
learning
work
to
outside
imitate
the
each other,
house.
and through the
No,
imitation
this
and the
is a very
tension in the
serious
disagreements and
tragic
imitation,
story. Yeah.
Yo,
we gain personality,
This
perspective,
was
all that
posted
kind of
on
stuff.
like an
Yeah.
Andrew Tate
I think
subreddit.
so.
There's
You know, it's possible,
There's no
right?
way
It's possible,
anyone
but I
did
think
that
probably the
person
view I'm
and then
advocating
she
would
bore
say
me a child.
that
After I defeated
one of the most
several of her
important
evil
parts
exes, she then
of
bore me a
agency
perfect
is
baby
something called
boy.
The dude
E4,
went
the
unconscious
E4
and
theory
went
of
into fucking Scott
cognition.
Pilgrim.
Embodiment in
He's
action,
the sequel to
embedding,
Scott Pilgrim that
there's
we
another
never
word,
After I
extension.
defeated the lesser
But so the
men,
idea is that you actually
my
have
alpha
to be
brain took over,
in
and I
a body,
managed to get her to
which is
bear
itself
me
part
a
of an
child.
environment that
I had a
is
great job, and my wife
physical
didn't have to work
nature
outside of the house.
of
She
it,
made
and
me a
of
sandwich
the
all the time,
extension
never wore a bra.
in with other
When my
living
daughter was
systems as
2,
well
she,
is
my wife,
essential.
bore me
So
a
that's why I
son.
think the LLMs are
My
not
son
going to.
was the
It's not
I
just
just-
imitation. It's going to require. This goes to the
That
brain and the
sucks,
fat
dude.
thing. I did
No,
an
gets
article
worse. No
about
one
brain and
talks
fat.
like
This is
this.
really
This-
Evans. I was
this dude-
reporting on
this did not happen.
where they did the brain in the vat
you know what?
argument, but they said, look, in the end, actually, the only way to actually get a real brain in the vat is actually to have a brain in the body. It could be a robot body, you know, but you still need the brain in the body. So I don't think LLMs will get there because they can't. You really need to be embedded in the world. At least that's the E4 idea.
The 4E approach to cognition argues that cognition does not occur solely in the head.
I was
There's
always thinking
also
about how she broke to do
embodied,
OnlyFans and it broke my
enacted,
soul.
and extended
Thank God I had a son to
by
live
way of
vicariously through him.
extracranial processes and structures.
I would walk
They're
into
very
his
much in
room
vogue.
every morning before I left.
4E cognition has received relatively few critical evaluations
One
in
day,
this
while
paper,
sitting on the couch,
but
I
reflecting on
noticed
two
the
recent
perspective
collections,
of
this
the
article
lens
reviews the 4E
like
paradigm
inverted.
with a view
It
to
was still 3D,
assessing
but
its
just
strengths and
wrong.
weaknesses. It's
It
fascinating.
was
I mean,
a,
yeah,
a
the
square-leg
branches
face, red with
of
gold
what is
trim on
cognition
four legs and
extends
a white
far,
square
and
shape.
it could go
I was
real far.
transfixed.
Right.
I
There's a
couldn't
great
look away from it.
story
stayed up
about
all
an
night
interaction
staring at
between
it.
Jonas
The
Salk,
next
who was very much a
morning, I didn't go
reductionist
to
and
work.
the great
Something was
biologist,
just not right.
and
about it.
Gregory Bateson, who
I
was a
stopped eating.
cyberneticist.
I left the couch
And
waiting in
Bateson
the
always loved to
bathroom
poke
at first.
people. And he said
Soon
to
I stopped
Salk, he
that
said,
too,
you
as
know,
I
where's your
wasn't
mind?
eating or drinking.
And, you know,
I stared
Salk
at the
up
fucking
here.
lamp for
And
3
Bateson said,
days
no,
before
no,
my
no,
wife got
out
really
here.
worried.
And what he really
I
meant
like
was
that
this
it took them
extended
like
idea.
3
It's not
whole
just
days.
within your
Not
cranium
the first
to
night where he
be
stayed up all night.
to
3
have
days
experience.
later.
You know, experience in some sense is not a thing you have. It is a thing you do, right? It's you almost perform it in a way, which is why both actually having a body, but having the body itself be in a world with other bodies is, from this perspective, is really important. And it's very attractive to me. And, you know, seeing, again, you know, if we're really going to do science with them, we're going to have to, like, have these ideas crash up against data, you know, crash up against, we can't just armchair it, you know, or you know, or quarter, you know, couch quarterbacking it. But I think there's a lot of possibility here. It's a very radically different way of looking at what we mean by nature.
What do you make of the fact that this individual observer, you as an individual observer, only get a finite amount of time to exist in this world?
First words I said
Make you sad?
No, actually, it doesn't make me sad. So, okay, so you know, full reveal. I have been doing contemplative practice in the Zen tradition for 30 years. Stared at a wall for 30 years. And it's taught me a lot, right? You know, I really value what that practice has given me about the nature of experience. And one of the things it's taught me is, like, you know, I don't really matter that very much. You know, this thing I call Adam Frank is really, you know, it's kind of a construct. You know, there's this process going on of which I am actually fundamentally, and that's super cool. But you know, it's gonna go. I don't know where it came from. It's gonna go. I don't really need it to, you know. And then who the hell knows? You know, I'm not an advocate for an afterlife, but just that, like, you know, what I love. Zen has this idea of beyond birth and death, and they don't mean reincarnation. What they mean is, dude, you don't even really understand what life is. You know what I mean? On, like, this, you know, this core level of your own experience. So, you know, your ideas about what death is are equally ill-formed. You know, and it's so, you know, contemplative practice really tries to focus on experience itself. Like, spend 5 days at a Zen session doing contemplative practice from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m. breaks. And you'll really get a much deeper understanding of, like, what my own experience is. What is it really like? It forces you to learn how to stabilize your attention. Because, you know, attention is kind of like this thing, like, it's usually just like, oh, over there, oh, my foot hurts, oh, I gotta do my taxes, oh, that, you know, what's that guy over there, why is he wearing those stupid shoes? And with contemplative practice, you learn how to stabilize it. And once you stabilize it, you can now begin to sort of explore the phenomenal nature of it. So what I think I've learned from that is, like, kind of whatever, you know. I'm not really kind of real to begin with. The Adam Frank part, the identity thing, and the part of me that is real is, you know, everything's coming and going. It's all coming and going. How could I ever not come and go when the entire world is just, you know, Buddhism has this idea of codependent arising. Nothing exists. Nothing has self-nature. Nothing exists by itself. It's an endless, infinitely connected web.
But still, there's a deliciousness to the individual experience. You get attached to it, and it ends, and it's good while it lasts, and it sucks that it ends. Like, you could be like, well, everything comes and goes, but, like, I was eating ice cream yesterday. Found this awesome low-carb ice cream called Delights here in Austin. And, you know, it ends.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, I was staring at the empty container, and it was...
That's beautiful, man. I love that.
You could say, like, yeah, well, that's how it all is. But hey,
Can I say that? So what's what I've learned from because I love your idea of the deliciousness of it. You know, but what I think happens with contemplative practice when it deepens is that it's not just you're not just saying, right? This is why so I do koan practice. So this is a tradition in Zen that it was established. It was a teaching method that was established like 1,000 years ago. These book of koans, and every koan, if you've ever read Gödel Escher Bach, he's got a whole chapter on koans. They're kind of non-logical problems that you have to work on. One of my favorite ones was stop the sound of the distant temple bell. You're like, what? Every time my teacher gives it to him, I'm like, what are you talking about? This is this whole Zen thing of like, up is down is up. You must understand this. So, your job with these koans is to sit with them, until you sort of kind of, you realize what the thing is trying to teach you, what aspect of experience it's trying to teach you. So there's no answer. And in fact, actually, you don't give an answer. You actually usually have to demonstrate. The first time when I sat, when I did a koan, and the guy was like, don't tell me the answer, show me the answer. I was like, what are you talking about? But after doing these for years now, I've just kind of learned the language of them. So I could never tell you. If I told you the answer, I could give you a koan and tell you the answer. You'd be like, what? It's not the words. It's the, so like your experience of like, the conversation. With the contemplative practice, as it deepens over years, it really does take years. Just like anything in math, it took me years to understand Lagrange. You kind of come to a deeper understanding with the words of like, it's not just like, everything changes. You actually feel that movement. Like you feel it with like breath.
Chased by like a banana man that
you know, when you were a kid, and it really becomes from the sky sometimes I just doing that stuff, but of just joy, and it's not connected to anything. That's what I've kind of gotten from practice. It's just like, that passage, that infinite passage of moment to moment. That is truly the way things are. That's okay. Like, it's not okay because I have a feeling about it, okay? I want it to be okay. It just is okay. It's a pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Maybe it's the genetics, maybe it's the biochemistry of my brain, but I generally have that joy about experience. Amorphous joy. But it seems like, again, maybe it's my Eastern European roots, but there's always like a melancholy that's also sitting next to the joy. And I think it always feels like they're intricately linked. So the melancholy is maybe about the finiteness of experience, and the joy is just about the beauty of experience, and they just kind of sit there.
Yeah. Which is cool, actually, because that, I'm also, I come from Eastern European as well, going back. And I get it, right? I mean, but that's all. So the cool thing, I think, what it is like, well, that is what it is. That is what it is, right? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to, like, manipulate it or move it around or, like, this is the experience,
Can you speak to the practical nature of sitting there from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.? Like, what the hell are you doing? What's powerful? What's fascinating to you? What have you learned from just the experience of staring at a wall?
Yeah. So, you're not really, you're facing a wall, and what you're doing is you're just sitting with, there's different meditative practices, right? There's counting breaths. So that's usually what I do. I sit down and I start counting breaths. And for the first half hour, it's just like blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking, like I said, I'm thinking about my taxes. I'm thinking about what I got to do later on, yada, yada, yada. First time I ever did a full session, a 2-day session, I swear to God, I had Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run album tracked through from beginning to the end with the pluses back when they were LPs.
Nice.
I was like, no, it's because my mind was just like, I need to do something. So it literally played the whole album in order.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to see. Because you really see the dynamics of your mind. But what happens is, and this took me a while. I used to hate sitting. I do it, but after a while, the mind gets exhausted. Like that part of the mind, the upper level, the roof brain chatter, is just like, there's nothing else to do. And then you get bored. And now I realize that's when something interesting is. Because you kind of like drop down. Now, it's a very physical practice. People think you're just sitting there not thinking or thinking about not thinking. Actually, it becomes a very physical process where you're really just following the breath. You're kind of riding the breath, and it gets very quiet,
it's very moving.
And within that quietness, it's, there's a path, because obviously there's been, Buddhism is always like, not about thinking, but there's a huge literature. So these guys are always about don't think. I've written all this stuff, but they're guideposts. They're like the finger pointing at the moon. And, there's the idea first, your mind is usually scattered, right? Like, right now when I walk out, I'm going to go get the Uber, and my mind's going to be all over the place. But with sitting, first you concentrate the mind so that there's no more scattering anymore. The thoughts are still happening, but you're just not happening up there. You're not even paying attention to them. And then, as time goes on, you unify the mind, which is this very powerful thing where kind of the self drops away, and there's just this presence. It's kind of like a raw presence. And that's often where the joy of life. But you sit with whatever. Maybe you're going to sit and you're going to have, maybe you're going to go through like an hour of being bummed out about your mom died or something. You're just going to sit with whatever comes up. You're going to make that's why the sitting part. You're making the commitment. I'm going to sit here with whatever comes up. I will not be moved. And then what you come away with, it actually over time, it actually changes kind of who you are. Like I'm still the asshole I was from New Jersey growing up, but I just have more space now for things.
Anyways, I excelled and eventually became a foreign crew chief.
Yeah. Once Jersey, always Jersey.
Always Jersey.
But I love the Bruce Springsteen just blasting in your head.
Yeah, that was
Why are we here? What do you think is the purpose, the meaning of human existence?
It's good that we just had the last conversation because I'm going to give this answer, which is so corny. It's love. And I'm not messing around because really, actually, what happens, so within Buddhism, there is the idea of the Bodhisattva principle. You're here to help. You're just here to help, right? Compassion. Like that's a really essential part of this path, of the Dharma path. And when I first started, I was like, I'm not here for compassion. I'm here for knowledge, right? I'm here. I started contemplative practice because of the usual thing. I was suffering. And, the reason everybody comes to things like this. Life was hard. I found stuff. But I also
in Pensacola, Florida, at the Naval Air Station, which has been around
wanted
before the VA
knowledge. I wanted to understand the foundational nature of reality. So it's like compassion, whatever.
The same exact building.
But then I found out that you can't get that. You can't get those. You can't go to this without compassion. Somehow in this process, you realize that it really is about helping all sentient beings. That's the way they frame it. Just being here to help. So I know that sounds cornball, but especially for a guy from Jersey, which is like, the main thing is to get over. Your job is to get over. But that's really what I found. It is actually. And that's what I enjoy. Some of the joy is just like this. One of the things I have, when I have like really, there's a kind of experience I'll have in contemplative practice, which will carry out in the world, which is just this gratitude for the fact that the world is just gives you everything. There's a certain way, right? Just the blue sky and the breath. The world is just giving you itself completely unhindered. It holds nothing back. And that's kind of the experience. And then you kind of like, I need to be helpful. Who's not having this experience,
So just love for the world as it is.
Love for the world and all the beings who are suffering. Everybody's suffering. Your worst political opponents, they're suffering. And our job is just to try and drop our biases and our stories and see this fundamental level at which life is occurring.
And hopefully there's many alien civilizations out there going through the same journey of suffering towards love.
Yeah, that may be a universal thing about what it means to be alive. I hope so. Do that or they're coming to eat us.
Especially if they're a type 3 civilization.
That's right. And they got really big guns.
Well, this was truly mind-blowing, fascinating, just awesome conversation. Adam, thank you for everything you do. And thank you for talking to me.
Oh, thank you. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Adam Frank. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. The cosmos is all that is, or ever was, or ever will be. Our feeblest contemplations of the cosmos stir us. There's a tingling in the spine, a catch in the voice, a faint sensation, as if a distant memory, or falling from a height. We know we are approaching the greatest of mysteries.
Well, do you remember the alien
Thank you for
theory
listening.
that was
I hope
about
to see you
each of us being
next time.
like little cosplays for like one consciousness? And like maybe like the little cosplay games get rewired like Wreck-It Ralph sometimes, like maybe like you accidentally end up in another one. Does that make sense? Or like maybe there's only so many consciousnesses that are actually present at once. Like maybe when you're not present.
If you take the alien idea one, it's the idea that we're all part of one consciousness. So it's not like we're getting rewired. We're just that consciousness experiencing life from all potential angles on this one planet.
Well, that's what I mean. Like you're still a perception nodule of that consciousness.
Sure, because then when you die, you kind of just join back to you're not like an individual anymore in that regard.
Like, what if some people are just empty? What if some people are just empty, and then you take a wrong turn in the Wreck-It Ralph of dreams one night, and you accidentally go in the wrong body, and then you time travel back to your real body when you die. Sounds crazy now that I'm saying it out loud, but yeah, no, it does. That's okay when there's no science in there, right?
Well, I think they have a soul transfer machine in the Dulce facility that we talked about last week.
Yeah.
So maybe.
I love the idea that this is like a video game where your FOV is what's loaded in front of you, but everyone behind you hasn't loaded yet. So when you turn around, everyone loads in. Yeah. It's like, what were they doing? I don't know.
Quantum mechanics cannot be measured until they're observed, bro.
Well, hold on. I just want to say for the record, I would believe this if you said it was more accurately like when characters from like Urkel would show up in Full House or whatever, and they would like, they shouldn't be there, but there they are.
But
it's like,
this
no, I do that. And you're like, all right, well, this is funny.
I don't know. I don't want to say
I'd buy that.
I think I lead credence into this idea more because the idea of reality being weird and wobbly is more like a thing that we're studying only now. It's like it's actually the cool science that we actually get to watch get discovered while we live. Yeah, we get to go across the globe and we don't get to colonize planets.
Right.
But we get to be here in the beginnings of quantum science, and that's fucking cool. And with my absolute PhD level understanding of how quantum mechanics works, this seems plausible.
You've just got it all covered. Yeah, you got it all handled. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, to close out this module, we're going to do one last story that kind of goes along with my weird, how did you put it? Carl Pilkington-esque notion that I just had about swapping brain consciousnesses around. This story is not about dreaming. This story's not about dreaming. It's about potent psychedelic drugs. But I'm not really sure there's much of a difference, which is something I'll actually be getting further into in just a second. But first, let's have Jesse read us part one of a story by a man called Steve Cantwell on Medium.
Don't worry. And listeners out there, one day, the three of us are going to go out to Joshua Tree and do too many mushrooms, and we'll just come out different people.
I would film the whole thing. I would record the audio of the whole experience.
We have to have someone sober there actually recording us. But
everything about existence is perspective, and no aspect of perspective is funnier than time. I have been a member of an existential little group called the Mormon Church for years. At the time of this story, I was kind of a pastor in the church called an Elders Quorum president. My neighbor was also a member of an existential organization, this one called the U.S. Army. You know what? I don't like the use of existential organization, but all right. Like me, my friend was a lifer. While he was in Iraq, we would write emails planning for his next visit home at Christmas. We had been hearing about synthetic marijuana, which neither Uncle Sam nor Joseph Smith had yet commented on. I told Carl I'd get some in time for his Christmas visit. Yo, shout out to everyone I know who is a Mormon, always trying to, skirt the laws of Mormonism.
Bend the rules however they can,
Every single one is like, I got an idea of how we can get around this. I'm like, I don't know, maybe Mormonism isn't for you, but whatever.
It lets me know that humanity is alive,
A smoke shop virgin, I tried not to gape at the wares. The kids in front of me were buying a package of salvia, so I assumed this was the synthetic weed I sought. I mistakenly asked for the same. Well, here's your problem.
That's going to be a
on
different
Christmas.
On Christmas? Oh, no.
Little baby Jesus is like, smoke him if you got him.
He's in the top hat doing a little tap dance.
It's the baby from Ally McBeal.
Jesus has moves.
Jesus? On Christmas, I walked next door armed with lamp-sized bong and a pocket full of concentrated trouble. While the kids played with their brand new toys, our wives prepared the big fancy Christmas dinner. My friend and I thought to smoke before devouring. I went first to amuse my pal with the spectacle of his Mormon friend using a bong for the first time. I loaded the big glass bowl with half the foil packet, flash fried it with a micro torch, and took the kind of lungful you take to prove to your friend who kills people for a living that you are gruesome enough to hang. It tasted like burning snow tires. But I held my smoke like a hero until the floor beneath me turned into a whirlpool that sucked me in. Apparently, Salvia is nothing at all like synthetic marijuana. I fell for a short time, down a swirling tube, and when I came back out into the light, I was on the super realistic deck of a small ski boat and vomiting up water. Super realistic water that was coming out of my lungs, along with the kind of coughing that makes your fingertips ache. 3 strangers were gathered around me on the deck, talking excitedly. Man, we thought you drowned! The men were helping me off with my life jacket. Yep. You were face down and still, and it felt like forever to turn around and pull you out. When I stopped coughing, I explained to my water skiing companions that I actually lived in Alaska and that all of this was super realistic. As I laughed and knocked on things to show how real everything was, my companions were exchanging word expressions and rushed me to a nearby clinic.
Cool. And here's part 2 for Mathis to read, also in Twitter.
Apparently, we were in Tyler, Texas, a place about which I had zero previous knowledge. My companions, apparently my friends since kindergarten, told the doctor that I had almost drowned. My lifelong friends expressed concern that I didn't remember any of them, and that I kept saying I lived in Alaska. The doctor gave me oxygen, hit my knee with a rubber hammer to test my reflexes, and shone a light in my eyes. He eventually told us that permanent amnesia is impossibly rare, and that my brain would probably shake itself off in a couple days. My Tyler friends took me to my super realistic apartment that was full of things I didn't remember owning. Everyone was nice enough to leave me grinning in my living room, where I snooped around and waited for the salvia to wear off. I'd fallen asleep on the couch and in the morning woke up to urgent knocking. Paul, apparently my friend, informed me that I hadn't shown up for work and drove me out to Peterson's farm, where I blinked at a clipboard all day, not really even pretending to supervise super realistic migration labor for a large apple orchard, still waiting for the salvia to wear off. The workday ended, and my friend offered to bring me to his house for dinner. I told him I just wanted to go back to my apartment and wait for this crap to wear off. I shook Paul's hand and complimented him on how real he seemed, which he didn't care for. I slept in the bed the second night, fully expecting to wake up in Alaska. Instead, I woke up again to Paul knocking. I hadn't shown up for work again, and this repeated itself for every minute of every day for 8 years. I was trapped in Tyler, Texas. I will say, Tyler, Texas is a real place. Like, it's not too far from me.
It's like Life on Mars, the show.
Genuine question, though. After, like, day 5, day 6, he's saying 8 years. So, I mean, I understand that it could fast forward. But if he's saying this is all real time, I don't know, day 3, I'd be like, you know what? That was a weird dream I had about that morning thing. I guess I'll go to work. Right? Like, I got bills to pay. Like, what do you mean? 8 years passed.
But he has no memory of any of this life. He knows nobody. So how are you just going to go? You'd be like a weird dream, but I still don't know anyone. My memory is gone. Like, that's still a problem. Like, I would be going to the doctor, maybe.
I guess.
He goes, at first, I was a man sleepwalking through an imaginary life. I didn't bother picking up my paychecks until there was no money left in my banking account. I wouldn't hang out with my friends or answer tedious questions about my memory. I'd just go home every day and sit in my apartment and cry and wonder if I had imagined...
You went to work. That's all I want to know. We're good.
There you go. If I had imagined my life in Alaska. It took 4 years to crack me, but after failing to find any trace of my previous life, I accepted that I had sustained brain damage in a near drowning. The narrative that I had a family in Alaska who loved me began to feel like the kind of escapist fever dream a loser has when his brain goes swimming too long. The belief that I had brain damage gave me a kind of closure, allowing me to let go of my life in Alaska and start participating in my life in Thailand. One day at lunch, I told my handful of friends that I wanted to sing in the cover band they were always talking about forming. I started hanging out with them, interfacing through classic rock covers. We developed a kind of shorthand where they knew to include backstory in our conversations when needed, and I learned to stop treating people like they were imaginary. Then, one day, I was walking across a park to meet my friends, carrying a bucket of chicken, when the grass beneath my feet turned into a whirlpool, and I fell through the ground and back into Alaska.
So bingo.
My now ex-wife was on the ground, holding me around the chest, while I shook with a seizure. Hang up, she said. I think he's coming out of it. My friend, who had probably been thinking about how he would explain this to the police if I died, eagerly hung up with the phone mid-dial. Of course, nothing had... How does this man know these details if he's barely conscious? Sorry, just random quick thoughts. Of course, nothing had changed in the 8 years I'd been gone because the total elapsed time of my seizure may have been as short as 45 seconds, best guess. Everyone was mad at me.
That sounds like salvia.
Yeah, everyone was mad at me for playing around with drugs on Christmas, but I was too weepy at the wonder of my family to care. My Alaska life in a borrowed pair of sweatpants due to a super realistic accident in my slacks during the seizure, and still better than anything Tyler, Texas had to offer. In the years since, I still have more questions than answers, lingering doubts about reality and time, and some confusing emotions about friends and Tyler, whose imaginary nature I am still reluctant to hold against them.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
It's a crazy fucking story. Like, yeah, that would be traumatic. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Have you ever hallucinated a life on drugs?
Never.
Yes.
Never once.
Oh, I've told the story a million times.
An entire life, for years.
Yeah.
Not a life, but
No, not years, but like hours.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure,
I
hours.
definitely had a walk home, and that was fake. Like, it's happened, but that also wasn't salvia. That was like hard. That was like, and we were drugged. We didn't choose that life.
Right.
It got us. Although I guess we did. We were trying to impress girls, but people with bad intentions got us.
Yeah, exactly.
It's possible that this. I absolutely have seen videos of dudes do salvia, and they have. When they come out of it, it's been 30, 40 seconds, and they're like, dude, oh, you gotta. They just go off on the crazy story.
Salvias.
I definitely believe that it does something to your brain. 100%. I don't know what.
I know it doesn't act like most drugs. I don't know enough about biochemistry to tell you exactly what, but I know it does different things than what most drugs do. I don't know if they even really count as a psychedelic for that reason, but I'm not sure. That's like something I would love for somebody. If there's more scientists out there that want to educate us, please tell us about what salvia does to your brain that makes it so goddamn crazy. Because it is so goddamn crazy.
Yeah. There's so many videos on YouTube of people doing it.
Yeah, dude, driving while on salvia is one of the best videos of all time. I ask you, on behalf of the Illuminati themselves, don't worry, he doesn't actually drive. Are dreams a place that you can go? So, for the last module that we're going to get to today, let's go back to another movie, which was actually, coincidentally, New Year's Party movie screening pick 2011, which was Christopher Nolan and Leonardo DiCaprio's Inception. Not sure why the Illuminati is always watching stuff like this. I don't know. All I can see are the meeting minutes. It's not very, doesn't give a lot of poetic license. I don't know what it's like to be in the room. It's just very pragmatic. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're doing it, but if you haven't seen it, it's about implanting ideas in a dreaming person's head from the outside world by sneaking into their mind like a heist and seamlessly convincing them that it was their own idea in the first place. That's what Inception is. And also, it's the plot of Persona 5, kind of, too. But I'm not going to mention that again, other than to say that you should also maybe consider checking out Shin Megami Tensei 5 for the Switch if you love the battle system, but wish it was more challenging and didn't require you to make teenagers love you as much as possible between shifts at your day job and also attending high school, which weirdly isn't that relatable to me at 35 anymore.
It was all about the teacher, bro, but whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, this isn't a brand. That's for you. That's for you, the man Jesse, playing Persona 5 as a grown man. But here is a news story about the idea of communicating both ways with someone while they're sleeping being absolutely real and occurring in this reality already. Back in February of 2021 from the U.S. National Science Foundation, here's Jesse with a much abridged version of what that's all about. Pretty crazy stuff, to be honest with you.
Researchers at Haller's Lab at Northwestern University in Illinois, along with researchers in France, Germany, and the Netherlands, have independently demonstrated two-way communication with people as they are lucidly dreaming during REM, rapid eye movement, sleep. Supported by the U.S. National Science Foundation, the breakthrough was achieved in the U.S. by Karen Concoli, Haller's doctoral student, and Christopher Mazurik, a volunteer research participant at the time of the study. And one of the first people to ever engage in real-time dialogue from within a dream. Although our mind is active and dreams often occur during REM sleep, our bodies are almost completely paralyzed. That presents an obvious challenge for communication since we can't move the body parts we typically use to communicate. As the name rapid eye movement suggests, however, there is an exception. During REM sleep, our eyes move around behind our eyelids in a seemingly random fashion, which often corresponds to the sleeper looking at various imagined things in their dreams. If you dream that you're looking at something, your closed eyes move correspondingly, as if you're looking at something while awake. That phenomenon led researchers to a key insight. If eye movement were consciously controlled, the dreamer's eyes could become a vehicle for getting a message to the waking world.
Yeah. So basically, the researchers were kind of having the same problem that I was having. Like I can't give you a picture of dreams. I can't do anything except give you reading. There's so much reading in this episode because what we can do is read descriptions of what people already experienced after they did it while they were asleep and then woke up and told us about it, which is probably a filter of perception that sometimes changes completely the experience of what the dream even was. And because these people can't move or do anything, they have to try and figure out a way. So they use EEGs to do it, to track and wait until these people are in their REM cycle. And then here's Mathis with a little more about what happened next.
To prepare Mazurek and the other U.S. volunteers, Conkle wired each participant with electrodes that sent brain activity through the scalp, behind the ears, on the chin, and critically near the eyes. Those would allow the researchers to monitor and record even slight eye movements. When your eyes move in their sockets, it creates an electrical current which is detected by the electrodes and recorded, says Conkle. Conkle also trained each research participant to help them achieve lucidity and instructed them on what to do if they succeeded. That included learning to recognize the specific sound she would play when they entered REM sleep, prompting the participants to realize they're dreaming and thus become lucid. As the volunteer, Mazurek signaled his awareness. Conkle played a randomly selected audio recording, 8-6. A few seconds later, Conkle saw Mazurek's response written among the peaks and valleys of his eyes, electrical signals, 2.
Pretty wild stuff. So not only does this prove that you can communicate with somebody while they're sleeping, which is crazy, while they're in REM sleep, and they actually double verified it with a sleep sheriff or whatever they call it, where they make sure the results really are what they are. So it's very likely that he really was in his REM cycle when this happened. But it also brings, where was he? He said that he was dreaming that he was sleeping in the lab and that somebody told him that he heard this voice and then he answered, right? He was in REM sleep, but he dreamed that he was sleeping in the lab. So where was he? How was he in the lab? Was he using input data from his senses while he was asleep and deciding he was in the lab? Is there a dream version of the lab? And then you can think about, you kind of have that idea, just to go against what we were just talking about living a whole life in dreams and stuff like that, right? Time dilates and shifts and stuff like that. But if somebody's talking to you, you can respond in time and in real time with somebody in real space. In real time and space, in reality, you can talk to somebody who's dreaming and they hear it at that same speed in the dream. I don't know. Kind of interesting. I don't know. There's something at the heart of that that's very fascinating to me. That makes it seem a little bit more interesting than the sort of underwhelming way that it was done makes it seem at first.
Have we had this conversation before about this exact thing?
I don't know.
Y'all are tripping me out.
What?
I swear to God, Alex Fasciani has talked about this exact same thing before on this show.
Maybe it was a mini-sode in 2021 when this happened, but I don't
know. I'm hoping someone listening will say, yes, we have. Otherwise, is this a dream? I don't know, man. You're freaking me out.
There's something weird about it, right? There's something interesting about that discovery to me that kind of makes me feel like dreams are a real place. I don't know why. Though, of course, in Inception.
But at the beginning of the episode, I'm also had seen that man before we even did this episode. That's also fucking weird.
So, of course, I must say at this point, because the Chumlade want me to make this clear. It's in the movie Inception, it's not just one of the guys who's sleeping. It's actually everyone who's sleeping while lucidly dreamwalking through someone else's dreams. So it's really less like this real, tangible scientific discovery and more like the incredibly dubious notion of dream telepathy, which nevertheless has at times been championed by everyone from Sigmund Freud to Jeff the Mongoose's own Fodor, which, by the way, did you know there was a movie about Jeff the Mongoose with Simon Pegg? Have you guys seen La Llorona movie that came out a couple years ago? Have you guys noticed how old? Have you guys noticed how old we are now compared to when we started the show? Have you guys noticed that in the last 2 minutes, 100 years have passed by?
Well, how about this? We won't have an episode on it in a couple of days. It's our 6-year anniversary.
That's absolutely insane. I was just kidding about all other stuff, but we are very old. Anyway,
far too many years.
Ancient man. Anyway, there have been tons of different experiments into true dream telepathy over the years, which is what I was just talking about. People in dreams just communicating with each other while they're sleeping. Like, I go sleep in my house, Jessica's sleeping in his house. We go meet up at the Nighthawks, the Diner Pin, and have things. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what dream telepathy is. But even in the talk he was going to give about it, which he didn't give, Freud seemed doubtful at best about the topic. Didn't really think it could be effectively proven. When Fodor brought cases forward a few decades later in the 40s, along with a few other people, their claims were almost immediately annihilated by extremely flimsy evidence. And most of the stories that they brought forward really just sounded more like coincidences than real communication. And there was so much inconsistency around it that it was like not good record keeping or anything. There's been more serious studies since, including ones at the Maimonides Medical Center in New York in the 1960s and 70s that nevertheless lost credibility due to, again, messy data. And since then, there hasn't been another successful dream study, though. There was a paper in 2003 that was like written about the Maimonides studies that was trying to validate them, but then that paper got criticized for using shitty data. And any test that has been carried out since has found zero evidence that dream telepathy has ever once taken place ever. But then, if you can't reliably communicate in dreams while both subjects are sleeping, then let's do what I said I was going to do earlier, head back to the world of psychedelic drugs for a second to answer the question, then what is it like to be in the world of dreams while awake? And maybe the answer to that question is just, it is hella trippy to be in that state. Because let's talk about DMT for a second. Everybody knows here what DMT is that right?
Yeah, but for the listeners,
I do not. Can you please explain it to me?
You know, actually, instead of explaining it to you, I'm going to give you a quote to read, Jesse, from the Imperial College in London. They have an article that was a clear definition for you to read to the people. How about that?
Son of a... DMT is a naturally occurring chemical found in minuscule amounts in the human brain, but also in larger amounts in a number of plant species around the world. Accounts from people who have taken DMT report intense visual hallucinations, often accompanied by strong emotional experiences, and even breakthroughs into what users describe as an alternate reality or dimension.
Yeah, in our brains, this chemical is associated with dreams, and it's associated with death experiences, near-death experience. And it's really not much needed to get you going. And I don't know, it's like a way for our brain to deal with stuff. I don't know exactly what it is. Nobody really does. So they did a study at the National Institute for Health Research Imperial Clinical Research Facility. Again, using EEGs, electrode caps, just like they did in the other study. Gave these test subjects infusions of hella DMT and just like tracked what happened in their brain activity. And what they found was that it actually affects our brains much differently than most psychedelics do, just like salvia, actually. So, not in the same way as salvia, but in a similar way, different than the rest of the psychedelics. So, for example, alpha waves, which are our main brain waves we give when we're like awake, that's like awake brain waves are the alpha waves, they go way down, which is weird. And then theta waves, which are like the dream waves, they go way up, they spike up, even though these people are awake. So now our awake brainwaves are down and our dream brainwaves are up while we're awake. And that's weird because most psychedelics like shrooms or LSD and then just drop all your brainwaves down in general. Even weirder to imagine than that, though, is that it also makes their brain activity way more chaotic, which is like the opposite of what happens when you're asleep or you're under anesthesia, where your brain activity just becomes very simple. And then even weirder than that is that from that chaos emerges an emergent brain pattern organically that forms a new type of order in your brain with your brain waves that results in a fully transportative waking experience. Okay? So here's a quote from Mathis to read from researcher Chris Timmerman from the Center of Psychedelic Research.
From the altered brainwaves in participants' reports, it's clear these people are completely immersed in their experience. It's like daydreaming, only far more vivid and immersive. It's like dreaming, but with your eyes open.
Yeah. Here's another one to read from Dr. Robin Carhart Harris, who's the head of the Center for Psychedelic Research. This is for Jesse to read.
DMT is a particularly intriguing psychedelic. The visual vividness and depth of immersion produced by high doses of the substance seems to be on a scale above what is reported with more widely studied psychedelics such as psilocybin, psychedelic, or magic mushrooms. It's hard to capture and communicate what it is like for people experiencing DMT, but likening it to dreaming while awake or near-death experience is useful. Our sense is, I assume, that research with DMT may yield important insights into the relationship between brain activity and consciousness. And this small study is a first step along that road.
So, Chilluminauts, I ask you again, is there a place we all go when we dream? I think that after these 3 Chilluminati-sanctioned modules we've covered here today, it's safe to say that yes, in some sense, there is. But is it a place within our own minds, or a place we legitimately share with each other across space? Or dare I say, time? But alas, perhaps we'll cover that in another module next time in part 2. Huh, and that is weird. That's all the pamphlet says.
Time out. What is Chilluminati's agenda here? What is the agenda of as the mouthpieces? They don't tell us anything. They just say go out and talk about it. What do you think they're trying to?
Sure, there's a lot of stuff about getting into people's Sure, there's a lot of research about putting ideas in people's heads. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what they're up to.
Are they suggesting that people listen to this podcast when they go to sleep at night?
I don't know. I don't know what they're suggesting. I can't speak on that, and it would be against my safety to comment on it.
Yeah, I hope no one takes our audio and then splits the tracks, revealing that there's in fact a 4th audio track, in which it's just like, buy Chilluminati merch, buy Chilluminati merch.
That's all I have in my pamphlet. I gotta say, it wasn't that bad of an episode after all, even though it was not my own outline. It was just the Chilluminati's outline. I thought it was pretty good. So, what's the last word on dreams? Magical, paranormal? Is there anything to this at all? I mean, maybe I should just let you. I should let you reserve judgment, like maybe till next time.
Let me sleep on it.
Yeah.
No, I got an answer for you. Incredibly magical. Dreams, as a concept, are insane. The idea that even you can watch a dog have a dream. The idea that spiders, there's footage of spiders, like you can watch as living things close their eyes and in their most vulnerable state escape their current reality to go do something that is insane. Like, that's magic.
That's all factual.
It doesn't, like how you look at it, at the end of the day, it's still just something magical that is almost unexplainable, and we don't really have answers as a people, as scientists, as whatever. And it's fascinating. I love it. It doesn't mean that it's like you went to another dimension, but it doesn't not mean that. Like, who knows, man?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure how I feel about this. Maybe next time we finish our dream episode with the extra large Romancy module, maybe we'll have some idea about what dreams are, or maybe you already know what's going to happen next week. Perhaps
what dreams may come here.
Perhaps it came to you in a dream. Just kidding. Or am I? Anyway, I'm going to close out with a quote from a true story as told by my favorite ever comic book writer, Grant Morrison, about a time when they took some psychedelic tablets in Kathmandu and met some beings from another place who showed them the nature of reality outside of time and space as we experience it as humans here on this planet, on this place. Just to get your mind grapes juicing a little bit, I'll read this one myself. Here we go. I'm starting to grasp the concept. Our physical bodies are equivalent to computer game sprites or chess pieces. The entire universe I've grown up in and will die in is a constructed playing field. The super reality I'm experiencing is simply what you see when you break concentration and look up from the game. As a final demonstration, I'm shown how to detach a smaller fractal foam blob from the substance of my own fluid mirror body. The infant blob is holographic, I'm told, and contains the complete informational content of the parent intelligence. It anchors itself into the liquid information we're swimming through and begins to crackle and fizz at the edges. I can't imagine how I could have forgotten this. I know what's about to happen. The baby blob's hissing like sherbet, growing and folding up all around until it's everywhere. This is how we start a game, and it's time to play again. My eyes are still open and there's a bolster supporting my neck. I can almost feel the extremities of my body extending out into directions we can't point to in three-dimensional space, but it's only for moments. Kathmandu jigsaws itself together in one awkward instant, and I'm back in the world, back in the game. Shake it. Patreon.com/TrueLightyPod. If you want more writing about stuff like that, check out Grant Morrison on Substack. Thank you for listening. See you next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Illuminati podcast. As always, I'm one of your hosts, Mike Martin, joined by I don't know who they are. There's two. One, Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer. No. Neo and Trinity. No. I don't understand, and I probably never will. Let me just tell you right now that there's two. Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield.
I'll tell you, I think he literally just looked up famous duos,
Cheech and Chong.
and has been going through the list ever since.
I'm trying to dig deep. Which one of you is Dick Powell?
Me? Your name's Jesse Cox. I want to know you. I want my mind. I want to know you. I want my
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Illuminati podcast. As always, I'm one of your hosts, Mike Martin, joined by Alex and Jesse. Like a shooting star across the sky. That's actually UFO. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Illuminati podcast. As always, my name is Mike. Oh, I forgot to say the episode number.
Oh my God, you just broke your own system.
Episode number 238. As always, I'm one of your hosts, Mike Martin, joined by
No,
my...
you've already turned off the podcast now. It's pointless. Why even bother? You didn't say the number.
Fuck. Joined, as always, by my pet hamster and the stray dog that ate it, Jesse and Alex.
What is the new thing that you say something crazy and then there really is an anecdote behind it?
The mystery is part of the
I
charm.
feel like there's no mystery here. I feel like you had a dog and then it ate the hamster. or a dog ate your hamster.
Did that occur?
I'm going to say yes, because it makes your life a little more interesting.
Yes, and also,
and more sad.
I found $100 that day.
Oh.
So it helps,
helps
curb the sting of the loss of Zippy.
When God eats a hamster, he opens his wallet. That's what they
Did you
say.
say Zippy?
Yeah.
I am the hamster. I am taking that mantle.
I am the stray mutt that nibbled on Alex a little bit too much.
You know what I taste like? I'm like when you give, like Hamon Iberico, you feed him just acorns. I want to keep talking about ham as much as I can every episode.
You really are that guy now. Huh?
Ever since Let's Get Haunted was on, my hamminess has been unlocked.
Well, it was when we were on their show.
Yes, we went on their show, and
That's
you were
what I'm saying.
like, "I'm the ham guy."
It's true. I mean, it's not true.
We also discovered he was a Disney adult.
Look, I'm not a Disney adult. I don't wake up. I'm not a Disney adult. That's abuse.
Yeah, you are.
No, I haven't been to Disneyland in like 4 years.
You are a closeted Disney adult. You don't want people to know. You're a little worried that people will judge you. But, listen, bro, you know more about Disney than any other human being I know.
Everybody with a brain like mine got an encyclopedic knowledge of something that they didn't expect around the time of their coming of age. And I did Disneyland, the Titanic, and World War II. Okay?
What is the age you're referring to?
It's just like 12 to 18.
Video games, aliens, U.S. history. Those are my 3 big ones.
Mine were like boobies, ladies.
Boobies?
Yeah. 12, right? Oh, yeah, I was coming into my own.
Yeah, boobies. Yeah, you know, me, 12 years old, little boobies.
No.
Yeah, and then, like, I don't know, little depression. All those.
It wasn't until I discovered Battle.net chat rooms that I worried about boobies. Hey, what's up, Alex? How you doing today?
Well, folks, here we are again. Welcome back to part 2 of our episode on dreams, which I don't really call mine because, again, just to remind you in case you forgot the magical realism of last week, this one was kind of a collab with the real Chilluminati, and as such, this episode was supported by some of the org-approved educational modules about dreams, and weirdly, a lot about what movies they screen at their yearly super secretive New Year's party. I don't know what part of the story that is. I have not been invited to one of those parties. I don't know if either of you have. I personally have not. But speaking of support, to support us, head on over to patreon.com/ChilluminatiPod, like always, where not only is there all kinds of great stuff you get in return, like ad-free episodes, mini-sodes, art from the perfect and cool Studio Electro, access to the pre-release archive of our movie review show, Rotten Popcorn, and more. Key, and more.
Also, at the top, the new T-shirt dropped from Mel that we have on the
Very
Yeti.com/Chilluminati.
Oh, yeah.
It is sick. It is just absolutely awesome. Go check that shit out.
Perfect and cool are the perfect adjectives for this.
Yes.
You have to go check out the shirt. It's the shirt that you want if you like the Chilluminati shirt. Not only do you get all that stuff, but you are also added to some sort of like, it's not like the no-fly list. It's like the would chill with list on the official registry of the Chilluminati database. So instead of not being allowed on airplanes, you are allowed to hang out with the Chilluminati. Isn't that cool? Is that not cool? Did I mess it up by mentioning the no-fly list? If not, just DM us, and we'll send a sleep memory retrieval team to you in the dream realm overnight. Anyway, let's stop being obtuse for a second. We'll talk. Yeah.
We're about to get into dreams, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is imperative, important, and completely involved with this episode. Over the past week, we actually got, and I haven't gotten an email from them yet, but they tweeted us on Twitter about it. A guy who said he was in a coma for 4 months, and he had lived 2 years of an entirely separate life in those 4 months, and he has like a whole ass story about it. So hopefully we hear from him in the emails. He did tweet at us about it.
That is interesting.
Absolutely wild. I do wonder if there's a difference between like what happens into a brain in a coma. I mean, there's got to be different kinds of comas and stuff. So
yeah.
I don't know, but I just found that interesting. Like, there's a first-hand experience.
Did I ever tell you about the greatest thing that ever happened to me ever at Blockbuster Video when I worked there? That I was working the register one day in the dead hours of like midday, and this lady, like 2 older ladies, came in together, and they were like friends. And she was like, "Hey, so I just got out of a coma that I was in for 10 years. What did I miss?" And I was like, and I just like, that was my day. What a great day. Yeah. But I would love to hear any coma story. I am so like, as I'm going deeper into this subject, I'm just so interested in how the brain works. And it seems like, the more that we think about perception and how much perception seems to affect reality, like, I don't know, something about dreams seems even more wild to me.
There was a post yesterday, too, about somebody who scientifically broke down what salvia does to the brain.
I saw that. That was great.
Which is awesome. TLDR is essentially like, we don't know, but we think it's a dopamine overload.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, we'll get that. Don't even worry about it.
It may not be part of this episode, which I heavily built up as a surprise later in my script. Don't worry about it.
Dean can edit that, though.
No, it's okay. We can just leave it just like this. Yeah. Anyway, no more obtuse stuff.
I threw you off. I'm so sorry.
No,
this man just went yeah.
No, my iCloud froze, and I needed to. It was scrolling for a minute, but now we're back.
Yeah,
I'm ready to stop being obtuse for a second and talk about my personal, unnecessary secret code thing I've been teasing for the last half year. The pace of this is starting to pick up, so I know I don't want you guys to get whiplash, but quickly. Hey, I've got it all figured out now. It's the 8 H's leading to episode H8. So far, we've had hidden, heavyweights, and horse. And this two-parter about dreams is head, obviously. And so far, all the clues have matched up perfectly to the topics. And since our last four are hello, huge, him again, and hero, it should be fairly simple for someone on the subreddit to guess at least one of them before it comes out, right? And also, because the Chilluminati have a flair for the theatrical, they also want me to share that some element of the first part of this episode could be considered a dream premonition for episode H8, which means it's now also possible to make an informed guess about what that episode is going to be about too, which is extra meaningful now because I finally figured out what I'm actually building that episode up into. So now you get it. There's clues. Also, this is a little trigger warning for you guys. This episode has some discussion of travel disasters, violence, and a kid that we will identify with briefly as part of one of the stories as the main character dies at one point. You have been warned. There's a dead kid in here. Proceed with caution. Anyway, patreon.com/Chilluminatipod. Please care about my dumb, half-baked ARG shit. And finally, the Chilluminati always encourage lecturers to begin with a relevant personal anecdote, so I'll start by revealing that after I learned that in 2012, the New Year's Eve party included a screening of Michael Shannon's movie Take Shelter, in which a man has dreams foretelling an apocalyptic disaster, I watched the movie and ended up Googling whether or not anyone actually has dreams that predict the future.
What New Year's Eve party?
The Chilluminati New Year's Eve party.
Right. No, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the one in 2012.
Yeah, the one in 2012, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah,
right.
Take Shelter was a big movie.
Sometimes I wonder if what you're saying is crazy, but then I remember you made up an alternate reality in which we've been around since 2012, in which case, cool.
Well, I'm not. It's just the show. The Chilluminati's been around. Here's the thing.
We are there. We're their branding arm.
Right. No, I forgot that was a good. You know what? No,
Take Shelter came out in 2011
page.
In September of 2011. They got a pre-release copy at the New Year's party in 2012.
No,
they have their ways. I don't know.
It all checks out. I just needed a little explanation because they hit me with that memory eraser frequently.
No, I know it's a wild ride.
No, all right, okay.
That's why you're the skeptic that you are. Actually, it makes sense.
And with all the evidence that he's been presented over the years as a member of the Chilluminati.
Yeah, Will Smith shows up and he zaps me.
Yeah.
Like, Will Smith, what are you doing here? And he's like, I had to get out of the house, man. Zap, and that's it. And
I'm so bored, man.
I don't know why I remember that bit, but you know. What are you gonna do?
So anyway, I had this premonition. I was checking to see if anybody had dream premonitions. And I ended up Googling, and I found a post on Quora from 4 years ago, which Jesse's going to read for us right now, by someone called Kenzie. So here's that for you right here.
Just want to point out for the record. I absolutely believe nothing that was ever posted on Quora. That place sucks. That place is so
Here's the deal.
stupid.
This episode is about dreams, okay? This is
Right, no, I get
about
it.
something that already exists in the imagination. So there's no way.
If you would have said literally any other website, you could have been like on 4chan. I'd be like a little bit more credible. I'm not gonna lie. Currently, I am 16.
Me too.
I dream almost every night, and about 2 times a month, my dreams come true. I sound crazy when I tell people, and I try to research why it may be happening, but I can't find anything that would explain why it may be happening. I read that having a dream might alter actions, oh boy, and what I decide to do, but I read that having a dream might alter actions,
I think it says might.
and what I decide to do, but the things I predict are never anything I can alter with my actions. Okay, I'll do that one. All right. One example would be a dream that I had about 3 days ago. I was at dinner with my friend, and I had completely forgot the dream until the waiter brought the check. In that second, everything was exactly how I dreamed it. My friend and the waiter were there, waiting. What? My friend and the waiter were waiting what they wore
Wearing.
in the dream, and the waiter was the exact person I had dreamed of. The waiter out the check down in the exact spot, and my friend said the same thing, exact thing. Oh, I wonder what this one came out to be. I didn't even look at the check, and I asked her if the amount was $19.73, and it was. This stuff happens to me all the time, and I don't know what it means.
So we have this incredibly realized.
Stand by my initial statement, by the way.
We have this incredibly realized 16-year-old character that we met here on Quora, who is going through life experiencing basically deja vu, but with the added twist of being right about things they could never have any knowledge of.
When was this posted? Do you know?
This was posted, I believe, in 2014.
All right, I was going to say this is a heavy indictment of the public school system here in the United States, but I guess it's always been bad.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I'm from California, so I really know.
Right.
But anyway, here's the top answer to that Quora inquiry for Mathis to read from someone going by Vijaya Vaishnavi Narayan. Here we go.
You are incredibly lucky. There are very few dream explorers who have such focused dreams. I am a lucid dreamer for 7 years, and I don't have such consistent luck with the future in my dreams. You are not going nuts, but you should ground yourself with reality checks, since such dreams may be setting off a fear of the future in you. Also, you may be having disturbing sleep or sleep apnea because the fear does not let us breathe sometimes. Relax your subconscious security. How? By following techniques given by Onironauts. Go easy on your dream journals. Travel more to get more creative inputs. Watch plays and theatrical performances. Watch children's videos. The innocence helps us heal. Street theater is a good way to go. You may want to do something creatively expressive like paint or emote. Dream on.
So first of all, very interesting advice for how to deal with predicting the future. I don't really know what the advice has to do with predicting the future, and really the person is just kind of like asking why they're predicting the future. This person's like, travel more.
Can I say, I'm close with somebody, and I don't want to put their name out there in case they don't want to be, seen as insane. But they are a lucid dreamer as well. For years, they are. And they don't predict the future. That's not like anything they dream about. But their dreams are consistent in that there's, for whatever reason, there's like an ongoing weird war that they are, part of, or like see when they're there. Weird occurrences of speaking with people who know they're in dreams, but they don't know they know they're in a dream, but other people don't know. And it's like consistent, and the details are there. They keep a dream journal. Very fucking fascinating. I don't know if it means anything, but I'm curious if there's anybody out there that has similar style, like weird dream war thing happen. I don't know, but it's bizarre.
Well, that's kind of the interesting thing, right? That actually ties to one of the words that you may have noticed in there that Mathis kind of like paused before he read because it's kind of a weird word. Yeah, that word is oneironauts. Oneironauts. Oneironauts, if you break it down, comes from the Greek oneiros, oneiros, which means dream, and naut, which means like sailor or explorer or traveler. And it literally just means people who like take extra care in paying attention to and or influence their personal dreams. In this case, usually on some kind of like conscious basis, kind of like as a hobby or even like some kind of weird obsession, like the idea of traveling through dreams and experiencing dreams in some kind of conscious way. That's an oneiron, whatever you want. A lot of the stuff we went into yesterday, or what do you want to call it, last week, falls into the realm of the oneironaut, like lucid dreaming, which we were just talking about, dream walking, dream telepathy. But as I looked into more words with the oneiro prefix, the one that really caught my attention was the word oneiromancy, which I figured could be like either sexy or magical. So completely on my own time. Yeah, both. Actually, that's the answer. I went deep, lost a couple nights' sleep over it until, ironically, perhaps overdramatically, I found myself in a state of something that I'll describe as what I imagine oneirophrenia to be like, which, in case you're wondering, is defined by Wikipedia as, quote, a hallucinatory dreamlike state caused by several conditions such as prolonged sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation, or drugs, often beginning with the inability to focus on things. It is considered a schizophrenia-like acute form of psychosis, which remits in about 60% of cases within a period of 2 years. Pretty crazy. And that was crazy that I just randomly looked all this up for myself as part of this story that I've concocted. Because honestly, the very next day, I got the DM from the Chilluminati, the real Chilluminati, about doing this dream world training / recruitment / not actually recruitment / more like general encouragement to join our organization episode thing. And I thought that was perfect because the very first module in today's lesson is actually called What is Oneiromancy? So that's exactly what I'm going to get into right now. What is Oneiromancy? Going back to the Greek.
Spec into it?
Yeah, going back to the Greek. We know Oneiro means dream. But now I'll tell you that mancy comes from manteia, which means like prophecy, which makes oneiromancy. Anyone? Bueller?
I've seen that movie.
Exactly. It is a form of divination or predicting the future involving dreams manifesting in all kinds of various forms across the globe. According to Wikipedia, some of the oldest writing we have on the topic comes from Sumeria in about 3100 BC, which is, for humans, a long fucking time ago in the scale of civilization. And the writing came at a time...
Again, what was it? Sumerians were like ancient in a way that like Egypt is ancient to us today in a way.
Yeah, they're like 1,000 years older than the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah.
It's like Mesopotamian stuff.
There's stories of like people coming across those ancient cities that are just like ghost towns, but like huge walls, huge cities, and just nobody there. Back in like more in like the 1700s.
When there was like Lord of the Rings still going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely insane. I have no idea. Can you imagine like Breath of the Wild
discovering a ghost town?
Yeah, Babylon. Yeah. The writings about oneiromancy came at a time where often kings and generals were regularly and seriously looking to dreams as a form of guidance or messaging from divine or mystical sources. The Mesopotamian notion was that in dreaming, some part of the soul actually left the body while you were sleeping and traveled to whatever place the dreams were occurring in, or the realm where those dreams were occurring, if it was like a more fantasy place. And oftentimes in a lot of the cultures, good dreams came from like gods, they're like godly, and bad dreams were more like a demonic thing. And when I say people saw it as very important, I mean that around 2130 BC, King Gudea of the city-state Lagash rebuilt an entire temple to the god Ningirisu and spent actual like public resources on it because he just had a dream that he needed to do it. And I mean that Gilgamesh has prophetic dreams in the Epic of Gilgamesh. And I mean that in around 860 BC, King Ashurnasirpal II of Assyria built a temple to the god Mamu, who might possibly even be the god of dreams. And there was even a compendium of 11 stone tablets, the Iskar Zekiku, if you want to forgive my pronunciation of that, which has to be amazing, which uses all kinds of fun, punny language to help you divine the meaning of dreams in the same kind of like casual, half literary, half amateur, psychoanalytical way Jesse kind of does. And to give you an example of what I mean about these little sayings, here's some for Jesse to read for you right now. Here's the first one. And you can kind of discuss what they mean.
Sure. This is fortune cookie level. You are incredibly lucky.
No, next one. No, the next one down.
Oh. If a man dreams he is eating a raven, he will have income?
Yeah. So if a man dreams he's eating a raven, he will have income, right?
He will have income?
But that doesn't make sense in our language. But if you look at the translation for raven, you see that the translation for raven is arbu, and you see that the translation for income is irbu. So it's like it rhymes in the actual language, and it's like it's got like a fun tone, right? So if the man dreams he's eating a raven, if a man dreams he's eating arbu, he will have irbu, right? That's kind of what the vibe is, right? So here's another one for you. See if we can pull out the meaning of this one for Jesse to read.
If a man dreams he's eating human flesh, seru, then he will have great riches, saru.
I need to start bringing the candles.
So basically the same message as the raven message, but this one just has a different pun. Maybe it means that if you eat anything, you get rich. Like maybe eating means gaining, I don't know. But we can test that theory with this last one for Jesse to read, which is, a little different.
If someone has given him wood, he shall have no rival. Again, it's just a play on words. It's another...
Yeah, Miru
and Maru. Okay, cool.
Yeah. If someone's given him wood, he shall have no rival.
All right.
So there's this one is not so sensical. It's more of like a guide. It feels more like almost like tarot or something like that, where it's just a little bit more like, this means this. And here's like the ways that it can mean this, but like there's not really any logical system behind it beyond the
like my dream interpretations.
Yeah, no, exactly like that. It's like there's logic to it, but it's not necessarily tied to some rubric or something like that. In other parts of the world, we know, like for example, that the Bible has cases of neuromancy in it, like when Joseph, as in the Dreamcoat Joseph, dreams of the future, interprets the Pharaoh's dreams, right? It's kind of like the neuromancy. Or when Joseph, as in the Jesus Joseph, is told not to be afraid of marrying his wife Mary. He's like being told about how the future is going to be in his dreams, right? But if you want something even more obvious, in ancient Greece, we can refer to the Oniromancer Termidorius' 5-book treatise, the Oneirocritica, which he wrote sometime in the 2nd century AD. According to Wikipedia, quote, the first 3 volumes were intended for the general public, providing an encyclopedic treatment of the subject matter of dreams, and the remaining 2 volumes were written for private use of the author's son, a novice dream interpreter, which sounds honestly like the first act of a Doctor Who episode. But I also just love it as a detail because I love that there's like a trade of like dream divining, and that this guy was like, my boy, when I die, you must know how to interpret dreams. Which to me means he took it fucking serious, right? Sure. You know what I mean? Like if you're writing your kid a book, you believe this shit, right? So maybe that's something to consider as we go forward. Okay. Here's the first of a couple quotes from this guy, Termidorius, that I'll have Mathis read for you. It's the first quote from him that we'll read right now.
I did not rely upon any simple theory of probabilities, but rather on experience and the testimony of actual dream fulfillments.
Yeah, so he seemed, like I said, he kind of, it does not seem like he's like a scam artist in his positioning himself as a dream diviner. Like, it seems that the people in this culture take this to be a serious thing. According to experts, one thing that was interesting about this book was that it sort of allowed for, like, the theory in it allowed for various people's lives to have an effect on which symbols stand for which things in their dreams. Like, just like, like a fisherman's shit is going to all be ocean themed kind of deal. Yeah. Which I think is like pretty clever and insightful for somebody who is working with so little modern knowledge. And in the parts written to his son, he explains that learning as much about the subject as possible is key to good dream interpretation, and that leaning on how they feel about every separate element in it is the path to understanding their dreams. Which honestly, I feel like Jesse is like pretty much along the lines of what your theories for interpreting dreams too, right?
I mean, yeah.
For the most part, like, you're not like, oh, a raven, you're getting rich, period. You're like, well, what are you? You're a fucking security guard, so maybe the raven means, outside the security building. You're trying to tell the story. You're trying to profile the person.
Right. I mean, obviously, you don't have Arbu, so you're not going to get that earbu going. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah. If you want that earbu, you got to get that Arbu.
That's like dream interpretation.
Eat that living bird if you want that money.
Right.
But like I said, the first 3 books are like for everyone. First one's about the body. Here's a quote from Mathis to give you an idea of the type of stuff that's in there.
All tools that cut and divide things in half signify disagreements, factions, and injuries. Tools that smooth out surfaces predict an end to enmities.
He's still saying that there's like rules, like he's saying like a lot of the time, and this is something that we often talk about in dreams too, like, when we dream of us as kids, we're like, oh, we're talking about our childhood psyche, stuff like that. So like, he's providing room for anything that cuts, maybe, like I said, like somebody who's a fisherman might have a fish knife, or somebody who's a warrior might have a sword or whatever, right? But they're all things that cut. So it's like, that's kind of the vibe. Second book is about natural objects, animals and the weather. Here's a quote from Mathis from chapter 12 of that book about how animals should be treated in dreams, which I love.
There is an affinity between all wild animals and our enemies. The wolf signifies a violent enemy. The fox indicates that the enemy will not attack openly, but will plot underhandedly.
So any animal, he's saying, is like a symbol of like what's against you, which is kind of interesting. And the third book is miscellaneous, so Wikipedia has no quotes. But they do go on to explain that there are also 95 case studies from real life that this guy had that the dream predictions actually came true. So do with that information what that will as we move into our next short module, which is called Oneirogens. So first of all, what are oneirogens? Going back to the Greek, oneiro again means dream, and gen here means to create, which in the case of the word oneirogens refers specifically to substances or stimuli which are meant to produce or enhance dream states and dream consciousness, which according to Wikipedia is, quote, characterized by an immersive dream state similar to REM sleep, which can range from realistic to alien or abstract, right? Now, I want to make clear, according to the Chilluminati official, this is an optional module, but I decided to include it anyway because A, it's short, B, it's interesting, and C, there's a fun, completely surprise payoff from the last episode that we're going to get into right now that you have no idea what it is, and that has not been mentioned at any other point during this episode. There's literally tons of oneirogens out there. There's mugwort, binaural beats can induce dream states, Mexican kalea, meditation, sleep deprivation, the African dream bean.
Wait, what? The African dream bean? Is that the cousin of the Boston baked bean boy?
The African dream bean, we'll get to in a minute because holy shit. There's also the African dream root. I think any ASMR is I think ASMR actually genuinely is like would be on this list also, to be real. Especially
but like which one? The ones where it's like, I made a pancake, or is it the ones that's like, like which one?
I bet you both are useful, but I bet you could literally find, if you went on YouTube right now, like success words for good ideation on your dreams.
What about like Pokemon card openings, like pack openings?
ASMR?
A Charizard. Like, do you think that could unlock my mental capacity?
For the first time, ASMR just worked on me.
If you're talking about the Oneirocritica, right? If you are like Logan Paul and you visualize the Charizard card as like the pinnacle of like all luxury items, right? Maybe that does mean that for you. You know what I mean?
Maybe, but also, what if it's just like saying the word Charizard unlocks the fire within you.
Are you talking about like on a like on a literal level? I don't know about that. I don't know about literal, but I mean,
we did
in the dream world, I can see it.
Episode where we talk, oh my god, about aliens like this.
I don't think that I have the voice for it. I feel like maybe Mathis does.
Well, give it a shot. Give it a try.
I don't have the vocal fret. I don't have the like pleasant vocal fret.
Come on,
I can't give it a shot. I can't get my voice to that.
No, you're right. Sounds like a pervert. You're right.
I don't. Yeah. Mine sounds like an amateur phone sex operator who has like a line that he runs from like a sticker that he puts on a pole himself.
Yeah, no.
For a good party line, call Alex's phone number.
It's me in that commercial with Kate from Lost.
That's the best trivia in the world, period.
Anyway, African Dream Bean. But the one I wanted to touch on first is the one we flirted with a bit last week. So let's start with the total surprise payoff. Here's a little ask and you shall receive Salvia Divinorum update for Jesse to read from a friend of the show whose username you may recognize from another episode we did recently. Here you go, Jesse. Is that post right here?
How Salvia interacts with the brain to cause dissociative hallucination. A very brief explanation by Barfist the Great. Hello, my fellow Chilluminauts. In the most recent episode, episode 237, Dream Invaders Part 1, the boys ask what Salvia does to the brain that makes it so damn crazy. To break this down into easy-to-digest form, I'm going to talk about two key players in the brain when a person ingests Salvia. Salvinorin A, or Sal-A, and kappa opioid receptor, or core. These sound like Tron characters. Sal-A is a psychotropic molecule found in Salvia Divinorum.
Take down the firewall, Sal.
I can't do that, core.
Take down the firewall, Sal-A, or I'm going to call Sal B.
I can't do that, core. And is similar to other hallucinogens, such as DMT, psilocybin, and mescaline. However, it's interestingly different from these other hallucinogens because it highly prefers to bind with to core versus other opioid receptors. It isn't an alkaloid due to its lack of nitrogen and doesn't act like other hallucinogens, which act as a serotonin antagonist. This means that Sal-A doesn't cause hallucinations by other activating person's serotonin response, but rather through a more distinct molecular pathway. These unique properties make SA and its effects so different relative to other psychotropic drugs. How Sal-A causes its intense hallucinations is still unclear, but there is evidence that core regulates dopamine transmission by indirectly increasing the uptake of extracellular dopamine. This happens because core and dopamine transporter happened to be next to each other on nerve terminals and exist as a physical complex. Hi everyone, hi, it's Jesse Cox. You gotta help me. Please reread what you post. You gotta help me. All day today, Alex has been like, here, read this, and words are next to words that shouldn't be there. And I gotta read it and act like I'm doing a thing, and everyone's gonna be like, does Jesse know how to read? Is he illiterate? I'm trying to decipher what you're saying to me. Help me out.
Guys, this is... Head to patreon.com/SoulReadyPod to let everyone know that Jesse's not illiterate. We can really
I feel like I am.
We can really...
every time there's something to read, they give me the one that's like got words that don't even...
It's got words, bro.
They don't even have meanings next to things. And
really
I'm like, what is going on?
Any little bit helps, guys. Patreon.com/SoulReadyPod.
This happens because core and dopamine transporter happen to be next to each other on nerve terminals and exist as a physical complex. This means that when Sal-A binds to core, it affects the function of dopamine transport. Research in schizophrenia has shown that high levels of dopamine in the limbic system plays a major role in hallucinations and delusions. This is confirmed with treatment of central dopamine activity blockers, which reduce hallucinations. While nature of SAL-A in the brain is unclear, we can postulate that it may induce a brief psychosis in the user by binding to copper and temporarily flooding brain with dopamine. During this dopamine overload, the user experiences intense hallucinations until the body is able to bring everything back to equilibrium. There's a lot more on this topic, especially when discussing core and its role in consciousness, addiction, pain, and overall role in the brain. But I want to try and keep this post on the shorter side and not lose myself doing a deep dive while writing a full review.
And I do want to say that other than a few typos in the grammatical error of type, this guy really put in the work to write a nice a little thing for us here.
Great job. Don't listen to Justin.
It actually has like peer-reviewed sources cited on the actual post, and
I'm a former teacher. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
However, I'm docking points. That's like this is like an 89. I'm not going to give you the 8.
Yeah.
This is an 89.
I get it.
Good work. B+.
I get it. But they are a gentleman and a scholar, and I do thank you for that.
I'm not saying otherwise. I'm just saying.
No, that's just in my script that I wrote. That has nothing to do with it.
I'm just saying you're gonna get your 3.0. You'll get a 3.8 maybe.
You're graduating. You're getting out of the school. Yeah. Shilimanani Academy.
Yeah, you'll graduate. But you know I gotta knock some points.
Yeah. Yeah. You
did better than the Quora post, which is all I can ask.
It is a bar.
Also, as a follow-up, here's a post from Mathis to read from the 2005 shroomery.org forums, where user Mr. Molotov of the Ganja Patrol actually reports on a case of salvia divinorum causing an apparent case of accurate onaromancy, okay? So,
time out. Before you post this, before you give it to this man to read, I need you to know, Barfus the Great, that if the Bomb Patrol guy...
No, Ganja Patrol.
If the Ganja Patrol guy has, better sentence structure, I'll be so disappointed in the world. I'll be so disappointed.
Don't worry, your worldview will live another day, Jesse.
Okay, good.
Yeah, your worldview will live another day. Here's Mr. Molotov of the Ganja Patrol. Now that we know what salvia does to the brain, we can consider that during this experience, this man was having what is likely a dopamine overload that was so extreme that it's like completely dissociative, like almost like psychosis, is what he said, right?
Yeah.
So here is that.
Hey, on Wednesday night, I smoked a huge bowl of salvia, 20x extract, and had a total out-of-body ethnogenic experience, and had several premonitions about what would happen this Thanksgiving. Well, 2 of them came true. Someone ran me off the road, and I got messed up. My GF left me. It was strange, because in my trip, I saw someone riding my scooter crash and burn, and then I had visions of my GF fading out of my arms. And the next day, both of those things happened. What do you mean it felt like it's breaking up, fading out of your arms?
It's symbolic, yeah.
Yeah, any of you ever had any kind of experience? It's pretty intense. I was in a bathtub and felt like I was put in a cage, and these beings were trying to get me out from the back, but I escaped from the door and found myself laying in a puddle of water after it wore off. The only things I hate about salvia, it's expensive around here, and the smoke tastes like shit. Blah. He did type out blah, so it wasn't just the ad-lib.
This guy did a hit of salvia, had a hallucination of someone riding his scooter, crashing and burning, and then saw his girlfriend fade out of his arms. And then the next day went to Thanksgiving and crashed on the scooter, and his girlfriend broke up with him.
I mean, hey, that's certainly an interpretation of your dream coming true.
Like, on the one hand, you can go online and you can write anything down that you want, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like, this is a forum for drug users. Like, this guy's going to write this. Like, this doesn't really make him look good or bad. He probably got hurt. It seems like he doesn't have a girlfriend anymore. I don't know. I think there's something interesting about that. Like, if we think about it in terms of, can you have so much dopamine in your body that you start to predict the future?
That's why I have ADHD. To prevent me from predicting the future, so the dopamine isn't getting binded to its right place. That's what ADHD is. Jesse, if you have ADHD too, we're just both suppressed oracles.
That's not true. I make predictions all the time that turn out to be correct.
Dude, if we're talking specifically about Star Wars media, I'm like the genius of all geniuses. But here's the thing. I didn't dream it. I just used context clues to guess it based on what I know about
Same.
the world.
Absolutely same. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know how to write a story, so I absolutely am like, oh, this is what's going to happen.
And you also know what corporations are trying to do.
But I'm not going to stop you from calling me Coxter Thomas. We can make this happen.
Me and my mom both had a dream one time that our friend's mom died on a cruise ship, but it didn't happen. So I don't know. But that happened one night. I don't know. But before we move on to the next module, just because it's so fun to me, I really, just for a second, I want to go back to the African dream beam for a second. I'm going to show you a picture of it, and then I want you guys to let me know how it rates to compare to what you were imagining. But first, here's a quote from the comments of that picture for Jesse to read from user Douche Nozzle to get ready, to get everybody ready for what we're about to see.
Maybe the African dream beam is what the Bean Boy sees when he smokes too much weed.
Maybe.
Or when he smokes illegal nugs. Anyway, let's try.
The best part about this is I just know this dude was so high when he posted it. All right, I got to give him character.
Douche Nozzle? Yeah.
All right, this is my douche model. So relieved. For a minute, I thought I was browsing r/what is this bug and was going to go catatonic, man.
All right, so that's Douche Nozzle, and here's the African dream beam. Go ahead and have a click, have a look, and let the people know what we're looking at here, what we're dealing with.
Now that I see this, what is this bug is hilarious.
That would scare the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I would be terrified.
It was like a 4 foot, maybe 5 foot tall, giant looking like green bean motherfucker.
Yeah, imagine a green bean, but it's the size of a human.
Yeah.
You know what are those things called? Trilobites? Those big, like...
Imagine a pea pod, but brown, the size of a human.
Yeah. It's huge. And now, this is the Entata, Reedy Entata, I think it's what it's called. Here's the user testimonial from user Lambda on the effects of the dream beam from 2018 for Jesse to read. From a very interesting website that I recently discovered called arrowid.org, where people post their experiences with various substances for a cause somewhere between science and gonzo journalism. So here's a little piece for you from the guy who tried the African dream beam.
I received a freebie of 40x extract and Tata Reedy powder and a package I ordered recently, and decided to give it a shot last night. I haven't had much or any luck with, how do you say, ornithorigins? You've been saying it all day. Onirogens.
Onirogens. Also, there's a word in this one that you just need to censor.
Okay, I'll do that. In the past, mugwort, datura, and kalia, I assume, both sweet and bitter, all did very nil for me. However, with Reedy, I'm willing to concede something is going on there. I haven't had a recallable dream in at least a month, maybe longer, and so the dreams I had during the night, particularly significant. Shortly after dosing, I felt a little strange, almost like I was entering into a waking dream, but I was still fully conscious and capable. It could have been placebo, but it's notable. I had some trouble actually getting to sleep and lied in bed for an hour and a half before conking out. That's when I was hit with intense, somewhat disturbing, dream after dream after dream all night long. Probably the most disturbing and vividly recallable dream I had was an alternate hell version of this universe. I lived in a suburb in America, an extremist group that was like a combination of ISIS, neo-Nazis, and the KKK informed. That's like a lot of varying degrees of racism. And,
That's QAnon.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I feel like ISIS is
ISIS is
vibe.
really in QAnon.
Yeah, but like whatever. You know what? It's all a little kooky. And they were catching black men and cutting off parts of them and forcing them to be naked in public. They broke into homes and took people in the night. I had a black friend in the dream, so they wanted to kill me too because they thought I was an N sympathizer. They broke into my home and I hid in the garage under a blanket in the dark. When I woke up, I wasn't super scared or sweating or anything, but I was like, what the fuck? What the hell was that?
Honestly, appropriate response if you've never really dreamed in years.
It really, Despite the disturbing dreams, I felt clear-headed and calm. The next morning, I felt and still feel a sense of light euphoria, energy, clarity of mind, and enhancement of color. When I went outside, the colors in the grass were unusually distinguishable. I could see the blues of the grass so vividly. It's a beautiful day. This could be due to finally having some powerful dreams, which I've been lacking for a long time. A good night's rest does that a lot. I just want to point out for the record, this is fascinating. When he says, I saw the grass, I saw the blues, it makes me think about in the past. This is not related to dreams at all, but the color blue was non-existent. It is the newest of the colors.
It's like an unnatural color, right? Basically.
Basically, in the past, our ancestors saw everything like that would be like they would describe things as greens or shades of greens, and blue wasn't a thing until I guess someone made it up. I don't know. Like there was no blue sky. Like blue blue is a made-up color that I guess always existed, but people just saw as. I honestly don't know. Look it up.
It's like a shade of green, maybe?
Yeah, they always thought it was shades of other things.
Really
and so I love the idea here. He's like, you can see the blue so vividly. It almost makes you think, some dude got high and was like, bro, there's another color, guys. Dude, that's blue. Oh, shit, that's a new color. Yeah, I don't know. Super interesting.
The feeling of afterward is familiar to how I felt coming off of mushrooms. Similarly, you have like for a couple weeks it lasted of like a clarity of mind feeling, very euphoric, kind of like I could see the forest through the trees for a while. I wouldn't say color enhancement was during the trip, but it didn't really happen afterward. Yeah, but everything felt more saturated when I was on psilocybin.
Like HD sunglasses vibes.
Yeah, I literally just sat outside for a couple hours and just enjoyed like looking at I noticed like moss on my fence that I hadn't noticed before, stuff like that. It's very that's very familiar sounding to me.
Yeah, I like that. Well, do you guys think it's possible that substances can affect your dream state?
Oh yeah,
or behaviors, or possibly allow you to see visions of the future?
I don't know about that last bit.
If not, how do you explain Mr. Molotov's Thanksgiving? Like, assuming he's telling the truth, what happened?
No, let's even go further. Like, I'm not going to say no fully because of the countless studies that you can go read now from like the CIA and the FBI doing like remote viewing and like all that other stuff, and the results that they got overall were always very weird and fascinating. Like a group would be right like 67% of the time, which was not enough to be sure of what they were saying, but they were right more often than they were wrong. There's a lot there. What it means, who fucking knows? It could mean nothing. It could just be, I don't know, beyond anything I could understand. But I won't say fully no. It's impossible.
Right. I vibe with that. Can I ask a question about this? The dude who posted this, when was this posted?
This one was from 2018, I think.
I mean, it's still contemporary to the point where I was like, I feel like there was a lot of stuff happening in 2018 at the time that was very like
on his mind,
white supremacy, you know.
Yeah.
So not much different between now and then in that regard in terms of things getting better. But I think in 2018 things were pretty, in the national conversation things were pretty.
Who got run over at a rally? It was bad. It was bad. People forget it was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's still crazy, but it was like out there crazy.
In COVID, it got even worse.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever used binaural beats or meditated to induce a dream state? Did you notice anything different about it? Like,
No.
Do you think that it implies that there are different mindsets that can create different things? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think so. No,
How do you think
so.
it works?
I mean, I think it could be I've heard the binaural stuff works, and meditation with guided meditation stuff can definitely change how. I mean, there's already just different types of meditation alone that can do and achieve different things, and meditation is very real. So yeah, I think it has to do with. I wouldn't put it out of the realm of very possible. What's happening? I don't know, man, because most of my research in that world of psychedelic drugs is almost exclusively with mushrooms and psilocybin, so I know that world more than anything else. I don't know what the other stuff could be doing, and it's fascinating that it's different things. Salvia is a dopamine overload, while psilocybin is more of a DMT. Well, it's psilocybin itself is the drug generally.
Yeah, it's insane. It's like, I don't know, it makes me feel like the mind is actually an instrument for traveling through planes. I don't know.
Well, the idea, you're talking about the ideas In a scientific sense, I think a lot of people, the theory is the brain is a consciousness generator, essentially.
Like a radio dial.
Our consciousness is generated through our brain synapses and stuff. But other people are like, well, what if it's like less of a generator and the brain is more of a receiver for consciousness or whatever it is, and that's why we can't figure out where it comes from.
I don't know that answers the binaural. Like, if you go to YouTube, right? There's videos on there where it's like, this binaural audio will knock you out so quick. You have the most vivid dreams. And I never click them because I'm not gonna lie.
It seems like a scam.
Oh yeah, first off, definitely. But more importantly, every time I'm like, they're gonna try and brainwash me. Every time I think that way. I'm like, yeah, what, you have access to my brain waves, bro. But maybe that's the vibe, is that
you need your apes. Get your apes.
You need bored apes.
Crypto.com.
So there's like, I wonder if there's a thing about brain waves and then the audio waves of the binaural syncing up in a way that it lowers your heart rate, like makes you more calm, and that's, you can sleep more. I feel like that's at the base level what it is, but honestly I don't know anything about it, so they could be getting me to buy Bored Ape, in which case
it's possible.
I'm taking my money. It's a terrible investment.
It's interesting too, because at least with psilocybin, what it does with the brain is, where they believe your personality, who you are to be, kind of that part of the brain, the amygdala, I think it is, or that area. It's more active than the rest part of your brain. Through MRI 100%. Scans, it's way more active. But with psilocybin, especially if you do like a higher dose, it brings the activity of that brain down to equal levels with the rest of your brain. And that's when people say they feel that ego death, where they feel like they're one with everything. They don't really feel like they're an individual. Everything's kind of connected. And then it kind of cold reboots it, essentially. When the psilocybin wears off, you see the activity slowly come back. And during that is where they say the new neural pathways are generated during that for like scientific purposes.
But that wouldn't be the same thing with something like salvia, which is just flooding you with dopamine.
Yeah, does that bring that activity down, though? I would imagine flooding of dopamine wouldn't.
I don't think, if it's just flooding with dopamine, that's not messing with your neural pathways. That's literally just like,
that's not the same.
I am experiencing a thing, and then it's over.
Like the guy in Reddit said, it's more of a psychotic break kind of feeling than I think what psilocybin does. It's just different. But do they achieve the same thing, is I guess the question.
I would assume not.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily the same thing, but if that's the organ that it's affecting, right? Like, it's interacting with the rest, or it's creating our experience of it, the same filter, right?
Yeah.
But would you guys ever do it? Would you guys ever try like the dream bean or the binaural like dream walk?
I would make a full episode. I propose this to you off air.
Yeah.
The three of us in a room. We just get on the drugs, film it all, put out the episode, and explain the stuff we saw after the fact.
I'm in.
We do like episode 1 where it's like, this is the thing.
This is acid.
Yeah.
And then we just do it, and then we have like, all right, so here's our conversation afterwards.
Yeah.
Guys, I saw a dog, and he told me the future.
Alex is dead. We miss him.
Yeah. Alex killed in a freak ham accident.
He walked into a door that wasn't there, but he's gone in real life. And one of the things that he brought from the other world is still on the table. We don't know where he is.
He walked into the reality where Illuminati was.
Mathis, abducted by aliens, finally got what he wanted. It's sadly I was left, me and the dog that talked.
I've done mushrooms twice, hoping to see aliens. Instead, I had emotional journeys and breakdowns. It's not what I wanted.
Maybe that's the alien, bro. Maybe that's the alien.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
The alien was the emotions we had along the way.
I'd also be down to do something along the lines of like we all try to make attempt meditation for a month, and then we do an episode about that and like. What was it?
Yeah, like I'm in the idea of like doing things that are paranormal or supernatural is interesting to me for sure.
I agree. Yeah, for sure.
Do you think that you guys would be more convinced that dreams can predict the future with more concrete, well-documented, believable examples?
Well, yeah. I mean, we would need it, but how do you prove it other than like that it was dreamed before? Like how concrete?
Well, luckily, that's exactly the topic of our next module: oneiromancy case studies in the field.
All right, you got it. Come in.
This is a list of real-world examples I selected from the archives at Illuminati that they've collected as some of the best documented examples of dreams predicting real-world events that history's ever seen. Okay, first things first. Almost 11 years ago to the day now, on February 11th, 2013, an Italian woman who went by the name at Yolanda de Mena on Twitter tweeted this, which Mathis will read for us now thanks to Google Translate.
My boyfriend woke up last night at 4 a.m. saying he had dreamed of a new pope called Francis I, and that today Benedict will resign.
So that was on February 11th, 2013. The tweet was deleted between when I started researching this episode and when and now, but I did have a link to the tweet at one point. But it's gone now. But Pope Benedict announced his resignation 17 days later on February 28, 2013, and was indeed succeeded by Pope Francis, who was born George or Jorge Mario Bergoglio on March 13th, 2013. Illuminati agents included an addendum that, according to Business Insider, a lawyer named Christopher Connors bought and launched the website PopeFrancis.com 3 years earlier in 2010 with no explanation, but today it looks to be some kind of dead redirect to like a Vatican City URL, so IDK, or is that what .va is?
I don't know what .va is.
I assume .va is .vatican.
Yeah, that would be my guess too.
That's what I'm assuming, but it could be like fucking .Virginia for all I know. I don't know.
I mean,
Nah, dude, that'd be a .gov, bro. That'd be
What happens when you guys go
.va.
to PopeFrancis.com? Are you guys getting a dead site too? Because it says his name to me as the header, but it's a dead website.
Yeah, it's stuck loading. Oh, hold on.
No,
I'm in. Not secure.
Because Vatican.va refused to connect.
But what do you got? You got something different?
Well, I got at the top same thing. It said not secure, and then it said Vatican.va refused.
Yeah, but the top says Pope Francis, and then it says the Holy See.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the hell this website is. I don't know if it's the same website that was there. But what do you think about this? What do you think about this tweet? This tweet was real. I can verify that this tweet was real.
It's a weird one.
I mean, I'm looking at the Vatican.va is a real website.
Oh, I can't get it.
Well, I just mean this person said, my boyfriend woke up at 4 a.m. He said he dreamed of a new pope called Francis I, and that Benedict's going to resign. And that happened. Like, that's too specific to be just a pure guess, right? Like, the fact that he pulled the name out, that it's going to be Francis, right?
The only thing I can think of is, and I'm not trying to skepticize it, the only thing I can think of to explain it away is there used to be a Twitter account called like Beyonce something or other, and they had a bunch of old posts that predicted things that would happen, but it came out that you could, by some weird back-end HTML something, you could like adjust it so that the date was changed.
Date was different, yeah.
Than what you actually posted. Like you could manually do it and trick the site to provide a different date.
I'll say this. I went to this tweet. I saw this tweet on Twitter.
That's what I'm saying. You could go to the tweet would actively say the date underneath it, even if it was the wrong date.
Oh wow. Okay.
But now it's gone.
Yeah, the tweet is now
It's gone.
But I did physically view this tweet on the actual website. I can verify.
So it's gone in the last few days?
I don't know about the last few days. It's been a couple. A couple months, somewhere in there. I don't know. I kind of like work on all my episodes at once, so it's kind of random when I do.
Still, past couple months is still pretty recent overall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's weird that it got blocked.
Yeah. So that's one. That's one weird dream thing that happened. Up next, in May of 1979, an office manager in Cincinnati called David Booth had the same dream 10 nights in a row of a plane flipping over and crashing into the runway in flames. At first, he just thought it was weird, but after it happened so many times in a row exactly the same way, he actually contacted the FAA, who apparently took his description seriously and narrowed the craft down to either a DC-10 or a Boeing 727. But since he had no dates or details besides that this crash was going to happen somewhere somehow, there was nothing anyone could do, and he had his last nightmare on May 24th, 1979. The next morning, on May 25th, minutes after takeoff from O'Hare Airport in Chicago, American Airlines Flight 191 crashed after one of the engines came away from the wing, damaging both the wiring and hydraulic systems of the plane, and the pilot lost control. Booth watched this unfold in horror from home in front of his TV, and he was investigated several times by the authorities for making the prediction, but was never a suspect in the crash, which was later attributed to sloppy maintenance. Also, Illuminati agents include the addendum that Lindsay Wagner, the actress who played the Bionic Woman, and I think also the president in Death Stranding, if I'm not mistaken, was supposed to board that flight, but went home from the airport with a horrible stomach illness before she did, and tightness. And apparently, when she got in the car to leave, she was immediately fine, but she did not get on the plane and therefore lived. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the flip side needs to be, what about all the other people that died?
And they didn't have dreams about it, right? Like that we know of. I know also, this is something that I just called to mind just now, that I believe Seth MacFarlane, the Family Guy guy, like was supposed to be on the 9/11 plane.
Yes. Yep. That's true.
And he just like didn't. He like felt like he shouldn't go, or he like missed it for some reason.
Forget what. But yeah, there was like it was one of those weird synchronicities where it was either he like had hung for some reason.
Yeah. I do want to point out Lindsay Wagner was awake and not asleep when she had this, but the guy had the dream 10 nights in a row, the 10 nights leading up to the crash. That's pretty crazy. And he was upset about it enough when
he overslept due to a hangover. Sorry, I had to look it up. He overslept due to a hangover.
MacFarlane?
Yeah.
So not the same thing. Not Oniromancy.
No, but still. Hey, good reason as ever.
Just hedonism. Then the last example we have comes from October 19th, 1966. Errol May Jones, 10-year-old girl in the Welsh mining village of Aberfan, told her mother, and I'm so sorry if I pronounce anything wrong, told her mother that she had a horrible dream where she found out that her school was gone, and in its place was just a big black pile covering where it used to be. And apparently in the week prior to this, she had also mentioned that she wasn't afraid to die because she'd be with her friends Peter and June soon, who had also died young, scaring the shit out of her mom. Unfortunately, 2 days later, on October 21st, 1966, was the Aberfan mining disaster, which you might have thought of the moment I mentioned the name if you're from the area where it happened. Basically, a colliery spoil tip that they'd started, which is basically like mining waste pile, slag heap, that they'd started above the village on the mountain 8 years earlier, got saturated with water, and slid down the hill in a slurry, killing 144 people in the village, which unfortunately 116 of which were children, because right in the tip's path was the Pankless Junior School where Errol died in class. As a horrible addendum, the Illuminati agents include that Errol's school had sent a petition to the National Coal Board 3 years earlier complaining of the danger, and it had even slipped once in 1965, but nobody was hurt, so nothing was done, and it was never investigated, because it would probably end up closing the mine. Anyway, capitalism kills. Next module...
Safety's rules are written in blood, dude.
Yeah, I mean, and if I'm going to be totally cynical about this, like, this story of this girl is, like, heart-wrenching and stuff, and could be, like, part of the message of, like, we should have done something about this earlier, because that turned out being... it ended up being quite a big deal, this, like, idea that they didn't do anything, and it was, like, a whole big scandal and all that stuff. Yeah. So maybe this story of her having this dream of dying and being... like, excited to see her dead friends and stuff. He's, like, part of that, could be. But I don't think so. I think this is just, like, a weird, scary, sort of interesting story that has come out of this. Because there's always sort of weird paranormalness around disasters. Mothman, aside, people always have these sort of, like, dream-like moments in the time leading up to disasters and stuff like that. You always hear stuff like that. So... I don't know, in this case, it's a dream that's like that, and I've heard plenty of things like this to not totally ignore the notion that somebody could do this. That's the best I can say about this. But man, what a fucked up thing.
That's tragedy.
Yeah. The next module is like kind of more like a workbook type thing for me, but I think I did a pretty good job, if I do say so myself. This one is called... Well, I'm going to save the title for this one because it's a spoiler. Basically, the Illuminati revealed to me that they're a huge fan of dreams. That's the big thing that they wanted to say. They're really interested in dreams right now, as you can tell by their movie tastes. But more specifically, they wanted me to present these next three accounts of dreams from our subreddit, aka, because I promised that we would do some dream interpretations in the dreams episode, aka people that they've identified. These are people that the Illuminati have identified as potential Chilluminauts.
I'm going to take this one up with the guys upstairs. That's terrible. That's truly awful.
Yeah, they need to work on that.
Chilluminauts. Oneironauts. Chilluminauts.
Right, no, it doesn't make it good.
Dream
No.
sailors of the Chilluminati persuasion.
Yeah, no, no.
Yeah, this is real, by the way.
You let them know. I'll take whatever punishment, but I disagree with this one.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say this is real. Second of all, I will do that. And then, so they wanted to see what we thought of their potential Chilluminauts candidates, and they want to ask Jesse to interpret the dreams. Now that we've learned so much more about the nature of dreams and some of the and pondered some of the mysteries of dreams, and maybe.
Great. I've learned a lot today. I'm ready.
Yeah, and then maybe incorporating the idea that maybe dreams could possibly be literally connected to reality in some way. Maybe in some way. We don't know. In some sort of quantum way.
I'll do it. I'm honest. I got this.
First one is called Dream Telepathy. It's from a user called PokeKels, whom, full disclosure, I may be engaged to marry. But she finally caught up on all the episodes and actually just wrote this naturally after listening to our last episode. So I scooped it. Here it is.
Listening to the end of this man part 1, I was thinking about a weird dream experience I had. In my dream, I saw my brother at a funeral and he was crying. I didn't know why I couldn't get closer to comfort him, and I had to stay at a certain distance away. When I woke up, I felt like I should call him because he looked so sad, but when I did, he told me he was all fine. I told him about my dream, and he got really freaked out. He told me that the same night he had a dream where his friend's dad had died, and he had to go to his funeral. In our reality, the person in question was fine, but it was unsettling that I had seen the funeral that my brother had dreamed about. I can't explain it, but listening today reminded me of this, so I wanted to share it. Have you guys had anything weird like that happen?
Other than that one time when me and my mom were like, "Don't get on the cruise," and they were like, "What cruise?"
I think it's cool. I definitely remember having, when I was a kid, and this can be, there's a logical reason you can explain this, but my mom and myself had shared a very similar dream about my grandmother coming to visit and talk to us. This is post my grandmother having passed at the time. Sure. So I was like, my grandmother passed when I was 8. This is probably like right around 8, 9, 10, somewhere around there, those couple of years afterwards. Nothing, just like talking and checking in on and making sure everything was good. Like, that's all it was. I don't really remember the details other than it being like a pleasant kind of like conversation. And having that conversation with my mom in the morning, be like, I dreamed about grandma. And my mom's like, oh, so did I. What was your dream like? And, it was just like a weird similarity. But also, it could be because we were just both thinking about her that day or something along those lines. You never know.
Yeah, it's like, it's coincidental enough that it's significant. If something crosses the line where you're like, that's like a little too uncanny. I don't know how there's a feeling to it, right?
Yeah, like I feel if you dream about death, it may take away your breath, but if the subject is living, be more forgiving.
That's fucking good, dude. Is that from the fucking?
I got that from Mesopotamia, dude.
Yeah, it was from the Mesopotamia dream book. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Eat a raven. You're in a money haven.
Yeah, exactly.
Money you'll be saving.
See, you just need to modernize the rhymes, but we got it.
If you ingest a raven, there is some money that you will be saving.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. Next one comes from a user called Easily Offended Fuhrer.
Hello, today I had sleep paralysis. I've had it a few times in my life, and each time it was pretty scary. Not very descriptive of me, but today's experience made them feel like simple anxiety, like a trip gone slightly awry. In truth, today's experience was not only terrifying, it was also pretty weird. Normally, sleep paralysis feels, paralyzed. You know you're asleep and where you are, but with some folks, they might see or feel presences or hear things that are generally creepy. Today, I became conscious of this during a nightmare I was already having. This started at my great-grandparents' house in the northwest part of the States. The nightmare started off with me visiting them. I missed them, to be honest. They lived in a trailer where a regular house might have been. They had a stellar yard and fences all over to keep privacy. At the start, there was a group of dogs that looked like they were built for murder. Demon shit, honestly. They greeted me with barks that seemed normal enough, though, and I could see past the fence my great-grandmother in the dark of the door inviting me in. I remember it seemed weird that it was dark in their house during the day. So I go in, the door closes behind me, and it's just darkness. Then I found myself sleeping on their couch. At this point, I'm still just in a dream, so my actions aren't thought out. I get up to look at their Elvis clock. Okay. I did so for a certain amount of time. Obviously unclear how long, but then I heard keying from the bathroom. I got excited because I haven't seen my grandfather since he passed. And the stream was clearly coming from a standing position, so I looked over and saw this door? Saw the sari was open. I assume maybe I don't know. Saw the sari was open to the bathroom. I walk over to turn the light on for him, but then the room was empty. No one was peeing. Scary, right? It was then I remembered they were both passed on. And I remembered I'm in the East Coast. I figured I'd wake up soon, back on my couch, but then I felt them. Presences that stole the images of my fond family memories. I was awake at that point in terms of sleep paralysis. Awake in the way to know what's going on. I could feel my body. I could feel the desire to move a toe or finger, or even let out some of my voice to break the phenomenon. But the things that took the image of my family held me in the nightmare. I truly felt like I was in two places at once, experiencing a nightmare and the paralysis. They were malicious. I felt anger. There was a hesitation in them to touch me, and when they got close, I could hear the dogs bark and they would stop. It made them angrier. I remember feeling like they were insulting me, cursing me, that I was at fault for something, I was in danger there. I knew this like how you know when you're hungry. They are meant to harm me. I stopped struggling to get out of it. I really thought I was going to die on my brother's couch where I was physically at. I remember wondering what the cause of my death would look like to others. I wondered why they had to take the image of some of the only adults that were nice to me when I was a kid. I knew I wasn't truly them. It wasn't truly them. It was around then the dogs came up. Most barking, one licked me. And then I was out of it. That place. I was still in sleep paralysis, though. Not being able to move no matter how I tried. I could feel the light from the window and smell my sweat, but I was stuck. Their presence still lingered around, but less intense. A part of me worries I brought the nightmare back. But I felt confident and struggled to wake up for a bit longer before I actually did. I woke up by trying to kick as hard as I could. Works every time after a few attempts. I made myself some gamer energy drink and stood outside for a bit to calm down. For me, the scariest part of this experience was the silence. A few times I had sleep paralysis. I could hear an army of whispers and felt like I was surrounded by a crowd. This was a distinct two malicious beings. That said, nothing but channeled utter malevolence towards me. There was no misunderstanding what it meant. Well, that is the abrupt ending to my story. Thanks to whoever reads. Would love to hear any sleep paralysis stories from the boys or the sub in general. It's chill to read on the chill. Love the pod. Alex, did you write this? It's chill to read on the chill. Love the podcast. Hope to be confused by Alex more. No, never mind. This is definitely someone who's dealing with that. Did I write this? Hope Mathis. Hope Mathis Van Claps alien cheeks. And may they be redheaded for Jesse. Much love, Ivan. P.S. What is writing structure? Bro, I was going to ask you the same thing.
He wrote in red pen on his own shit when you were going to write in red pen on his shit.
Yeah, and you know what? Plus 5 points for that. At least you understood.
Well, what do you think about that? A malevolent pair of demonic entities co-opting the memories of his dead family members to suck his memories out? What are we talking
Sounds
about?
like you should be writing a fucking script for A24 and go make a movie.
Do you think he encountered a dream entity, or do you think he had a symbolic dream that should be interpreted?
I think it's interpreted, and he's probably suffering from sleep paralysis, as he said early in the thing.
He says he got sleep paralysis in the middle of a nightmare. Like he went from it being a nightmare to sleep paralysis.
I mean, that is the definition of sleep paralysis, is when your body or your consciousness or mind wakes up before your body is out of the paralysis that puts itself into dream.
Yeah.
So, Jesse, you can interpret it for us, because you did take all that in.
I feel like the key here is when grandfather's peeing, but you're not seeing, if you wake on the couch, your dreams I will vouch.
Yo, there you go. Okay. It has a slight message to it. It carries meaning.
I didn't have much time to come up with on that
no,
time.
I got it. No,
Matt just hit me.
You nailed it. I mean, you nailed the rhyme scheme at the very least.
Dr. Seuss.
It feels to me, this feels like the opposite of the story that I closed the pod out with last time, where Grant Morrison met the beings from like the other place that showed him how like realities are born of our own perceptions of reality, right? This is
I know.
This is like a more like vampiric sort of entity that's like taking the reality that you made by like siphoning it out from you.
Do you think the DC multiverse is soft disclosure?
I think that it might even be unconscious disclosure.
Yeah, all right.
I think the truth might be emerging from our subconscious in a way that is unexpected.
Did you see it dropped like an hour, 2 to 3 hours ago at the time of this recording, but the Martin Scorsese ad for the Super Bowl?
No.
It's about aliens. It's about aliens being in the skies above us the entire time and us not looking up and being in our phones. And at the very end, the whole thing is like a Squarespace ad. It says like reality is what you make it or something. It's all aliens, and it's all grays, and it's all UFOs, and it's fucking, I'm like, soft disclosure, baby. Martin Scorsese alien ad for the Super Bowl. What, I mean, hey, all for Squarespace, I guess.
Interesting. Well, I got one more for you to read here. I'm going to drop this one in Twitter too, just because I just want to be safe. So there it is. Give it a read for us, and then we can close out from you.
My recurring nightmare. So this dream might be triggering for some people. Just a heads up. It's pretty violent and graphic. Added an 18+ tag just in case. There's some additional context, but I'll save it for after I share the dream, just so you get dragged along the same journey I went on with this guy. I used to have this dream about once a month for several years. It is very realistic and lifelike. It starts with me walking through a dark forest at night. I can hear the sound of footsteps all around in the forest, like several people walking in the dark all around me. I start to walk faster. The longer I walk, the faster and more aggressive those other footsteps become. At some point, it starts raining blood, and I begin to hear whispering from all around me as well. It isn't like a bunch of people whispering, just different indecipherable things, but rather like many people all whispering the same incomprehensible thing at the same time. The best way I could describe it would be like the hiss incantation from the game Control. And I bet Jesse knows what I'm talking about. I know what you're talking about too.
Me too.
Yeah, the hiss.
I got that cat suit. I played the shit out of that game.
Around this point in the dream, I start running, and suddenly I can hear yelling and see flashlights pointing around in the forest, all around me until one lands directly on me. Then somebody starts shooting a rifle at me. At this point, I burst out running into a clearing in the trees to see a huge dirt mound. I climb to the top of the dirt mound to realize I am climbing over dead bodies. Then I see a grenade on the ground in front of me. I never hear or even feel it go off, but I feel myself get picked up off my feet and land headfirst on the mound of dirt and bodies. The mound opens up and swallows me. The last thing I remember before I wake up is the smell of fresh grass and the sound of a helicopter. I always woke up physically shaking. I would have to sit on the edge of my bed and calm myself. The context, I have complex PTSD. I learned later in therapy this nightmare was the result of my abusive now ex, significant other, repeatedly poking at one of my very clearly established PTSD triggers on purpose to get a negative reaction out of me. She sucked. The nightmare itself is just a whole bunch of fragments from different traumatic memories of mine melding together into one single Frankenstein's monster of a night terror, though I'm not going to go into much detail about my own experiences. The lesson here is to be kind to one another, respect boundaries, and be supportive of those you care about. If you don't, it can have some awful negative consequences for any relationship. Not that this girl ever cared about that. Oh, and don't worry, I'm doing much better now. I dumped that girl after she stole my PlayStation and sold that at a pawn shop. Dude, I would have. Same thing. You're out. Get on the street. That's my PlayStation. But that's a whole other story. For those of you going through the aftermath of a traumatic experience, no matter what the experience might have been, just know that all the normal day-to-day things that seem much harder than they should right now do in fact get easier as you learn to sort of live again, though it takes time and healing. Survivor's Guild got easier for me as I learned to keep living for those people. It gets better. Currently living with the love of my life in a very positive and supporting relationship, and couldn't be happier. Cheers, everyone. Wish you all the best, my fellow Chiluminauts, and yes, totally fine to read on the show.
Yeah, so that's the end of this episode. Patreon.com/ChiluminiPod. I just want to say, like, I picked this one for the end because I think it's a good illustration of kind of the point I'm trying to walk us towards here, which is just, you know, obviously it's sort of a esoteric, sort of philosophical kind of point more than anything. And I don't even know if it's philosophical so much as it's just like metaphysical. But like, we're talking about aliens, and we're talking about redefining aliens as beings from another reality, right? Or another dimension, or another plane, as Grush is starting to be careful to call them, rather than referring to them as people from another planet, right? And it just seems so interesting that, like, if you consider the brain and our imagination as like a way to travel through realities based on our own perceptions, and what our brain is an interface with some sort of substance called reality, right? Like, is there much of a difference between, like, could aliens be in our dreams? Could aliens be dream entities? Could dreams be other realms? Could things that we make up or dream about or think of, like even the aliens in fiction, could they be subconscious representations of real aliens? Could it all just be one concept? Could the concept of aliens be aliens? Is that weird? Is it all aliens?
Because we've kind of talked about in that kind of idea before, the idea that like maybe they are what they are due to our own perception of what we think is real, and they kind of recreate them, or they like use that as a way to like, our brain uses that as a way to like interpret. Again, like my favorite example is like, what if our brain is built for Linux and they're like on Windows essentially, and we're trying to like perceive whatever this information is, and our brain just does it the best way it can, and that can be fucking chaotic and broken.
Yeah, like an ant just can't walk up to you and like start speaking English, or even like ant-ese that you can't translate.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's not so
or
simple.
even like they go the others even further. Dolphins and whales who do have some sort of primitive vocal communication. They can't just swim up and start chirping at us to know what the fuck that what they're saying.
Is there a term for like compatible, like this, like a sphere of compatible consciousnesses? Do you know what I mean? I can look at a dog, and the dog and me are like in the same sphere of compatible consciousnesses, in that like we both are aware that each other's consciousness exists, right?
That's hard to tell, man, because like there's a recent study, and this is like 6 months ago, within the past 6 months, that showed that even fish have a level of self-awareness. I forget how they did it in the study, but you can read it. But it's like, yeah, I think there is levels of, I don't know if you want to call it consciousness.
Well, like, self-awareness is one thing, but like it's like
you have to be conscious to be self-aware.
Well,
right?
But it's also like I can perceive of a dog as another living creature because of the way I see the world. Is an ant even aware that a dog exists?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Because the dog knows that we are a living thing. It just thinks we're like a weird dog.
Yeah, like a dog probably has similar perception to us because we can kind of like perceive each other fairly accurately. It's like, I don't know. There's something to that. And I think that maybe like that notion with aliens would help us understand it better.
You're asking questions that we can't answer because we still don't even know what consciousness is or how it's generated or where it,
Well, that's exactly why I think this dreams angle is kind of interesting, because it's not really, I didn't do this to make an episode about aliens. I just thought it was interesting the way that dreams are kind of like this veil between different realities in our own brains, and the way that quantum physics has sort of shown us that our brains and physics are more closely related than we thought.
The multiverse storylines and dream walking in the MCU are all soft.
Even just like Inception was like in 2010.
Yeah,
and the way that we think about reality now versus the way we think about reality in 2010 is like totally different.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's a fascinating topic and one that can bring existential dread for many people.
Yeah. So,
hold on. Do you not want to hear the ancient Sumerian response to that dream, Alex? We're just going to move on.
Well, I was going to let you close out the whole episode with it. Yeah.
You don't want. You don't want to say the. You don't want me to say the response to this dream about blood rain and
of course I literally I want you to say it as the very last the last word on this whole thing. I'm sure the wisdom is going to be deep.
It is very deep. Oh, you want me to say it now?
Yeah, we're here. This is it. I have nothing else to say.
I thought we were going to wait to the end.
Guess what the H's mean? Fight with each other about what episode 8H8 is. Patreon.com/ChinooNatiPod. Jesse, take it away. Final word.
In the words of Gilgamesh, forests at night may give you a fright, and blood rain from the sky may lead you to die. But if your ex sells your PlayStation, run away without hesitation.
Damn, there it is. That's conventional, pragmatic wisdom for the modern human being. There
From Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
word for word.
Gilgamesh from Final Fantasy VI.
It's in the saga.
Yeah.
Says that to Enkidu. Like, bro, if she steals your PlayStation, get out.
Get out without hesitation. Yeah. Gilgamesh loves Final Fantasy 16. He thinks it's a great direction for the series. He's hyped to see innovation in such a stuffy old franchise. It's like the James Bond of games. He loves it. That's it. Get us out of here.
All right. See you guys next week. We're also doing Minnesota. Patreon.com/ChinooNatiPod. And goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the GUINNESS podcast. As always, I'm one of your hosts, Mike Martin, joined by I don't know who they are. There's two. What? Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer. No. Neo and Trinity. Oh, I don't understand, and I probably never will. We just tell you right now that there's two. Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield.
Tell you, I think he literally just looked up famous duos.
Cheech and Chong.
And he's been going through the list ever since.
I'm trying to think deep. Which one of you is Dick Powell?
Me? Her name's Jesse Cox. I want to love you. I want my life. I want to love you. I want my
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the GUINNESS podcast. As always, I'm one of your hosts, Mike Martin, joined by Alex and Jesse. Like a shooting star across the sky. That's usually
If we all do it three together, we sound like a chuffling people. Okay.
Well, let's do it. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Meow. That's Jesse. Oh, you big old pussycat. Exit to stage writing.
Welcome everybody to the minisode behind Patreon's pristine pearly gates that you are getting for free at some point way later on down the line. I got a fun thing to talk about, but I kind of want to just, the natural segue between Disney and Disney or whatever it is that Alex has in store for us.
You want to know what it is about Aladdin, don't you?
I need to know what about Aladdin I should be like lusting at.
Okay, well, you might. I don't know. You're a fucking freak on a leash, so we'll see what happens. Here's what's
on
up.
a leash, baby. I'm trying to take that leash.
I know you are, baby. I know you are. March 27th, 2022. If you didn't notice, the theme of my Disney episode 2-parter that I just did is that Disney is slowly convincing everybody to be unable to tell the difference between what's real and what is fake.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Brainwashing.
I don't know if it's 100% true, but it seems to be working. I'll just put it that way, right? A website that I know quite well, InsideTheMagic.net, a trusted video, like video articles, Disney, everything Disney related website, kind of fandom site, posted an article titled "Disney Parks Aladdin actors are reportedly allowed to kill guests." And I have a little quote here from the article for you guys,
that's got to be context in so many
ways. I'm gonna have Matt
ways.
just read this. All
right.
So this is for you.
Recently, the Proud Disnerds Instagram account shared what is perhaps one of the most unique paragraphs in the Disney Parks cast member handbook. The stipulation reportedly applies only to the actors who portray Aladdin at Disney properties. Per the post, the handbook's park safety section purportedly reads, quote, "Although we want every Disney guest to have fun, our number one priority is safety. Because of this, Aladdin will never under any circumstances kill a park guest, unless it is absolutely necessary to save the lives of a greater number of park guests. This is referred to as Aladdin's exemption. Fun and games aside, Disney has not confirmed at any point that this is actually in the cast member character actor handbook, but it does seem like Aladdin's exemption would be difficult to make up. And that last line is that seems like a really easy thing to make up, to be honest.
And it was very easy.
I mean, okay,
of ClickHole.
Yes. It's all a satire.
It's like
site.
BuzzFeed, but it's made by The Onion. That's basically what it is.
Yes, exactly. Just like Hard Drive, which is the video game version of that.
Hard Drive, I think, is like grassroots. I don't think they're actually owned by The Onion, right?
No, I don't think they are either, but it's the same idea of like Onion.
So they write like listicles and like sort of like fandom articles and stuff like that. And in 2015, 7 fucking years ago, they wrote an article that is called "This is the handbook each actor who plays Aladdin at Disney World is given." And it has a bunch of other things about Aladdin. Here's another quote from that same article that had the quote about him killing. "Aladdin is the street urchin who owns a blue slave. He wears a tiny red hat and is extremely poor. When interacting with the public, Aladdin should always keep in character and try to steal money/food by any means possible short of physical violence. Aladdin uses trickery and charisma to steal, not brute strength. Aladdin is Muslim, but not especially religious." Character rules. If a park guest is eating food, Aladdin must always try to steal it from them. Aladdin thinks slavery is sometimes okay. In Aladdin's mind, all of Disney World is a magical illusion the genie created and trapped him in. Aladdin should never say, "I want to eat my delicious monkey Abu." Even though Aladdin is always extremely hungry, he would never eat his friend. If Aladdin is asked for his autograph, he should include an inspirational quote from the Quran beneath his name. Aladdin once rode on Space Mountain and thought he had been teleported to hell. When performing alongside Jasmine, Aladdin should never kiss her or engage in any other type of physical affection because Aladdin suspects she's actually the genie in one of his many disguises. The genie wants to have sex with Aladdin as revenge for being his slave. What? So this is the tone of the article that they took this quote from and made it into a real post.
And this was like, this is
Just if you
real.
trace the quote back, the one that's inside the magic.
So you're
Inside
saying is do minimum
Inside
research.
the
Is what
Magic
you're saying
is
to do.
quoting an Instagram account that then quoted a 7-year-old clickhole article that says Aladdin is a Muslim and writes a Quran quote underneath his autograph every time.
That's incredible. That's incredible because people are just so
Yeah,
fucking stupid.
that's my point. The people are very fucking stupid. So please, when you read these goofy things, the types of things that you would call Alex episodes, you really do have to take them with a grain of salt.
That's the whole point. That's why people love your episodes. Well,
It's like,
that's
you know how I
depressing,
view
but
it,
also
honestly,
hilarious.
rather than me being like a researcher or a historical documenter, is I'm unearthing a story that exists like under a lot of different websites and things that make one big branching storyline web. And it doesn't really matter if that story is true because the part that's interesting is just the fact that it exists and how it exists and why it exists to me.
And yeah, the path, how it even came to exist.
And though the article is just like an edgy, like humor article like Clickflow, this fucking shit is like insane. Like somebody was like, that seems pretty hard to make up. That's like their reasoning for why it's there. I don't know. It's weird. Like, don't do that shit, people. Don't do that.
No. Jesse, why don't you take it next? You will close this out, but now you're going to be the middleman today. You're a sandwich between the
You
two
see,
of us.
gents, today I come bearing gifts. Because usually I come on air with some boring science thing, or some type of nonsense.
How dare you?
Today, I want to take you to the Spanish internet. It's like the normal internet, but, Spanish. Right.
Except in
And
Spanish.
over there is a video. The reason why I say Spanish internet is because this article says it, and I think it's very funny.
Is that like Black Twitter?
I imagine so. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I have no
I can't
clue.
get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But apparently
you're
on
not allowed to
Flash,
next thing.
they have captured some sort of something crawling around on camera. They don't know what it is. And I'm just going to send you a link. Sadly, the only video I could find that would let me link it to you directly is a TikTok, and it has some stupid voice over it. My apologies in advance to you two. But what is this? Tell me, just describe what you see. Try and, all right.
Okay, so I'm going to mute this so I can talk. Okay, there's it kind of looks like a Fresno Nightcrawler. Initially, it just looks like a lump with 2 legs. But, okay, nope. That looks like something crawling.
It looks like maybe there's something behind
all
it
fours.
that's dragging.
Oh, what? That's gotta be fake, dude. What? That's an upside down woman face.
It looks like a woman
that's crawling like a crab.
It looks
This is
like
like
a woman
Japanese
crab
ghost horror movie shit.
There you
Her
go.
head upside down.
Yeah, enjoy that.
I hate that. That's horrifying.
What?
It's like if it is a person, the way it's postured.
I mean, I'm positive
it's
it's a
parked at a
person.
90-degree angle, like
It's
from the
horrific.
side.
Pretty awful.
Where is this supposed to be again?
Somewhere on the Spanish internet. It doesn't say
Spanish
anything. It
internet.
just says mysterious creature caught on camera, and then that's it. Now people are it's making its rounds.
You know what they're doing is they're crab walking to the Chilluminati studio to tell us that they're making a La Llorona movie.
Damn.
Oh my god, that got somebody told us.
Yeah, it is. It's a very weird video, right? Like even if it's
very weird.
a faked fan made thing, like still creepy. So
it's like
Yeah,
it's like
very
they
strange.
leveled up that like shitty Dobby video like 10 times.
yeah,
Is what it feels like. I don't like that.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what? I don't
weird.
care if it's fucking real. That's what I was just saying about the other story. I don't care if it's fucking real. I
it's
don't like that.
uncomfortable. Yeah, it's like
I'm loving the comments underneath. The comments are like, here's one: evil does exist. May God Jehovah protect us all and from all evil and danger. Some of this incidents that happen in life around the world.
the first two. So basically, it is a 3 camera angle video. And the first one, it shows it kind of coming from the right, and the second one shows it coming from the left. And it may just be a flipped angle on that one. I don't know. It may be the same shot, just flipped. But then there is directly on, head on for this thing, and that's where you see this like upside down
fucking camera angle.
Yeah.
Yes,
You can see the monster come around the corner.
It's at first it kind of looks silly, and then you watch it again, and you're like, interesting, and then that third shot is just like, I don't care if this is fake. That's some horror movie shit. I don't like that. So yeah, I figured I'd let you two enjoy that. Hopefully we'll get it posted over on the subreddit, and everyone
I've watched it
can
too
watch
many
it too.
times now, and I'm mad.
Yeah, it's very weird.
It makes me feel gross the more I watch it.
Yeah, it's very strange. I feel like it's probably a hoax. Like a person knowingly doing this because they know the security cameras are there. It's very weird though. The way she's postured is so
Even
weird.
if it is weird, even if it is dumb, even if it's a hoax, this comment sums it up perfectly. This is the dumbest shit I've wasted 5 minutes on. This is a 20-second video.
Yeah, you know what? That's phenomenal.
That's like
love
me,
that.
though. I watched that shit like 15 times.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. It's fascinating. You're just like, I guess I'll watch it again. What is this? Yeah.
That's been it. That's been phenomenal. I come with science today, actually. Well, science, more like government stuff. So, before we jump into that, there's like a couple of quick things. Did you see that scientists have actually achieved nuclear fusion for the first time?
Dude, this shit is the hypest shit ever. I don't know the actual implications of the technology.
They've got a long way to go, they said, but it's the first time they were able to actually do it and prove its existence of. Basically, long story short, they fired 2 lasers at a molecule, and the idea is in nuclear fusion is that you're going to get more energy back than you put into it, which is where infinite clean energy kind of comes from. And they were, with the amount of energy they put in the molecule, they got a reaction that gave them more energy back, which is the first time it's been accomplished, which is huge for the scientific world. That's so awesome.
And maybe the future of our entire species. So
yeah, our whole species literally could hinge on that being, more of it happening. So that's super cool. The other quick science thing is they refound the last known Tasmanian tiger remains. They discovered them in a museum cover. Because they were lost. They lost the Tasmanian.
Oh, because it was in a zoo, and then it died, right?
Yeah, it was in a zoo. It died in captivity in 1936, and the remains were gone. They found them, so now they can clone them, I guess, if they want to.
They technically could. That would be super interesting because Tasmanian they look cool as shit. They're
awesome. Very weird. You can look it up. Yeah, they're very cool looking. Yeah. Bringing back species that have gone extinct in our own species' lifetime is interesting.
Like a dodo.
Idea. Yeah, bring the dodo back.
Only if I can taste a sweet, succulent dodo bird.
Yeah, you're gonna eat one. That's all. You're supposed to eat it. But the real thing I come with today is that Congress passed their budget, which includes one of the largest UFO budgets that we've ever seen. I'm going to quickly go over just some of the stuff that it relates to.
Is this for the fact that they've greenlit all these special projects with UFOs? And we talked about it before, but they had all the different scientists and stuff involved.
Yeah, so this here is approved by the U.S. Senate today on the 15th, so literally today, with an 83-11 approval for the National Defense Authorization Act, or the giant budget that they do every single year. Yeah. The bill contains several important new provisions pertaining to what they now call unidentified anomalous phenomena. No longer do they call it aerial phenomena. The A has been switched. Which the people have been reporting on since July. They include a new quote-unquote secure system through which people who work for government agencies or government contractors or have done so in the past may report what they know about UFO-related matters to the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, without fear of violating classification laws and with protection from reprisal by any government agency or contractor. So if you come forward with stuff, no longer can you be punished by or yelled at by the people who you work for, which I guess, is a fear for a lot of people probably to come out about.
That's going to be a big watershed. If that's really what it's been, this could be it. You know what I mean?
This could be huge, yeah. The other things of interest as well is that the information that they gather is being passed on to the Congressional Armed Services and Intelligence Committees and to top congressional leaders. The other part of the bill that I find interesting, and this is the last bit of that I'll talk about, is the bill also included a mandate for a review of government archives on UAP dating back all the way to January 1st, 1945. So they are now re-reviewing, and that's like when UFOs started to show
That's like
up.
the golden age. Yeah.
That's like exactly when. And so this is being talked about kind of in a few different places, Black Vault and so on, which is what we talked about last week. But this is fascinating because, we're getting, again, like weird tangential confirmations that maybe people were being kept quiet, due to classification or what have you, and now that gets put out of the way. The fact that they want to go back and relook at every single report starting in 1945, on the day of 1945, January 1st, is weird. This is another weird, for something that is supposedly just other aircraft that they promised us, in that article that we talked about a couple weeks back. There's a whole lot of other weird shit just kind of happening in the background still. So, I don't know, it leaves me still on that frustrating edge of like, what? But this is big. It's big for the budget, it's big for the protections they guarantee, and there's just a bit interesting tidbits of what they're actually doing in terms of research on their past shit. So, I find that fascinating, and I love that kind of thing. So, I don't know, does it air you on any particular direction? Do you feel like it nudges you further in maybe there is something going on that's not human-made?
It seems possible. That's all I can say.
I know.
Like, I don't know. Like, it seems possible.
I know.
It's so ridiculous of a premise to come down on, like, definitively on that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but like this, for me, this keeps me on the side of like, I don't know, but it feels like there's maybe something there that they're still being so weird about everything. And we talked about in the MJ-12, like, they're working on secret ships. We knew about their bombers when the UFO shit was going on, and, like, it makes no sense. There's a lot of things that just don't make sense. You about to say something that cut you off?
No, I just wanted to go look and see, because I do think it's very interesting that they're doing this, but I was trying to Google and see if they had any examples online of all the weird things government has spent money on in the past. And if this, because there's like all sorts of stuff, right?
Well, they invested into the Stars Academy for one. Like they were working with them, and still maybe are probably. Like they invest into a ton.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff. The problem is that most of the stuff you find online is like the goofy stuff, like the time they spent $28 million on green pattern camouflage for troops going into Afghanistan. Right? And it's like that makes sense. Like that. I'm looking for like when they spent on real weird stuff. And did it pay off later?
Yeah.
Did they do anything? It's like how we ended up with Velcro and things like that. Like spending on that kind of weird stuff.
I want to get the 3 shells for my toilet paper. That's my new shell.
Do you know how, Alex Falciani, do you know how they use those 3 shells?
No.
I do. Confirmed by the director, I know, and I'm going to let you know. You think you want it. It is 2 shells to pool, 1 shell to scoop. You're welcome. You're welcome.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You're welcome now. That's why we need to watch Demolition Man, Mathis. That's why we need to watch Demolition Man.
Man, the opinions on who we are in that movie were varied. We were all called everybody at some point.
Everybody was like, Alex is fucking Sandra Bullock.
Yeah. Regardless, though, like, I don't know, this aspect of, like, the budget and, like, the protections and stuff doesn't seem like it's an investment in something stupid as much as, like, a continuation of what I would consider very slow, subtle, not exposure, fucking, you know what I mean.
Disclosure?
Disclosure, fucking Jesus Christ.
Well, I think that it's interesting that they're spending the money on it. Will it amount to anything? I mean, again, for people who believe in, like, government cover-ups and stuff, spending money, hiring all these people to come on, this could easily just be, like, the greatest cover-up ever. Right? Who knows, man? Who knows?
Yeah. The fact that they give her protections at the very least to people to come forward, that's, like, it's fascinating. Yeah, that's it. More interesting UFO news. Like, there's a bunch of sightings that are still happening. I mean, there's one over Colombian City, like, fucking today, I think. So, go look. The weird UFO sightings have picked up, as I've been saying, for a couple of weeks. I wonder when we'll see them die down again.
Never, hopefully.
That's what I want, is, like, never, hopefully, and I'm not going to tangent. We'll wrap this up.
We just saw a glimpse into Mathis's, like, utopian future. He's answering whatever,
just like
the Star Wars, Star Trek first contact.
What did you got? Star Trek First Contact.
Jesse, not Picard. Zephram Cochrane. Zephram Cochrane. Man. That's you,
That's me. That's me.
Wait, if he's Zephram, you get to be Jordan the Forge, and I get to be my man Riker. We're in the back seat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I'll take it. I love those are great characters. Anyway,
Jordan the Forge, man, that's the best thing you've ever called me.
I love Jordan. He's so bad with the ladies.
That's true. I mean, he's definitely not.
Well, no, Riker fucks everybody, and Jordy has a hard time with a hologram.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
It happens.
All right, see you guys next time.
All right, guys, we're out of here. We'll be back next week. Thank you guys so much for supporting us, and we love you. Goodbye. Thank you so much to Stamps.com for sponsoring today's episode, and I'm here to kill your fun. Why is that? Because it's the middle of February, almost March of 2024. The year is well on its way. And as the excitement of the new year begins to kind of wear off and you find your new groove, you find your new routines, you hold to those promises you made for yourself, other people have to just keep moving and things don't slow down. Not like small businesses like we do over here at Illuminati. And that's where Stamps.com comes in so important. We all start to settle into our new day-to-day. But for businesses who do a lot of mailing and shipping, you just got to keep moving. And Stamps.com streamlines all your mailing and shipping to turbocharge your operational efficiencies. And the Stamps.com app is like a post office in your pocket, so you can stay on top of things even if you're always on the go. I've been signed up and using Stamps.com for years at this point, and I can't imagine doing anything else. And Stamps.com has rates you can't find anywhere else, like up to 89% off of USPS and UPS. For 25 years, Stamps.com has been indispensable for over 1 million businesses, whether they're mailing out checks, invoices, legal documents, books, or literally anything else. Use Stamps.com to print postage wherever you do business, and all you need is a computer and a printer. They even send you a free scale, so you have everything you need just to get started. So keep on mailing and shipping and moving at the speed of your business with Stamps.com. You can sign up with promo code CHILL right now for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, plus free postage and a free digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. All you have to do is go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the page, and just enter our code CHILL. That's all. Get a 4-week trial, free postage, and a digital scale at Stamps.com, promo code CHILL. Thanks to Stamps.com for sponsoring today's episode.
Hello, my little children. It's Alex's seductive Bigfoot call.
That sounded like some type of creepy doll. Sarcasm value.
Boys, is it crazy or what that 2022 is just about done? We've got one more episode in 2022, and that's it.
This one?
No, next week.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
And then that's it. Then we go into 2023, and we start 2023 off with a bang.
A big bang.
A big bang.
What's the bang?
True crime.
Oh, yeah. Is it a secret? We can't. Well, hold on. Whoa. We're doing a true crime thing. We still haven't tackled the Alex things. No, I refuse this.
I just did a 2-parter last week.
I'm still waiting on JFK.
He's coming, okay? I got JFK. Did you know they just declassified thousands of new JFK?
Why are you not doing it in 2023?
13,000 of them. 13,000 of them.
I'm doing that one like almost certainly as my next one, unless I need to do one more before.
We're not doing a serial killer, I'll tell you that much. We're doing true crime, but it's like similar to MK Ultra style true crime.
It's about those guys that cheated the Monopoly McDonald's game.
No, it'll be using at 7:31. I want to cover you at 7:30. It'll be like a 1 or 2 part.
That's gonna be great. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be full of really fun times. But we're getting toward the end of the year, which means Alex brought us a list.
That's right. As I said, I did a green stone tease in the previous episode, but not that green stone, the type of green that gets you stoned. This is my review of Leafly's Weirdest, Wildest Weed Stories of 2022 by Bruce Barcott and David Downs, baby.
I love it. I love it.
So there's a couple of them. First one is Minnesota in July. Well, actually a little bit before July. They passed a law that they didn't realize legalized 5 mg THC edibles in Minnesota. They thought that it was going to be like, regulation law that kind of like
made it harder for people to do it, but they actually legalized it. There's a quote from Senator Jim Abler, who said, "That doesn't legalize marijuana. We didn't just do that, did we?" And they did. And
tax dollars at work, everybody.
Hell yeah.
yeah, but turns out the whole government is in favor of it, so it's probably not going to happen. They're not going to reverse it, and then they're probably going to go the rest
They
of the
got
way.
a taste of the tax dollars that kind of came in from like, wait a minute.
Yeah, they're probably going to go the rest of the way next time. Next story, Mike Tyson put out edibles this year that are in the shape of
Genuine
ears.
ear.
Yeah. I remember
Which
this.
is absolutely insane because he
Remember when he
actually
bit a
bit
man's
off,
ear
yeah,
off?
he actually bit off Evander Holyfield's ear, and then Evander Holyfield turned around and licensed the ears, and now has holy ears as well, which are his version of the fucking ear gummies. So that's just like a weird fucked up thing, like a GTA-esque thing. And then there was Louisiana Democratic Senate candidate Gary Chambers, who
This is a great
smoked a blunt in his ad because he wanted to show that he was serious about weed reform. He said, "Most of the people police arrest aren't dealers, but rather people with small amounts of pot, just like me." And then he fucking smoked a blunt in his ad, which I think
love
is
that. That's such a good
genius.
ad.
Wait, hold on. Did he win?
No, he lost. But
Wow, geez, it
Louisiana's
was.
a bunch of squares, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Circle K announced in October that in Florida they would have weed pickup kiosks at Circle K's.
At Circle K? Strange
That's
things are
amazing.
afoot at the Circle K, my
Yeah.
friends.
Super wild. And yeah, I guess this is oh wait, then they canceled it. The Florida Health Department canceled it.
That sounds like Florida.
The quote says, "Florida has never approved a medical marijuana treatment center to operate out of a gas station." Got body. Also, there was a Chiba bong that was sold this year. That's like a chia pet. That's a bong. It was sold for $41.22, but it's sold out now. But it's sold by Dank Stop. Looks hilarious. So it's literally just a bong that looks like a chia pet. Kind of actually classy looking. Like it looks kind of like a little like Mesoamerican pottery. It looks nice. Also, the National Park Service in October said that the Sonoran Desert toad needs to. You guys got to stop licking that thing.
Yeah, please leave the wildlife alone, everybody.
Yeah.
You gotta stop licking that.
You're really
thing,
not
please.
supposed to lick them anyway. Like the real way that you're supposed to do it is to like get that and then dry it out and then smoke it. But a lot of scientists have been putting forth effort, and this is just my own commentary on this. A lot of scientists have been putting forth effort to replicate this chemical without having to bother toads, and it does exactly the same thing. It's the exact same chemical, but now the same like weird like environmental hippies that were like into smoking the toad, now that the toad is being threatened, they don't want to try the like synthetic version because they're like, it's not the same, man. So, you know, politics are stupid, guys.
Yes, they are.
Then there was this time this year when DEA, the DEA Drug Education Foundation put out a like emoji cheat sheet of like what emojis mean what drugs, and they had things like
Yeah, what?
football or fire could be oxy, or a palm or a fir tree or a fire or a cloud could mean weed, or a mushroom could mean mushrooms, or the maple leaf, the like Canadian maple leaf emoji could be drugs. Universal for drugs.
It's drugs. All
And
drugs.
people started making so much fun of it that they actually deleted the tweet.
I'm just like, are we gonna turn into these people as we enter our 40s and 50s? As we're like,
What do you
Out of
mean?
touch old men? Yeah.
yeah, are we gonna
100%.
become so out of touch that we don't
All I
understand
need to say about this
emojis?
is
Like,
go back and look at in the 1980s what 40-year-old people looked like, and just realize
yeah, I know they all
like,
very, very, very. They look like grandmas.
I think there's been a slight change in what people in the way people act. Is it for better or worse? I guess time will tell. But there's definitely a change, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a change. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's my tip. Don't talk about shit that you don't fully understand as if you are an authority on it. And no one will make fun of you. No one will make fun of you. You know, in North India, there's a story about hundreds of pounds of weed that were seized by the police, were eaten, like 350 pounds, or 850 pounds actually, of weed were eaten by rats.
That's hilarious.
Some people
They had
say
a
it was
good
destroyed by
time.
rain and flooding. Some people say it was destroyed by rats. I think these cops are smoking weed.
Yeah, probably.
Also, scientists at Kansas State University found out that if you give hemp to cows, they chill out. Hilarious. It, quote, increases lying behavior and decreases biomarkers of stress and inflammation in cattle. It's like they just like fucking gave cows CBD and they chilled out.
Yeah, exactly. It's got CBD tincture.
Yeah. Also in Lampang in Thailand, they've been feeding chickens weed water. They've been like infusing their water with weed, and it has provided chickens with higher quality meat, higher quality eggs, fewer antibiotics needed. Some of the chickens don't need any antibiotics.
Yeah, because I bet you they're less stressed, which is good for their immune system.
Yeah,
which
more.
means they're also like relaxed. Yeah, I bet you money.
Don't do this. Don't say the minute you say they feed the chickens that are meant for slaughter weed. Some dude is about to make a post tomorrow that's like, "Don't you get it, you idiots? You're smoking that dope, and that's because the government's trying to keep you docile while they kill you." It's gonna happen. You set this up. It's your problem now.
Yeah.
Not me.
Well, I'm
I didn't
tight.
say this.
Yeah, I'm chill. But yeah, I'm good. I like good music and I eat good food. Yeah, they resist weather. It's like literally chickens.
They get superpowers. They're immune to the cold.
Chickens in this area normally sell for about $1.70, 60 baht. But his chickens selling for double. So think about that. 120 baht per chicken.
There's an opportunity for a product called Nug Nugs.
You're right. But speaking of, but if you think that's like, let me just blow your mind right now. The next thing I'm going to say is that Wingstop on April 18th put out blazed and glazed flavor.
I bought them twice.
Yeah, literally weed flavored chicken wings that don't get you high.
But what they do, having bought them not once but twice because I liked it so much, is that it is the same if you went to like a like Hunan style Szechuan,
like the Szechuan pepper thing.
Yeah, where it makes your mouth numb. It did that.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's got terpenes and hemp seeds and strawberry and cayenne.
That's delicious. It was a good flavor, dude. It was great.
People say indica and sativa is a lie. It's all about the terpenes.
I mean, there's definitely a big difference between indica and sativa. Like,
it didn't make you high at all, but it had like a different flavor that was like super fun. And it made your tongue numb, which is like, I'm here for it.
Fun.
Yeah.
Wow. There was a Brooklyn prosecutor this month who got in trouble for helping weed dealers smuggle weed from New Jersey to California. I don't know what the fuck that's about. I don't know how much that weed is.
Is it just like such a fucking deal?
Like, yeah, I don't know how cheap that weed was going to be, but I bet it was going to be real cheap. They seized like almost over 1,000 pounds of weed.
Jesus.
Because 800 pounds of it was stolen at gunpoint from an auto body shop in Plainfield, and
That's incredible.
in 2015, and then they keep finding it out. It's just insane.
This is why it needs to be regulated. This is nonsense. Like, there's no way any of this is safe or smart, or it's just,
Yeah.
it's so stupid.
Reading this again, I think that the actual crime happened a couple years ago, but that he pleaded guilty this month.
Oh, okay.
But still, it's insane. Also, in San Bernardino in California, these cops got in trouble at the sheriff's department for seizing the cash, like the cannabis truck, like the cannabis business cash transport trucks for legal weed dispensaries and stuff. The cops were like shaking them down, and they, like in 3 separate occasions, seized a total of over $1 million under asset forfeiture. So pretty fucking nuts. Okay, but Imperial and trucks were operating under state law. In a lawsuit, the company asserted that the stops were pretextual, meant to bolster the sheriff's department budget while harassing legal cannabis companies. And the joint agreement between Imperial and the sheriff's department said that the deputies, quote, are not highway robbers as previously reported in the media. So as part of the settlement or something where they returned the money to the company, they agreed to say that the cops weren't robbing them on the roads.
Dude, you want to hear something crazy? Cop thing real quick?
Yeah.
I was listening to a podcast. It's like a 3-hour podcast where they're interviewing a cop, right? And he was saying a lot of shit that I didn't agree with, obviously. One of the biggest things is he kept using the word optics. Everything bad happening with the cops was always bad optics. And this line fell out of his mouth, and I near fucking died in my seat. Rodney King killed the nightclub.
What?
Like the club, the stick, the beating stick, the club.
Like his assault, like got those out of people's hands.
Yeah, and he said it in a way that was like that. Like it was phrased in a way it was like a shame that they don't have them anymore. Like Rodney King killed the club, basically.
That's
I was just
absolutely insane.
what? How did that come out of your lips? How?
That's fucking wild.
It made me. Oh man, it made me so heated. I just got my heart just went to skip. All right, anyway, sorry. Everything made me so heated. It's so exactly. It's so evil.
And speaking of people that are evil, Dr. Oz was running against John Fetterman earlier this year.
That's right.
And he said that weed should not be legalized this year because Pennsylvanians need to get back their mojo and get back to work.
Again, spreading the continued misinformation and proven now scientifically proven lie that stoners are less productive than like.
It's a little rough. I'm just gonna say, maybe that's part of the reason why he did not win that election. Other than the fact that he's just not someone you should ever vote for this type of job, and that he does not live in the state of Pennsylvania. Anyway, in Florida, this is pretty crazy. In February of this year, there was a couple who got married, and they decided that it would be hilarious to put THC in the lasagna that everybody was eating. And halfway through the wedding, everybody went insane, and people needed medical attention. People were falling ill, barfing, freaking out. Somebody sued the caterers for $30,000. Absolutely wild. This is from a guy who loves weed. Don't give people weed without telling them.
Yeah, no shit.
Don't give people anything without their consent to do it.
Consent in everything, exactly.
Absolutely insane. Also, there were these guys at MJ BizCon in November of this year.
MJ, is that Mary Jane BizCon? That's very funny.
Yeah, it's a hilarious name for a convention. There was a movement in weed called Buy Weed from Women movement. Pretty good idea. And I know a lot of my delivery service. A lot of people still kind of follow the idea of buying weed from women-owned businesses. Kind of cool little just way to get some businesses in the hands of people that maybe struggle to get them. This other company decided that they would walk around the convention in T-shirts that said "Buy weed from rich white men." And they just got bodied by the entire convention. Everybody, they went viral for being shit.
Stoners are not the crowd for that.
Trying to joke, because I was gonna make the joke that I only buy my weed from former politicians turned weed salesmen, which is surprisingly a large amount of people. Weird how when they're in Congress, they're like, it's the devil's lettuce, it'll kill you. And the minute they're out, they're like, I have a majority shareholding stock in this new weed company. And you're like, bro, what?
I remember I watched Thief, 1981, and put a screenshot of how I look like Jim Belushi in Thief, and then Jim Belushi was like, hell yeah, brother. And then I followed his links to his page, and he had a weed company, and I was like, is that just what happens when you're a guy who doesn't want to seem lame when you're 50 is you start a weed company?
Honestly, there is. I think it's because somewhere someone was like, it is the new big cash industry. And admittedly, it's like
NFTs.
It's a gold rush.
You can, especially California's crazy. Where I live, there are multiple different stores run by different companies that are big, not mom and pop shops. I'm talking like
Mad Men.
Yeah, all that stuff. And you're just all right, I guess this is huge now.
Yep. I'm not against it. I'm not against it.
In 2022, the consumption of alcohol dropped while the consumption of weed skyrocketed over 200%.
Congrats, everybody.
Yeah, people don't like to get really depressed, turns out.
Yeah, it is weird.
It seems like alcohol might be bad for you to drink a shitload of. It seems like the French have it right with the one glass of wine maybe per day. Check this out. Grand finale for my thing here. And honestly, we've been going for a while. I apologize, guys. Grand finale for my thing here. Reddit user Gerard Binge posted this picture to r/trees. I'm gonna just give you guys it because it's so funny.
R/trees.
Yeah, r/trees is like the marijuana subreddit.
I was like,
But
for a
it's
brief
great because
moment,
they
I
do get
thought,
guys who show up and like post trees sometimes, and like the replies are amazing every time.
It's no hydro, homies. Let's be real.
That's important too. Like that's important.
Where do I see this?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Oh, I put it on the Twitter. Is it not showing up?
Oh,
Twitter. I was looking at Zoom.
at this thing, bro.
Oh, what? Oh,
I don't have it still, so.
Wait a minute. Sorry, guys. My browser got destroyed. You have to see the picture. You have to see the picture. It's only worth it for the picture. So just give me 1 second.
I'm very excited.
You gotta see the picture. Okay, here we go. That's going in. Bang, and then you can read. Jesse, read this out loud.
Found this pic of me in a Christmas play and realized my parents gave me a bong to take as a gift for baby Jesus. It really is a bong. It has 3 kids, just like the wise men. One has frankincense. And then I guess, I don't know which one. Gold?
One looks like he's got a slow cooker filled with cheese and cheddar popcorn.
I'm guessing it's gold.
Yeah.
And then myrrh, and then frankincense is the bong, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, that has to be
hilarious.
that has to be frankincense.
You know what? It explains why Jesus is such a chill dude.
Dude,
It's all clicking.
Dude, frankincense would be a great strain name.
Frankincense? That's gotta be
2 words though, not the same word. You keep it separate.
You're right.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And the image is like Frankenstein, but in a Jesus robe.
I love that.
Yes.
I love that because he kind of is one if you think about it, right?
Dude, and you gotta have like a hidden bean boy somewhere in there.
Oh yeah.
We got to get into the weed business. We're about that age, kids.
Yeah, no,
We're getting there.
It's on you boys because I'm in Texas, so that ain't happening anytime in the near future here. Jesse, what are you bringing us today?
Well, so I really quickly have a really fascinating story, but I just want to today. It's the solstice, y'all.
Hey,
I felt like that would be fun to talk about. But before I
Is this
jump
the
into
day
that,
the little red man could actually show up?
yeah, maybe. But in Smithsonian Mag, they have an article that's fascinating. It's about, again, why science is so cool, and especially dinosaurs, y'all. Big fan.
Hell yeah.
Love a good dinosaur story.
Fucking love dinos.
So paleontologists, a while ago, discovered this graveyard of ichthyosaurs in Nevada. And, these are these things that are kind of like giant-ass, dolphin-y looking, they'll definitely eat you creatures, right? And there were this site called Quarry 2, there are all these corpses. And they were like, what the hell? Why are there so many dead dinosaurs here? They couldn't figure out why. Turns out the answer, after doing all their research and like digging deep, is that it's a lot of very big female specimens and then little kind of like baby specimens. And they realized this is where they would go as a spawning ground. And so either they died in birth or they were hunted there because there was a lot around. Either way, they concluded this was a spawning ground, which is why there's so many there. And I think that's super interesting. And I was like, oh, that's cool to know. But that's not what today's about, because today is the 21st. And I don't know when you're listening to this, listener, but it's the solstice. It's the winter solstice. And as you may or may not know, it is the longest night and shortest day in the Northern Hemisphere. And I wanted to give you some cool facts about the winter solstice. So the word solstice translates to sun stands still. And ancient cultures viewed the winter solstice as a time of death and birth. And weirdly enough, a lot of crazy things happened on the solstice. Well, let's actually talk about those ancient cultures first before we get crazy. First off, you have the pagan festivals and all those things. The pagan festival of Yule honored the winter solstice. Some druids believed that mistletoe, for example, this parasitic green plant that grows at the base of, like along oak branches and stuff like that. They thought it was the soul of the tree, which I think is very cute.
Meanwhile, the tree's like,
yeah. It also, and by the way, it seems weird that a lot of that translated to Christmas, but whatever. Not saying that it was stolen, but whatever. In Scandinavia, they celebrate St. Lucia's Day, it's winter solstice. In the celebrations of the Hopi people, the winter solstice marks an important day as well. In the Chaco Canyon in New Mexico,
delicious.
There's
my favorite Mario Kart level.
Yeah. And ancient ancestral Puebloans built elaborate. Like, first off, they had a huge city there, but they also have these weird, like, sun symbols that when the sun strikes these petroglyphs at exactly the summer and winter solstice, they become these, like, bright, glistening sun daggers. Very cool stuff.
Follow it to the Death Star.
You have things like Stonehenge being aligned to the winter solstice, and the Nazca lines in Peru being aligned to the summer or winter solstice. The sun illuminates an ancient Irish tomb on the winter solstice. You have these traditions of, like I was saying, a lot of winter celebrants of the solstice would get super high on mushrooms. And this is a thing that transcends a lot of cultures. Because the reason why is the winter solstice, like I said, is this time of being the darkest, shortest day of the year, but also it's viewed as this kind of like time of rebirth and connection with the spirit realm. And weirdly enough, speaking of rebirth, the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth on December 21st. Mary Curie discovered radium on the 21st. The Apollo mission to the moon was launched on the Apollo 8 mission was launched 1968 on the 21st. Some interesting, fun little things there. Yeah. And I thought this was kind of interesting that during the winter solstice, well, the specific, how to best describe this? The North Pole, during, like, there's an exact moment there's a winter solstice. Like, they know the time this year. At 9:48 p.m. UTC, the North Pole is faced the furthest away from the sun. So that is the winter solstice moment. And just another fun little fact that I always think is very funny because it reminds me of an incredibly wacky game that Brenda and I played a long time ago. Many people thought the world was going to end on the winter solstice in 2012. December 21st, 2012 was the date 13.0.0.0.0.0 in the Mesoamerican long calendar used by the Mayans, and it marked the end of a 5,126-year cycle. Obviously nothing happened, but maybe it did!
But what if we merge with other timelines?
And then my favorite fact, which I think is the best one, which is super interesting, and when you hear it, you're like, wait, what? But when you realize what it says, it's actually pretty genius. The Earth, again, it's the coldest, it is the darkest, yet the Earth is at its closest point to the sun during the winter solstice.
That's cool.
It's because the northern hemisphere is turned away. So in the southern hemisphere, they're getting roasted right now.
Australia is
like unavoidably mystical, just by nature of the fact that it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's a fascinating thing. And
it actually has to do with nature. You know what I mean? It's nuts.
Yes, absolutely. You can understand why all these different, peoples in the past, where the sun, really, let's be real, no matter what deities would create, the sun is doing all the work. And so there's a lot of like sun worship and sun acknowledgement, and when it disappears, you're kind of like, oh no! And you can understand why they would, I don't know, maybe put candles on a tree and light that thing up, or maybe like get together and have celebrations, or maybe it makes sense. And so when you think about this time of year, you think about the community that, like, everyone, it's dark, it's kind of miserable half the world. And at least in the northern hemisphere, we're all freezing our asses up, and everyone's kind of like it's a little community thing. And I think that's kind of built into the nature of who we are. That we always talk about seasonal depression, but a lot of the cure for seasonal depression is to get the hell out of the house and go be a part of things, and do, which again seems pretty like ancient in origin of like, come on, it's cold as hell, and you're being in your damn cave. Let's go party, dude. Let's eat these mushrooms and forget about it.
Yeah, well, then you're melting into the ground and all kinds of things are happening.
Oh, which, by the way, totally off topic. Last night, I was in bed reading Reddit, and it might still be on the front page. There was an entire post about some dude discovering that salvia was a thing. If we're on the topic, dude discovering salvia was a thing, and he asked about it, and he said, like, does anyone ever had trips with this? What's this like? And all the comments are essentially boiled down to,
one and never again.
It lasts about 5 minutes, and the total experience would be 15. I will never do it again. This is what happened. And every single one is like, dude, space-time ripped open, and I fell through reality. And I was just like, no, that sounds cool. No, that sounds good. It sounds terrifying.
I want to experience that, but I'm too scared right now. I'm not there. I don't want to break my brain.
One guy talks about how he lived an entire life. One guy, I swear to you, this guy goes, I lived a life as a tree, and I was cut down and forced to be a log in a log cabin.
Yes,
and that was my comment. I was like, bro,
there was one in reply to that to talk about he became a thread in the couch, and at the end he didn't want to leave the threads. He said, I'm not a human, I'm a thread. And then he had to like adjust for like 10 minutes, and he was human again. And when he came to, he was holding his shoe.
But then some guy posted a bunch of. He was like, "Look, let me be I'm the OG here. I've done it a bunch. Either do very little, so you have like a kind of weird trip where you're like in your room, or do a ton." So that you like disassociate from reality. He's like, when you're in the middle and you think you're like doing a medium dose, your body is still feeling things and reacting, but your brain is seeing crazy stuff. So you feel like you're there and you're in it and you're losing your mind. And he's like, no, you either go very little or you blow your mind. There is no in between. And I was like, I feel like it's a helpful tip, but still terrifying.
Also, yeah, terrifying. I would like to experience that once before I die. So, like, when I'm at 80, and
well,
we're
like
doing episode 6,000.
He was like, do it with friends, one at a time, be there for each other. He's like, he's like, sometimes people have great trips and they'll like experience. Yeah. No. He's like, sometimes they'll experience like transcendentalism. And he's like, and sometimes they will end up being like in a river being chased by a fish.
Don't put that one on a pedestal, gang. I've seen people do salvia. It makes you just look like a primordial worm.
Here's the thing. There is a reason why, for the most part, it's legal. And it's because it is not a drug people return to.
Oh, but yeah, sure. Nobody's like, there's no black market for salvia.
There's no chance of addiction to it. It like messes because
you might not love it. No way.
Yeah, mushrooms, like you can walk away being like, I see society for what it is. I'm a better person now. I face my demons, and society doesn't work like this. It shouldn't be working like this. And then the government's like, no, we can't have that.
Let me be very clear. Salvia is a mint. It's literally part of the mint family.
That's awesome. That's so funny.
It's like sage, right? It's like some kind of like just.
Yeah, it's just like and I guess it's one of those like it makes you high for like 5 minutes, and then you spend another 10 trying to like figure out what the hell just happened, and then you're fine. And everyone's
back. Yeah, they say you're back to like reality very.
And everyone, quickly. I think that's the illusion of like, oh, it's so like it's just a real quick thing, dude. So like, just try it. And it's like we're like party drug. It is no party drug. That thing will make you be like, I lived a lifetime as another person in another world.
There's a room you go into in the party with the door. The door closes behind you when you go do something. You might jump out the window of the room that you're in. You just don't want to. Don't put it on a pedestal.
I have no interest. I'll stick with my mushrooms, and it's almost been a year since I've done.
You're fine if you do it. You're gonna be fine.
Just go with that. Yeah, it's not gonna kill you. It's not gonna like.
It's not for fun.
It's not that drug, but it will like. Your mind is what it does to your brain. Some guy was like, it literally is like a hard reset of your brain.
It's the pursuit of knowledge. Somebody was saying like Somebody was saying that like
that's what draws me to mushrooms a lot.
Somebody was saying like rewires your sense of touch to your like eye senses and stuff like that, where you just like lose your mind.
I don't want
awful.
I don't want like none of that. No, I don't either, dude. I don't want to be part of that. But I will say, videos on YouTube are the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, when there's
there's like sitting on stairs. First off, don't sit on stairs. They're like falling over and be like, bro, where am I? I don't want that.
I've been gone for 1,000 years.
That's terrifying. No.
Well, I'm going to hold my thing off to next week, and we'll end next year on Coast to Coast's list of the top strangest UFO encounters of 2022.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be great. That's a great mini-sode.
That's going to be next week's mini-sode. We'll crush it with that. Thank you guys so much for watching and supporting us on Patreon. If you're listening for free, I hope you enjoyed this mini-sode compilation. We'll see you guys next time.
Peace.
Bye. Thank you so much to Talkspace for sponsoring today's episode. And at this point, I don't know what to say. If you've been listening to the show for so long, you know how much mental health means to me. Even outside of Talkspace, just in general, mental health has such an important place in my life. It shaped basically my entire first 30 years of my life. Long story. But let's just say, without therapy, I don't know where I would be right now. And I mean that incredibly genuinely. Therapy is just, listen, the way I look at it, you take care of your body, you take care of your teeth, you take care of your skin. Why does everybody ignore the brain? Because you talk, and therefore because you talk it means it doesn't do anything? That's not how it works. Science has shown that's not how it works. Therapy is great. And with Talkspace, you can find a therapist that works right for you. And if you're worried about seeing a therapist or psychiatrist, wondering if it would be helpful, or you might not even have the time to find one or meet up with them or afford them, then you need to try Talkspace. By doing everything online, Talkspace has made getting the help you want easy, accessible, and affordable. Sometimes people wait until something bad happens to talk to a therapist. I already said don't do that. Just go to Talkspace and work through your problems. With Talkspace, you can sign up online and get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, typically within 48 hours. It's incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions with your licensed therapist from the comfort of your home. There's no need to commute to appointments, miss time at work, or line up childcare in order to attend sessions. It's mental health care made easy. Talkspace also lets you send messages to your therapist so you don't have to wait for your next session. This all sounds like something you've been wanting to give a try, then just do it. And there's no better time than right now. As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off of your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/chill. To match with a licensed therapist today, that's all you got to do is go to Talkspace.com/chill to get your $80 off of your first month, and you get to show your support for the show. That's Talkspace.com/chill. And thank you again to Talkspace for sponsoring today's episode. And welcome back. Episode 119.
I didn't see you there. Hi.
It's a me mini-sode today, boys. Just
It's a me Mario,
myself and
so-
me. It's a me Mario. Yeah, exactly.
We'll see how many this is.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's just dive into it because we've got a couple things we want to talk about. First, Jesse, do you know what I was talking about earlier on the main episode where I was teasing the Christopher Mellon thing?
Not a clue.
Do you know who Christopher Mellon is?
Nope.
Okay, well, let's educate
Guy who sells melons.
He invented the melon. That's right.
Okay, melons are named after him.
No, he was like
correct.
in the Department of Defense.
So,
he's like a
so
military guy.
he's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, former Minority Staff Director, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. So he was, government guy. And he put out a memo, not a memo, like a blog post on December 24th, very, very shortly after Biden signed into law the omnibus spending bill, which is has the UFO legislation in it.
Sure.
And in this post, he says a few things that put the more feathers in the cap that, at the very least, some of those MJ-12 documents are real. Now, if you remember from the MJ-12 episode, Jesse, you even brought up, well, if they're real, then, you think some of it might be fake and some of it might be real, that kind of thing. And this doesn't give a definitive answer. I'm just putting that out there. However, it does continue to push into the corner of maybe some of those documents are real. And the reason is, in this post, he goes over the 5 big things that the new law allows people who are within the UAP world to do. It provides greatly enhanced authorities and resources for the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, which now reports directly to the leaders of the Defense Department and Intelligence Committee instead of what they were doing before. As we brought up last time, it mandates a review of all intelligence documents involving UAPs from 1945 to present, requires DOD, DHS, and the IC to identify any non-disclosure agreements related to UAP and provide those to the new AARO office. So how many people are signed in with, under NDAs, we don't know yet. It directs the new AARO office to develop a UAP science plan to assess the sometimes mysterious and mind-bending capabilities being reported, as well as a collection plan to leverage America's vast technical intelligence apparatus to determine where these objects are coming from and their capabilities and intent. And finally, it provides a secure process for anyone who has signed an official U.S. government secrecy agreement related to UAP to come forward and reveal that information to AARO and to Congress, regardless of the level of classification, without fear of retribution or prosecution. So it's the big things that have kind of come about in the UAP thing. And then he goes on to say a few things that are kind of interesting. He talks about, he goes, even before this whistleblower legislation was signed into law, credible individuals were providing Congress information alleging that the U.S. government has recovered ET technology. I don't know about that last part, but we do know that people have been having closed-door meetings in Congress for all of 2022 about UAP stuff, even a couple of public pieces.
Yeah.
This process began in 2019 when I brought astrophysicist Dr. Eric Davis to Capitol Hill to meet with staff from the Senate Intelligence and Armed Services Committees. Dr. Davis, author of the famous Wilson Davis memo, provided specific information lending credence to what was known as sensational reports that an official U.S. government program is actively seeking to exploit recovered technology. And the Wilson Davis memo is kind of the crux here, because the Wilson Davis memo, we talked about in Roswell a little bit, we talked about in MJ-12 a little bit. I don't think we went into it great deal or great depth, but the memo, I will link you to it, because it was entered into congressional evidence in this summer. I brought up during it, so you can now get it off of Congress's website, which is I downloaded it there, and I'm also going to get it to you.
Basically, like, all hinging. It almost doesn't matter what it says, so much as it bounces back and forth whether it's true or not is the thing that's more important.
Right.
Well, if it's true, it like confirms this entire like video game style mythology, and if it's not true, then it's nothing.
Again, yes and no, because the MJ-12 thing, I don't think all of those documents are real. I think there's fake documents in there, and I don't think it adds to like the magical aspect, only that the government has had a small group of people that are experts on UFOs kind of doing things before. Again, I said off camera, NASA's kind of doing that now, except it's out in public. They have their own list of like 10 people that are specialists in their fields to address the UFO thing. The reason that the memo, if it's real, is important, which comes from the October 16th of 2002, is specifically the quote where says, yes, Miller asked the question on MJ-12/UFO cabal, crashed UFO, confirmed the call Miller late June 97, and told that Miller was right. There is such an organization in existence.
What page is this on?
That's the first page. This is only 2 pages to the memo. It's a very, very short memo. And then he goes, what did you tell? Because I found it, where I looked, who I talked to, but did not name everyone. That's it. Then the guy goes, I show Miller letter to me, EWD, dated 4/25/02. Please evaluate. Didn't tell Miller everything. Miller knows what I did in the Pentagon records group search, but no more. Miller can make good educated guess on who contractors has alien hardware. Do not pay Miller. Sounds hard up to pay for a nice Florida home and private beach privilege. So it was like, it would confirm that the MJ-12 thing, and then it would also put but more weight in Bob Lazar's corner, though I still don't think Bob Lazar is legit. I think, much like me and Alex were talking about off camera, the man is very good at being very vague and always leaving himself.
He never adds anything to the conversation. Like I'm saying,
the only thing he ever really added was
or false.
The only thing I will say he ever brought forward is, well, he did have a VHS tape of what is potentially a UFO in the airbase where he's trying to film it with his friends. But the whole element, like 117 or 113, whatever the energy neutral element he says he had and that the UFO operated off of, but that's it. Like that's it, and that's not really anything new. Even back then, that wasn't like a new idea, right?
There's not like a variable. You know what I mean? Like he's just basically inventing prophecy. Like he's not providing information.
Yes.
If he provided a piece of physical evidence of any kind, it would be great from Bob Lazar.
I'm gonna just link this for Jesse as well. This is Christopher Mellon's. He posted this blog on
I would
his
love
website.
to see this.
That's his website. That's Christopher Mellon's thing. I'll give you his Twitter as well, where he kind of announced it. He's big in the UFO world. He's also very much not aligned with, but usually him and Lou Elizondo end up coming up together quite often, because Lou Elizondo is also, we know at the very least, worked for the government, and to what degree it's disputed, because we'll see. But yeah, it's not proof, but if this is yet another edge toward like, is the MJ-12 document real? And man, like, who fucking knows? Like, like, if they are real, how much of is it real? What parts of it are real? Because there's that giant bogus that was written over it by the FBI, and some of the thing is, like, and that was part of what we talked about during the MJ-12 episode. Some of the papers look super legit. Others look legit, but if you know what to look for, look fabricated. So it's just like fucking weird. Like,
they look like horror game. Like they look like designed documents that are supposed to look like redacted documents.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
The biggest problem with this is, like, even in the thing you sent me, is there. I don't know how to best describe this. It's not the most eloquent way, but just the example here is, I'm not claiming the information provided to Congress or to the AARO proves that Earth has been visited by extraterrestrials. However, and then proceeds to say a bunch of stuff, and then says the media is doing a disservice to not investigating this, basically. And that is, unfortunately, for our current state of affairs in the world, literally along the same lines of when, like, someone makes up a thing, says, well, I saw that congressperson go up with Satan at the pizza parlor, and it's the media's fault for not investigating it. And it's like, so why are you putting it on the media to do it?
The media did cover it. Like, the media did cover it when those videos leaked, and they covered it for a few days. Like, it was a big,
yeah,
big
like
thing
they were talking about it. I think the thing here is that it's always kind of like, I put it forward. Why won't anyone else cover? And it's like, I don't know, bro. Like,
it's weird because they're saying it's potentially big.
Right. There is no, like, this is huge, cover it.
There's no reason.
So, because now it's up to those who have gone quiet to come
The
forward
moment
again.
an actual piece of information is revealed, right? The moment that any of this legislation reveals actual information to the public, is the moment that the media is going to immediately follow it because everybody's going to care about it.
Right, but it falls in the same fallacy of when you're lying to someone and you're like, oh, it's on you to prove that I'm lying. It's the same thing.
On
Where
Twitter,
it's like,
to me the other day, they made a point, and I was like, where? And they said, you know what I mean? And I go, no, that's not how this works.
That's not how this, like, you provide me the evidence, and then we go from there. You can't be like, you know what I'm talking about.
You can't just say, like, no to people.
Yeah, this is, like, literally saying, I'm not claiming the information provided is proof. But here's a bunch of things that I think could be proof. The media needs to figure it out. Like, that, what? That's not how this works, though. And that's a problem, because that's how we get on that, like, weird, like, QAnon shit.
Yes.
Where it's like,
as we talked in MJ12, how very quickly it can slip. Which is like, again, when you take this, it's not, as I said at the very start, it's not proof that the MJ documents are real. It's simply another feather in the cap. And the thing about feathers is they're pretty fucking light.
Yeah, one day it's normal, you're chilling, it's the green stone. The next day you wake up, you're looking at the red stone all of a sudden. You don't know what's happening.
It's another one of those fascinating developments in the UAP world of 2022, and I'm eager to see what 2023 brings us. It's just something to keep an eye on. I will keep an eye on the weird stuff that kind of just happens behind the scenes that nobody really like talks about. It doesn't prove anything, but it's something to keep your eye on.
I was literally talking today with a good friend of ours who came over to, like, work on a project, and he was asking about Illuminati because he was listening, and he was asking about aliens, which I think was fascinating. But he was like, you know, you have to believe that there's, you know, something if the U.S. government is saying all this stuff. And I was like, I mean, I believe it's something, absolutely. But the thing that interests me more isn't what it is. I mean, I guess that's part of it, but, like, the idea that the government, by admitting they don't know what it is, they're either saying, one, this is something that another country has made that we can't control that flies over our airspace, or two, it's something that is not from this planet or from different. Either way, it's fascinating. Like, I don't care at the end of the day what it actually is. The fact is that something is happening, and the government's like, I don't know. And that's, you know, because he was like, well, maybe the government's like a trick by the government. I was like, why would the government admit that they can't control their own airspace? Like, their job is to protect the country, and them openly being like, we really can't do that. That's a public danger.
Good. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
So that's fascinating.
Exactly. It's very interesting, and again, at the same time, there also would be in doing that because they'd also be alerting our enemies that their shit works.
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't that not be just an admission that their shit is working by us saying we don't know what it is?
Exactly. They would never, if it was real enemy tech, they would never admit it was happening in a million years.
That's what I'm saying. So what is it? It's like, we don't know, man. We don't know. And I said it before, and like you said, Jesse and Alex, like, I more believe that the government doesn't fucking know what they're dealing with than to believe they have a contract with the Greys to abduct children at night on Thursdays.
Right.
You know, like,
think of it like ants, dude. Ants don't know what a person is.
Exactly.
And we don't meet with the ants and have a conversation with them, right?
Like, one of the things the guy put in his blog, again, as part of his speculation, was like the AI angle. And it's like, I find that interesting because not necessarily that I believe it's an AI, but it may very well be, if these are things that are not from here, they may very well just be unmanned drones. Just like watching us. You know, like nothing with anything in it, no living beings in it, just like zipping around, looking at us, and then going away. Because that seems to be a lot of what happens. The other thing is, they might just be from fucking under the water, if that's what they're from. Who knows? That being said, this mini-sode we'll go through real quick is Coast to Coast Strangest UFO Sightings of 2022. We'll start right here with the Transmedium UFO photograph submerged in Lake Titicaca, everybody. Let's link it right to the article because it's there you go. It got the video right there. You need to tell me what you see because I don't see anything, and I can't quite tell what it is.
Is this from Telemundo?
It's from ARV. Copa Mundial? I don't know. Yeah, Telemundo. Yeah, you got it. So this is
I don't know. This looks like a car. I don't know. I don't know about this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird.
It's underwater.
Yeah, it's
they
very
brought
strange.
out the rods.
Yeah, I'm getting the rods out.
They got the rods out.
There we go. We go to dowsing rods, and they're spinning all over the place. Oh, yeah. Bring out the dowsing rods. That'll
Dude, that one dowsing rod is going nuts, though. It looks like a car underwater, though. I cannot understand why.
Yeah, it does not look like anything else.
I mean, literally, go back, slow-mo that video of the dowsing rod. She is just spinning her wrist like a crazy person.
Yeah, dude, she's got a loose grip, and she's like,
look at
it move.
Yeah.
Witnesses number 2. Witnesses in Israel were mystified this year by a long glowing object that resembled a lightning bolt frozen in place over a city. There you go, boys. That's the next one for you. And this is a weird thing over the city. You can kind of see it starts right at the video at 47 seconds.
Okay.
And it's just this weird thing in the sky. It looks like
Spider-Man, No Way Home.
It does have that vibe, yeah.
And the whole video, it doesn't move.
Dude, that's pretty good.
There's like some weird, it's very weird looking. I wonder if that's like a natural phenomena, though, like electrical discharge or something happening.
It could be, but it doesn't. I'll say this: it doesn't look like computer graphics to me immediately.
No,
it looks like
to me the way
it
when the camera moves, it seems way too like it's not being tracked. It looks like it's bobbing incorrectly.
The problem is that it's only focused up at the there's a tree line. Like there's one tree and then there's that, which is fine. But I'm curious what. There was that one thing that happened in Vegas that everyone tweeted at us.
Yes.
Did you see that, Mathis?
A little while ago.
And they were like, this past week.
Yes. I know exactly what you're talking
about. Literally, that video.
It looked like a light show to me.
It is literally the reflective nature of the cloud cover with the lights of Vegas. And that could be this, because it's cloudy and it looks moist.
But where is this, though? Hadera?
What they're saying is like it might have been an illumination coming from a construction crane working in the city. I don't know.
Oh,
it's
dude,
weird. Yeah.
Dude, 100% pause at 124. Pause it. It's a crane. Pause exactly at 124. That is straight up. You can see the front and the back and the little cabin where dude sits.
Yeah, you can't.
It's a
the
crane.
thing at the top that blinks to make people know how
it's a
tall it
crane.
is.
Oh my god,
that's a crane.
Yeah.
When you said that, I was like,
excellent.
That's exactly what it is.
Hey, we love to debunkable shit. All right, next up. A metallic sphere that seemed to sport lights around its circumference was reported by multiple residents of eastern Tennessee, including one professional photographer who managed to snap a picture of the oddity, which I will give you here. You may have seen this photo. This came around in May. I think we talked about it on the mini-sode. There you go. Okay,
let's see what's going on here.
This is a snapshot. He didn't take a video. It's just a photograph of the thing. It looks like a jellyfish almost, honestly.
I don't have a lot to say about this one. Like, it looks cool, I guess. I don't know. This
it does qualify as UFO. It is unexplained.
It is an unexplained aerial phenomenon. Well, I bet you guys are excited to see the UFO that was spotted over Buckingham Palace during the Queen's Jubilee Parade this year.
Yes.
Did you know that happened?
She went home.
She went home. She died.
Dude, the Queen's thing.
So yeah, look. Okay, it's gonna start right away, and it's right behind the jets.
Whoa!
And it's
I remember this. I remember this.
So we know it's above the smoke at the very least.
It looks good.
It could be a really close bug, though.
It could be anything. I mean,
right?
It could be a drone. It could be.
I was about to say it could be a drone.
Could be a drone. Yeah.
It could be just the parallax effect of a bug.
For those who are looking, for those who can't see, it really is like the jets are just flying across, streaking the colors of Britain, and right behind it, like this white little. I mean, it looks kind of big in relation. Yeah. It's a dot. It just zooms in a pretty straight line behind.
It's pretty circular too, to be honest.
It's like a very piece of scary footage thing from the Queen's funeral procession when there was that thing that was like came through on the radio. It was like,
that's right.
Yeah,
we talked about that. Yeah, we talked
that's
about
my
that.
favorite thing. That's my favorite UFO view. No, it's not a UFO.
Well, there you go. As you feeling impressed by that one?
I don't know what that is, but it certainly when they invert the colors, it's kind of a sort of.
Doesn't look fake. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Halfway through the list here, a woman in Mexico captured footage of a truly bizarre star-shaped object hovering in the sky, and the anomaly was later filmed by another witness the following day, which is what we're seeing here. Obviously, it's a YouTube video that is also a TikTok.
A YouTube video that's also a TikTok.
You know what?
Does the TikTok version have like, oh no, oh no, oh no.
This, man, I don't know. This looks kind of fake to me.
I'm out on this one. This looks like, if it's really there, it looks like some kind of 3D object or like a balloon of some kind. But I don't even agree that it's there. This looks fake to me.
I think we talked about this one earlier in the year, and there is some sort of balloon that's exactly shaped like this, and they sell, and it's like marketed for weather stuff. Like, I don't want to be that guy who's like, it's a weather balloon, but I'm pretty sure that you can go look it up online. Though, because the exact thing looks like this. It does kind of look like either a spiky top or some kind of like it has.
Somebody suggested a star-looking kite that a kid just has on a string and is just kiting not too far away from.
If you want to know what this looks like, imagine like the secret boss in a Final Fantasy game. Like it has this like bizarre shape to it that seems so otherworldly.
It looks like that alien thing that's like famously in the atmosphere, kind of. What's that thing called? You know, that like black object that's like floating just outside of the like atmosphere of the Earth. I forget what it's called.
Which just left not too long ago.
Yeah,
right?
whatever it was.
The Noah, that long thing, and it left, and nobody knows how it left or why it left. It's just gone now.
Yeah,
which is also wild.
Love that.
That was the thing I wanted. Remember how last week? Oh my God. Do you remember how last week I said there was something I wanted to talk about that I remembered I had an update for?
It's gone.
And I can't remember. That was it. That the Oumuamua thing left. It left our orbit.
Maybe this is
it. Where it went.
Maybe this was it just before it
left.
left.
So weird. Jesse, remember? You know what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's called like the.
It was like a long rock.
It looked like a
long
somebody's
asteroid.
probably screaming right there.
Weird
I know exactly. Yeah, that long ass asteroid. It's part of the reason why they developed that team. Because the team, they were like, we need to learn how to land on asteroids. We need to learn how to like go visit things and determine what the hell they are. Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. It was around. It came around in 2017, and it's gone now. Named Oumuamua by its discoverers, is up to 1/4 mile long and highly elongated, 10 times as long as it is wide. The aspect ratio is greater than that of any asteroid or comet observed in our solar system to date. That comes from NASA.
And it's the one that was moving faster the closer it got, right?
Yeah, and I want to see if I'm right.
Maybe it was slowing down. One of the two. It like was asteroids don't do that. Whatever it was,
gone. Huh?
Interesting.
Gone. I want to make sure
I'm
not
what?
crazy.
They came by.
It's gone. It left. It left. It left.
Is there footage of it?
I'm looking right now.
Wait, it just like up and left this like month, this week?
On October 16th, it moved back north of the elliptic plane and passed beyond the orbit of Mars. On November 1st, Oumuamua passed beyond Jupiter's orbit. In May 28th, oh wait, no, yeah. And beyond, it moved beyond Neptune's orbit this year, 2022. So it started leaving a while ago and is like now gone. We can't see it anymore.
Interesting. You know what's crazy? So on the solarsystem.nasa.gov website, let me send you this. They have a model of its trajectory, and it literally makes a direct course for Earth and then stays with Earth for a long time.
Yeah,
that's weird, dude.
Yeah, man.
Like it goes with our trajectory around the sun,
and then just goes with us, and then goes somewhere else.
So it's discovered in 2017, right. Briefly classified as an asteroid until new measurements were found. Blah blah blah. Is it gone? I don't know.
I mean, if it's past the outer
Yeah,
planets, I mean, like,
it's gone.
That's
It's
what that
gone.
thing looks like, by the way.
Yes, that's how it looks. Just weird. Yeah, look at that. It just comes by,
It, like,
hangs out.
literally goes in line with Earth and then, like, scoots around outside with Earth for a little bit and then zips away. Either that, I mean, like, that could be a very cool coincidence, which is cool, admittedly.
Yeah.
But also, like, okay.
Yeah, no known asteroid or comet from our solar system varies so widely in brightness with such a large ratio between length and width. The most elongated objects we have seen to date are no more than 3 times longer than they are wide.
But again, this is one of those things where, unless we're looking directly at it, you see like 10% of the sky,
Right.
maybe less.
Not even. It's like a grain of sand. Like, it's
So I
insane.
mean, like, really, truthfully, we don't particularly know. There could be other ones like this. This is the only one we found.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like a few large ground-based telescopes continue to track the fading object as it receded from our planet. 2 of NASA's space telescopes, Hubble and Spitzer, track the object trailing about 85,700 miles per hour relative to the sun. Its outbound path is about 20 degrees above the plane of planets that orbit the sun. The object passed Mars' orbit around November 1st, and it passed Jupiter's a while back, beyond Saturn's, and now it's beyond Neptune from this year. Like, to the point where I don't think... The reason I think it was a news this year is because it's now out of our ability to see it. It's gone. We can't
What's
see
crazy about this is, based on the thing they have on this website, it isn't like it comes in from outside, passes the outer planets, and then comes to us and goes back out. This shit comes from the Z-axis, so straight down,
Spain, yeah.
right to us, and then is like, oh, okay, and then heads
90
out.
degrees angle, yeah.
That's like, I've never seen anything like that's crazy. Either that happens all the time, I'm just dumb, which is possible, or that is
It
awesome.
looks
Like,
pretty
that's
good
wild.
in the diagram, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird because then astronomers go on to saying Oumuamua passes through the inner solar system about once per year, but they are faint. Types objects similar to Oumuamua passes through the inner solar system about once per year, but they are faint and hard to spot and have been missed until now. So how do you know? Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like,
that just makes it scarier. Cool.
Yeah,
But anyway, yeah, that balloon looks like that thing.
yeah, man. Okay, thank you for reminding. I'm just happy I got that out of my brain.
Now that's some cool space stuff. I love
It is
that.
cool space shit.
That's
Like,
neat.
what the fuck, man? All right, last few. Pakistani man was left scratching his head when he noticed an eerie black triangle that hovered over a city for hours. And I'm going to send you the video, as always.
In Pakistan, I believe this is some U.S. drone, to be honest.
Yeah, no shit.
You say stuff like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, just hovering. It's just hovering ominously. Look at it. It doesn't look fake to me, not the way it seems to move. But maybe it is. It's hard to fucking tell.
This just looks like it's very small. This looks like a classic, like UAP. Like,
then
very
there was
remarkable, but like not fake looking. You're right.
Yeah, correct, but nothing remarkable.
And it does kind of line up with what you imagine from being on the ground. When he zooms in, everything like checks out ratio-wise. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem fake.
It looks legit.
Yeah, it's another weird, interesting thing. This one is just, I think, weird nature. While visiting a national park dubbed Devil's Punch Bowl, a British woman did something of a double take when she looked overhead and saw what seemed to be a cube-shaped cloud.
Cube-shaped? I'm here for a cube-shaped cloud.
There you go.
I love a good shaped cloud.
Oh,
I mean,
that
it
is
is
a cube-shaped cloud. That's fucking weird.
It is a cube-shaped cloud.
Ever seen Nope?
No. This is exactly like the Nope. The Nope.
Yeah, there you go. It is straight up a cube-shaped cloud. She pans back and forth, but
admittedly, it is a 90-degree shaped, 90-degree angle shape.
Like
we don't know what the backside looks like.
True, it looks like a 3D cube.
If you look at it from a different angle, it might look different. But
that's very true.
I love a good cloud shape. I love
an unnecessary base on that video, though.
I just have them all muted at this point. Next up is something straight out of Kansas City, what appears to be a partially cloaked UFO, which was inadvertently filmed by a home security system at a residence. There you go. These are the most trustworthy kinds of cameras out there.
This is the Dobby effect.
That just looks to me like.
Is this one of the time code?
Jump to 17 seconds.
What?
Yeah.
What? This is insane.
This is fucking insane. You see cars driving by, so it's not like, yeah, there it goes. It's like a triangle-looking thing. And it's just
like
floating.
the Navigator right here. The longer you look at it, it looks like one of the Covenant ships from Halo.
Yeah. Now they zoom out, and you can see it in the background how big it looked, because that was a zoomed-in version of it.
I mean, that's a thing. It also kind of, at some angles, looks like the ship that all of the guys in every Avengers movie get into. Yeah, whatever that damn thing's called.
Quinjet.
The Quinjet, yeah. It looks like that.
And there it goes, and it disappears. So it disappears behind the tree. At least it's not like a bug really close. It literally disappears behind the tree.
Something about it feels like a projection to me.
I kind of get that feeling too.
Something
Like
seems
it might
a little
be a
weird about
light.
it, but I like it. It looks
It's
like
cool.
Flight the Navigator or
It is weird. I mean, it's weird looking. Yeah,
it is weird looking. All right, this next one is, take it with a grain of salt in my mind, but this is a fantastic set of photos that circulated on social media back in August, purportedly showing a flying saucer that floated over a city in Mexico. And you're going to see why you take it with a grain of salt, and I, maybe not surprised that Coast to Coast added to their list.
That really
But that's it. No, that's the picture. You can go down. There's some other
I thought
pictures.
the picture at the top was the picture. But
There's a Twitter thing like below.
This
There
one
it is.
looks like
A frisbee?
it
I
looks
threw a
like it's
frisbee.
hanging from that fucking line right there.
Yeah, it looks small. Like
It
it's
looks
very
up
hard
close.
to tell.
It looks like a plate. It looks like a hubcap. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlike the previous one from Pakistan, this one doesn't look like it has the depth. Of like,
Yes.
it looks like
It looks close. It looks like a toy almost. I agree.
It definitely looks like a small frisbee.
That one never didn't convince me.
But also,
All
it's
right,
just a photo. Like
3 more.
I don't buy
Yeah,
photos. I
video.
don't buy anymore. Pull out your camera phone, take a thing. I'm not doing photos.
Taking a break from his overnight job to film a storm sweeping across the area, a Texas man captured footage of an inexplicable object that suddenly fell from the sky. Go. And I will see if I can find a good timestamp for you. You can get it. Yeah, you go to
I love
to
the
about
storm
15
intro.
seconds.
That's cool as hell.
15 seconds and watch it as it's slowed so you can see it easier. Whoa.
I mean, that
It
is
could just be a
something.
meteor. It could literally just be a meteor.
But even if it was a meteor, even capturing that is pretty cool.
This is
Oh,
UFO
yeah, exactly.
like in the most general sense.
Right. It's unidentified.
Yeah, even at the articles, like a lot of people say it's a meteor, but what do you think? So I think it's a meteor.
I think I believe it is a meteor. So
Yeah, exactly. All right, 2 more to go. Next up, a particularly puzzling case out of Taiwan featured a pair of floating blue streaks that were joined by a group of orbs which appeared out of thin air and then encircled the anomalies.
I have like this year we saw so many cool looking ones and none of them have been on this. I'm upset.
I know. I think we've seen better ones.
We've seen better ones than
this
this.
one's got
Yeah.
nice
convincing.
synth music going with it.
This once I'm waiting for the point where they get encircled by little orbs. Okay, yeah.
Yo,
Right
that's
in the
like,
beginning, it's kind of happening, right?
Yeah, but like you could see them get encircled a little bit later, easier. It's kind of faint around it.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's the top and lights again? Cloud.
That's
Fog cloud ahead. Do you think there's a stadium, and those are the lights of the stadium, the top of it, and then the lights around it are the spotlights of like a show or the outside of the arena?
This one, when it's super cloudy like this, it's hard for me to say that it's coming, that it's in the air.
Yeah, because it looks like lights.
It looks like
Yeah.
a projection, genuinely. Yeah,
Yeah, it does look like another weird kind of light.
it is striking. I mean, it looks great. Like it's just
Yeah,
you
it
know,
looks
I don't know.
cool.
The synth
Yeah.
is doing half the work on that one.
All right, well, we got one more. This is from Mexico. In a remarkable mass sighting in Mexico, multiple groups of people saw and filmed what seemed to be a slowly rotating disc in the sky.
Oh, I think this one's like legit.
I think we talked about
Yeah, I
this.
think we saw this.
I'm
one.
trying to remember. This came out in September. Yes, we definitely
Yeah.
talked about it. This is one of the ones that was kind of cool, actually. Like, very weird.
This
Oh,
looks
yeah.
real because we have multiple viewings of it, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's other angles to it and stuff. There's
This
other
one's
things
neat.
going on.
Also, a lot of people seeing it and pointing
Some
at
people
it.
say
looking at
it was like, it could have been SpaceX Starlink satellites, but we usually, yeah, exactly. We've seen those. That doesn't look like that.
The thing that's interesting about this, and again, I don't know what it is, but nothing that is a satellite or rocket does what happens at like 109.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
cycles
It does-
through lights.
Yeah.
It goes like 2, then 2, then like that. And the angle isn't a reflection on the ground.
No, and this
Yeah.
would be a lot of actors and a lot of visual effects for
They
like
have to be
right.
multiple drones. Yeah, like
Now,
time,
see,
which
this is a
possible.
fascinating. This is like a winner.
This
The
is
best part is the guy at the
I'm glad
end,
this one
like,
was the last one.
Me too. Honestly, that's it for our minisodes here in 2022. I think if anything in 2022 as a whole, I think this was the year I moved Jesse slightly more toward the alien world. Not necessarily
I don't know alien world, but I've always been
I'd love you
interested.
further to the world of curiosity and asking questions.
I love curiosity.
I do too. Thank you guys for supporting the show all year long. This was it's been such a fun time. We'll be back after the new year with our first episode of 2023. I don't want to spoil what it is, but we'll have a good time, boys. Don't you worry. Until then, we'll see you next time.
Yeehaw. Bye.
Yeah. Anyway, me and my wife were sitting outside indulging on our porch one night, enjoying ourselves. I needed to go to the bathroom, so I stepped back inside, and after a few moments, I hear my wife go, "Holy shit, get out of here." So I quickly dash back outside. She's looking up at the sky in awe. I look up too, and there's a perfect line of dozen lights traveling across the sky. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the True Illuminati Podcast, episode 246, because I think the minisode was 35, so... No, 35, I don't know, somewhere around there. Anyway, I'm one of your hosts, Mike Martin, joined by...
What a great start.
Thank you so much. Joined by the Chat GPT and Google's Bard of LA, Jesse and Alex. Boys, our jobs are in jeopardy. The AI leap has taken with the video and shit, and it's only a matter of time.
I don't know. Have you seen the internet lately that it's been posted that the AI's gone nuts?
ChatGPT lost his mind.
It lost its mind.
So yeah, apparently ChatGPT was responding in a mix of English and Spanish nonsensical phrases, repeating "it is" and "it is" over and over and over. I tried to instigate it last night, and I couldn't get it. To.
It was speaking in like whimsical, like colorful, like Spanglish, like it was like almost like
emotes.
It felt the joie de vivre, like it was like waxing poetic almost. Like it was fucking scary. Like I know that it's just a language modeler and that it's just going wild, and like of course a language modeler going wild is going to be like extravagant talking, right?
Yeah.
But like man. I've never seen something that felt more like a Cyberpunk 2077 side quest unfolding in my life. And by the way, I'm Google Bard because anyone in this party is the Bard.
Yeah, I'm the GPT, stands for Gangster Parading About Town.
Oh shit! And he's chatting, so you know he's social. He's got lots of friends.
Yep.
He's got a whole lot of friends.
So many friends. Most of my friends, not people you want to be friends with, but they get their work done. They get their job done.
Ask Jesse. He's a social butterfly about town. Ask his neighbors. He's that homeless guy they all know about on the street, walking up and down.
Yep, that's facts.
Speaking in broken Spanglish and talking about the Jabberwock as he's walking up the boulevard.
This is actually no joke. this weekend I went to our favorite sausage place, Worcestershire.
Hey,
With
I love
the
that place.
Leichfeld fellow from Germany, because he wanted to go there specifically for that. Here's the thing. When we were done, it's pouring down rain outside. We walk outside, and we're standing there waiting for his Uber. And this dude, random guy, walking in the rain, stops, turns to us in the rain, and is like, "Hey, man, is this the place with the rattlesnake and rabbit sausage?" And I was like, yeah. And then we had a 45-minute conversation.
Oh my God, in the rain.
You think he was AI generated?
We were under an awning. He stood in the rain. He was high out of his mind.
Sounds like an AI generated. He's not fully understanding what you're supposed to do when you get wet.
You're on the RP server with the AI beta mods plugged in.
Yeah, and he kept talking to us, and he was like, "You know what's crazy? In some places, people eat crickets, so we think that's weird. But here, we process meat. I think that's weird." I was like, he's kind of onto something.
I like that. He's kind of like the same as Anthony Bourdain in at least one way.
Yeah, that's one way.
Yeah. And he's
yeah.
outside.
The AI thing also, last bit of AI news before we move on to the actual shit, and obviously what Alex has to tell us about before we move on to that, is on top of Sora dropping, which was OpenAI's video thing, Google quietly released their new AI to a limited number of users called Google's Gemini. I don't know how many people it's invited. It's also a large language model. I got access to it in the premium version, the advanced version. And the difference between this and Bard, or at least any large language models, is that after a certain amount of time or a certain amount of information you input, the AI has an inability to maintain context of the conversation. So if you're type out a way huge thing, it loses it.
Okay, sure.
This, the new one doesn't. It is able to maintain it. They tested it by feeding it the entire manual for the Apollo 11 mission, and then asking it questions and kind of quizzing it, and it passed fine. It maintained all that information. It also is one of the first AIs to understand nuanced instructions, able to reason through problems logically, and provide its own insightful responses. So it's actually reasoning a little bit, according to Google.
This is great news for everyone who leaves comments about this show and other shows. That's like, you guys keep talking about stuff that isn't the topic. You keep going on, you're having jokes. All I want to know is about those murders. Well, pretty soon,
only murders.
The GPT podcast will tell you all that information, and you won't have to have fun.
You won't have to listen to a bunch of real guys like us.
You won't have to do that.
You'll listen to a digital prostitute historian who can do anything that you want.
It's so phenomenal.
So you got that to look forward to as an alternative to this. Speaking of digital prostitutes, head on over to patreon.com/SimilarlyPod, the website where you can hire us to make podcasts for you for money. That's right. I know it sounds salacious, but if you listen to us out here barking at you from this digital street corner, you can rest assured that we are clean, we are strong, and we are ready to give you some of the best paranormal podcasts that you have ever seen in your life. So head on over to patreon.com/SimilarlyPod. Put your money in our wallets to keep us going.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah, you are. You know what? You are so welcome.
Today, boys, we're just going to get into the topic now. We're returning to a time we haven't been to in a while. The 1800s Old West. Last time we were there, I think it was Kentucky Cannibal. I think I'll have to double check, but it's been a while since we've been.
Oh, you mean the cannibal not from Kentucky?
Not from Kentucky, Cannibal, who in cartoonish ways evaded law. Today, though, we're speaking about somebody who's actually made their way into pop culture in a surprising way, especially with the story that's attached to them. Today, we're talking about the bandit queen known as Belle Starr. I don't know if you know anything about Belle Starr. I knew very little going into this about Belle Starr. Do you, each of you, do any of you know about Belle Starr at all?
Belle Starr.
Yeah, Belle Starr, the bandit queen.
I know this. I've heard the phrase Belle Starr, the bandit queen before.
Yeah, okay.
I would be remiss if I said that I knew anything else about it.
Okay, cool. Well, this is going to be a two-parter, and today we're going to be talking exclusively about the legend, who she is in pop culture and in a lot of history books from the past, anyway, and a lot of what crimes she supposedly committed, who she ran with, and then next week we're going to go through the actual life of Belle Starr, where a surprising amount of that might actually hold up. In other bits, not necessarily as much. For our main sources for this series, I used 2 books, specifically one called Bellstar, the Bandit Queen by Burton Rasco. And then I also read Bellstar and Her Times, the Literature, the Facts, and the Legends by Glenn Shirley. That book is phenomenal. If you're only going to read one, we'll be talking about the book more in the next episode, but it's probably one of my favorite just factually written true crime books in general, even though it's Old West focused. So take a look at those. I highly recommend both of the books for that. But yeah, if you've never heard of Bellstar, the so-called Bandit Queen of the Wild West, let me tell you, her story is kind of a mix of facts and legend. She was born named Mira Maybelle Shirley on February 5th of 1848.
Why does this sound like a 80s anime about the Old West? Like, I don't know, like something about it has like a magical girl vibe to me. I don't know why.
Bellstar, the Bandit Queen, yeah, I can absolutely see an anime being made.
You know, I don't know.
She's got like a magic pistol she twirls.
Yeah, it's the Old West, so it's like.
She spins with a pop-out umbrella, and as it pulls away, she's in her new outfit, spinning a pistol.
Yeah, and it's still got the Sailor Moon, but it's like. You know, you get what I'm saying. You get it.
Yeah. I hope you inspired somebody out there. So, Bellstar was actually born Mira Maybelle Shirley on February 5th of 1848 in Carthage, Missouri. And she's one of the few people we actually have, like, a little bit of information on as to who her parents were in this era, what they did, and what her life growing up might have been like. Her parents, John Shirley and Elizabeth Eliza Pennington, were prominent figures in their community, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle and actively participating in social and economic affairs all through town. John Shirley was actually like an entrepreneurial man. He engaged in a bunch of different business ventures, including farming, blacksmithing, real estate, reflecting his diverse interests and ambitious nature as just an individual. Bell was the child of his 3rd wife. So he had 2 wives prior. Each wife gave him 1 to 2 kids, and he remarried to Elizabeth, who would be his last wife, and Bell was a product of that marriage. His activities extended beyond accumulating wealth, though. They were also driven by a desire to create a legacy and provide stability for his family. John's entrepreneurial endeavors were not solely motivated just by financial gain, but also he was well known within the community of just being a very community-driven individual. He liked to help out where he could.
The community liked him because he was so community-driven.
Yeah, really. Whether that was selfish reasons or not, I have no idea. And then there's Eliza Pennington, Bell's mother, who was known for her hospitality and unwavering dedication to her family as well. She ensured that Bell and her siblings received a quality education, and emphasizing not only academic knowledge, but also the social graces expected of upper echelons of society. To give you an idea of where these people are in the Wild West, they are well off. They're doing very well for themselves. The focus on education was somewhat progressive for the time, obviously, particularly in the emphasis on educating daughters as well as sons, indicating that a family that valued intellectual and cultural development. And Eliza's influence on Bell's upbringing instilled in her a strong sense of self-worth and a desire for personal fulfillment beyond traditional domestic roles.
So you're telling me we got like a gentle lady bandit?
Yes, but it's interesting too, because this part of her life, I think, fully informed why she rubbed up against the law so much. Because she was raised in an environment as close to equal as men as she could be for that time. In education, she was very close with her brother. She loved to ride horseback.
This is going to be a fucking fire story, isn't it? This is about to be...
Well, it's going to be good, I promise.
It's like Netflix's Eleanor Holmes.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Netflix's Eleanor Holmes. I'm pretty sure her name's Enola.
Enola T. Holmes. I know that. I clearly didn't watch it, but I know the vibe.
The Witcher and 11 team-ups.
Mm-hmm. Belle also apparently got in fights occasionally, stood up for herself. So when she got to adulthood and there was a certain expectation of her as a woman of the time, she fucking didn't like it. So she very much kind of struck out on her own a lot, and the people she ran with, which is true, she ran with a lot of these criminals, will really inform, I think, a sense of independence that was brewing within her, just because of the way she was raised, at least at the very beginning.
It sounds so cool so far. We are...
Dude, the Wild West is great. There's so many fucking cool stories.
We are in a comic book adventure tale. How many years of whip practice did she have?
About, I think, 12 years of active whip practice.
Yeah, and how many years of star shooting?
That's because they were stark, Southern Confederacy supporters.
Oh. How many puzzles did she have to solve that her family created instead of expressing love verbally? They did it through puzzle solving.
The puzzle was wrestling with her brother.
Right. So, all right.
No love to be had.
What? So was her brother killed in a way that he then left clues for her to follow based on the trainings that he gave her as a child?
So dark.
Right, yes, I think so. It would lead to her becoming what? Who are we referencing here?
Did Tom Hanks in any way help in a role that would lead her on in a multilingual, multinational, worldwide
Historical
adventure?
Oh, Da Vinci Code. Got you.
Da Vinci? Da Vinci?
The Da Vinci Code. Yeah, so, Eliza was actually like a rather involved mother, and education was kind of rare, but Belle grew up rather well off, I guess, in that regard.
This is the coolest character that we've ever talked about on the show so far.
And then, not too long after, about 15 years after or so her birth, the Civil War began, and the Civil War itself had a profound impact on the Shirley family as a whole, as it obviously did on countless other families across Missouri and the wider South. Missouri's position as a border state made it a very tumultuous place, with loyalties split and guerrilla warfare very common. The Shirleys were staunch supporters of the Confederacy, a stance that placed them at odds with their Unionist neighbors and forces. And this period was marked by significant upheaval for the family, including the loss of their property and a forced relocation to Science, Texas after the war, because they were just huge supporters of the Confederacy. But beyond that, we don't have a huge amount of details as to what they did and how they were involved in the war, other than we knew they were forced to move. This move could prove to be a turning point for young Belle. Texas in the post-war years was a place of reinvention and opportunity, but also lawlessness and desperation. The Shirley family, having lost much of their pre-war status and wealth, found themselves in a community where former Confederate soldiers, outlaws, and adventurers all mingled in one place. And it was here that Belle's fascination with the outlaw lifestyle began to take root. She's just surrounded by these people, influenced not only by the people she was meeting, but the stories they were telling, which I imagine many of them were wholeheartedly embellished. But for a young kid, this is it's magical in a way. Like the stories of these heroes that fight against the law that took everything from them. In the years that followed, Belle Starr would become a very legendary figure in the annals of the Wild West. Her alleged involvement in robberies, stagecoach holdups, horse theft, as well as her relationships with notorious outlaws such as Jesse James and the Younger Brothers, cemented her reputation as the Bandit Queen. But beyond the sensationalized stories and the mystique surrounding her life, Belle Starr was a complex and fascinating woman who defied societal norms and lived on her terms, leaving a lasting imprint on the history of the American frontier. And that much is true. She truly was just a very forward-thinking woman for the time.
It is absolutely crazy to me that the Wild West, because it's so nuts, leads so easily to glorifying, glamorizing criminals. Like Jesse James and all these different bandits, and in this case, Belle Starr, clearly criminals, but it's damn, they were cool as hell.
Let me read this to you. You reminded me of a part of the book that I can flip open to. And basically, the author says there are essentials to a formula that are fairly consistent that breed this kind of idolization that Jesse, literally you're bringing up Jesse. And he goes, the essentials embrace fundamental psychological facts. 1, civilized man, no matter how circumspect, law-abiding, conventional, and tamed he may be, has a subconscious desire for revolt against law, against restraint, against civilizing forces of life. 2, thus, even when he deplores, he always has a measure of admiration for the outlaw, the man who is definitely at odds with the restraints of civilization and inimical to them. 3, if the outlaw hero is depicted as having been a naturally good and very superior man who was forced into outlawry through an event that outraged his sense of justice, particularly if the outrage was perpetrated by a representative or representatives of the forces of law and order, the civilized man is able to make the outlaw hero his vicar in the righting of injustice by spectacular revenge. For every civilized man is at times, or feels himself to be, the victim of an injustice which he cannot right, or of forces against which he cannot take revenge. So his outlaw hero performs for him, cleansing his emotions of hate by vicariously killing in a brilliant, courageous, and superior manner the representatives of the persons or forces the civilized man hates. And finally, 4, the outlaw hero must die, preferably through treachery or against horrific odds, and never in a fair and open fight. For there must be a retribution for the outlawry, not only to satisfy the moral conscience of the civilized man, but also because the vicar or the scapegoat who bears the weight of one's sins must die so that civilized man may live.
Yeah, no, Ford must stay. Never be tamed. That's a really great summary of exactly the vibe. That's why all the best Western movies, the main character does not make it out there.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, that whole story that you just described already played in my head about this character.
Right, see, exactly. And this was written in the late 1800s by a man by the name of Richard K. Fox, when he was talking about why people buying these 25-cent paperbacks and these dime novels about these outlaw heroes that people like were clamoring for constantly.
It literally is also the plot of straight up, if you're playing a Grand Theft Auto, or you're playing Cyberpunk, or you're playing Red Dead, yeah, literally the plots are like, look, you either live the coolest life and burn out, or you die boring. And it's like, okay, I understand how they can translate to someone, and they take this on themselves. In fact, Belle Starr, if you look up Belle Starr trying to find an image of her, half of them are from all the media created about her. Normal Belle Starr looks like a normal-ass woman from the West.
Yep.
But all the media, she's this glamorous, beautiful Belle who's like gonna take out dudes with the guns and stuff. And it's ultra glamorized because the idea is like, damn.
It's the same thing with Billy the Kid. Like, Billy the Kid's legend is much bigger than the reality of his history. One day we'll talk about Billy the Kid for sure. But same thing, like, there's just like all the media representations of Billy the Kid are not the dorky, like, dude who maybe killed 3 people.
It's the Lord of the Rings that's true. It's like I'm never going to get tired of hearing stories about this exact character. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just great, because there's a part of you that just kind of resonates with it. Sure. So they moved to Texas, so getting back to the story, they were forced to move to Texas, and despite the challenges of their new life, they remained committed to the education and upbringing of their children. Belle, described as an intelligent and quick-witted from a young age, received an education that was unusual for women of her time, studying subjects like classical literature, piano, and what else but the social graces,
like Bryn Mawr,
like how to act in public behavior,
like a lady,
exactly. This education not just served to refine her character, it also instilled in her a sense of independence and a desire for a life less ordinary. And her exposure to the harsh realities of the frontier, combined with the romanticized tales of outlaws and rebels that she grew up around hearing, began to shape her worldview. Belle admired the resilience and freedom these figures seemed to represent, a stark contrast to the structured, constrained roles available to women at the time in her society. This admiration, coupled with her own spirited nature, set the stage for the life of adventure and notoriety that she would later pursue. The dynamic within the Shirley family also really played a crucial role in her development. She was close with her brother John, who would later become involved in criminal activities himself, and this relationship may have further normalized the idea of living outside of the law for Belle. Additionally, the early loss of her elder brother Bud, killed during the Civil War, left a lasting impact on Belle, reinforcing her disdain for the federal government and sympathy for the rebel cause. She really, it's all just she's at the perfect age for her brain to just be molded into, this criminal. And I always remember, the Wild West, people were shooting everybody else for, the smallest fucking reasons. People were just getting shot in the street, you'd get hanged, there was just, death was everywhere in the Wild West.
Thank God that we're past that now.
Yeah, no, thank God we don't do that anymore, honestly. So young Belle, with her sharp wit, riding skills, undeniable charm, quickly adapted to her surroundings. She became acquainted very early in her life with notable figures of the time, like I said earlier, Jesse James and the Younger Brothers. She knew them from, teenhood on, who were often welcomed by the Shirley family. These interactions undoubtedly influenced Belle as well, who was growing increasingly fascinated with the outlaw lifestyle. In the Wild West, Belle Starr was the infamous Lady Outlaw, had a love life as well that was as tangled as a barbed wire fence they put around their feet.
Is that just some poetic license?
Yeah, some little poetic licensing.
You spicing it up?
Yeah, I live in Texas now. You know, I gotta bring the southern to the language.
It was more scrangly than a barbed wire fence after a thunder tussle. A thunder hoot.
Every time it rains out here, there are not an insignificant amount of people who go, God's beating his wife.
Oh!
Yeah, weird, huh?
Yeah, I always say that California and Texas are like cousins, but you know what? There's a lot of differences between cousins.
A lot. Yeah, it's like second or third cousins.
Really. I love you guys out there. I do, but you gotta talk, man.
That's just the Christian in me. I love you, but I'm worried.
I love y'all, but I'm worried.
I'm so worried.
I'm worried.
Oh, God. Every husband that she got hitched to became a part of her legend as the bandit queen. So we're going to go on her...
Every husband?
Yep, she had multiple. Don't worry, we're going to go through all of them. So let's go on a ride and uncover some of the crazy stories about how she met and married each of her husbands, a mix of love, loyalty, backstabbing, all played out against the backdrop of people dying constantly in the Wild West. Belle's first time getting married was with a man by the name of Jim Reed. Now, if you don't know who Jim Reed is, Jim Reed in history is not only known for his deeds, but also as the first husband of Belle Starr. In fact, that might be the thing he's most famous for, in my opinion. Their paths crossed in the aftermath of the Civil War. And by deeds, I mean small-time crimes, like stealing stagecoach robberies, stealing cattle, that kind of thing. He's not really known beyond his time being married to Belle and then the end of their marriage. So yeah, there's not too much known about this particular individual. This marriage was also super important because it set the scene for the rest of this girl's life. They first met in the early 1860s when Belle, she's in the early 1860s. She is like...